quite well. You know, playing music, I just in Medellin, just in Medellin, we started festival, and the very next day, I went to sample it before, and I produced a session. Friend of mine had a movie to his making about the bartender with this band that they were playing with Otis Redding. Otis Redding is playing they were really young. They were trying to, his band was, you know, for his last classes in Michigan. So there's a surviving member of the bass player, James Alexander. And he used that. They had this big tune, this is he said, in soul thing. Really cool instrument. Really cool tune. Produced it. And Adam Livingston, his cousin, Ronnie Caldwell. Ronnie Caldwell was the keyboard of the Barclays. He was the little white one of the Barclays. And he found out, let's see like a kind of for it. I mean, because all the people that were connected to them, all the people that knew these kids, they were like 16, 17 years old. And when Otis Redding just fell in love with them, yeah, really, he was just like 20. Right. So it's just a very cool thing. And I'm a talking head in the documentary, and in the course of making the documentary, I said, you know what, you should think about doing a version of Soul Finger, a new version of Soul Finger for the documentary. And it just so happened that he was making some interviews, and then Living Color Blue was going to be down there. So I stayed extra day. And Mono Neon, incredible lefty bass player, you should check out Mono Neon's videos on YouTube. He's out of control. He's like Bootsy Collins 2.0. He took Bootsy and Jocko. Like he's crazy. He's crazy John. You won't be able to mistake Mono Neon because his fashion. He's like a young fashion icon. He's from Memphis, and the Barclays meant a lot to him. So he's on this track as well. So James Alexander, who's the last surviving member of Barclays, bass player, is on this track with Mono Neon. He's like Mr. Tomorrow on bass. And a bunch of kids from Max Music Institute also played on it. So I did super proud of it, really happy. And we recorded it. We recorded it on a board. This is the opposite of tech and AI. We recorded on a board that was in the stacks B-Room. That said that this is an old analog board that says fantastic, and a lot of records were cut on this board. So it was really special. And then upcoming this summer, you know, Living Color and the band Restream, we're going out. And I said, rolling up, we're also going to be here in Florida. We're going to be at Disney from 6.9 to the second. Oh, no way. Yeah, so, it's going to be
What is your like range when it comes to like music you listen to or experiment with? Like, do you listen to new stuff that comes out? How many different genres do you dive into? I'm one of those guys. Like, I wish I was able to experiment with new music. Whereas, like, I'm kind of like a nostalgic type person where I kind of go back to things that I grew up listening to, or like it's rare that I'll really like dive into some new album from some new band that I rarely like. You mentioned you listen to the new Tool album.
Yeah,
fantastic. It's like I listened to Tool a couple times in high school, go back into it, but I know I was in love Tool.
Oh, so good. Yeah. That record is good, and I don't know, man. There's a lot of cool stuff out there. I mean, I'm really people. My daughter turns me on to like her, you know, HER. Well, she's HPER.
Okay.
R&B artist, crypto, badass guitar player. She's like she's kind of extraordinary. She's a singer songwriter, but she's a multi instrumentalist. And there's actually a clip of her playing on Saturday Night Live, and I think in the second song she started guitar, and she was way up, kind of wailing. I was like, oh, that's right. Wow. Yeah, really good. So that's a good thing. You know, you too young to have a 19 years old.
Yeah, I'm over too young. My oldest is 4.
Well, you know what? This is going to keep you connected. Keep you connected to it's funny. There's an artist named Steve Lacy who's a guitar player, right? But it's one of my daughter, Steve Lacy. Kind of photo pretty, but really cool tunes and plays guitar. But she said Steve Lacy. I was like, you mean the jazz saxophonist? Because there's this very famous in jazz circles, play soprano saxophone.
Oh, no.
Also, there's Steve Lacy. I was like, what you talking about, Steve Lacy? What you know? It's a totally different person. Yeah. Yeah, man. It's, you know, and I like having things like these melodic things, like weird things, like this band, one of the heavy bands, the 2 bands that are kind of heavy. Thank You, Scientist. He's very proud. Very proud. You know, kind of a lot of parts, pretty complicated.
Okay.
You know, and there's another thing called Carbon. Carbon, super heavy and kind of and that's like so I go from her to Carbon.
Okay.
You know,
So wide variety.
yeah, wide variety of things that I like. And I like older music. You know, obviously I love working in the Buffalo space. So I try to stay. I mean, I just think it's fun to stay.
Well, cool, man. Well, thank you again for coming on here.
Oh, man, thank you for having me.
We're playing on an hour. We did over 2 hours. Tell people where they can follow you and find out what you're doing.
I'm Vert22 on Instagram. I'm Vert22 on Twitter. I'm voting me on Facebook. I'm Vert22 on Mastodon. Also a great thing. It's an emerging.
Oh, I love Mastodon.
Yeah, the emerging social network is the Mastodon band.
Yes.
And what else? I think I'm gonna mess with Blue Sky. I'm seeing Blue Sky's just come out. You know, but I'm Vert VURNT22. That's me.
Well, man, I'll make sure I link it all below for everyone who's watching.
Fantastic.
Thanks. I appreciate it, man.
Appreciate you.
Good night, world.
Hey.
After the allegations relegated Brian to the passenger seat in Schaub's train wreck of an existence, he's been struggling to score roles as a Hollywood extra. He hasn't been able to get a streaming deal for a comedy special, and he's been struggling to sell tickets on the road. Actually, that sounds exactly like Chris D'Elia. Must be a coincidence. Now that he's made the Austin sacrifice and being abducted by the company mothership, his career
You got a ring on your finger now. First time I've seen you with a ring on your finger. Well, congratulations. When did you get married?
Congrats.
You're a married man. Look at you. Turn your life around together and do what's out
Just before.
2 days before. No, 13th of February.
February
What's
date.
the Valentine's Day?
I don't
Yeah, Jess is like, what's it like? I mean, are you guys just doing kids live with you guys, or Jess's daughter lives with us? She does.
Did you sign a prenup?
What? I mean, you don't know about anything.
You got some
Special out there. I mean, maybe. You're really making a life for yourself, man. What's it like? The guy who's on the run from the F for 10 years, did 22 years in prison, now stepped up. Now look at you. You're on TV. You're the face of LifeLock. You're the face of Home Mortgage Lock. You're on
half of that's
What's the guy I see you on Title Lock? I watch ESPN religiously. On ESPN, at least almost day.
I know.
My mom will used to go, Matt Cox is on TV. You almost convinced her to buy Title Lock. I almost had to talk her out of it.
And you're on Steve Bannon's show.
You're everywhere now.
Yeah, Steve Bannon's probably one of my favorites. He doesn't say anything.
He doesn't even talk to her.
I mean, he does his whole spiel, and then he's like, and, he talks about title lock and how horrible identity theft and aggravated identity theft and title theft and all these things. He goes on and on and on, and then he's like, and that's why we have Matt Cox here. He's the guy. What can they really? What can my watchers do to protect themselves? And I go, well, they can title lock. And he's like, that's right. They go. And then he goes on and on. It's like I really say anything. I might say 10 lines in 5 minutes, and then when it's over, and that's it. I love it.
It's so fucking funny that last time you were on here, you mentioned that. What's this guy's name? Some guy that had something to do with Trump. I go on their show and I promote home title lock. I don't know this guy's name. You must be fucking banned. Jesus Christ.
He's not to go to jail. He's got a flaw. Yeah, he lost. He's supposed to go to jail. He's fighting it. He's appealing it. He's dragging money.
That's what they said about Trump. He said he's going to go to jail.
But they said that. But I was just thinking about that. You know what's so funny? Like, it was 2 years ago. Talking about Russia. About the Russia thing, the Russia investigation. And then, and then it was, this. And then it was, documents. And then it was like, they tried to get him for so long. And you should just put it something else. No, it's not gonna happen.
And then there's all that stuff coming out right now about Jeffrey Epstein. There's like five articles that came out in the last 3 days about Jeffrey Epstein and all this new documents that got released about his schedule, about his calendar, meeting with the head of the CIA and all that shit.
Yeah, but those were like he was supposed to meet with. Like he was on his schedule, but no, he met with him.
They literally met many times, but there was also, I guess there was they were supposed to meet again in the future, but he died.
Okay, but he had met with him. He met with him, and he was like the head of the State Department or something like that.
And with before Bill Burns was actually the head of the CIA.
Okay, but he was when he was with Obama, right?
Yes, exactly.
And then they said, when they asked him about it, it's about reintegrating into society or investing money or something. He had some benign, like out of all the people that I meet with,
Of course. Yeah, it was benign. Of course it was.
Yeah, that's fine. Hey, listen, Amadeo, they talk about these getting a background check. But Amadeo met with President George W. Bush.
That's insane.
So, and tell people who gotten out of prison.
For all of our new listeners who aren't familiar with who you are, give them a brief background on your history. Let's sum it up. We did a whole podcast on this, obviously, in the beginning that went completely viral and made you into who you are today. And so give us like the elevator style pitch of your background, your life when you were with the FBI, how long you spent in prison, and how you met Amadeo.
You did a great job. So I own a mortgage company, right? I own a mortgage company, and we were doing some white fraud, changing W-2s, pay stubs, nothing all that sophisticated. And then eventually I got in trouble for buying properties. So I got to buy a house for $40,000, $50,000, renovate the house, and then sell it to my wife at the time in her maiden name. She liked to get around something called Susan. Well, I'd done that several times, and one of the brokers that worked for me, she started her own place, and she got in trouble when it was called a stallman scheme. She wore a wire on me, and then I lost my license, right? So FBI comes in, they call me, I lose my license, I can't be a mortgage broker anymore, so I start a larger scheme. So instead of like saying, okay, I'm just going to do the job, and just I'll just sell used cars, and but instead what I did was, I was on probation, I got 3 years probation, and I started making synthetic identities. I started making fake people. I eventually started experimenting, but eventually I figured out how to go into the Social Security Administration and get them to issue me Social Security numbers for children that don't exist, like a 10-month-old kid, like giving a fake birth certificate, fake
So shot record, and they issue me a social security number for any name that I said that was on the register. So I get these names, I would then pull the credit a few times, I did a couple of secured credit cards, I make the payments, they end up with like after 6 months they get out that 760 credit score, 750, 700 credit score, something like that. And so what I then turned around and I started buying houses in those names, recording the value of those houses. So I buy a house in Ybor City for $50,000, and I record the value of that house at 200, 250, or 190, whatever. So I bought so many houses in so many different names, the whole area shot up through the roof. That way, my synthetic identity can buy a house for $50,000, record the sale of that house just by paying that. On the deed, so you record the sale of the house at $200,000, and between that, you provide W-2s and pay stubs and proof of the residency and residential his payments. He can then refinance that house for, let's say, $180,000. They bought it for $50,000. So 1 minus 50 is like 130, less closing costs, whatever. So let's say 120. So I walked away with $120,000. I made a few payments, put the house for the foreclosure. And I did that. Each guy bought 5 or 6 houses. So each guy borrowed roughly $1 million. And of course, I'd also run up the credit. His credit borrow 50, 60,000 in credit cards, get a couple personal loans. So he gets another $100,000. Ends up with like $1 million, $1.2 million, whatever. Make a few payments, let them all go. Well, I did that for how long? I did that for about 18 months. I borrowed $11.5 million from a bunch of fake guys. Well, eventually, another friend of mine gets caught in a bank in a similar scam that he was working with me and somebody else, and he ends up getting caught and he cooperates. They put together a task force. They watched me for 3-4 months. Another buddy of mine comes to me and says, "Listen, bro, she's a sheriff's deputy. Like, I used to date this chick on the KPD. She's a part of the task force. They're coming to arrest you. The FBI's coming to arrest you." So I take off on the run. I go on the run. I immediately go to Atlanta. I rent a house from somebody. I satisfy the loan on the house. So it looks like there's no loan on the house. So I'm now living in a house. As the owner of the house, I make a fake ID. I get a social security number issued in his name. I then build the credit history, and I refinance that house. I pull out like $400,000, so like $350,000, $400,000. I'm wrapping it up. So then I take off from there. Secret Service is now after me. So now the FBI Secret Service is after me. I then turn around and I go to South Carolina. And at this point, I'm surveying homeless people. I'm getting their information. I'm getting driver's licenses in their names. I'm getting passports in their names. I end up buying a couple houses in South Carolina. I borrow $1.3 million, pulling out money out of that. I get $500,000, $600,000 out of the bank. I end up getting handcuffed in the bank, questioning the bank. Oh, yeah, this is the best part. One of the better ones. So I'm pulling out cash, like getting 8,000 out of 7 or 8 different accounts. I get 8,000, 5,000, 7,000. Every other day I'm pulling out money. One day I go into the bank as Gary Sullivan, and 2 deputies walk up like I'm waiting for people to get out. And they call the police and they go chill. And 2 deputies come out and they walk up behind me and boom, they grab me by the arms, make my arms behind me, put handcuffs on me, and then the bank manager's office. And they start questioning. Well, they don't question me. They actually wait until they call a detective. Investigator, they call him, he shows up, but they keep calling Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Sullivan, like Mr. Sullivan, I thought it was the FBI, and he says, "Hey, the head of Wachovia's fraud department said you're running some type of scam. He said you got 3 mortgages on the same house." And I went, "Is that illegal?" And the guy goes, I'm not sure. And I remember thinking, like, oh, and so to wrap it up, so that to get through this. So basically, over the next 10 minutes, we talked to the head of Wachovia's fraud department, and I convinced the investigator that the bank has made a mistake, that I could be doing something. The bank loan officer may have done something wrong. And so we go back and forth. And listen, the guy from Wachovia is 100% knows what's going on. But he can't seem to convince this guy because I'm running in interference. Yeah. And finally, at one point, he says, hey, this is where all that messed up. At one point, we're going back and forth, and I'm like, oh, no, that's not what happened. This is what happened. No, that's not. Why would I do that? And so we're going back and forth. And finally, he says, the guy from Wachovia goes, listen, he needs to be arrested. He's running a scam. He's using a fake ID. Look at his ID. His ID starts with 000. South Carolina, their ID started with 000. I had gone into South Carolina, DMV, and got my real driver's license and military license. So the detective says, he says, no. He says, our ID start with 000. And I remember I lean into him and I go, oh, come on, bro. Now I'm not Jerry Sullivan. I go, what are we doing? And he goes, I know. And literally, I was like, I was like, oh, yeah. Like this guy, now he clearly knows it's a real ID. And this guy's saying it's fake. He knows it's real. So I didn't believe anything this guy said. Everything, all the credibility he built up just kept going into him. And I was like, come on, really? So he's like, okay, good. He ends up hanging out on Wachovia. He says, look, I'm going to have this guy come downtown, fill out a police report, and then I'll talk to the attorney, but I don't even know what to charge him with. So you guys need to fill out a police report and an official complaint, and he said, we'll see what happens from there. So I end up leaving and following him back to the police. They're going to do the whole setup of the prostitute thing. So, like the guy that I had stolen his ID had been arrested multiple times for male prostitution in Las Vegas. So he run my stuff, but he actually thought, so everybody there thought years earlier I'd been arrested for prostitution. And I hadn't, but so anyway, follow them back to the police, fill out a police report, and he releases me. Like I get my car and I leave. I then go back to Charlotte, North Carolina, pack up my stuff, drive to Houston where I was dating this chick. She'd already relocated. Go there, get into an argument with her. Into the truck of all my IDs, everything. I had nothing on me except for an ID that I'm sure they're looking for by now. And I drive all the way back to Charlotte because I get in an argument with her and I'm like, drive back to Charlotte. On the way back to Charlotte, I called the FBI to try and talk about turning myself in, but she lies to me enough time. So then I go back to Charlotte. When I go back to Charlotte, I get my car. I go into a Starbucks, and I almost get caught in Starbucks from the U.S. Marshals. I then go to Nashville, Tennessee. I borrow $3.5 million, and I'm there for about a year and a half. So I was on the run for about 3 years, and then I was there, and I ended up getting caught there because Dateline NBC was about to come out. I was leaving. I was cashing out a bunch of cash out of different banks. I was pulling money out. Like, this was before like Bitcoin and all that stuff. Like this was just like you wouldn't get cash out in 2006. So you go in the bank and ask for cash. So I was pulling out cash out of multiple accounts, and we were able to cash checks for the girlfriend. The girl I was dating at the time asked a friend of hers to pull out cash. That sparked a conversation. She told her who I was, and she called the Secret Service, and the Secret Service watched my house for a couple of days and didn't know it. Like that's the shitty thing. I left out a ton of stuff. Yeah, I ended up getting 26 years in prison. I go to prison. I get my sentence reduced twice. I ended up doing 13 years. I was in a halfway house show. I called Danny to see about starting a true crime podcast because everybody said I should start a podcast because I wrote a bunch of stories and I walked out true crime stories. They used that to get me on the show and then never helped me. And so I do this podcast. Like, I just gotten out of the halfway house. I've been out 2 months. And he says,
I didn't think you were officially out yet.
no, we talked. I was in there. But when I got out, it was like October. I got out in like July. And you called me up and you said, listen, man.
I remember the day you came in, it was a guy, another podcast canceled.
Yeah.
And I like, can you come in today?
Yeah, that's what you said. You called me that day. You were like, listen, if you hadn't put anything up, I think in a week or two. And you said, I canceled.
They rescheduled, yeah. And
And he was like, because I had called up multiple times and asked him questions about how YouTube works.
Yeah.
So I'm like, how's YouTube work, man? How do you make money? What kind of cameras do you need? I'm asking these questions. And so when he called me, he said, listen, somebody's canceled. I need you to come in and do a podcast like today. I answered all your questions. Like, he's been annoying me for 2 to 3 months now. You said you're coming, and I need somebody. And I was like,
I conned the con man to the stars.
yeah, but I remember I looked at the thing, and I don't know what any of these numbers mean. But I remember, like, whatever it was that I saw, like a video, like, and I don't know how to do it, right? Like, I don't know how to do most popular, most this. So I looked at a few videos, and, like, you know, they had, like, 15,000, 20,000. And I remember thinking, I remember thinking, like, videos got millions, like, that's a viral video, millions. And I was like, it's like 15,000, 20,000. And I went, I'll go on the show, because I was kind of nervous. Yeah, I'll go do it and see what happens.
The little starter.
Right, I come here, it ends up getting, you know, 1.5 million views, and it's blowing up in a month. Yeah, and then people start reaching out to me saying, hey, we'd like you to come, you know, we're having a lunch, or we're having a convention. We'd like you to have lunch with a group of investors just to tell your story.
Yeah, on a little obscure island in the Virgin Islands.
No, it's Puerto Rico. In Puerto Rico, yeah.
Little St. James.
And so I fly out, and they're like, pay me like $1,800, and like, pull me out, I couldn't believe that. These guys are gonna pay me. And then, like, right, and then it becomes, hey, we got a mortgage convention. Can you come talk to us? You know, and I'm like, sure. How many people is there? Like, it's, and then they, you know, we arrange for whatever. However much to fly out, tell my story. In the course of 45 minutes, answer questions for 15 to 20 minutes, plane, fly back. So, and then that's evolved. I've been doing that. Like, I'm trying to do more and more of that. But if anybody's out there, I speak at mortgage conventions, cyber conventions.
And how long did it take for Home Title Lot to reach out to you and make you the face of the brand?
You haven't got Home Title Lot was pilot.
Really?
No shit. I didn't, like, I literally remember I used to get up early on, like, a Saturday, and they were always playing on Saturdays. They played the infomercials, and I would go watch those commercials. I'd sit there and watch them, and, you know, they'd have a lawyer, they'd have an FBI agent, they'd have some victim, and then they'd have some guy in a hoodie that couldn't see his face, and his voice is muffled. And I remember thinking, you're showing everybody except for the flaws. And I thought, you guys make it seem like you're doing it like cinematically, like on purpose. The truth is, you know, like me don't come out and start talking. They come out and try and reacclimate themselves or blend back into society and start talking about it. And I remember thinking, those guys, I need to be doing those commercials. But I forgot about it. So years later, my booking agent contacts me and says, Pilot, yeah, he calls me and says, listen, have you ever thought of a Home Title Lot? I said, yeah. And he goes, well, you'd be perfect for it. He's like, you'd be perfect for it. And he said, I said, that's what I think. And I told him, yeah, I used to watch the commercials. And he goes, you mind if you out and try and talk to you? I was like, sure. Listen, an hour later, I get an email from these people saying, hey, we'd love to talk to you. We can arrange a meeting. Next day, I talked on the phone. Give me a couple of days, I tell her my story. She looks at the podcast, James podcast, which is like at this 1.4, 1.5 of what's clients, and she says, we'd love for you to fly you out to Oklahoma and shoot some commercials.
that sentiment
And like a
outwindow,
week
and
later,
instead
no,
chose to
like a
focus
month or
the
two
same
later, I'm on
things
a
he
plane
talks
flying to
about
Oklahoma.
every other
They
day
may pay
with
me to do
every
all
other
these
guest.
spots.
You could hear the
And then,
deafening
doesn't
silence
that
coming
now,
from
like
Johnny
it's
Dan
just,
as
I mean,
Brady
how many
Restream
years ago was
singing
that?
his
Like
own
3 years
far-too
ago, 4
clever
years
hot
ago?
takes
You know what's funny?
while he marveled at the sound of
Here's
his
funny.
own voice.
People
But
will say,
unbeknownst to Rogan,
people
he
will
was
be like,
all slightly getting
what
under
did you
Johnny's
pay
skin.
that? I'm like,
Rogan
nothing. Like,
just couldn't take the
like,
heat.
you pay me nothing?
It's one of the
You give
reasons
me
why
nothing?
America
I'd be like, no, no.
became
Now, what do you even do that for? Are you serious?
yeah.
Bro, I haven't had a job since. Yeah. Like, I got people buying paintings from me. They buy books. I got book sales. I'm getting asked to
Flown there.
I'm getting flown all over the place.
Trying to dine.
Like, people are so narrow-minded that they're like,
Yeah.
they don't want to, like,
They don't see all the
anything. They don't see cash right now. They don't see it. And I didn't see it. But now I realize, like
Jeff, I bought you Waffle House the first night.
you did. I only phoned you because I complained on the way here. I would say, listen, man. Listen, my truck's here. Like, my Jeep, remember that Jeep? Not that this one's that much better, but at least this one's better.
I remember that very first podcast I went to Waffle House afterwards.
I love that. I fucking love Waffle House too. One of my favorite places.
Now look at you, man.
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Now you've been everywhere. Every big podcast that exists. Value, you do valuetainment.
Valuetainment, like Underbelly, did Vlad. I just did Larry Lawton. Larry, who said, I don't interview and sex offenders. We just had an hour and a half. He's like, well, you did what you did.
What's his problem with Restream?
What's his problem with him? Probably he's a stand-up guy, and he doesn't like it.
They're not okay with sociopathy. I don't even know what that means. Sociopath.
Oh, okay. What do you mean not?
They're not okay with recognizing that their own sociopathic values like you are. Like you're a self-admitted narcissistic sociopath, which is you're okay with. You're okay with the fact that you ratted people out.
But you mean Larry Lawton? What's his problem? Is that what you're saying?
No, I mean, like, what did he say to you? Like, what was his?
He didn't. That's one thing. I really expected like a confrontation. I brought Jess with me, just in case. He got her. I need to ease it down a little bit. No, I thought she could take it. Like, I'm not gonna do well, but Jess is tough. So,
Nah, bro, you're jacked. This is all new. That shirt just came off the racks at Nordstrom. That is a brand new t-shirt.
So anyway, we go and I kept waiting for him. When we got to that point, I thought he was going to be like, what? And he was like, yeah, you understand, these people always picking on you. You're in a bad spot. I was like, that wasn't what I expected from him at all. And he said, I had kind of changed my, I softened as I've gotten older, kind of changed my,
What is, have you heard of the prisoner's dilemma?
Yes, that's a thing. That he won the Nobel Prize, what was that, Nat?
Can you find out who came up with that, the prisoner's dilemma? It's fascinating. I just heard it articulated beautifully in a book I was just reading. They pair it to mutually assured destruction with nuclear bombs.
Yeah, it's a Nash. His last name is Nash. The guy, Beautiful Mind.
Oh, really? A Beautiful Mind? The guy who that was based on.
His last name is Nash. What? The Nash.
Oh, he did. Michael said he was a graduate. Wow. Anyways, so can you explain what that is? Like, it's basically like you have two people who collaborated in a crime, right? You separate them, right? And you talk to one of them, and you say, look, you don't give me this stuff. You have two options. You can give me this information and get yourself off, basically save yourself, right? And you're gonna have to give up this guy, right? Or this guy's gonna do the same thing to you. Like, you present them both the same thing, and each one thinks that, fuck, what if I don't give him up? He's probably gonna give me up, and they're both thinking the same thing, right? But I think we're playing on it a little bit. The Prisoner's Dilemma is a game analyzing in game theory. It is a thought experiment that challenges two completely rational agents to a dilemma. They can cooperate members of the lower. Okay, there you go. Okay, two members of the. Yeah, you go ahead and read it. Hell no. Two members of a criminal gang, A and B, are arrested and imprisoned. Each prisoner is in solitary confinement with no communication with their partner. The principal charge would lead to a sentence of 10 years in prison. However, the police demands for a conviction. The plan is to sentence both to 2 years in prison on a lesser charge, but offer each prisoner a Faustian bargain. If one of them confesses to the crime of the principal charge betraying the other, they will be pardoned and free to leave, while the other must serve the entirety of the sentence instead of just instead of just 2 years for the lesser charge. This leads to a possible of 4 different outcomes. Number 1, if A and B both remain silent, they will each serve the lesser charge of 2 years in prison. B, if A betrays B remains silent, A will be set free and B will serve 10 years. Option number 3, if A remains silent but B betrays A will serve 10 years, but B will be set free. Option number 4, if A and B both betray each other, they share the sentence and share 5 years each. Yeah, that's very interesting. So prisoners get you out of these 4 options. Like 99%. No, well, the problem is that's the scenario that doesn't necessarily work in the real world, because if I snitch on you, who you snitch on? You're like, we already got you. They don't need you. They're not giving you both 5 years. Yeah, they just need one person. That's right. Now you're doing it. Yeah, I'll walk away. You do the first one that's snitch. Right. But in this scenario, whether it's going to be like this, it's usually always 99% of the time somebody's it's probably 90-95%. Here's the problem: is that the statistics say it's like 87-88%. But the problem with that is that doesn't mean they didn't walk. The other guys that only 88% cooperated. It means that 88% got the cooperation. So you and I both might have cooperated, right? But I get the cooperation, and they say, yeah, you did tell on him, but that was 3 days later. And you're the king too late. It's too late. This guy is going to give you up, and you're the bigger fish. So you don't get any cooperation. You're doing things. He's going for it. And by the way, almost nobody goes for it. So you're probably so which is better than 5 or better than. And you were even beyond any of these options, because you were aggressively going out and seeking up to rat people out in prison. People that you had no involvement in. Wow, because that's actually not true. By the way, that's not what happened. Oh, really? Yeah, I was just writing stories. Like this guy, at one point I'm walking around the compound with him, and he says, he asked if you could trust you. At least you were honest. Keep in mind, I had just gotten back from getting 7 years off my sentence for cooperation. Yeah. And then I come back a month or so later, I'm walking around the compound with this guy who's also cooperating with some his sort of thing. And he keeps saying, he ran upon these scheme, his name is Ron Wilson, and he kept saying, yeah, they're never going to give me any cooperation. I'm like, yeah, these guys are going to arrest these guys, they're going to indict them, they're going to plead guilty, they're going to be fine, they're going to reduce your sentence. Nah, you don't understand. Like, well, what are you talking about? And he goes, they think I hid the Ponzi scheme money. I'm like, they have to find the Ponzi scheme money. You didn't. Did you? He's like, no. And I go, well, wait, so you didn't hide it? They have to find it, prove that you were lying, in order to not give you something. And he said, no, they're going to fuck me out of the cooperation. Okay, well, that's not possible. And if it is, then we'll get the guy, Frank Amadeo, Frank will get them, force the government to reduce your sentence. So that goes on, and then let's say 2 weeks later, comes up again, and then a month later, it comes up again. I go, you would have to find the money. And I said, there's no money, so that's not going to happen. And he sat there walking and goes, can I trust you? And I went, probably not. And he goes,
Rogan that his body looks like
I
a
did.
supermarket turkey.
I gave, my wife, I gave her almost like $150. She's like, but the problem is she found out, since then, she found out he was having an affair. And we're getting a divorce. She hates my guts. My fear is she's going to turn the money in just so I didn't time off my sentence. And he said, and my brother's got like 30 grand. And I was like, okay, there's something like $200. Less than $200. And I didn't, like, it fell in my lap, and I didn't do anything wrong. That's what I was doing. I was still bad about that. I was still like, you're an idiot. You should have immediately done the phone. But I didn't, because I thought
Your mouth to the phone right after
like,
that.
right, like in the middle, he just says it, and I go, what? And then I just start rolling it, doing like the windmill all the way from
Frank, leave me with the phone.
But what happened was, I remember thinking, the government didn't want to reduce my sentence the first time, when they promised to. Like, they're not, like, first of all, they're not going to do anything for this. This is like $100,000. And that's if they go there and these people admit it. And I doubt they will. So I was like, well, listen, they're not going to say anything. Don't worry about it. And so we had the conversation. No big deal. A month later, my lawyer was supposed to send me my transcript so then I can resend it. She never did. So I called her. Hey, what's up? I said, you know, see this transcript? She's like, oh, man, I'm so sorry. I'll do it. And whatever. Okay, fine. Yeah, right. So we're talking. So I said, okay, that's cool. Please, please don't forget. She said, no, I will. I'm going to send them. I'm going to go on right now. Okay. And so we're talking. And she said, so what's going on? And I go, well, what do you mean? So what's happening there? Anything happening? And I thought, like, this woman never wanted to talk to me. Yeah. When she was representing me, she didn't want to talk to me. She damn sure doesn't now. Her job does. Yeah. And she goes, yeah, anything happening? And I went, no, like, and I went, you know something weird happened the other day. Listen to this. And she goes, what's the guy's name? I told her what happened. She goes, what's his name? Ron Wilson. Just, oh, wow. This is a big deal. There's a lot of articles. Oh, this is a bad deal. They got like 9 inches. He's called 900 victims. Like, he's stolen from churches and stuff. And she's going on and on. Like, I don't know anything on the guy. And he's like, oh, wow. She's like, yeah. She goes, let me make a call. And I was like, okay. Like, she never really wanted to have chatted you up. Yeah. And I was like, okay. I hung up the phone. I don't even think about it. A week later, correctional officer comes up and he's like, yo, what's up? Next year we gotta go to SIS. Now SIS is internal security, right? Like they're the special investigative services, and they investigate like the other cops. They do like investigations against like people bringing drugs, whatever. And I was like, if you're cooperating, like since other inmates were cooperating with each other or whatever the case may be, cell phone, whatever. And I was like, okay. So I go to SIS,
And everybody knows that you got the
you all out. But here's the thing, I was writing people's stories. So SIS calls me every once in a while, maybe every month or so, they go, Cox, go to SIS. I'd be like, okay. So I go to SIS, I go, what's up? And they go, hold on, talk here. We got a Freedom of Information Act. You ordered on this guy, they got here, this guy, job post. Like, what's going on? You're not allowed to have this stuff. I'm like, no, I'm allowed to have that. And then I explain, I'm writing a story on that guy. You got to give me that. I need that. They go, well, what's the story? Because I had some guys in the magazine, and I did into magazine. They knew I was writing stories. They knew I had a book deal. So they're like, well, what's the story? I tell them the story, and they go, okay, here. So I go there thinking, they just caught something man. Open the door, they go sit in that room. I'm like, okay. I walk in, I walk in the room. There's a fat CEO there, and he goes, sit down. I'm like, okay. Giles, this is how they talk. Sit down. All right. Take out the phone. Yeah, I got him right here. All right, hold on. Here, talk to this guy. I'm like, okay. Like, he didn't tell me shit. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, he goes, this is agent, whatever. I remember last name. This is Tom, I think it's Tom Griffin. This is Tom Griffin with the Secret Service. I understand that you know where Ron Wilson did some Ponzi scheming. I'm like, ooh, shit. I said, whoa, I need something in writing. I need, I'll get you something in writing. What do you have? I said, no. Yeah, I need to do it multiple times. And I was like, no, I need something in writing. So I explained it to him. I need something in writing from the U.S. attorney. And I said, listen, it's not millions. He goes, well, how much is that? He goes, not millions. He goes, $500,000? I go, it's not millions, okay? It's a few $100,000, but I do know where it is, and the people are listening to the people that are going to give it up to you. And he goes, okay, I'll get something. So we end up emailing each other. He gives me something from the U.S. Attorney's Office, saying that they will reduce my sentence if there are arrests, if there's an indictment, arrest, or a significant amount of money is recovered. That's all that's pretty simple, whatever that's supposed to write. So I explained, this is what he told me. They turn around, they request interviews from both of their children, and the wife, at that point, they're getting, I don't know if they were divorced, but they were getting divorced. And his brother, his wife comes in and turns over, when we said $150,000, he's coming in and turns over $350,000. The brother comes in the next day and walks in and turns in $150,000, so it's $500,000. And some of it's like silver, ingots, and he was a silver, precious metals dealer. So she's got coins, she's got, so it's mostly cash, but there's $100,000 into it, and silver and whatever. It's $500,000. And listen, like a couple weeks later, Wilson comes to me and goes, what happened? What? They called my wife and my brother. How did they know? I don't know. That's crazy. And he's like, yeah, I'm indicted. And okay. And so they put him on a bus, bring him back to South Carolina guilty, and he gets 6 months out of it. His ex-wife gets like 6 months probation, and the brother gets like 6 months probation, and like I think the wife got 135. And neither one of them became felons. Their sentence was under a year. So you're in the federal system, it's over a year. Under. So both the sentences were under. They're both, and it was for obstruction of justice. So it started with obstruction of justice. So Wilson got 6 months. He already had 19 and a half years. Now he's got 20. Went around, so the U.S. Attorney paid, said to reduce my sentence. If there was a substantial amount of money recovered, arrest, or indictment, there was all of those. And they said, that's not really enough. Or first they said, we don't know what you're talking about. So I had to file a motion with the court, Frank Amadeus, filed a motion in court, 2255. They said, we don't even know what he's talking about, Your Honor. We sent him a copy of the letter. The judge says, I'm not you guys are going to figure this out. And so they immediately come back and they say, look, we'll reduce your sentence to give you one level off. We argue another 3 levels off, which was 5 million. 6 months later, I get 5 years off my sentence, and 6 months out. He got 6 months out, but then COVID happened, and he got released. He's home now. He's been home since COVID. He's been home for a couple years. South Carolina. He'd be a great guy. Listen, let me tell you something. Didn't like something happened, somebody said you guys thanked you or something later on. Look, this is what's so fun. I've heard 2 things. That story's true, but then I'll tell you something, another one too, which is the opposite. So what happened is, probably, 4 or 5 months after he was sentenced, I'm standing there waiting for count, right? I'm standing at my cell. And the prison shows, like, there's this door out the door. Well, you don't have doors, it's at a low. So there's this, it's just open. So kind of an open bay. You're like at a cubicle, but it's concrete block. So you're standing there waiting for the cop to walk by and count. I'm just standing there, and this new guy just got me. Black guy, he's still wearing his box clothes they ship you on. And he's standing there, and I'm standing there. And he looked at me and said, hey, I just not all about it. So he asked, like, hey, where Danny is? I did a good chance to like that. Like, yeah, there's like 4 different white thing. So he was, hey, I go, yo, what's up? He was, you know, I rock. And I went, yeah. What do you mean? He was, I got a message from Ron Wilson. And I looked at him and I went, and I'm thinking this is going to be
Yeah, this is where the movie goes bad.
yeah, this is where I get stabbed. Like, I'm already looking at his hands. I'm like, yeah, okay. And, yeah, I said, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. Okay. And he goes, no, seriously. I pull out my ID. I didn't know why. He was okay. He said, yeah, I got a message. What's the way to count? Like, he can't be, so we're in 5 minutes, 2 minutes. And he goes, he said, and he looks around, right? Because he realizes what we're talking about, big ice. And he kind of looks around. He's not here. He said, I was locked up in South Carolina. Okay. He said, not sure if you want it. He told me he was she knows coming to call me to the well. He said, look you up. He told me that he understands what he's not angry. He hopes to get as much time off as he can. Now, by this point, I've already got my phone. And he goes, hope to get as much time off as he can. And he wanted to let you know he's at peace, he found you. And I went, and he might be a religious, kind of a religious guy anyway. And I went, okay. I said, all right. And I said, is this going to be an issue? Like, am I going to hear that you're telling everybody this? Yes, no. Let me say this. I'm going to, he said something like that. I just got 6 years. But I just do it, I can't like that. And I said, that's between you and me. Absolutely. Wilson told you and the whole thing. Like, I understand. All right. I got a dog 2 months later. Yeah, 2 months later. And I see him like I'm walk by each other. He looked at me, he looked up. One day, boom, I'm just going home. So
then how he got out?
No, he had snitched on a bunch of people. He'd already testified at several trials. He was just waiting for those people to get sentenced and then so what's funny is, so that's what I had always heard, that Wilson didn't have an issue, that, right? So then what happened was, I'd say, okay. Then I did an interview with a guy that I was locked up with. This guy named Chris Morera. He's like a sovereign citizen. And we're doing an interview. It was before the interview. And Chris had been moved to, I don't know if it was Yazoo or Butner, I forget. But he'd been moved and he was locked up with Wilson. I said, hey, you locked up with Wilson? And he goes, yeah. He said, he told me. He told me about what happened. I said, it is what it is. But I'm laughing about it. He said, and I go, really? I said, I told him what had happened. And he said, well, I mean, maybe that's true. He said, but when I mentioned you, I said, hey, what's up? I said, I asked him if he was still in communication with me. And he said, that piece of motherfucker or something like that. Like you really do. Oh, really? Just sitting there, that he snitched me out. Which always kills me. He was in the middle of snitching out 2 guys on his case. Like, you were in the middle of snitching. So, you snitched. Fuck you.
He's had a bad day.
Right. So, that's what Chris told me. Oh, yeah, he hates his guts. Like, so I was like, okay, well, that's completely at odds with what the black guy did.
We need to get to the bottom.
How do you talk to people who are like extremely uncomfortable like that one guy you did a podcast with, like he's really upset about you being a snitch. Big hurt. Yeah, like what is your how do you rationalize it to them? And I rationalize it because here's the problem with those guys. Those guys always run and say that, well, the code of the street, like, and that's why I can't play stuff. Like, they're trying to say, hey, there's a moral code among criminals that says if you don't cooperate against other criminals. But the truth is, well, you don't really have a moral code. If you're a moral person or code of ethics, like you would be working to pay your bills and not robbing banks. You just sit there and say, hey, I'm a moral person, I'm a clean, like fucking over a friend or a fellow human being versus just not obeying the laws that are put in place by our country or our government. But who am I fucking over? Another criminal. You think he wouldn't fucking me over? He's a criminal defined by the government. He's still he's still another human being. He could be a friend. Yeah, there's a difference between like selling drugs and like destroying your friend's life. Wait a minute, my friend's committing fraud, or my friend is selling drugs with me. I'm not randomly saying, hey, I'm going to go pick somebody and say he works at Walmart as a cashier, has never done anything wrong. I'm going to say he sells drugs with me. Like, I'm not going to do that. But if you and I run into a bank together and we run out and I get caught and you take off and I'm looking at 15 years and you're not answering my fucking calls anymore, you're fucking done. You're done. I'm in the bottom both of us. Yeah, I mean, what if we're both caught? What if we're both in prison and we're in the prisoner's dilemma? And we're both separated. And you better hope they talk to you before they talk to you. I mean, I don't know what to say. I know that, the appropriate thing to say is, I would never, personally, you remember the guy, that's right, okay, I interviewed a guy the other day that gave up like $11 million in gold to the government to get out of prison. And they reduced the sentence, got him out. Now, when we were talking during the interview, he said, they caught me, they got me in the room, they wanted me to snitch, but I was like, I'd rather die. I'd rather die than that. And I was like, right. You know what I'm saying? I said, no, I don't. I said, I fucking know what you made a mistake there. And he kind of like stopped and he went, well, so he was obviously didn't realize my stance. Yeah, so he just kept going and said, they asked for this much money back, he gave them that. They wouldn't give him whatever. He gave him 3 or 4 million in gold. They said, no, you got more. Because somebody else was cooperating. They said, no, you got more. And so he paid me. Finally, he said, after a month or so, I finally went. I can't do it. So he said, I went, I gave him the rest of the money. I said, okay. And then like a couple days later, they gave him a minor sentence, and he ended up getting out of prison. But 15 or 20 years next to nothing. So the point is that, so that's what he was saying, right? Like, yeah, this is never. And then when it was all over and the cameras were off, I looked at him and I said, you fucked up by giving him all that money back and not just cooperating against all those fucking people. The same people that are cooperating against you. And he goes, and then I said, I hear what you say, you'd rather die. He said, where the hell I He said, but after going to prison, and after what happened with all those people, and realizing that everybody was cooperating, he said, even after I said people would get arrested that I didn't tell on, and they would cooperate with me. They try and get me fucked up on something else. He said, he said at that point I realized, like, yeah, he said, I really fucked up. He said, and I said, you know what? I said, I bet you all those people who didn't cooperate against none of them came to you put money on your books, you pay and answer my calls. I said, right. So for a bunch of scumbag piece of shit that wouldn't even talk to you anymore, they expected you to take the whole rap, and they run off. And left it. Not like you guys are putting money on my books. You're helping my mom. You're going by to see how my ex-wife is. You're going by to help, with the kids. No, you're saying you got caught. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck you. And then if it's every man, so they're saying it's every man for himself. You're right, it is. But watch this. And next thing you know, you start cooperating. They all get knocked off. You get your bunch of time off your sentence. They got a few million in gold. Yeah, exactly. Like that guy could have cooperated and kept the money. And that's what he said. He said, I wish I'd cooperated and kept the money. But he didn't know that at the time. He was still believing that whole bullshit code. And listen, all of these guys that I talk to say the same thing. And there are guys I know that I'll interview, and they'll say, yeah, you know, they give me 10 years. And I'm just like,
the only one to have done it and survived has been Anthony Jeselnik. I've covered him in detail how work his way into comedy, first using his
on that many kilos
the
of
fame he got
you know, you got to, but I don't say anything because I know what they want to do. It's the same thing Dave Bush does. He doesn't question. Some guy says he robbed 10 banks and got 5 years. Stop it. You put people hostage. You did home invasion. You got 5 years. Yes. And then they, yeah, my fucking cookies on me. They typically what happens is when it's all over, I was like, I'm not gonna help you. You don't want to fuck it. That's fine. But when it's all over, I say, fuck that fucking. And they usually go, I'm gonna tell you. Well, you don't want anybody to know. Okay. And then they say, well, yeah, here's what happened. Listen, half the fucking stories that I've written, either they admit to it, and the ones that won't admit it, I know the truth. Like, I got all your paperwork in. You're walking around saying you're a solid guy, and it's like, well, you're a 20-year mentor now. You got 2 years. I read your citizen transcript. What's up with the 5K1? And they're like, hey, where'd you get that? Yeah. Don't say 5K1. That's a sentence reduction. Like, don't say 5K1. I'm walking around the compound telling everybody they're snitches. You know, and then I'm a stand-up guy. Like, it's like you're not even man enough to just fucking to even admit to it. The one you cooperated, now you don't even say it. Yeah. Now you're telling everybody else. Yeah. You were snitch. Shut up. Like, so that guy John Aley said when he was in there, and he was in some sort of Rico case, right? And he said that there was like an endless laundry list of mob guys that snitched on him to get out. Yeah. Which fucked him. Well, listen, they were all guys that were like high level mobsters. And those are the guys that are about like snitching. Yeah, snitches get stitches. Yeah. You get fucking buried in the desert. I mean, this is the other thing about that. It's like, if you're a high rate, like, these are guys that it could be dangerous to tell them. Like, these are like, they're not hurting anybody. They're not gonna, like, aren't you worried? Am I worried about the banker? The banker, he's gonna come and do a hit on me because he got 5 years or he got 6 extra months? He's a fucking banker. Up people, he's harmless. It would be different if these were murderers or gangsters or something that shoot what they need to be like, yeah, they might kill my family. That's another thing. Like, that always kills me too. Like, well, I don't want to say anything, they might kill my like, these are the people you're protecting. People that you're worried that might kill your family. These are good guys. These are scumbags. I cut anyway, fucking good that. Great. I love do me a favor, look at me and then look directly at that camera and say, I'd cut anybody's throat out of prison. I'd cut anybody's throat to get out of prison. That's a good one. That's it. I'd fuck you. There's it. Your TikTok's got, I noticed that several of my clips have millions. Oh, yeah. We just posted one a couple of days ago that has I just noticed today it has 5 million views. Not TikTok, it's a YouTube short. Like, 5 million views a week. That's subscribers you have now. Like almost, there's like 100 and something, 600 and change on the main channel, and then it's like 300. I have 300 on the Twitch channel. I have 77,000. Now I'm complaining, but it's 600,000. Like, that's insane. And yeah, some people that clip my stuff and put them up, and they got like 3 million hits, 5 million, 7 million, 4 million. Like, what is going on? You have more views on my clips than you are. I got guys, entire channels. I mean, 4, 5, 6,000. They just started a channel, ran a couple of interviews, ran a couple of clips, made about 1,000. That all helps, though. It all helps you. It all, maybe not directly, but it's definitely not right now. I don't know if you pick this up, but I'm not a big fan of helping other people. It benefits me. You know? I don't know anybody out there helping me going, let me do this to help. Actually, that's not true. There's this guy, this Canadian guy that started my TikTok account got taken down. And he started a TikTok for me 5 months ago, maybe. And it's got over 100,000 followers in like 5 months. But then he got busy and he can't do it anymore. So I had to get somebody else. And he did that for free. Really? Cut him up and said, look, man, he said, can I start doing, I'd like to do this for you. why? I can't pay you. And he was like, no, I just want to do it. I think I can run up your numbers.
That's great.
Yeah. You got people that like you. You got people that follow you. They're hardcore fans. They believe in what you're doing and connect with you. You're a great storyteller. They believe in what you do. What am I doing? You're telling stories. You're talking to people. You're interviewing people. Spreading the word. These guys are saying something very inspirational. What are you talking about? I've never said anything inspirational in my life. Like, I'm not looking at it to be inspirational. Right or what? You're inspirational because of your incredible physique, Matt Cox. I want to know the secret behind what is your workout routine? What are you eating?
I'm there, D-ball,
the basics, test, D-ball. You're just fucking insane. So what do you want? What's your protocol right now? Are you waking up at 5 a.m. every day and hitting the iron or what? No, I wake up about 3. This morning I woke up like 3:30. You're like Jocko. You're like the Jocko of true crime. So I wake up and I write for, a couple hours, 2-3 hours, and then Jess gets up 3 to 6. Usually probably from let's say 3 to 5 because around 5 Jess downstairs and makes coffee. And she'll make me a cup of coffee and then she'll sit there and we'll talk for a little bit. A little on and off. She plays on Facebook and kind of talk. Then she goes up and she gets her daughter up. And then by 6 o'clock, we walk out the door and we go to the gym. What do you write about? I'm like, did you start writing or do you like pick things? No, I'm working on I'm working on 3 different stories right now. So one of them is consolidating that one story, and I don't always do that. Like I sometimes I'll write like somebody will pay me to do like a press release, and I'll write a press release, or they'll ask me to write a story, like a ghostwrite a story. So I'll ghostwrite a story for somebody, and then they pay me, and then so it's not always, it's not. Or sometimes I'll wake up like I'd say 3 days out of the week, maybe 4 days out of the week. Probably 4 days out of the week I'm a writer. So maybe the other 2 or 3 days, like I might come downstairs and do something regarding painting or fill out bills or answer emails. Or sometimes I'll just grab my phone and start answering comments. I'll answer like 40 comments, 50 comments, and then, but usually, because here's the thing, I'm working with my buddy Pete, right, in prison, right, and he does research and he sends it to me, and then I pull it off the email, put it into a Word document, and then I consolidate it. He'll send me like 1,000 words, but really, honestly, I need like 150, 200. What is he researching? He's researching that same story I started at the same time as the pandemic, and then we just kind of stopped working on it, and then we started working on it. It's a Chinese story about the Chinese triad and in California, they started hitting. This is back in the early 90s. They started hitting computer chip manufacturing plants in the United States. Throughout the United States, like they did, like probably maybe 25 to 30 different warehouses, or manufacturing plants. They go in, they zip tie 15 employees at 2 o'clock in the morning. They load up 10,000 Intel processed chips into a couple of vans, and then they drive off, and then they go sell them for maybe $10 million worth of chips. They sell them for like $6 million. The Chinese would ship them back to computers and then ship them back to the United States. Like the whole Chinese startup of building their whole tech industry is built on stealing computer chips in the United States and shipping them back to China to then ship them back to sell them to the when was this? Back in the late 80s, early 90s. Listen, it was so bad that Bill Clinton ended up making a presidential, what do they call it? Not a presidential order, what do they call it? Can you pull up something on this? Right? So where he signed, they signed in the law. Because if it's national security, then they can just sign. It's a presidential, I want to say decree. And anyway, he signs it where he says, listen, it was so bad, he says, from now on, all computer chip manufacturers have to have bars. Because they were getting robbed left and right. And so then these guys turn around and they start in the trucks. And they wait for them to load up the trucks, and then they pick the trucks over. And anyway, it's a super cool story. The name of the guy was John Long. But I mean, whether there's something on it specifically or not, John Long. Who is John Long? John Long is the guy that was arranging all of these. This guy's got 2 life sentences, plus probably 150 years. He's in and you never get now. I talked to him on the phone a couple of times. Hardcore gangs, but I mean, they were making millions from that. We're talking about like a 25-year-old kid, 26-year-old.
He's getting directly paid by China.
Well, I mean, like he's getting paid through intermediaries. Like it's not like Xi Jinping was cutting a check or walking over, but yeah. So I wonder if you put computer chip, Chinese computer chip price went up. No, that's 2016. John Long, look, John Long computer chip heist. Well, listen, it was multiple different times that they got arrested. So, like, they didn't all get arrested at the same time.
Where's the tail? There's a Silicon Valley.
Mm-hmm.
Striking high-tech companies every 10 days or so, making off with computer chips or other components worth more than their weight in gold. With workers terrorized and losses in millions, the FBI and the San Jose police began an undercover operation 18 months ago. By today, in the wake of the biggest crackdown on thieves of computer components in the country, dozens of suspected high-tech brigands were under arrest, caught in a sweeping raid that involved more than 500 police and federal officers on Wednesday. The operation led to more than 120 arrests, mainly in Silicon Valley, about 45 of them on Wednesday, and the rest over recent months,
But do we still make computer chips in the U.S.?
We don't make them, right? They make them all in Taiwan now.
Yeah, but
those are the semiconductors. Those are not the same thing, right?
Well, I mean, the United States, I'm sure they make some of them, but something like 80% of all computer chips are made in Taiwan. And there are chips made in China, but they're low-level chips, like they might be chips that you put in the refrigerator. Right. Like these are not super sophisticated.
What are the ones that are made in Taiwan? Like, where the stuff that goes into the
car, they go into computers, like the or cell phones, and they'll ship them over to like China, and then the Chinese they'll put them into they're not super sophisticated. That's the problem with where they keep saying like if they invade Taiwan, they're not going to bomb the crap out of Taiwan because they want to invade it because they obviously want they want the factories and everything put in place. The problem is even if they get over there, they can't. If they kill too many people, they can't necessarily run the factories. So
they kill and bomb the factories. They show some sort of animation of like all these bases in China basically like sending missiles over the fucking water in like Taiwan, like super threat simulation.
That's the problem. Is like, so you've got to bomb the hell out of them, and you've taken over the island, but I mean, first of all, it's all fucked up. It's all fucked up, and then they did in Ukraine, right? Like Russia invaded Ukraine, and Putin kind of thought, they're gonna invite us in. That was great. And two, the Europeans and Americans, they won't do anything. They'll bitch and moan. They might put a couple sanctions, but they're not going to really do anything. And that's not what happened at all. So now China is watching that, and China was thinking to themselves, if that goes well, we'll invade Taiwan because we'll get the same treatment. But now they were like, okay, if we invade Taiwan, and these guys put an embargo on us and kind of quarantine us, 6 months we're starving to death. They can't feed themselves.
Right.
So that's a problem.
That's what that guy Zane says, right? Peter Zane, or whatever his name is. Talking about?
Yeah. Listen, he's smart, dude. Yeah. And yeah, he also talks about the gap in their workforce. There's a huge because of the one China policy. Some stuff went. The one child per family policy. So there's like for like 30 years or so, 30 to 30. It's about, I think it's almost 40 years, so like 35 to 6. China basically, they were concerned that they were growing too fast. They were afraid that like the new generation is going to feed them out of existence. Like we're not able to feed ourselves. we got everybody's having kids and stuff. So they said every family can have one child. So 2 kids have one. The bulk of the people that did have children ended up having 4. They dropped it. They're giving away girls. You could listen in the 80s and 90s, and 2000s. You could, if you wanted to adopt a girl, little Chinese girl, you could get one. So they were giving them up left and right, or they were aborting them, or they were like abandoning them. So what happens is the bulk of children are male in China, right? So it's like two men for every 1 woman, or 3 men for every 1 man. So that's the problem. And the second problem is that in order to pay for the retirees, you have to be able to replenish your workforce. So they have a huge gap in their workforce. So you don't have enough people to fill the job, and you don't have enough. So that means that because the economy is going to, and then those people that are paying in, there's not enough money to pay for the retirement of the older generation. So there's like this huge gap. So now, if I'm married, I have to take care of my parents, your parents, and probably some other parents. How do you do this? It's a lot to come up with. And these jobs aren't being filled, so there's not enough people to fill the jobs. So the economy's going to, like, here, Zohan, whatever his name, he's saying, like, listen, 10 years from now, they're going to be devastated. They're already seeing the effects. 10 years, they'll be devastated. 30 years from now, that whole country's fucking. And they all know that. It's the same for Russia. The United States, we have a slight dip, but not a huge one. Keep in mind, too, like in World War II and stuff, like, we didn't use it when people said, and you're saying we came back, our economy boomed. Other economies didn't boom for decades. So if you're broke, you don't have kids. We came back and it was baby boomers. Like, people started getting jobs, the economy boomed, their heads around the world. That's what happened. It's massive. And it's just the problem is that as that workforce isn't there, if you said, okay, well, here's what we're going to do, we're going to start promoting, like in Japan, they promote you to have children. That's great. Those kids will be ready to work in 25. What do you do? You need them so they're only going to get worse. There's a thing too, like the media all of a sudden like turn this whole, they turn the whole narrative like China. Everyone's talking about China. It's just spy. They're trying to, like, the media narrative, everyone's left and right, like they both united against China. Everyone's united against China. Did you see that video where they have like 40 or 50 news all the fans saying, it was literally like they must have emailed all of them at the same time, and all of them, they don't even rewrite it, they're reading it verbatim, what they are telling them to say. It was so fair. It's like, oh, no, you're not basically pushing on the federal government. Michael, I'm going to text this to you. But yeah, anyway, so we're united against China right now. So like the U.S., both the left and right are both in line with going after China, or like trying to keep China as the bad guy. And that's, some people speculate that's because they know that we're going to have to get involved in Taiwan. Yeah, definitely. We don't want China to be like China's, they're very outspoken about basically that they want to be the world power. So the United States is right now. They want to replace the United States. They want to replace the dollar. They want to replace the United States as being the. Here's the thing: everyone paints all these scary narratives, like they have all these way more technologically advanced than us. They can control our power grid. They can control all this stuff, but they're not. They're not doing anything. I think we are leaps and bounds ahead of China when it comes to stuff. We're leaps and bounds ahead of anybody else in the world. But literally, like, $1 trillion, just $1 trillion left on military industrial contracts. Like that's the next 9 countries in line. That's more than all of them combined. Right? It's insane. Yeah. And if you look at stuff like the fucking blue sky research and these scientists are doing, like these companies like DARPA and like the stuff that they're fucking researching, and look at those drones that are off the fucking coast, bro. what there's gotta be, there's no, I can't fathom that the people that are like, the people who are running like the military and industrial complex and people that are in these organizations, private military contractors, the stuff that they're doing, testing, researching, is gotta be just more than 2 decades of time. Right, but I mean, to sit there and say, oh, well, what do we do our own independent investigation, we look into things, we don't get our marching orders from the federal government. Like that was like the U.S. government sent out a massive, and then the Twitter files, where they're like, oh yeah, listen, we need this taken out, we need this done, we need to suppress this, we need to, and then they lie like the whole war, and then they're like, oh, it's like, hey, we're going to raid Trump's office, and we're going to get him, and we're in jail because he's holding these papers, these secret papers, and now the Biden got a bunch of them. It's also so weird that, just like government aligned, they're all aligned, left and right. When it comes to war, they're lockstep. They're in full agreement on war. Like, let's spend all this money on war. Let's do it. We're gonna fucking go invade Ukraine, and then we're gonna go fight Russia, and then we're gonna go help Taiwan. And if you don't support Taiwan, who are you? You're a racist. You're a sexist. You're a homophobe. Well, okay, so one, there's a whole slew of Republicans that don't want to give Ukraine any money. They're like, we don't need to be involved in it. There are a huge slew of Republicans. But here's the problem. I mean, I don't know the name, but I've seen tapes where they're like, we're giving so much money to them, and it's ridiculous. And we have people, homeless people here, and it's mostly Republicans. But your problem, I feel like they're, and I wish, like, I'm extremely conservative, but to me, it's like, stop it, bro. You guys know damn well you can't let people start invading. And I think they're only doing that because Biden's behind it. Like, if Trump was in the office, you guys would be behind him. You know what I'm saying? There's some people, they just want to get votes. Right. And I'll bet you the moment if Trump got back in office, I'll bet all of you guys would step in line and say, yeah, let's send them tanks. What you were saying, and then of course the Democrats that are now saying let's send them this, let's send them that, would be like, no, we need to back off. Some of them so stupid. Well, also the U.S. isn't helping negotiate a peace deal between them. They're actually proactively not trying to negotiate a peace deal because they want to spend more money, and then when eventually when the contracts to rebuild Ukraine come in, those are going to be U.S. contracts. Right. Well, they can't. Imagine trying to negotiate a peace deal between Ukraine and Russia. But that would be terrible. First of all, Putin isn't going to pull back, and they're saying we're not going to accept anything unless you pull back. Like, you guys have to pull all your troops back. We get our entire country back, and we can negotiate a peace. And so they're at odds. Neither one of them wants that. But the problem is, once again, that you've got a problem because Ukraine has so many fewer people. Even though Ukraine is killing, like, it's for every one Ukrainian that dies, like, it's like 3 Russians die. And you think, man, they're kicking ass. They are kicking ass. But if you have, let's say, 2 million troops, and Russia has, well, let's say you have 200,000 troops, and Russia has 3 million troops. Like, yeah, you're kicking ass. You guys are kicking out a lot of their guys, but it's only 600,000. You're only going to be able to take out 600,000. They're gone, and they still have 4 million. And Putin doesn't care about throwing wave after wave of these guys, because he can't lose. Because if he loses, like, you don't typically retire to your dacha in the mountains and do well. Like, the new guy comes in and says, offers it, and he's been robbing the country for the last 20 years. Go arrest this guy. And so now he ends up in prison, or he ends up dead. Like, he knows, like, he's only got one choice. I've got to stay in power as long as possible. And that's a scary situation. Yeah. And probably the richest man world. And you know, they're probably very close to it. Yeah, because these guys don't really tell their wealth. So, and he's been robbing the coffers for 20 years, 30. Is it? Has he been about 30 years? He's been like 25 years. 25 years. Yeah, at least like, yeah, he's 20 or 25 years, right? It was early 90s. Yeah, well, the wall came down in 90, or 89 or 90. Yeah, it was 89, and then in 90, and then 91, all the countries basically broke apart. But here's the thing about that area. The control of different parts of that area of the world has always been interchanging, like throughout our history, right? And just because Russia, they only really wanted like their Donbass region. They didn't really, I don't think they wanted Ukraine. Well, what they want, actually, he wants all of those Eastern Soviet, the former Soviet bloc countries. I think he wants them also. The reason he wants them back, this is what kills me, is he wants them as a buffer zone. Because there's so much flat land between like Moscow and Eastern Europe that you can basically just drive straight there. You know, like you can just drive straight there. Like there's no mountain regions or anything. But my problem with that is that like I want to invade your country so it's a buffer zone between us. Like that's ridiculous. That's just what you're doing. You didn't invade my country because I'm a buffer zone. Like that's your argument? Well, NATO's too close to us. Yes, but NATO's not invading. Well, we feel threatened. I'm sorry about that. But maybe you feel threatened because you're invading other countries. It doesn't make sense. And, you know, all these countries are ridiculous. Same thing with, you know, Xi Jinping. Like, what we do have it surrounded. We literally have them completely surrounded. We have launch pads in every single one of those countries. I agree, but do you see the United States invading Russia? Why would, I'm saying, if he just, are they creating a reason right now to invade Russia? The Russians invaded another country. Like, if they invaded that country, if they took Ukraine, do you think that Russia? If Russia took Ukraine, do you think that you think he would stop there? Or do you think in 2 years he'd take something else? He'd probably take something else. Yeah, I think he'd just keep going, because that's what they always do. Like, and Russians really only respect Trump. Like, I mean, that's just bottom line. They only respect Trump. Americans, you know, I just don't think they really respect him. They don't need stomach for war. That's what the Japanese did. Don't. But that's, well, sometimes, like, look at the Japanese. The Japanese in World War II, here's the problem. They were arguing over oil. So they were oil with the United States. And the United States had embargoed it. Japanese came and they were arguing. They realized they weren't getting in because they had invaded China. So they thought, here's what we're going to do. We're going to, if we can take out the Pacific Fleet from the United States, so we're going to go into Hawaii, we're going to Pearl Harbor, take out their entire fleet if we can. They're going to have such a disastrous defeat in Pearl Harbor. That's not what happened at all. Right, that's like Osama bin Laden thinking, if I can crash the towers, then the United States will pull back. They'll say, hey, we don't have the stomach to pull back, but that's not what happened. Like the United States, we get nuts, and then we overreact. Like now we're invading everybody. Yeah. So I think don't you think it's crazy though that like the politicians and the government spend trillions of dollars to protect the freedom of other countries, but you can't pay elementary school teachers more than $20,000 a year. You've got veterans that are sleeping on the street. You know, like it's you know, you're not funding the VA. You don't get to vote on what the tax dollars are spent on. Like you don't get to vote. Like okay, every single American, you're going to pay $1,000 to fund this war. You don't get to choose any of that shit. They fucking do it. Yeah. I mean, you know, I think, you know, the problem is, I think, that if the American public had the ability to help dictate what money was spent on, one, it would be spent probably a lot better, but two, they wouldn't have half the stuff we have, because, well, I think, like our infrastructure, yeah, like roads, like there's tons, you know, roads, road airports are dog shit compared into other countries. I think Trump said that. I understand that. Well, so did Obama. Obama was like, it's that. What I'm saying is that you have to say, okay, there are certain projects that you have to be funded, right? Like we're going to spend whatever, $500 million to look into building this stuff. And they look into it, they do all this research, and they build it, and it doesn't work out, and they cancel the policy, like they cancel the project. And the subs cut up and sold for profits, and people would be going nuts. The truth is, those are building blocks, like dumping a bunch of money into NASA. Like, spending all this money in NASA, why? So that we can go to the moon, which didn't do really any good, other than to say, hey, look, we're better than the Soviets at this. So people would say, we could spend like $3 trillion over the course of 5 years. Like, that's insane. That was back in the 70s. Like, that's insane. But I kind of feel like those are important programs because, we got a bunch of stuff out of it. It helped advance a lot. It helped advance plastics, rubbers. It helped advance, we got opticals, we got stuff for cameras, for, what do you call it, contact lenses, you got a computer chip. Like it forced them to come up with all of these inventions that they never would have done. Did we lose a bunch of money? Yeah, but the government really shouldn't be in the business of making money. Sometimes they have to spend money on stupid shit, unfortunately. And I think that the public wouldn't understand that. That's my take up. And keep in mind too, the public knew how much money was spent on the military. They'd be like, no, this is ridiculous. We'll just hunker down. But what happens when they start invading? Then it's like, where's our military? Well, you didn't want to spend any money on the military, remember? You guys wanted free health care. Well, we wanted to buy these new jets. We're spending $1 trillion a year on the military. So let's just take $1 billion and spend it on something in the country. Like, let us get a little bit. Well, I'm not asking for a lot. Hey, listen, I'm dying for free health care. Like, I hear you. But, I also like the idea that I'm not really concerned about the Chinese invasion. What do you think about it? China and Russia are teaming up right now. What do you think? I don't really think they are teaming up because it's working for China's benefit to they're buying cheap fuel. And I also don't really think that China is planning on invading Taiwan anytime soon. Like they don't have, to get across that strait, right, that the waterway between the two. Bustamante said he thinks that they're going to invade before the presidential election. No, I can't believe that. First of all, being special, that guy's a genius. I hear you. I mean, I know that's just stupid to go up against Bustamante. But I'm saying that I've been watching a bunch of videos, and so that makes me interested. He's probably a college so he's actually right. I know. I'm the one that told you've got to interview this guy. Who is he? I don't know. 2 weeks later, bro, did you call him? What? Who is this again? What does he want? I don't know. It took me to call Bustamante for 6 months before I called him. Now look at that guy. Then he calls him. Bustamante blows up. He won't return a fucking text from me. He loves it. You said you'd come on my program. It's like he's working on something big right now. He's about to be worldwide. Somebody stepping on the backs of little people climbing the ladder. I get it. Oh, how dare you? Probably won't talk to you. He's not probably going to talk to you in 6 months. He'll be like, God, that's but I think to move that many troops, I was gonna say who's specialty craft to move that many people to get them on the beaches of Taiwan. They don't have. They don't have enough of them. You've seen their new ships? They don't have enough. Listen, as of 2 weeks ago, I watched a couple of videos where they were like, listen, they don't have them. They can build them fairly quickly, but they just don't have enough to move that many people. And they're going to lose a ton of people going across that strait. They're going to, it'll be a bloodbath. And here's the thing. Here's what I heard too, and I heard this from the Russia helps them. Russia can't drive to Kiev. They can't drive there. They ran out of fuel. They logistically they're not capable of even making a drive 150 miles outside their borders. They're damn sure they go all the way to China and be able to help them. What are they going to help them with? They don't have landing crafts. They got bombs. I mean, they got some bombs. Do they still like get all these things on them? They got some planes. Like, look, like we have, let's say, whatever, let's say 550 or however many, F-22 Raptors, right? And we have like F-35s, and so we've got whatever, let's say, roughly 500-600. Like they have like their version of that. I forget the name of it. It's really cool. They've got like 80 or 100. Like that's it. That's, remember they kept saying, why aren't they using these in Ukraine? Their fear is they're going to get them shot down. It was not as effective as everybody said. And nothing about the Russians worked out. All of these things with the United States, and everybody was saying how amazing the Russians were and how advanced their military was. Like, what happened? They got more nukes. Thank God I didn't use a fucking nuke yet. That's what they even take off. Like, who knows? I'm serious. Their trucks are breaking down. Their tires, they don't rotate their tires on their trucks. Half the fucking tires are falling off. They couldn't even drive their trucks. Like, they're not taking care of anything. Right now, they're doing it. You really think that their new probably don't work. I think they're supposed to 36 years old, 50 years old. It's just 30, 40, 50 year old technology has been sitting at silo. You think that you think they're doing tests? That's what I'm saying. Because they don't even take their trucks and rotate the tires. Like, you're giving money to generals that are underpaid that are using to spend it on other things. Putin thinks, oh, all of our guys have night goggles and body armor. Like, I understand. No, they have to. We gave them money for that. Yeah, they bought some of them. Some of the specials might have them. But the bulk of these guys are using like walkie-talkies from like Radio Shack. I mean, you've seen it. Like, why they should have rushed Ukraine. They should have rushed them. They didn't. What happened? Your forces 10 times as big. The country borders your country. You should have driven straight into the capital and crushed them, and you didn't. Like, that's not a fire. Like, that's not. How do they? And as far as missiles, like, China doesn't need Russian missiles. China has a whole big. They have a whole second just dedicated to missiles. Like, we have like the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. They've got another one which is just a missile division. It's that's like, because they're going to probably bomb the shit out of Taiwan if they can't take it. Really, I mean, obviously they can bomb just the beaches and strategic. I start seeing because I just think that there will be a huge embargo on everything Chinese, and the Chinese will be, they're naturally starting up in 6 months. The U.S. is already doing war game simulations, right? Where like all the people in the military and the government, they like play this game where they all play characters in this like fictional war scenario between Taiwan and China, where China's invading Taiwan, and they're basically like creating this science fiction scenario on like, what do we do? Like, you people play China, and you people play Taiwan, and we're going to play the US. Okay. Do what you do to invade. And we're going to try to see if we can figure out the right move and see what happens. And they're doing these crazy simulations. And almost, and that was a think tank in Washington, D.C. And this was like 3 months ago. They did a bunch of simulations, and they said, like, if Taiwan can survive for 3 days on their own, which is long enough for us to move like battleships and get there to help them if we come their age, then they can with like an 80% chance that they can stay off invasion. But that's if the United States does. The United States doesn't help, then ultimately they fall within, I think they said 3 months. I think they said they can't last more than 60 or 90 days. And with the United States help, it was like an 80% chance, but they had to be able to hold their own for like 3 days, which is for us, and you gotta load up the chips, you gotta get there. So you've seen there's a graphic where it showed all the military bases the U.S. owns around the world, and compared to China, even with the fucking what's the thing they have, the road, what's it called? The Belt and Road, yeah. So China's Belt and Road initiative, where they have like all these airports
person and factories and all these things are all around the world. But if you look up the U.S.'s base, it's like 10 times that everywhere. It's insane. But I mean, that's also part of that $1 trillion that we're putting up in your tax money. And the other thing, is, you guys think like how far does that $1 trillion go compared to the CCP? And like they're not paying $10 for a light bulb. They're paying a few cents for a light bulb. Like our money doesn't go as far as theirs. So they are spending a lot of money. Still have a ton of people. I saw something recently where the U.S. Army had trouble recruiting Marines. They made a video. I saw this on YouTube, but it was. I think it's actually a Fox News posted on YouTube where the U.S. Army posted a video of like a guy dressed as a woman, like doing some sort of song and dance, like for the U.S. Army, trying to recruit people, like young people, to join, like trans people to join the army. I was like, look, those aren't the people you want to recruit. Those U.S. Army, that should have like Matt Cox like shooting up some tests at the gym, jacking some steel. Those are guys that that's like the Bud Light campaign. Let's alienate everybody that's drinks our beer. That's what we thinking, like. And then her explanation, the head of marketing, frat boy, immature humor, like, these are people to buy your beer. Like, what are you doing? Did you see that video of her? No. Oh my God. She's the head of marketing, she's a female, and she I saw a picture. She came up with the campaign, and then she was explaining, she was doubling down on when it started going bad, saying, well, we need to be more inclusive. The brand is in decline. You need to be more inclusive. So there's inclusive, and then there's alienating. And what you did was you included less than 1% of society, and you excluded 100% of the people that currently buy you. Right. Like, and you insult them, and then you go on and insult them. They're like fraternity boys, immature, bratty. It's like, your customer. Yeah, that's your customer. Like, don't insult your customer. I'm not a marketing genius, but I'm pretty sure that you don't. That's a bad move. People that are buying your brand. I think you want more. I get it. I love what Kirill said about it. What he said in that comment? He's like, beer fucking sucks. It's like drinking bread. They're seeing it like Costco. Like a case of beer for like $1.25 or $1. Like, it's insane. I hate beer. They're desperately trying to get rid of that beer now. Like, it's piled out at Costco. Like, there's like empty, like only the beers are empty, like Coors and all these other ones, like the shelves are empty with that, and there's all the Bud Light brands go there. I also heard Costco's got their own brand of golf balls now. Multiple folded. Yeah, and they're selling for like super cheap. They've been doing it. Have they? So they ripped off the Pro Boy X and they had to change the ball because it was basically the same exact material. So Tyler is like a quarter of the price. Lexi put a time saying that he was like trying to get up there, he wanted to do better. Lexi get him and she went up there with some balls. I'm like, shit, but that's cheap. I'm like, hell yeah, I need like 3 boxes of them. And they were sold out. The guy was like, yeah, they come in and are off shelf the same day. And apparently, Costco's trying to come up with like a bunch of golf shit. They're going to start making clubs and shit. Sell clubs already. Oh, really? Costco brand? No, I forget what brand they sell. I'm going to get a Costco such club. Or maybe it's not Costco. Maybe it's Costco. Anyway, they do. They just like beer. Yeah, this is $1. You said how much? It was like $1.75 or $1.25. Like, it was super. I just remember straight up. I just remember thinking, my God. Like, and the guy was like, they're practically giving it away because they were just stacked up. Like, isn't it so weird that aren't we the only country that like has all this info about like people trying to be different genders or like trying to trans, like because when you even talk to people in Europe, like people in France or Germany or like some of these like
left-leaning sort of like semi-socialist countries, right? They're not super conservative, right? They're kind of liberal, and a lot of young people, they just look at it and they laugh. Like, it's so weird what's going on in the U.S. When you hear people's perspectives who aren't in the U.S., especially, it's like they're like, it's not going on in any other country. I mean, definitely not places like Russia, obviously, because they're like the war-torn country. It's been, crazy. Yeah, well, they have real things. Exactly. It's like it's funny how if there's a war right now, like a major war, like a serious war, not like we're sending off our current existing troops to go fight some war. That doesn't mean that the continental United States actually invade. Like if suddenly, yeah, exactly, like all that shit is happening, all of it. My fear is that the youth, these are the people that would have to fight that war. My God, could you imagine if 19, 20, 22-year-old kids had to help fight a war right now? The kids that are being raised, like it's real. Isn't it like they need driver's license? Isn't it the same thing as what happens to late stage empires? Like what happened in Rome, like they start late. Exactly. Like shit starts happening, like they start looking for more things to battle against, or like start looking when there's no real external threats. They start like eating themselves from the inside and looking for more problems. I mean, I that's kind of what I feel like real problems in your life. So you're manufacturing these issues that I have to call you PC, or I have to, or that you want me to acknowledge that you're whatever binary or whatever the hell that is. And it's like these are what you're arguing over, like, and it's like it ties into media and politics. People, they love it. They politicize it for votes. People like AOC, they just fucking amplify it just to get more people to follow them and vote for them. And whatever happened? She's still out there chirping the Republicans. She's off all her committees. She's like, is she? I think did you mention that when they started polling her? She was just off a bunch of committees. She was just some guy that happened in some guy in New York. I guess got killed. There was like some homeless guy on a train in New York, and he was like threatening a bunch of people, and then some like Marine, I guess, put him in a chokehold and killed him by accident. And I guess he didn't get charged with murder. It was a homicide, but I guess like there was other people trying to restrain this guy. He was going crazy. Right. The guy put him in a chokehold, and the guy selected his guy. And there's people rioting. There's people in the streets protesting about this, like saying that that Marine should have gotten put in prison for murder. And AOC is like out there tweeting like, "Oh, this guy's a fucking murderer." Like, they never did anything about the transgender that ended up going in and killing all those kids. A month ago. Oh, yeah. You don't hear anything about that. Yeah, that was everywhere when it happened, wasn't it? We forgot about it already. Yeah, they already. Yes. If that had just been a regular white kid, we'd be hearing about it right now. We'd still be hearing it. We couldn't hear anything else about it. Bro, that was terrifying. We watched the video of that. Cops video footage. Going out. They're walking through the classrooms with these little baby chairs. These little kids sit on, and they're like running through, like, oh my God, mental patients that are out there. When do we become a type 2 or a type 1? We're a type 0 right now. When do we become a type 1? Yeah, type 1 civilizations have not interviewing all these smart people. I haven't interviewed smart people. Type 1 civilization is when we become a global species, or we can start thinking of ourselves as Earthlings, not just American, Russians, Chinese, and we stop becoming these territorial apes, bombing and trying to invade and take more territory. I think we got to do another planet. Create a colony on another planet. Yeah, that would probably help. No, because it would still be us, though. Well, yeah, but then it's a whole planet of us. Yeah, but then you're saying you've got to. So what are you saying? Because I'm saying like progress. Like we progress. You're saying this Earth. Be a type 1. Yeah, when will this Earth become type 1? Because the only way. Would you put out a one-world government? A type 1 yes, you would. A type 1 civilization is able to access all the energy available on its planet and store it for consumption. A type 2 civilization can directly consume the energy of a star, like the sun. Finally, a type 3 civilization will capture all the energy and magnify it. Well, we don't have to worry about that yet. That's way deeper than that. Yeah. Oh, like, I was really even talking about people. No, so type 1, right. Type 1 is like, we're already sort of on our way to type 1, right? Like, we have, like, we're becoming more global in the sense like we have the internet, right? We're all connected to the World Wide Web. So that's like not all of us. Slow step. Some countries aren't. Some countries aren't. So that's great to energy. Yeah. Yeah, they were talking about like so like a big resource. So when you start becoming like type 2 civilization, then you like travel throughout the universe. Like right, obviously then you get off the planet and you can move interstellar, like between stars, between what we went haven't you had some scientists? Like, is this a question? I'm really honestly not even really versed enough to talk about half the stuff we've already talked about. You can't take anything you've said so far from the truth. I'm interested because you have an outside perspective. I'm wondering, I think I've been thinking about like the type 0. Right now we're type 0. We're fucking monkeys with bombs. That's basically all we are. Just trying to make money. Like everyone who has just any sort of power or money, all they do is just try to get more. And they try to take it from other people. It's the basics of what you get, right? You fucking found a way to exploit a system and you fucking kept gaming it until eventually got caught. That's like what we're doing. We're not looking out for our own species. We're not trying to better ourselves as a species. Like Elon is. Do you? I mean, yeah, he's dumping a ton of money. Like to him, he's dumping a ton of money into a venture that honestly, is he ever really going to go to Mars? For what reason? To build a colony? Why? Because I think we should be interested in money. What he's getting from all the money he's getting paid out of government to do all this stuff, right? Yeah, some of it. He's not just using his own money. A lot of it is using his own money. It's funny too because not for SpaceX though. He's got a lot of people. Like, you watch a documentary about him on Netflix. Yeah, he has a lot of he's getting recouped money, right? Yeah, for doing like bringing up satellites and things like that. But if he made back all of his money, and who knows if he would or not? Look at what's his name, Bezos. Bezos is not even getting any of the contracts. Like he goes up against Elon, loses, but he keeps dumping money into it because of course he's one of the richest men in the world, so he can. But to me, it's like if I had that kind of money where I'm not going to run out of it, I'd probably do something absolutely ridiculous like that. Like I'm not going to run out of money. I pretty much got everything. I mean, Elon's got so much money that he doesn't even care anymore. Like he's sleeping on people's couches and sleeping in like yeah, exactly. Like, hey, let's drop one of these little rooms that I'm building here. These little cubicles. What are those things that you know what I'm talking about? They're bringing in on a They're like, what are they called? They're called tiny houses. So yeah, they're kind of like tiny. They are tiny houses. Yeah. So he's got one of those so he can sleep there. Like he doesn't really. Look at the house he didn't sleep there. Like prefabricated home. Right. Like you've seen him. Like he's a mess. They're built in factories and it's dropped there. And then you got Jeff Bezos, who has got like 5 yachts. Yeah, he's about him getting all buffed, he's all jacked now. He's on test, ball. He's running around with like 21-year-olds on his yacht. Loves his stuff. You know what's so funny? It's so funny his transition from fucking nerd to like billionaire playboy. Did you ever see the interviews when he first started? And total geeks, right? Same with you all. Yeah. He was bald, now he's got a full fucking head of hair. Yeah, I heard he did a deal with some Turkish hair loss company. No, I didn't do it. It picks me up, bro. My corners are getting nice. They have them in they have a clinic in Mexico, so you don't even have to go to Turkey. Really? Yeah, but I like really good stuff. It's not FDA regulated. It's the same surgery every week. Oh, it's the same shit?
Yeah.
No, because it's cheaper. Like the guy, why would he go to Mexico for everything? Like, why would he come here and compete with American doctors who's doing the same thing? He goes to Mexico. I want the guy who did your hair. I want that guy. Just to fill in the corners, like maybe a quarter inch. Like that. I want one more surgery. Really? Oh, we had a talk and everything. But the problem is, in the end, I'm going to start a GoFundMe. In the end, I'm going to have to come up with, you got to come up with a $2 grand. I have to explain to my probation officer, I'm going to get a hair graft. He's going to be like, well, couldn't you maybe pay that towards your restitution? How can you scam your insurance company for your hair? I mean, health insurance companies are the biggest fucking scam artists in the world. You got to get them back. I don't have health. I don't? No. I know. What if something happened? Yeah. So I got health insurance. I got health insurance. You pieced you back together like an old car. They rebuilt you like, and every time I hear about all this stuff that was titanium, it's like the scarecrow. You look fine, like you walk fine. Like I wouldn't think you were like, in all the accidents and your back and oh my god, he's fucked up. You should be the surgery made it better, man. She's fine. You don't like sit and walk weird or hunch. I got a weird walk. Do you? Yeah. My back's fucked up. You seem fine, but my equilibrium's like fucked up. Did we talk about last time you were here? We talked about your heart rate. Yeah, I think we did. What's wrong with your equilibrium? It's all fucked up. Really? I get like that. You ever get that ringing sound in your ears? If I drink like 3 cups of coffee, I get it. I have it all the time. So I get it. Really? I get it where I just go. You know what? Oh, that loud? Yeah. Oh, shit. I have like mild tinnitus, but it's only for like 10 seconds. So phase in and phase out. I got my blood work done. You might have it. I might be getting directed there. By the CIA. Bro, I had a guy here. I shouldn't say this. Talking to me. Oh god! Listen, I got my blood work. Oh yeah, let me tell you, what's your test levels? They were everything was like they give you a range, like between, whatever is between should be between 200 and 250, right? Or whatever. For what? That's what I'm down. This should be between 1,200 and 1,500, and mine would be like 15, 12. This should be between 300 and 375, and mine's like 300. You're like that seven. I'm almost always right in the middle, and then you got test options. And it was the range is over. It's 200 to like 50 or something. 250, no, 250 to 1,100. Okay. And sometimes like 15, 60. I was like, you're pinned. Wow. And I called Ryan. He's like, it's fine. He's like, that's good. That's good. You feel good? I feel great. Rock hard, baby. How's your libido? Yeah, it's but I'm hungry all the time. What's your dose? What's your dose? I don't even know. It's just you don't know how many milligrams you're taking? No. How often do you take it? How often do you shoot? Twice a week. Twice a week. But listen, I mean, I'm oh god, I want to get back on it. Like I'm like I can do like 30 dips. I do like 4 or 5 sets of 30 dips. I do 4 or 5 sets of 30. I've never been able to do pull-ups. Like I do pull-ups behind my head. I can do like this. Yeah. Oh, easy. Wow. So I don't mean like one. I mean we're talking about look at them. How many can you do, Shane? One pull-up. One pull-up below fucking shoulder out. I mean, I could do other shit. I just can't do shoulder shit. But listen, I never do. Like I've never been able to do like a pull up like by myself. I didn't have over surgery that easy anything so. I gotta go fix. But you shove it up. I don't have illegal. That's the date. No, it might not be federally FDA approved. It might not be FDA. In fact, I feel like that's a lot. Rogan gets them all the time, so it's gotta be alright. Yeah, but I think Colombia. They go over there.
The guy in this podcast said they were right over the border in California right down there.
Oh,
Tijuana.
Oh, yeah. That's my team.
They're right to Tijuana. They fucking put you up in a 5-star hotel, juice you up.
They got saunas. They got hyperbaric oxygen chambers. They got a spa there.
And then you just drive right back over the border.
Oh yeah, full treatment. It's like $8,000 per week. They give you multiple sessions. If you're going down on Monday,
They started GoFundMe for that.
you already got people from. Just ask the boss man.
That's why they have names like Mr. Pink Pollution and Oral B. It's meant to be a piss take, right?
Feel like I'm
Sweet. Are you just on the test or what else?
No, I also took
There isn't that much to
an estrogen block.
But Joe and Tony thought that they were serious. They didn't quite get
Only because, like,
So you did your blood work and your estrogen was too high?
serious rappers. Like, they
no,
don't
no,
actually
it's just
think
because
it's
when I started taking the test, like, one of my,
Oh, your gyno.
yeah, in your keep in mind, too, like, they're gone. Like, the glands are gone.
You got them removed?
Yeah, I had 2 surgeries. One, they cut them in half and started going back.
When?
Oh, this is when I was younger. Oh, that's when that
Oh, yeah, because you were taking that shit when you were young.
So then they removed them. So then they just removed them, but still something must still be in there because I started getting a little bit of pain in one of my breasts, right, I hate to say breast, but it just started kind of hurting a little bit. It hurts. So I talked to Ryan and we ended up getting, he said, look, just take like this as you need it, like take like half a tablet every time, like half a tablet per call. And other than that, I feel great. Other than the fact that I'm hungry all the time.
But you look phenomenal. You don't look fat.
The only reason I feel fat
You feel like a fucking bulldog. It's a little bulldog, dude.
even the only reason I feel fat because I weigh like 180. And I'm like, you weigh 180? Yeah.
You weigh the same.
Yeah, I weigh like a little over 180. Like I was typically like I want to be like 170. I feel like I need to be like 10. How long should I wait till I go back? Until I go on? I don't know why you got off it. Like, what was the reason?
He never does anything more than like fucking week.
I did it for a month and I felt
Just like the best way I can describe it is I felt overstimulated.
well, then take a lower dose.
I did. I dosed down, and then I started doing the injections every other. Just like I split it into 3, right? Split it 3 times a week, and I still felt like I felt a little bit less overstimulated. But then look, I did my blood work pre doing testosterone.
Were you working out?
Yeah, I was working out. So I did my blood work pre-testosterone, and my level was like 730. So I got in the middle of the month when I was doing testosterone, I did my blood work, and it was like 640. I stopped right at the end of November. I know, stopped the end of November to test, and then I got my blood work done again end of January. I'm back up to 750.
Did you never?
Where you go?
How did you ever get out the
Same place everybody goes, bro.
How did you
West.
You go into that lady with those fake machines?
No,
What's her?
literally the blood work I got the shortest typing them up. I got literally like the most comprehensive panel that money can buy. The lady had the needle in my arm, and she would fill up those vials. She had like a fucking grocery bag full of those. They were falling on the ground everywhere. I'm like helping her pick them up. She had like 30 of them. It was insane. They tested everything. Like literally everything possibly happened. And I don't know. For some reason it was lower.
I wish I had money. I'm like, what's the cheapest one I need to test on? I just get the no, sorry, it's the whole panel. Okay, well, that's all I need.
Yeah.
Listen,
I might have had like there's different esters, like there's cypionate, enanthate. There's like 3 different esters you can take. One that the cypionate lasts the longest. That's what I'm saying. Enanthate has a shorter half-life. So I don't know. I want to try it again, but I want to figure out. I'm like at 750 right now, so I don't want to like. There's really no need.
I mean, that's where you're basically supposed to be.
Yeah.
Right?
Like that's when I was like. When I first did it, like the first injection I did, the first injection I did, I was like, she's like, what? Oh, you're like, enough already. Turn down, she was all like, hey, fucking horned up bulldogs walking out with one of those 5-gallon paint sticks,
And that's something like eggs in the kitchen.
That's
hilarious. But yeah, no, that's why I got off. But I want to try it again. I'm like, I really want to try it again. You know what's funny? I wonder what would happen to Kodiak. You know, he's super hyper sensitive to any type of drug. Like you look at him, I am too. You look at him, you think he's taking he takes drugs. Like, he doesn't listen. He doesn't drink. He doesn't take drugs. He can't drink coffee. He can't take aspirin. Like two fucking 25 kilogram gummies the first time he came in. He's listen.
No, weed's different.
Now weed's different.
Yeah.
He's big on
He
weed.
does a lot.
He has no problem with weed, but he has a major problem with any kind of medication, like anything. I'm like that. So yeah, he couldn't. It's called a hyper response. It's horrible. Like it's horrible because he can't take anything for anything. Like it's good if you're looking at pills because he's taking. I guess so, but if you need medication, he said if you're addicted to the pills is good for you save money because you can take them. It's like, but I mean, what if you need medication? You can't take it. You just take a smaller dose. Like, he takes like he'll take little, like he'll have like a full stack or something. And it's ibuprofen. And it's all like feels sick and yeah, like ibuprofen. And he's like, I'm like, how much did you take? He's like, I broke a pill. I'm like, what do you just? Right. I barely took any of it. Like, well, that's not going to do anything.
Look, I got to look on top of 1,000.
Oh, 1,000 milligrams. Pretty my age. I wake up. That's just part of me. I woke up and take fucking 300 milligrams. This guy got COVID. He's fucking chewing up Vicodin, bro. That'll help, right? She's gonna have 2 days out straight. That's the secret. Fuck ivermectin, bro. It's Vicodin, man.
My grandma came over, brought over 800 milligram ibuprofen, sulfitidin, fucking
COVID.
some syrup. I'm laying on the couch. She brings over a Ziploc bag of syrup.
Shane, take this.
Straight 2 days later, sweated out.
I had COVID. I've had it twice.
Really?
Had it 3 times. Damn. I got it when I went to podcast. We both got it. Jeff and I both got it. Really? Podcast got big in the end. Yeah. So what happened? I did a speech. So I had to give a talk. Basically, it was something like 60,000 subscribers, like 2 years or something. I forget what the name of the speech was. Like, and I basically got up and just said, look, you know, you have to. I just gave 5 tips, right? And here's what happened. So there's a room. And I remember thinking, like, these guys are going on this app and they're trying to get people to go to their little show, right? I never did that. I go to the show, I go to the thing, it's okay. It was 5 days, get on because of it. So you see everything the first day, and maybe when you look around after that. So then they have these rooms that are broken up. It's very sophisticated. It's a super cool kind of thing for people. So then they have breakout rooms where you go and you talk to them. They have big ones with 500 people there. Sometimes they're small and like 150 people. So I'm thinking nobody's going to be at my thing. I never tried to promote it. I never tried to do anything. I just told the guy that runs the place, Chris, I told him I'll do it. I said, okay. So I go to do it. Chris, whatever. So I go, and I'm also with on a panel. So I go, and I get there, and I'm like, I get the room's packed. And somebody goes, and they do a talk, and that's great. They do their talk. Most people come to me. This place is packed. This guy does a talk, and he sits down, and then this other chick gets up, and she does a talk. And listen, like, halfway through the talk, I remember looking over at Jeff like, this is the worst chick to follow up. This chick's been doing this for 5 years. She's follow up. I mean, I was like, wow. And Jeff was like, and it was like, right, it was just like, wow. So then she's done, as soon as she's done, I'm thinking, okay.
okay, great. So now I get up to do mine. And she, and as I'm doing mine, she says, okay, she's got the mic. She kind of stops. She says, listen, if anybody else wants to talk about this or needs some help or needs this or needs this, blah, 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 she said, I'll be out in the hallway. Come on out in the hallway. Half, more than that, 90% of the room gets up and walks to the hallway. There's like 6 guys left. And then I went and did my thing. So obviously I was trying to look out. But I thought, wow, like that, like I would never do that to like Erica. You know, it was me. Like I wanted to go to her and say, what the fuck did you just do? Did you see what just happened? Like, did you see what you like? What that done to you? Yeah. It was just such. If it was anybody but me, if I was in the crowd, like I thought, like, oh my god, that's so horrible. But I was like, wow, well, I'm not nervous now because there's nobody here. Sure thing to it. Yeah. It was maybe whatever, let's say 15 or 20 people, like my little speech, whatever. But yeah, I got sick. Like by the time we got home that night, I was feeling achy. The next day, super achy. And so was Jeffy, both super sick that night. And I was supposed to go to Ian Vic, fly up to shoot the interviews at New York, the interview. Yeah, I was supposed to go up there to cancel at the last minute. I still haven't really been able to get there since then. And so now when people say, hey, you should be on Matt Cox's podcast for Ian Vic, he says, fuck that guy. He canceled on me. Really? And I'm like, I really says fuck that guy? He didn't say fuck that guy. He goes, no, he kind of almost does. He basically like, he says like, screw that, man. The hell with that guy. He canceled on me. I had COVID. Like I had COVID. I even texted him and get his flight reimbursed. No, he said he just walked it. And I told him, I said, look, I'll pay for my own flight and fly up. I get it. And he came back and I told him, I said, hey, quit telling people that I cancel on COVID. He's like, yeah, I get it. But you said you'd be up here within a month, and it's been like 2 months. I haven't heard from you since. Okay, granted, that's my thing. But yeah, come on, bro. Like, I'm gonna get up there. First of all, you invited me to fly up to your show. You know how many we gotta bring with me on the plane? You invited me to fly up to your podcast. Like 3,000 at that time. You could get like 5,000 subscribers. I think you got like 30 or so. He'll probably get 100,000 before I'm at 100,000. Like he's very people like him. Bro, when is Tucker gonna start a podcast on YouTube? I don't think he's pretty internet, bro. Have you watched his Full Send podcast? No. Oh my god, it's so fucking hilarious, dude. He's so funny when he's able to speak freely, and he's not just like reading off the helicopter. I saw a video on one where he was fishing in Central Park. Tucker was? Yeah. In New York? Yeah. Really? Yeah, some guy comes up and like, he's like turns around, the guy's like, oh, you're fucking awesome. Are you supposed to be fishing? He's like, yeah, you can fish. And he's like, always cool guy. But the guy's like, no, that's to get a license. He's like, no, people don't know that. You get fishing games. No. Yeah, he's a big hunter and fisher, and he likes to hunt fish a lot. But he likes to hunt. He's like a big bird hunting guy. Really? Yeah. My God, he got 62,000 followers. What are you benching? How much you got now? I mean, you bench? Yeah, but it's not a machine. Like, I don't actually use the bar. How much do you like? It's like 2 pieces. It's like it's almost the whole rack. And I'm not doing. By the way, I'm not like barely going down. Like I'm going deep all the way down, like all the way. But yeah. So and I started like 225. I do like 225, then it goes like 245, then it goes like 255, and then it goes to like whatever 15. One way you see that I'm setting up and get that. I do a slight incline. Yeah. So it's not quite. So I'm not like flat. That way you don't build like the split. Build up the top. I mean, I do that. I do flies on machines. Come on, I'm working out with Jeff. And then we go, hey, Jeff. see it, we do dip. She's strong as fuck all. She looks like it. And the worst thing is, like, I'm on my upper back strength at least double everything she does. And yet, when we wrestle, I can't. Now I just don't even fuck with it. It's gotten to the point where it's so embarrassing. I mean, it's embarrassing. It's like literally like I'm like I don't like I'm like like I'm benching double what you're benching, more than double, and I can't do half of me anymore. It's ridiculous. Yeah, she's got my wife's got I hate whispered that. I hate to say it. Hopefully the algorithm didn't hear it. I'm sorry. I hate to say that. I mean, I know what it is, but it is what it is. Like, and I went to a school with kids with special needs. Like, I know it's serious. It's just real. It's real. We had a guy named Rodney who had Down syndrome, strong as fuck. Yeah, Rodney. I don't know. He was scary. He would chase you around. For no reason. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And Jess is like that. She's strong. Is it all right? You okay? I don't know. I drank 2 cups of coffee. This is probably my 5th house. This is your first time in here since you got the new AC. Oh man, that's a lot of cold. You know, yeah. You don't have that loud that fan going anymore, right? Quieter now, and I think it's a lot cooler now. Let's catch a draft, right? You like it? I got a good laugh on it. We get a new studio. We're here, but not in this building. And then we get one in really big. Yeah. Here's a big warehouse. Vanity factory, on Indian Rock Beach. Seriously? Mm-hmm. What, you know, why how do you see them and I like that jealousy feeling? How would you be jealous? Because I feel like I'm above that, but I'm not. Because I'm running my whole thing out of my living room. I'm running the whole. Listen, people show up all the time. They show up and they're like, hey, what's up? They look around. He sort of Lex Friedman. He does it in his fucking kitchen. I know. But you know who I have on the other day? Brett Johnson. Oh yeah. I had him on here a while ago. Yeah, this is the second time I've had him on. Oh really? That's great. Yeah, we were both on the Secret Service's Most Wanted list. Yeah, we both go back and forth. That's fascinating. Hey, what's up with your team? Straight on him. When did he get out of prison? Yeah, but we didn't. We're on air. So, I mean, literally, he should be in a halfway house right now. The problem is the halfway house is like, and so there's just nowhere for him to go. Like, he should be home. He should be in a halfway house or on an income for right now. Like, he's literally telling his case manager, like, have me go. I'll immediately go on a, I'll immediately go home. Like, my home's already been approved. Like, he probably will not be in a halfway house for 6 months. And even then, he may only get one of shit. No, basically, he'd be out of prison. Where's he going to move? Where's he going to be? The halfway house, like, somewhere up, I want to say the Panhandle area, but they tried to get him in a halfway house everywhere, like Ocala, Orlando, Tampa. They're just all full. Like, every place in the full. It's packed with people that do hard ass and they do it. Yeah, and the halfway house is so but great dog. I can't wait to listen. Do you remember the other day when we had a guy sit down and was talking about the cartel? He can tell you the origin of every single cartel, how they turned it to different factions, why they become different between different factions, the murders and double crosses. He can tell you it's insane how much he knows. He could sit here for 6 hours straight and tell you just about everything. He know about it. He just, he's probably he's probably got 100 maybe active. And it's insane. When I was doing his story, this is the kind of stuff he would do. It's funny too, because as much as I despise He was much like her. Always speaks like her. And he would go, you know, I would say, okay, well, when did this happen? He'd go, let me see, that was, okay, so it would have been, that was Tuesday the 12th. And he'd go, what? Yeah, June, it was a Tuesday, it was the 12th of June. Yeah. 1992. And he's like, why are you doing this? Like, how do you know that? He goes, well, because I remember so-and-so's birthday was on this date. And I remember we went to this concert. And it was 2 days after that concert. And, like, he literally has this whole, and he could do it all the time with everything. And if you went back and double check, damn if he wasn't right. It was off. And he'll, keep in mind, too, he's from Brazil. Right, so he speaks Spanish, he speaks Portuguese, so he'll, you know, listen, I can't say the words, but he's so Portuguese and he or French or anything. His pronunciation is perfect. He just, you know, he's one of those people that I talk to that I feel like, you know, you feel like you're when you're talking to him, you're like, gosh, this is ridiculous. And I feel like he's patient talking to him, like, right. He's just putting up with me. Mm-hmm. Yes. He just has like an incredible sense of fucking time. He can put timestamps on anything that happens. It's not just that. It's not just still talking about quantum physics and you'll remember names. I can remember names for anything. They'll remember the name, pronunciation, the book. This book, I remember it was like 1,100 pages. And this and this and there's a chapter. I think it's chapter 13. Chapter 13 was about, and you're like, he'll tell you, listen, I'm gonna completely just spend like 2 weeks with him and get as much information out of him as possible. And then you can have him on here. He'll tell you, I want him on here with you. I mean, that's fine. He'll tell you about his case. It'll take 8 hours. He knows every single date. He has every single document. It's insane. It's insane. He also is extremely wordy. Like, he has no concept. He reads what Love Book is. I don't know. They're all lot. And I mean not normal books. These are like, typically, if I get a book, I can give it to 4 other inmates. You get the book and you might look at it away. Nobody else. Like, it's a book on mathematics. I know. There's a whole chapter on the comet. Like, what? Yeah, there's a whole. It's just is he autistic? He is mildly autistic. I always say he's got a touch of Asperger's. And you don't notice, like, you notice it when you first meet him, but then as you get to know him, you don't really notice it. But when somebody else comes over, you start to notice it again. Like with me, he talks to me, he looks me in the eye, he has a conversation, we're open, he's very comfortable with me. Somebody else comes over and he immediately takes my reading and takes like 4 steps back. And like you don't notice it. We just hang out all the time. And somebody else will come in and you do it, and I'd be like, why is she taking again? Short version is the charge is basically conspiracy to murder 2 federal informants. There's 2 FBI federal informants that were both murdered. Then supposedly he ordered their murders. He ordered their murders and disposed of their bodies. And he'll tell you, like, yeah, I didn't know the murders, but I did dispose of the bodies. This is the bodies in the dumpster. Exactly. That's exactly what it was. One of the bodies they found in the dumpster, the other one they didn't. And he's like, you can't just leave the body. It was a meth lab. I can't call the police. What's the name? Did you write a story about that? Yeah, you told me that story. Devil Exposed. I wrote the bridge version. And then I have a full book. The full book is basically like a true crime book. The version is really more about the crux of the case, how they put the case against them, and the rest is bullshit. The problem, like I said, that he has no concept of brevity at all. It'll take him 2 minutes to explain something that really will take about 20 seconds to explain. very wordy, he's very detail oriented, he thinks everything is important in stories, you can't cut to the chase. So, but his research is fucking amazing. The problem is you have to read 2,000 words, so you have to say, okay, there's 2,000 words, I'm going to use 2 seconds. Are you serious? What about this? What about that? Irrelevant to the story. Sorry, it's all upset. And I'll tell him I'll be like, bro, thank you so much. This was great. It was really informative. I chopped it down to 2 paragraphs, and I'll say you really need to work on not sending so much information. You know, damn well I don't need to know every single thing about that person. Introduce them when they're only in one scene. And what exactly is he helping you with? The book, we call it The Company. It's about the chip fight. All those chip fights. Yeah, he's doing research. And listen, from inside prison. So during the pandemic, they shut down archives because these are old, like they're all archived, right? Like there's tons of articles, but you can't get them on the internet. It was back in the late 80s and 90s. So, and then even a lot of the court documents are on the archives. They're not updated on the system. Like right now, something 10 years ago, you can go pull everything on my case on paper. But this was back in the 80s and 90s. So this is on microchip. So he couldn't get into archives. So he happened to be talking to his cousin who knew a girl that was actually dating a federal judge. So he got to her, got to the federal judge, explained that he was doing research on this case, and the archives was closed. They really needed it. They said, down from the archives and asked him to go and pull the file, and only using a fucking chunk of everything. I ended up having to paid like whatever to get the research. So now he's got all the stuff, and he researched everything. He read all the trial transcripts, read everything through, and highlighted it. Tons of newspaper articles and archives. I ended up having to join some archive system to pull articles and send those to him. And then he just uses a machine. He reads it and comes up with the information that's needed. But it's a super interesting story. Do you pay him? No. I'd love to put money on his book, do this and that. They got a mom. It's Pete and his mom. That's really, and then some cousins. So that's really like his dad died and he's in prison. And honestly, you know, how long has it been? Almost over 25 years. How old is he now? He's exactly my age. We're both 23. I think our birthday is all. His birthday is a few days before mine, maybe a week. Wow. I would say maybe he's I don't know. I feel like that. Well, Matt Cox has been lightning. How long is it from? 2.5 hours. Oh, where's this? Yeah. Wow. Thanks again. Well, listen. Thank you for watching this video, and if you like the video, do me a favor and hit the subscribe button, hit the bell so you get notified of videos just like this. Leave us a comment in the section. We'll respond as quickly and as promptly as possible. Try and respond to most of those videos, or most of the comments. If you want to get in touch with us, go into the description box. Danny's email will be there, my email will be there, and also we'll leave a link to my channel, which is amazing, although it is a grind and it's not blowing up quite like concrete. But it's all true crime stories, and it's a lot of fun and super interesting, so I appreciate you guys watching. Share the video, and hit the like button and subscribe. See ya. So make sure you sign up so you don't miss out on that one. There's also a video up there covering the Kill Tony New Year's Eve show, which they only just uploaded to YouTube. While you're here though, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you end up liking this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one. White guys like anime. That's Jamie, the show's not about you. The show's not about you. That's not the longest you've ever spoken, Jimmy. What's up, man? Welcome.
What's up, man? Thanks for having me out here.
Absolutely. So for people who don't know who you are, give me like a brief background on how you got into filmmaking and how you got into creating all these podcasts.
Yeah, so my name is Payne Lindsay. I've been filming stuff my whole life, and 2016, I decided to make a true crime podcast and go investigate a missing persons case in my home state of Georgia. And I just started poking around the cold case, and 6 months into the podcast, it was a huge break in the case. And from that point forward, I basically forged this company, which is Tenderfoot. We have 20 plus titles on a whole slew of true crime podcasts about a whole bunch of different cases.
What made you want to start creating these audio podcasts? They're like audio documentaries, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they're similar to like Serial or like Shit Town, those other podcasts that dig deep into like episodic story breakdowns.
It was actually Serial that gave me the idea. My friend had showed me this podcast. He said, hey, I know it's like an audio thing, but I think you're going to like it. And we were on a little road trip together for the weekend, and we were driving back from Louisville to Atlanta, and we just binged through Serial, and I was super excited by it. I thought it was really immersive, and I kind of just forgot that I wasn't watching anything, and it kind of gave me the idea, like, hey, I think you can make something super interesting and a deep dive into something through this medium, and that's kind of where the idea for Up and Vanish, my first podcast, really kind of started.
Yeah, what do you think it is about those podcasts? Because they're so fucking compelling when you listen to them. You can't stop. But it's you're removing all of the video elements, right? And it's just audio.
I think that because there's a missing visual component, there's kind of like this relationship between the listener and, I guess, the narrator or the host, which kind of feels a little bit more personal. It feels like you're kind of a fly on the wall sometimes, and if it's an investigative thing, it feels like you're kind of like right there with me, or you're right there with them, and I think that is like a special thing that podcasts can especially do that maybe visual stuff doesn't really do that. It's because that layer is removed, it kind of makes you use your imagination.
Oh yeah,
it's kind of a closeness I think you go from there.
Yeah, that's a good point. You do have to use your imagination. So I remember when I listened to probably like 6 or 7 episodes of Up and Vanish in the last couple of days, and when I finally watched a couple of videos on YouTube about it, it was not what I had in my head at all. Like when I saw the lady's house and the gloves, I had a completely different picture in my head. That's interesting.
Oh yeah.
So when you're creating these audio documentaries, do you have to go like above and beyond with the audio? Do you have to like add way more to it just because it's audio to make it hit?
I mean, I don't think that you have to do that. I think that that's the approach that I've taken because I felt that was necessary. Like, from like a filmmaking brain and visually forward thinking, I wanted to create a world that was a soundscape, immersive, that felt like you were actually somewhere that took you somewhere. And so that's the only way I knew how to do it. And so that's sort of evolved since my first episode of anything. There's plenty of shows that don't even take that approach that are wildly successful, I think, just because the host connects with the listener.
Yeah, it seems like a very fun thing to do too. It is like because like if you do show, like that's one of the things I love about making documentaries, is showing up somewhere and hitting the record button and letting it happen. And when you get to do that with just a couple of fucking microphones, it sounds like it's so much easier.
That to me is the attractive part of podcasting. Is, you know, I love TV, I love filmmaking. There's so many components to that, and it takes forever. And the film industry is super difficult. But if I'm making my own podcast documentary, I can literally, like you said, just go hop in the car, drive to this person's house, press record, and we're doing something, and we're in full control of what we're creating.
Do you feel like you get more out of people when you just have a microphone and no camera?
Absolutely. I think that plenty of people are sort of intimidated by, you know, obviously a film crew rolling up to your doorstep. That's going to be a little spooky to most people. It's a lot more, I guess, discreet and sort of disarming. If it's just like, hey, like, you know, let's just sit down and have a conversation. Maybe you'll forget that we're even doing that. We're just actually interested in you now.
And so you came from a traditional filmmaking background. What were you doing for work before you started doing podcasts?
So I was actually directing music videos full time, and actually how I met my business partner. He actually managed an artist in Atlanta. So for years I was doing, some pretty like high budget stuff eventually for the record labels. And then I started getting burnt out. The music video thing to me originally was just supposed to be a stepping stone to try to make a TV show, to make my own movie. And I was getting burnt out as a freelance creator, struggling to make ends meet financially with what I was doing. And so I kind of got it in my head that I needed to make something on my own again. And that's when this idea for a true crime documentary came to my head. And I was like, well, I can't really make that the way I want to. I don't feel like raising money. I don't feel like half-assing this. And so I was like, well, what if I made a podcast that was just as compelling as a proof of concept, really? And then maybe that will grab the attention from the right people, connect the dots to do the bigger thing.
It's so much different making a music video than telling stories, right? It's like one of my favorite things that got me into filmmaking was music videos, and that's what I love. I still, if I could think about it, like if I could pick any profession, I would just want to make music videos and get rich into music videos. I wouldn't want to do this. It's easy, right? It's fun. It just flows. And you can put music to some sort of visuals. It's just like there's nothing words can do to make it good. It's just a feeling.
Yeah, it's a short and sweet story of making that song come to life, right?
And yeah, you're right. It's easy to get burned out in that industry because it's like a big bureaucracy and it's a crazy ladder you have to climb of ass kicking and trying to get more jobs, string between the jobs. The liberation that comes with your own content, being able to self-publish it, is very different. Way better.
I mean, that's like, as a creator, if you're a creator at heart, like I am, then that's almost valuable to anything else, right? Just to be able, at your free will, and or like be a part of your job and your life in various ways. Like, it's really the ultimate for me.
Yeah, me too. When I was first working in the film industry, working on various studio sets and feature films, it was just I saw that a weird world that I didn't. All I ever wanted to do was that world. And then when I got there, I realized that I'm just surrounded by a bunch of kids with dental plans that don't see their families ever. Once a year, we're just traveling. They get to travel the world, right? But they're alone. They don't see their wife, their kids, their friends. They live out of a fucking truck. Yeah. When I saw that, that's when I kind of realized my own shit. And sometimes when you get something, you kind of arrive somewhere where you feel like that was your goal to get there. You realize this isn't all it was cracked up to be. There's probably way more than this.
Yeah, and I think that just comes experience, right? You lived it, you did it, you took a shot at it, and then you realized or came to the realization yourself that shit, I want more than this. This isn't what it was cracked up to be, and that's when you probably had to make your own decision to create something like this, right? Like go out on a limb and take a risk and try to create something on your own that is sustainable.
So, Up and Dance, was that your first project that you did independently?
That was my very test, and I went in pretty much blindly. At the time, the serial was huge, but there weren't a lot of other podcasts in that exact vein, where they were just like a deep dive, investigative narrative that felt like a documentary or a movie, and so there wasn't really much of a blueprint for me to go off of. And so all I really did was I tried to make a show that I would want to listen to. And I still, to this day, kind of do that. And I try to not really look around to what everyone else is doing all the time or study that too much. Because I think that I got to a point where I like kind of learning from my own mistakes and taking my own risks. And I don't want to be tainted by what someone else says you should be doing or something that's working for somebody else. Maybe it doesn't work for me.
Yeah, there's not a lot of podcasts like that, right? There's really not.
There's more now.
The most recent one that I've listened to other than yours is the one about Elizabeth Holmes, the lady who scammed everyone in Silicon Valley with her blood thing she had.
Yeah.
That one was really good too.
Yeah.
Long.
Yeah. There's tons of great podcasts like that.
Yeah. How long does it take to do it though? Because creating a documentary is a long fucking time. It's a lot of work, a lot of driving, especially if you bring people with you to help you, camera assistants, audio people, whatever it may be. It's monotonous.
There's just so much thinking that's involved in making a podcast like that. If you're doing a story on a cold case and the premise is that I'm going to go to this town and try to figure out what happened, there's so much thinking involved and so many different pieces to the puzzle that have to be figured out in your own brain and then sort of shaken down and put in a digestible form for a listener. So that process just takes forever. And what I've learned, how my team has gotten better at working is we're really kind of quick thinking and we don't really overthink it. We just kind of pull the trigger and go with the gut. You can always go back and change stuff. But if you get stuck on one little facet of something, you might miss out on something you didn't know was around the corner because you're still working on that thing that didn't really matter in the first place, right? So I like to think just like, let's just go do this thing, learn from our mistakes, and just kind of keep it moving and be okay with that.
One of the things I like about doing these types of podcasts is that there's absolutely zero editing, zero B-roll, and zero music you have to do. You just record it and you publish it, no matter how dumb you sounded, no matter what happens. Beautiful. And that's what I love about it. Is that a similar tactic that you take, or do you put a lot of, how much time, I guess is the better way to say it, how much time do you spend on between recording and actually publishing one episode?
So I actually admire what you're doing. I'm actually kind of jealous a little bit. But I mean, we do a similar thing. We'll sit down with somebody, right? But we take that tape and we kind of, whittle it down to the best of the best of the best, and put it as like a component in a larger story. And so like it's this, like we get the information we got in
really laid out already. You have the beginning and end already figured out.
Yeah, we have an entire outline and backbone to what would normally maybe even be a script, right, for a TV series. And we're kind of plugging and playing all sorts of living, breathing things. With a documentary, there's so much that's out of your control. You might think it's going to go this way. You might think that person's going to answer the phone when they don't. And so you kind of have to safeguard yourself and plan around this real life thing and try to shape the best result for not only the case itself and the victim's family, but also like as a listener, a satisfactory ending or something that felt like this was worth having listened to.
So in like the case of Up and Vanish, when you released every single episode, but you obviously, that was a long time ago. Yes, you were doing that like between episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did you already have everything like in the can and edited before you released it, or were you still in between episode 2 and 3 going out and doing new shit?
That was like my training as a caster. And I don't really do it anymore, but I really, at the time, making Up and Vanish week to week to the point where it would be, Saturday night, and I would get a phone call from somebody, I would record it, edit it, put it, and it would be in Monday morning episode. And then as a result of it, someone on Tuesday is responding to this. And so when this case was fired, it was one of the biggest news stories in Georgia, and kind of just, this snowball effect of everyone's talking, truth's coming out, we shook the trees, and now we're kind of capturing what's happening around us.
That's cool. That's cool. Because then you get like a vibe that this thing is not super produced or overly produced where it's fake.
Yeah, it was very real in that sense, but I was going kind of the extra mile to kind of frame it and put it in a way for you where it felt sort of premium. Like it was, even though that call just happened last night, it's playing out like it's, you know, in some Showtime documentary. Or that was what my goal was, to make it feel that way.
When you released the first episode of the show, what was that? What was that process like for you? The first time you ever published anything you ever made online?
No, it was the first time I published a podcast, and I was really kind of in my head about it a little bit because, you know, throughout my whole, you know, life and career, I'd identified as a filmmaker, right? And I looked at radio and podcasts as like a different piece, and I didn't want to come onto the scene and be like, hey, I do this now. I kind of felt a little like imposter syndrome about it. So much so that I was convinced no one would like my voice, and no one always says that. But I really was like, I don't have that kind of voice. I mean, that's what someone in radio has, right? Like, if that was the case, I would have been doing that already or something. And so I was really kind of timid and nervous putting it out, but the response in the first week was pretty positive. And I remember I got 5,000 listens on the first episode. I was like, that's huge, because that's more, you know, followers than I have on social media, more friends than I have on Facebook. So I was like, you know, something's clicking here. And I just kind of kept making a show that I was sort of teaching myself how to in that process.
When you uploaded, where'd you post it?
I use old website. I think it was called Podbean or something like that. Yeah, I just kind of like found my own hosting. Also, back then in 2016, it was,
So you didn't post like just audio on YouTube, right? You only posted on the audio platform.
I only post on audio platforms. I was trying to get it in the same places that I found, you know, Serial and the other podcasts that I was looking at. I was trying to sort of frame it to be next to these shows. Like, hey guys, there's another one of these. There were visual components to it, but it was all like trailer stuff. We actually shot on the last music video that I did, it's still blessed to this day. We rented a film camera and we kept a couple extra reels to film like a visual trailer for Up and Vanish. And I kind of wanted to put out something that felt super premium and suspenseful that would make you think, is this a new Netflix series? What is this? It's like, oh, no, it's just a podcast. And you're like, what? But that was kind of my approach to it.
And how did you show your first episode got 5,000 downloads or whatever? How did you promote that? How long did that take for episode to take off?
It happened pretty quickly. I mean, the first couple of weeks, I was targeting the actual town itself, Restream, Georgia. I was paying for Instagram ads of this visual trailer that I had, and was really just targeting to people who were right here because they would definitely know this case, right? So they would definitely be interested in this. And like once the townspeople kind of got wind of what was going on, it sort of snowballed from there. And then a month or so into it, there was an audience that was significantly larger than just the town, and it was becoming something that was a little bit more zeitgeisty and had a little bit of a buzz to it. Kind of kept going. I never knew what the ceiling of that would be. Never knew if this was even going to make any money. I was still looking at it like a stepping stone to do some other thing.
And then after you posted that first one, how long did it take for you to post the second one for this thing to really get viral?
So after the first one, from that point forward, I was publishing them every week, every Monday, and barring a few off weeks that I kind of took because I was just in the weeds. But I made episode 1, and I had not even started episode 2. And in the week between 1 and 2, I made episode 2, and that's how I kind of, continued the rest of the show, which I do not recommend for anyone to do it that way. But at the time, that's what I was dealing with, and I was still kind of trying to figure out what the hell I was doing. Really, I think that's the best way to do it. I mean, there's something to it. I will say, like, the results are special, but it's I really lived in this case, in this story, in this podcast every day of my life for a year and a half, like quite literally. and that was intense.
So I guess we should explain it for people who don't know it. What is the premise of Up and Vanished? How did you decide to report on it?
So, Up and Vanished season 1 is about a missing person named Tara Grinstead, who was a high school teacher in Ursula, Georgia. She mysteriously vanished in 2005, and it was a huge unsolved case in Georgia. It was one of the top 10 unsolved cases on the Georgia Bureau of Investigation's website, and the circumstances were weird. She had left this barbecue. She went to her house, allegedly. They found her car in the driveway, cell phone inside, doors locked, but she's just gone. And it was like, how does that happen in this tiny place? And then there was a whole myriad of different persons of interest, but none of them really added up. And so the rumor mill started going in South Georgia for years and years, and it was almost like a urban legend at this point. It was totally, had captured, the lives of everyone in the town. And when I came into it, almost 12 years later, I was kind of starting from scratch, and as a total outsider, just went to this town and started talking to people and asking questions as some city guy who has a microphone and a parent cast. And I just tried to use that to my advantage, even though some people were like, "Are you serious? Who is this guy?" There was also a level of like, well, it's a little easier to talk to you than it may be before, Dateline with all the cameras they have. And so I just try to lean into the sort of amateur nature of what I was doing to build some trust with people in the town.
So who specifically tipped you on this specific case, and what made you decide on going to this town and starting here?
I just had decided that I was going to make a true crime documentary, and I was going to investigate a cold case in my home state.
Okay.
This was probably, arguably the biggest cold case in Georgia at the time. And so I started poking it around, and a few weeks into it, I realized that, my grandma, of all people, was like best friends with one of the last people to see Tara alive. And so there was this weird sort of closeness. And at the time, I was looking for any signs that this was the right thing for me to be doing. And so I looked at that like, hey, my grandma is, giving me tips or, talking to me about real shit in this case. And maybe that's a sign that I'm going the right direction. At least I feel a little bit better about it. And so I just leaned into that and just kept going.
And what sort of how did this thing become cold, and why do you think that this case just got put on the back burner and forgotten about?
I think that in the early stages, it was just a damn good mystery, really.
Was there corruption? Was there cover-ups by police? A job? What do you think it was?
I think that just what they saw didn't make any sense. There were probably some mistakes made early on. There was a way for them to have figured this out back in 2005, and that was in their case file. There were rumors, and there were, account on record about these two guys, Ryan Duke and Bo, who ultimately were discovered as who murdered Tara. And there was a report about them out here on this pecan orchard burning Tara's body. And I think that it was just so preposterous sounding that these former high school students, super young, one would even be anywhere near Tara, and definitely not doing this, right? And so I think it just kind of a blind eye. But there you go, 10 years later, now they're looking at ex-boyfriends, going through her love life, and it's the neighbor, it's this guy, and it's just this classic, finger pointing in a
I love how you did it too. I was on episode 3 last night. When I was finishing episode 3, I was like, holy shit, it's definitely this ex-boyfriend who did it. Out. There's no way there's this guy who was overseas in Iraq and his girlfriend's here, jumping around town being a little feral cat, and he comes back and he's jealous and he wants to kill her. I was convinced. And then you
freaking next episode, you're like, I could be wrong. Yes, that's great how you did that.
And that's how I felt. It's like I really had no idea who killed Tara, what happened to her. I knew that she didn't run off on her own. And I would just go down these different rabbit holes with different people, and you could find stuff that did look weird, objectively, right? But it would never go all the way there. It could never, like, close the loop. And that was problematic. And then we learned halfway through the season that there were these other guys over here this whole time, and really, so the second half, not to spoil it for you, but the second half of the show is really kind of a different podcast. It's covering the live, you know, as the breaks in the case are happening, as they're making arrests, and new information is coming to light. It's kind of unpacking the story of these guys and what really happened.
So, as far as like the place that I'm at, the thing that I remember most recently that I listened to was the part with the house that burned down, and there was no reason why. It was an abandoned
Snapdragon Road.
Snapdragon Road, right? There was no reason the house would have burned down. There was a car there that shouldn't have been there, and the dogs, the guys, you were talking to the guy who had the dogs that was the cadaver dog, and you talked to the fire marshal, and they were like, "What? How did I not hear about this?" Like, you were finding massive holes in this burned down house.
Yeah, and at that time, I was like, you know, each time I found something like that, I was like, is this it? This might be it. And it just turned out to be a red herring. That was weird, but it never went further than that. But you could tell that even going back and exploring these things, that there was stuff that was missed, or stuff that had a big, like, kind of, you know, took on the mindset that, you know, even if I don't solve this, which my goal was to solve it, that was possible, really. I could at least sort of bring play and rule things out, right?
So there's so many cops involved, and all the cops know each other. And there's that creepy old cop who, I don't know how old he was when she was at her house, but it seemed like he was way older. Who was HD, was his Dix or whatever? Heath Dykes, yeah. He was at her house, and business card, and door very suspicious, and there was like he had made a bunch of phone calls to her.
Yeah.
And so how did basically the little world, little like bubble you were searching between all the cops and ex-boyfriends, how did that transition into these other guys, these Duke guys? Because you didn't mention, these Duke guys haven't been mentioned in the first 6 episodes.
No, so early on, you know, so Maurice Godwin, the forensic psychologist guy who, you know, private investigator who worked this case forever, who I met in episode 1. Yeah. He stays throughout the series. Back in the day, he was here on the ground early on, and before the podcast came out, I was having many discussions with him about, you know, who you think, who I thought did it, and super early on, we were actually looking at this photograph of these students of Tara, and we were talking about the possibility of it being a former student who killed her. And I remember thinking, like, that just sounds like I don't have anything really, like, grounded with that. And I feel like if I start going down this avenue of suggesting that maybe she had the, you know, peculiar relation, would be really insensitive.
And we did, right?
And then we discovered later that she actually did. And so I kind of put that on the back burner, and I focused on everything that had been covered before. All the documentaries that have talked about this case, you know, the names they brought up, Anthony Vickers, Heath Dykes,
Andy, he's the one. Yeah, I remember specifically you were interviewing him, and it was on, you recorded it, and you were like, did you have a relationship with her? He's like, yeah. Was it sexual? He's like, oh, yeah.
Right, I was like, yeah, holy shit, he said that. And, like, that was always, like, a rumor, and no one had ever seemingly asked that guy point blank if that's what was going on, and at least that mystery was dispelled. It didn't quite look great for him at the time, but, you know, turns out he had nothing to do with it at all. And, yeah, I think that it was just step-by-step kind of peeling back the onion layer and finding, you know, this little nugget and that little nugget, and then it was all of a sudden, in February 2017, out of nowhere, they had a press conference in Ocilla at the courthouse announcing that they arrested a guy named Ryan Duke, who was a former student of Sarah's for her murder. Pardon this brief interrupt. Everyone goes, who the hell's Ryan Duke? What? and was never on their radar, so they say. And it was a total out of left field. And so it was that day that I had to make a decision. Am I going to leave it here and, hang up this story for now, my coverage of this? Or am I going to lean in even more to all the things that I'm hearing on the ground that are saying, hey, I don't think it was just this guy, it was this other guy too. And sure enough, weeks later, he's arrested. And we kind of go down this path of looking into both of their lives and, were the roles reversed. And there's a lot of evidence to support. And so it became like, these cops screwed up, let this guy get away with this for over a decade, and only up again.
So you personally, investigations had no bum trail leading to these two guys.
I had never heard of Ryan Duke in my life. But what's funny is that picture that I was referring to, right? Back when I was considering looking into the angle of former students, their suspect, Bo Duke, who some believe had a larger role in her murder than he's saying. He's in this picture. So like all these guys that are in this picture with this trust are the guys that they were all hanging out with, the guys that were at the parties at the college, the same friend circle. It was kind of right there. I just had zero clue and zero context to keep going down that.
Crazy that all the people you talk to, none of them mention these guys.
No, it's crazy. I think that it was really a very well kept secret, and those who did know things, didn't want to believe it, and were too scared to say a damn thing. And it wasn't very many people who knew, but law enforcement had the opportunity to put this case to rest. And it interviewed them, arrest them under suspicion of something, it would have been over. But just kind of let it go, and then it fell between the cracks, and now this case file is called, and it's just one little file in there, but that was the answer.
So when they brought him to trial in 2017,
when he was arrested in 2017, the trial was postponed, didn't even have to end, and I was actually subpoenaed, and they were really just doing that to fuck with me. They didn't want me in the courtroom, but we rebutted and filed some other things, and basically, hey, I'm a journalist. You can't restrict me from being able to cover this public case. And so they backed off, and I ended up going for a day or two in the final days. But he, after a 2-week trial, he was found not guilty.
So why did they arrest him in the first place?
Because the other guy, Bo Dukes, his friend, came to the police on his own with this story that Ryan had killed her and that he had helped Ryan burn Tara's body. And so that's how it all started. And then when they finally went to scoop up Ryan, he's messed up, he's like disheveled, looks like he's on drugs or something. They take him straight to the station, they put a recorder down, and they ask him to confess, and he does. He confesses. But turns out the stuff he was confessing to didn't really make sense. And instead of the police in that moment saying, what do you mean? Like, making it make sense or pressing in the right places to get a strong narrative or see if there's any other truth that isn't what you're saying now. I think they were so green, they were so excited that somebody was, that they caught the bad guy. That they blew it.
So what did he say? Well, how involved did he claim he was? He just said he burnt the body, that's it? He didn't kill her?
The story is still so weird and convoluted, but it goes a little something like this, where the motive is also extremely unclear. He says that he woke up in the middle of the night, drunk out of his mind, got in this truck and drove about 15-20 minutes straight to Tara's house for whatever reason to rob her. And he breaks into her house with a credit card, and she, I guess, appears from the darkness or something, and he got spooked, and hit her one hit, one punch, and she's dead. Like, what? That doesn't make sense. Maybe that is how it happened, but that makes no fucking sense, right? And they just took that just word for word like it was no big deal, as if, no one else in the town or a juror wouldn't think that was a little odd, right?
So he claims he went to her house, broke in, punched her in the face, she died, and he dragged her out and decided to burn her.
Then he goes back to his friend's house, and the next day he tells him when he wakes up that last night he cleansed it. And I think that according to their narrative, he first didn't believe them, and then he went and he goes and shows the body to Ryan or to Will, and he's like, "Holy shit, you did kill our former teacher." And I think the biggest thing about this to me was that it sounded like maybe Ryan didn't really remember what happened. Even if he did kill her, I don't think that he really remembered it. And so, like, the building narrative that was just, that I was not forcing, that was just coming to me, and it ends up being a stronger version of events, is that what if the other guy told him he did this? Bo Duke said, "You killed Sarah Winstead last night." And if you look at both of them, you look at their behavior, one's a liar, one's nasty, had trouble with the law his whole life. Stephen liar is a other guy no one even really knows. Is the quiet guy, like Ryan. So if you just look at them on paper, like, it's really this guy, and maybe it is. But when these things start adding up, and there isn't a strong narrative as to why Tara was killed by Ryan and how he did it, then it makes you wonder, well, why don't I know those things? Because that should be there, I think. And they failed to do that, and that's why, in my opinion, he was found not guilty.
What is your tinfoil hat theory on why this could happen? Not saying that you're saying that's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's no way that Bo Dukes is not more involved than he's said in the past. I don't know to what degree that is, but until that narrative makes sense to me, I'm going to have some big glaring questions. There's some big red flags there, and I think it all goes back to him. And so I don't know exactly how it all happened. I don't know if, they drove over to her house, or if he did that, or if they met in some other place entirely. But there's no way it happened the way they said it did. There's no way Ryan wakes up and goes, "Oh, I'm going to Tara's house."
Do you have any theories of what the motive could be?
I think maybe they could have been hanging out, and maybe on some friendship type stuff, just like with Tara. Yes, and something got out of control, something got out of hand, and she ended up dead somehow. And that would involve somebody likely doing something sexual or went to that place. And I think that if you look at the behavior of someone like Bo Dukes, he does that kind of stuff. And he's raped somebody before. He's in jail for rape right now. So it's not like it's out of his character. And so, I don't want to, point, but there's a big question mark there, and I think that if we knew some of the main pieces, like how did they ever link up? To me, that was the big one. If you knew that, then I think that you could piece the rest together. But it didn't happen from some guy waking up drunk out of his mind, right, and just saying, "I'm gonna go to my former teacher's house to steal what? She's a teacher. She doesn't make any money."
That sounds like absolute bullshit. Yeah, it's surprising that the prosecutor and the investigator was just be able to settle with that explanation.
It blew my mind that, like, in the 5 years
But it is Georgia.
It is Georgia. I mean, they had 5 years to get their story straight, and they ran with the same bullshit they did 5 years ago, and they're mad at me about it. It's like, okay,
who's mad at you?
Some people in the GBI have never really, liked me very much, and I get it. I'm probably, a thorn in their side a little bit, or some guy coming down and, poking at this case, and anything that I find doesn't make me look good, because why didn't you find it, right? And, it's their, responsibility to actually solve it. And so I think really didn't like the fact that I was investigating this case, and I made this podcast that got so hugely popular and put them under the microscope.
Right. How many people listen to this whole series so far?
It's I want to say it's over 400 downloads across the series, and it's been huge. And I think it's just really a testament to the kind of the style we go approach a story like this, and it's feeling like something is happening. This is special. We're trying to actually solve the murder. We're not just rehashing some tragedy, right? And I think there's a big difference.
Right. It's something to looking under picking up rocks that haven't been picked up before, and looking underneath them and finding something that they've never had light shined on it before, and then just going down that rabbit hole forever.
Or picking up the same rock and being like, hey, I know y'all picked this up a long time ago, but did y'all look very well?
Right, but I mean specifically when it comes to creating entertainment or media or something like that, and publishing it, when you look at the media landscape, it's all stuff that just gets recycled and regurgitated. People just want to follow what's already popular, what's got more listeners or views or whatever. But when you actually take risks and look for shit that no one's talking about, that is the stuff I think that is extremely powerful.
And that was what was new for me. That was the biggest learning curve. Was what the hell am I doing as a investigator, podcaster, trying to solve this cold case? How do I juggle this? I knew how to do the creative part to an extent. That's what I've been doing my whole life, and I was, learning from my mistakes and just kept building on what I felt was working. But me being this sort of outlier in this small town, talking to strangers and gaining people's trust, that was a new thing in that sort of way, and that was arguably the hardest part about doing Up and Vanished, was dealing with the realness and the heaviness of everything, and knowing how big of a responsibility it really was at the time.
It's like you're just putting this puzzle together, we're playing a game, and these people's lives are actually at stake.
As a listener, it's a podcast, right? But, these people are still going to call me. They're real people. They're living a real life, and so am I. It might be a cool listen, but it doesn't end when you press stop.
How many people were reaching out to you? Did you get anybody that emailed you or contacted you about this case that provided any big breaks or lead you on more stories?
There was tons. I mean, it's endless. It was pretty much all the big things that were revelations in the show were things that people had reached out to me about, that I sort of verified myself on my own. One of them being that the cops did go and search that pecan orchard based on that tip back in 2005.
Oh, wow.
And that piece of information. Because they also kind of brought up the idea that the statute of limitations up on this. Because if they were looking into this in 2005, if it's been past 10 years, in some scenario, there's a possibility that they couldn't be charged with something because they blew it. Also, he blew it, right?
Did they ever find the DNA or any sort of...
So they've always been real elusive about what they did find, and what I've been told, and I believe is the truth, is that they found bone
fragments, I think specifically teeth that they were able to test. They burned her body for days, and there wasn't much left. Also, had been over a decade out there for days, and so there really wasn't a lot. There was no witnesses or anything to this. I mean, they're just out there in the boonies, way out on this private pecan orchard. I think people knew that there was something burning, but I don't think anyone thought it was that, right? And so they had a huge property that this could be done on and sort of get away with it, which they did. So, and the building that burned down, that was just a false flag. It had nothing to do with it. Yep, just false flag, just a weird coincidence, just like many others in the case, and it's all a result of not looking down the right direction from the very beginning and looking everywhere else and then trying to make that work. And that's what the police were doing. Wow. So, what are you working on next? What did you decide to do after that? More true crime investigations like this, started digging more on the mysteries. Yeah, so after season 1, I made another true crime podcast called Atlanta Monster about the Atlanta child murders in the 80s, and it was a limited series, 10 episodes, and it was an investigative thing again, but also sort of a history lesson in terms of what was happening back then in the 80s and culture at the time and racism and all those things. I eventually got Wayne Williams on the phone, and so the last half of the show, talking to him and him basically trying to convince me why he isn't the Atlanta child murderer. Who is Wayne Williams? So he's the guy who was arrested for the Atlanta child murders, and he's definitely the guy who did. But he would tell you otherwise. And there's some things that are weird that don't add up, but the guy is a pathological liar. He's a psychopath. And I talked to him at length for months in person or on the phone. And I was able to eventually get to the point where I was going back through all the tape I had and could trip him up on his lies and sort of, hopefully put to rest for me that this is a liar because this looks weird over here and he didn't kill these 15 kids over here. So what is the story? What is this guy's story that you'd like to sell? Like, would you mean like a picture of what this guy's all about? And like the case of the whole Atlanta child murder. So in the early 80s in Atlanta, black children were going missing and turning up dead. And it got to the point where they realized that something was happening. These were all connected in some way, and there was likely a serial killer. And this is kind of advised out in public. Yes, and they were all kids. They were all black, and going missing from the poor neighborhoods, and eventually they find their suspect, and his name is Wayne Williams, and he was a black guy. And he worked in the music industry. That's a loose description. But he recruited kids, and it was like kind of trying to make his own band, right? Like a Jackson 5 kind of thing. And so he had access to these kids, and they eventually, the smoking gun for Wayne was when they went and searched his house, they found these carpet fibers that matched several of the bodies of the victims. And normally you'd say, okay, a carpet fiber, right? Like, everyone has carpet, why is that not someone else's house? Well, it just so happened that this particular fiber that they tracked down all the way was so incredibly rare that it was in like maybe 1 or 2 other houses in the state. And so the likelihood of these fibers being on these victims collectively on its own is crazy. But for those fibers to also be in Wayne Williams' house, what are the odds? And so that was really kind of how they were able to close the book on Wayne Williams being the Atlanta child murderer. For 2 of the murders, but a lot more are attributed. I mean, as many as 30, but I probably realistically 15, 17 of the kids that he killed. I think that some of the other kids on the list, I think that there were other circumstances that were weird, but don't really match the motive and the MO of the other. other murders, and I think those are just outliers, and there's probably a bunch of different reasons for that. And so he kind of likes to look at those cases that maybe he didn't actually commit and say, see, I didn't do that. And it's like, yeah, you probably didn't, but you killed all these other kids. And so it's a really bizarre thing. And I just got so tired of talking to this guy. It was exhausting. And eventually I had to block his number from jail, from all my phones, after I kind of let him hang himself.
What was his background? Why? How did he get involved in this? And had he been in and out of jail before? What was his motive?
That's always been a big question mark, and I think that what the real consensus is, and it's never really been proven, but it seems like there was probably some sexual nature to the crimes. I think that, there was probably some sort of pedophilia, either motivation, or he was attracted to these kids, and that's also why he did do stuff like that. And he just started seeing them up, and maybe he something one time, and I think he liked that he was able to get away terrible. And he was kind of one of those guys who was a whiz at the time in terms of like radio technology, and almost like a chasing the news, and he even sort of liked to go out to crime scenes himself and as like a independent. And so I think he got off on the fact that he was killing these kids, and they were all trying to figure out who it was, and he was still doing it and getting away with it. It's hard to, there's no good reason for him to kill a kid, but I think that that's probably in his head what he got from it.
Was there any sort of like racial motive involved? And you said he was black and he only playing black kids. What did he say about that?
And that's the weird thing, right? It's like, I think that shocked a lot of people that it was a black guy who killed these black kids. And
I bet no one expected that.
But even the police themselves, and they had said early on, like the FBI profilers, they were saying, you know what? I don't think that a white guy could have done it, actually, because if a white guy was going in and snatching kids from these neighborhoods, that would be noticed immediately.
Right.
And so they had a hunch that whoever this person was, whatever their color was, he was able to blend in with his environment and go completely unnoticed while committing these crimes. And so that was kind of a leading factor in terms of the profile they were building of. And to a lot of people, it's still very shocking. I don't know if it was a race thing. I think he was just taking advantage of the kids who were closest to him.
When this was going on, was there sort of a media frenzy around some sort of racial narrative around it?
It was huge. I mean, it was also in the 80s when racism is alive and well at that point, right? And it was at a time where it was supercharged, and these black kids were going missing, and it seemed like no one was doing anything about it. And then it eventually became a national news story for some of those same reasons. And it was really the Georgia police, the GBI, the Atlanta police, they wanted this thing to go away. It was not making Georgia or Atlanta look very good. They're like, we need to figure out who the hell this guy is and put him behind bars. And so they really pulled out all the stops. And they eventually did catch this guy. But at the time, it was a huge story that had a lot of implications. And it was a big shock when Wade Williams turned out to be the killer.
Confess to any of that, or is he still maintaining his innocence?
Still maintains his innocence, which people do that. There's plenty of people who we know who says he didn't do it either. Right. Also, sometimes he did do it, but yeah, it's not surprising. This, if you analyze him, and I'm not even like, but if you even just for the layperson, he's a pathological liar. He's good at lying. He's actually charming when you talk to him on the phone. And you're like, oh, stop it. He gets you like going down this way when you were trying to go that way. And he's just really good at it. He's probably convinced himself, and he believes that he didn't do it either. He's convinced himself at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get a lot of, I'm from what you're saying, I get a lot of Charles Manson vibes. Do you see it all kind of just like completely lost his mind, full of himself, narcissistic?
He's narcissistic for sure. He's definitely full of himself. He's super charming and quick and sort of witty, and he's kind of unassuming. Like you wouldn't think that this frail old man who's acting all jolly could have done this.
Right.
But if you start just peeling it all back and looking at the facts, it supports the fact that he did. And there are some things that he's lied about that he shouldn't have. And it's just, you know, you get into a pattern of covering your ass. At what point are you lying about everything?
Have you ever read Tom O'Neill's book, Chaos?
No.
About Charles Manson? He's a reporter for the Hollywood magazine, and he was asked to write a quick report on the 10-year anniversary, or 20th anniversary of the Manson murders. And he did it, and then he started looking into it and asking for some interviews. Next thing you know, he spent 20 years going down this rabbit hole with 3 lawsuits with different magazines that paid him to report on it because he was so invested in it. And he ended up finding all these gaping holes in the story, from everything from Jolly West, who was a CIA chemist, to his probation officer, who was like working with this free clinic in San Francisco with a bunch of hippies and like doing these crazy tests with LSD and amphetamines, and there's like these just gaping holes in that story, and he never got to the bottom of it. But it's a fascinating book how he covers it, and I'm getting a lot of the same vibes from what you're saying about this guy. I'm curious what this guy is. And before all this stuff, like how much connection do you have to the law enforcement, FBI, or anything like that? Because there's just so many weird psyops in history when it comes to cases like this that get tons of media coverage. Especially when I'm not saying that this is what it is, but it smells fishy like that.
And that's kind of one of the problems with the case is that if you look at it on a surface level, you can, draw those assumptions. It's very easy to fall down the slippery conspiracy theory slope with this case especially. There's just weird stuff in it. It's just, there's oddities that exist, but the thing is, sometimes weird shit happens. And, at a certain point, you have to look at the cold, hard evidence and put your blinders on and objectively say, hey, these things couldn't have happened unless he did it. I don't care how weird it is.
Right. So we definitely did it. He did it. And you said there's 30 kids?
There was, 30 kids on the list, and I think that he probably killed half the kids on that list.
And who killed the rest? Someone who was involved with?
I think that it was a serial killer. I think that circumstances. If you dive into the cases, you tell that it was like, some maybe a one-off thing. Some other person killed this kid, or there was family stuff involved over here, and just different kind of scenarios and settings and MOs for every other case, that it was kind of like anything other than they just happened to time. And because they were lumped together into this list, he just likes to hang on the fact that he didn't kill every one of those kids.
Does he have death penalty, or does he have like life in prison? Or
Life in prison.
No death.
No death.
Does he have the death penalty?
I think so.
If you're in prison, why wouldn't you just admit if you did it? You're already in jail for life.
I think because he still gets off on people like me who, wanted to hear him out. It's like, I'm sure he's moved on to the next one. They've done so many documentaries on this over time, over the decades, that I think that to him it's like the bane of his existence at this point. He likes to be able to preach this narrative to other people. It's like he's still spinning the same bullshit web that he was to jail. And that's just, he'll never stop doing that.
Strange.
It is very strange.
All your stories based in Georgia, like all of them come out of Atlanta, your area, or Georgia?
No, those are the two biggest cases that I covered. But yeah, season 2 of Up and Vanished was a missing person from Crestone, Colorado, this small town. Her name's Crystal Reisinger. And then season 3 was about Ashley Loring, heavy runner, missing from the Native American reservation in Montana. And so, really, like all the cases that I've covered and the true crime stories I've made podcasts about have taken me kind of all over the place at this point.
So you have to move to these places when you start reporting on them?
For a period of time, yeah. I mean, I will get like a part-time apartment or Airbnb for a long extended period of time and really kind of be there and immerse myself in the story. And actually for season 3 we rented an RV and we just went to around the town, and people we wanted to interview, we would just invite them onto the RV. They had a whole basically like a studio set up because it was really kind of uncomfortable in a lot of situations to impose going into their house, and there was no real good public place to do this. And so we kind of needed to bring our, controlled element to them to get that tape and to have these one-on-ones with people.
What was that recent case in Florida that happened? I think it was that Gabby Petito? The girl who was in that reservation. I forget how that story. I did a whole podcast on it, but she like maybe a year ago, and I think they found her. Did you follow that at all?
Talking about where they were out west on.
Yeah, they were out west in some nature reserve. Her boyfriend got pulled over. They were driving a truck.
Yes,
and she seemed like psychotic.
Yes, that was you couldn't miss that case. That was all over everywhere. Yeah, it was like insanely covered. That was a bizarre case.
Did they ever find that guy?
Yeah, I think he killed himself.
Did he?
I think they found him and a gun somewhat nearish to where he was last. Yeah, and there was some sort of suicide note. I don't know if they ever released what it said. Maybe they did, but it was clear he had just ran off and ended his life.
Yeah, what about like national parks and disappearing?
There's probably just so many places, so many ways it could go wrong. You might fall down this crevice, you might get eaten by a bear.
Yeah. You
might just break your leg and, you're screaming for help and no one hears you and you die of starvation. And the bears can make sure there's some remains of you left, unfortunately. And so they might never find you. Or they're aliens abducting you. I don't know. Or it's the perfect place for somebody to feed into a bear, feed into a... Oh, yeah. It's like, it's so remote. It's, you gotta be careful out there, especially if you're walking around alone.
Yeah, man. That's cool. So these stories that you're reporting on, you're getting from people that are like reaching out to you like, hey, you gotta look at this.
Yeah, pretty much every case I've covered at a certain point in the podcast, I'm getting this surge of new information as a result of what they're listening to. And so because the townspeople know this podcast exists and they're hearing stuff, they're raising their hand, offering the information that they have. And, I didn't know they existed until then. And so it's kind of a living, breathing thing in that way, where it kind of builds on itself.
Yeah, it's weird how when you do something like that, I'm sure this happened with your Up and Vanished, the first season in Georgia. Like the whole town just becomes completely engulfed in the story, where it's all anyone talks about.
Oh yeah, it was the biggest thing ever. And what I realized had happened before the break in the case, it was from all the townspeople, it seemed like it was 99% of them loved what I was doing. I was, in their eyes, like this good Samaritan who was, going out of his way, putting himself at risk to tell this story and, uncover the truth. And then once the break in the case happened and, the podcast was so big and polarizing, I think that the people in the town who were genuinely hurt by what was going on, they either had to say, they wanted to point their finger at somebody, and it was either me or the police.
Why would they point their finger at you?
It's a good question. I think that, and I think because it's easy to assign, blame to something. Had I not been here doing this, then maybe this, you wouldn't have been disrupted the way that you were. If you were to break that down, it kind of sounds crazy, but I think that people need to assign that to someone, and I realize that, yes, some people are going to be upset that I've done this, or that I'm doing this, just because I'm disrupting their lives. And not personally or individually, but because it's such a big thing that's happening in such a small place, they can't escape it.
What is their family think about it? What is their, are you communicating with them still? What do they say about it?
I don't really talk to her family that much anymore. I've talked to tons of her friends and family. I know it's a big family, and she knew a bunch of people. And so, even that's always been a little bit divided, right?
Really?
Yeah, I think that people want to point the finger somewhere. And the problem with doing true crime stuff or an unsolved murder case is that when you find the truth, it's going to hurt. It's really ugly what happened. It's really terrible stuff. Yeah, it's a good thing, right? It's no one's having fun. It's the worst of the worst. And that's really to deal with. I've never had to deal with something like that on a personal level, but I've seen it firsthand up close to people that I grew close with and cared about. And so I know that it's something that is completely tragic and life-altering. And so I think when something that tragic happens to anybody, it can shape your perception of things around you. And, I don't personally that if someone like me or they think that, XYZ, that's okay. I understand, but I'm not gonna.
You're just exploiting my daughter's best.
I mean, someone might say that, and I know I can go to sleep every night just fine, knowing that that's not true, because having done it and lived through the podcast investigation of it all, and from every step of the way, I knew how hard that was and how immense that responsibility was, and that I did my all to make sure that I did it the most respectful way possible and never ever lose sight of what matters the most, which was trying to figure out what happened to Sarah Gunstead. And that I led with that, and I continued with that forever.
Do you think that your podcast had anything to do with that guy coming forward and ratting out Ryan?
Yeah, so some people, especially on Reddit, it seems, really have a distaste for me. They say stuff like, Payne claims he solved that murder. He didn't solve anything. And, my first response is, well, one, I never claimed to have solved anything, right? You ripped the scab off, right? And I think people just misinterpret certain things this way, like, oh, he played a call from his grandmother who said this. I'm like, you would play a call from your grandmother too, man. It's not that deep. It was a special thing at the time. It was really happening. And so I would never say that I solved that case, because that wouldn't be true. But I know for sure that the podcast prompted Bo Dukes to start talking again. Right? And I know that I have proof of that because I have text messages from him sending the podcast to other people before, yes, before he ever confessed to anything.
How do you have those text messages?
Because they sent them to me from multiple people.
Law enforcement sent them to you?
Oh, hell no. Friends who I guess marked them out. But, yeah, so I have like the, I don't, to me it's like, I don't need that validation either way. I know that like, it clearly brought new life into a case that needed it at the time, and I think good things from that. But it's true that this was on his radar, and I think that he probably, in his narcissistic way, felt kind of cool about it, and he just couldn't keep his mouth shut. I don't think it was so much of him being scared. I think that it was everyone in the town talking about this, and then the whole nation kind of on fire with this podcast, and he knew the truth. I think that was empowering to him, and that's when he slipped up and started spilling the beans a little bit.
I thought it was interesting how he mentioned, I was watching a video of his testimony, and I forget if it was who was on the stand. I think it was the brother of Ryan Duke. Yeah, and he was basically saying he was at a party with Bo, and Bo was like, "Hey man, I know who killed her. It was your brother." I was like, "Really?" No, just kidding. Don't say anything. That was very interesting.
These weird exchanges like that, you're like, what? Like, yeah, it's hard to wrap your mind around these conversations, and also you would see why someone like that wouldn't believe them.
Can you pull up the video of Ryan Duke's testimony on the case? He seemed very, very odd when he was on the witness stand. He was like,
He is odd. Like, just objectively weird.
He seemed out of all of them to be the weirdest. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Just pull up any part of Ryan. Like, you skip forward a minute. If you look at the way he answers the questions, how he, like, moves his throat to the microphone every time he says something.
It was pretty shocking that they even brought him up on the stand. Really, that was kind of a surprise to most people.
Why wouldn't... Yeah, this... Yeah, right here. Yeah, first one.
Is there a liquor in right now? It looks like he's got a big old hog.
Yeah. That guy looks guilty as shit.
What drugs? Just a little. That's a country boy right there.
Did you ever talk to him?
I never talked to him directly, but I talked to him through one of his good friends, and as kind of like a conduit when he was in prison. He was instructed to not talk to me at all, and that makes sense, right? Because I'm going to try to ask the hard questions and figure out what's going on here. But there's been transmissions between and he's a weird mystery. But I've never said that Ryan Duke couldn't have done this. I've never thought that he had nothing to do with this. I just think that there's a puzzle, and it's still that narrative of what happened to Tara, how they got together, makes even the slightest bit of sense. Then if you have this big elephant in the room with Bo Dukes, who's clearly a piece of shit person, who's capable of doing messed up stuff, I'm not going to feel good about saying that it happened the way that they said.
Do you think it could have been like murder for hire? Do you think it could have been the Iraqi veteran boyfriend?
No.
Against those guys to kill her?
No, I think that was just too deep. It's like,
yeah, but it seems the most obvious, because it seems like the only motive.
The thing is that he had no reason to want her dead. It's like, he broke up with her, and it's like, if his heart was broken, you could start, spinning the conspiracy theory that, he was going to take her out or something, but there was no real motive there. It was peculiar that he was down during that time period that she went missing, but so was everybody else. Really.
Did he break up with him first though, and then he broke up with her after?
Yes.
So he claims.
Yes.
And that's all like he said, she said relationship drama. If you're overseas fighting across the fucking world and you're friends in the same little town, like jumping around from guy to guy, sleeping with students, you would be fucking distraught.
Yeah, I think that it was really Marcus Harper had moved on in his head. He still cared about her, but he didn't want to be in that kind of relationship with her anymore. Just like anyone else wouldn't want to be in their own circumstances. So nothing really suspicious to me about that. The only thing that was like odd really was that he was in town doing police ride alongs that night. But
That about held up, right?
yeah, and that happened, but what's even crazier really is that he was doing that and she still got murdered under everyone's nose. Like, the town is not very big.
Right.
It's just like the timing and just like the exact moment it had to all happen. It's just so really weird. And just like,
it's amazing how confusing the whole thing involved. How hard it was to figure this out in such a small little town where everybody knows each other.
Yeah, it's like I spent more time than I'd like to admit trying to put these pieces together, and I can never get them all the way there. And I just kind of come to terms with the fact that we'll never know the full story. And even if Bo comes up with a new story or Ryan does, do we even believe them at this point? No. Right. And so I think we'll never know unless there's some other big revelation that I don't even know where that would come from.
Yeah, man, it's wild. I feel like it's rare too, where these outlandish mystery murder stories don't have some extreme element of corruption, of either from law enforcement or some other angle, with authority covering shit up and shit like that. So yeah, it's wild that this story has none of that. It just has incompetence.
There's corruption and there's incompetence. This is income, and I think that you could assign that to a bunch of different people, and collectively that created a nightmare scenario of going down the wrong rabbit holes for a decade that could have been prevented.
Did Bo and Ryan got life in prison? Both of them?
So Ryan, he got found not guilty, so he's free. He is getting free. He's still serving. He got to serve some time for what he took place in that he admitted to, which was destroying the evidence, burning Tara's body with Bo. And Bo was arrested a couple of years ago. He went on this, psycho tear and had, abducted these girls and held them at gunpoint and raped them just out of seemingly nowhere. And so he's currently serving time for that right now. He'll probably be in jail forever.
And they need time for this?
I don't think that they've done that yet. Like, wow, they've been able to postpone that, and they're gonna hit him with the most they can hit him with. But right now, I think he's serving at least 20 in prison, and he'll never see the light of day because they're gonna hit him with everything else, and maybe it's another 20. If he comes out ever, he'll be an old man with no friends and no life in them.
What does Tara's parents or family say about those guys? Do they believe that they're the ones who did it?
They definitely believe that they're involved. I think that they believe that Ryan did it.
They believe that Ryan did it.
Yes, and I think that they believe the GBI's narrative, and they want someone to go down for their daughter's murder. I completely sympathize with that. And so if they believe that Ryan Duke is the murderer, obviously they'd be very upset that he was found not guilty for it. But I think that's more of a testament of how law enforcement treated this case and how they wasted 5 years not making their case any stronger. I don't think the blame can go anywhere else there. What
else are you doing? What other kind of stuff are you doing? Are you working on? How many podcasts are you working on right now?
Man, so many. So I mean, I've done tons of true crime stuff. About a year and a half ago, I had this crazy idea of making an investigative show about UFOs, UAP. And as a kid, I always just kind of liked the idea. Just sci-fi stuff in general always, intrigues me. Steven Spielberg movies, you name it. And so it really kind of started as just a passion project, an idea that I was fond of, even just the idea of, what else? If there's something else out there, we're not alone. And so I kind of went down this road of trying to, put together an investigative story that was in the same vein as the other true crime stories I've told about cold cases, and take a similar approach to the topic of UFOs and in modern history and today, and really kind of figure out what's really up, like what's going on. And I found pretty quickly, through my journey, that there was a lot more meat to this bone than I had really even imagined. Because I'd never really gone down the rabbit holes to explore it in this analytical kind of way. And I became, completely convinced beyond a doubt that there is something otherworldly going on, and it's just happening right there in front of us, under our noses, and no one cares. And my goal with my new podcast called High Strange was to make a podcast for the skeptic, or the non-believer, or for someone who's on the fence, or someone like me who's like, yeah, they're probably real, but I don't know. And not, forcefully feed something to someone who might have an aversion right away if it pokes their belief system a little bit. And so I wanted to kind of take a different approach, layperson's approach, in unpacking some of the most compelling and hardest to debunk cases in our history, and kind of lay it all out there for you to decide, just like I would a true crime podcast. And with the goal being that I want you to listen. And I understand why people would be resistant to this idea, because there's a lot of implications that come with it. If you believe that we're not alone, if you believe the Bible, or you believe this or that, it might be hard to make all these things fit for yourself. And because of that, some people just don't want to go there at all. Because I was trying to make something where, hey, wait, before you tune out, let me just share something with you. And I'm not gonna, forcefully, put this on you. I'm gonna spoon feed it to you, and maybe if we can finish this thing together, we can have a real healthy conversation about this topic. I think that's what it needs, is a objective, healthy, normal conversation across the board with the reality that is.
Interesting. So how do you take the approach with that documentary? How do you start it?
The first thing I wanted to do was go find some of the most compelling stories in modern history that are still technically unsolved or haven't been debunked, right? And interview the people who experienced it. And so I interviewed Travis Walton in episode 1 and 2, and his story is he went missing for 5 days in the woods with his logging crew, came back with this crazy story of being on a spaceship, and I met with him in person with my producer Mike, and by the end of the conversation, we both looked at each other and said, I'm like, do you believe him? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, me too. And so I was able to walk away with my personal assessment of, even if he was lying, I can tell you for sure that Travis Walton himself believes it. And there really is no definitive way to disprove it. And even if, to me, if it was somehow not what they said it was, the circumstances are so bizarre that the alternative of what could have happened is almost stranger than what they're saying happened. And to me, that's compelling. And that kind of case to someone who would be a skeptic and, okay, you poke your holes in this. You tell me how you feel when you hear this guy talk. Tell me what you think about this. And I think there's a few cases kind of like that in history. There's a lot of strong components to it, and it's really hard to poke that hole that you'd want to poke if you were some stark non-believer.
Yeah, odd thing about that phenomenon is that if these things are sort of somewhere else that are visiting us, they are only making themselves visible enough to convince someone willing to believe, but not enough to convince the skeptic. They're not providing enough evidence to convince somebody not to believe. They're right on that line. And why is that? And I don't know if I believe. I don't. The thing about people like Travis is he definitely believes his own story. Of course. But does that mean that really happened?
Well, does not mean that, no.
We don't have evidence that it did happen. We don't have evidence that it didn't happen. Other than the fact that he's told the same story, and apparently we got a couple of kids that was there that verified everything that happened.
Yes.
According to your story. But, there's definitely a psychological component to that, where at a point it becomes religious.
Yeah. I mean, it does.
And then once you come out with that story, and it's that much attention, why change it?
Yeah, I think that there's definitely an argument to be made that, he's making this up for whatever reason, and shit, that might even be true. I don't know. But I personally think that if there's any part of his story that's like completely untrue, it's everything that happens after they solve this flying saucer in the woods. I think these guys weren't close enough friends with each other in real life to go to their graves with this, this pact of lies of them having seen something weird in the woods. And where was Travis for all those days? If his family was genuinely looking for him, then he wasn't with them, or was his brother in on it? And to what end? It's like, that part's hard for me to rationalize. Like, he would have had to seize the moment and been like, I'm going to go run off and hide for 5 days and come back with a crazy story. Maybe he did that. But that to me is crazy too. And it's like, well, where were you? Because they were looking for him. It's like, it was like a manhunt. What year was that? 1975.
That's another weird thing. How come this stuff has stopped happening?
I don't think that it's stopped.
There's him, there's Zimbabwe, there's all these close encounters of that third time. How come we don't hear about this anymore?
I don't think that we don't hear about it anymore. I think that if you look at the past 50 years, you can say, okay, there's that case, and they've become sort of like the legendary staple cases, that are synonymous with this topic. But I don't think that, it's ever really stopped. I also don't think it's a common day. Reports what?
Close encounters of the third time, and similar to Travis Wall, who was in Zimbabwe or back in Barton Hill. I haven't heard any new cases like that since those.
If you even look at that for what it is, it's like, okay, how far are we zooming out? I don't think that something like the Roswell incident or the Travis Walton incident is something that happens a lot. If they were true, I don't think it's a common thing. There also could be, like, you can speculate a lot about it.
50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Do you know them cases after the 90s?
After the 90s?
Yeah,
I mean, the Phoenix Lights and, 2000, there was, a mass sighting.
Right, and I'm talking about abductions, like a abduction encounter.
I mean, there's fucking every year claim they've been abducted, but the problem with that is that, how do you prove that, right? And, with the Betty Barnard Hill case, what's unique about it is because it's so old, it's like kind of like almost like an origin story for the abduction phenomenon. And so, like, when I look at that, there's not very many, like, I guess things you could pull stuff from. It's had to either, if the idea is floating there, making no noise, being abducted, experiencing loss of time, how many other places was that before the Betty Barney Hill case? Not many, not that I'm thinking of off the top of my head, in the 1960s. And so, did every other case follow suit with that kind of narrative and was influenced by that? Or did they really genuinely experience something that not many people had, on record at least, experienced it? And so there's cases where people claim that they've been abducted as recently as yesterday, probably. But did they really get abducted? Probably not. Was it sleep paralysis? Maybe. But there's no way to verify their stories really anyway. Like, what would it take for you to believe them anyways? I mean, would it be the 4K video on your iPhone of the spaceship? I mean, that might do it, but then would you say that's fake because it looks too real? Maybe. I always kind of joke around with Mike, like, I feel like, what is truth, right? Like, what would be enough for anybody? Let's just say today, like right when I left, that's the problem. There is, on Fox, on CNN, on across the board, on all news networks, there is a spacecraft landing on the White House lawn and is stepping out and shaking Biden's hand. Well, one, I'd be like, that's suspicious, right? But I still think what would happen is people would say that's a conspiracy. Then that's not what this is. And no matter what it is, you're gonna believe what you want to believe. I just think that I don't know how far the abduction stuff goes. I don't know to what the truth, I guess. Well, starting your series, the Traps, and that was kind of a bold decision. You're not really dipping your toe in. You're kind of jumping head first. And I was kind of like whether or not I should do that. But I felt like his narrative was so compelling. If I could just smack you in the face with quite possibly the nuttiest story that there is, and you are still here in your seat with your headphones on, then maybe you'll definitely finish the series. And that was kind of like I'm like, am I going to spook everybody? But I tried my best to have this really sort of objective approach to it, where I wasn't taking it or myself too seriously. And so it felt like a little soft-headed. It was, I would say that, yeah, that sounds crazy. I would probably say what you're thinking if you thought. So yeah, I don't know where those stories end or if they're all true or not, but I do believe that there are crafts in the sky that aren't from Earth, and that's been happening for a while. Really? I do believe that. Yeah. Which crafts specifically? What reports do you think are from Earth? I mean, there's tons that I could reference, but I would say I think that the Tic Tac stories are definitely something not from Earth. If we're believing the accounts of the Navy pilots and everyone else in the military who was genuinely spooked and perplexed by this, if we're believing them, then I think that there's your biggest account. There's also way better footage of those things, and I don't know why they won't release that. I mean, maybe it's top secret, whatever. If it's a fucking balloon, who cares? I don't think it's a balloon. It's a balloon, or if it's some sort of technology that we're developing secretly. That's why it's always a possibility that what we're seeing sometimes is our own stuff, or it's necessary. Even if it's an advert, I think that would be a good reason to push out there so people see what it is, so we can start getting more reports of it and expose the sort of technology that we don't understand. Something that we had overseas developing it and we don't want other nations to know about. I would imagine that would be a great reason to keep it secret and not to release the actual good compelling footage of it. But then if you were going to go with that theory, they'd have to add the anecdote of, well, they lied to us then, because they said they don't know what they are. But that's what the government does, they lie to us. I mean, sure, but at what point do you believe them now, or do you believe them then, or do you believe them this time? Right, what's that's a bold statement. So that's either the person that was, approving it believes that it's true, or there's some other like deep, dark, like small black operation that would, that's fun, that like is developing technology that like our smartest F-18 pilots don't know about.
It definitely is. That definitely
sure, but like two as well. Like, do we think that we've reached the point where they do stuff that F-18s can't, like seemingly defy laws of physics with things? Have we gone there? I don't know, but that would also have to be one more asterisk with that way of thinking of that they're all ours, which who knows what they are, but they're not what we're used to seeing.
so
and they go back a long way, and that to me is also odd.
when you go back to the 50s, then you start to get freaky.
To me, those are the most compelling cases because you can go back, like as a researcher, and you can look up like literally what happened that day, right? And you know exactly where technology was to a point, right? It's a Kodak film picture that wasn't photoshopped, right? So what the hell is that thing?
Yeah, I think if anything, I think citing some videos and accounts from like the 50s and 60s definitely. But when it comes to the stuff, I just don't know. I don't trust the people from the Iraq War and the false sequence.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that stuff now when you see it. Like even if it's super compelling.
Have you seen? You can find in the article yet, but there's an article posted on Warzone where the journalist highlighted his last name. He found out the have you ever of Ryan Graves, the Navy fighter pilot whose accounts seeing the Operations radar.
Yeah, I actually spoke to him on the High Strength podcast.
Okay. He recounts seeing this thing, or not him seeing it, but he saw on his radar. But one of the guys he was trying with saw something he described as a huge inside of his finger.
Yep.
Remember that? Yep. What do you think about that?
That's just weird.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, my reaction to that when he described that to us for the podcast was like,
I'm gonna touch you something.
that sounds like, oddly specific.
Right.
And it's like, you have this sort of trope idea, this Hollywood image in your head from all the sci-fi movies over generations that it's just plain saucer all the time. And not something that is maybe none of those things at all. Like, what would that do? I don't know. Like, you could speculate, but like, it doesn't sound like a craft. Also sounds like nothing we've ever had ever. So like, is it like a energy thing? Is it like a portal? Like, is it like a drone that looks really?
Yeah. So this article that was done by this guy on the Warzone, he basically discovered the patent that was, I think, approved in the 80s, I think, for a radar deflecting device that is basically propelled into the atmosphere.
Does it look like it?
Via a submarine. It's a balloon with a radar deflector inside. Go down, you can actually see the diagram.
Oh, weird, yeah.
So it's a tetrahedron, is that the right word? But it can easily be mistaken for a cube if you're flying by it with that.
Yeah, I mean, it looks kind of similar.
And they were developed during the Cold War, and they were actually tested over Cuba.
So why would things be floating out here now,
right,
in their airspace without their knowing?
Right, and the interesting thing is that they only started seeing them once they upgraded their radar in their F-18.
Yes.
So they could essentially be testing their own stuff on their own radar. So essentially, like a deflecting the radar was working on the old radar. When they upgraded, instantly they started seeing it.
Yeah, we're not gonna say it's there. You tell us if you saw anything as like the test of.
Scroll down. It actually shows you everything about the patent. So can you zoom in on that?
Are there any images of the real thing?
U.S. patent number 2463517, titled Airborne Corner Reflector.
Interesting.
Yeah, you can do a deep dive on all stuff. It's literally on use.
You never know. Like it could totally, right? Something that we don't have much knowledge of that is not alien, but foreign enough to speak a Navy pilot.
Right. So what they were doing was they were deploying these things from submarines over Cuba, and then they were like shooting like phony radars, like trying to confuse just random Soviet radars.
Yeah.
During the Cold War.
It's a good find.
So there's lots of things, man. I don't know. Ever since the TikTok and this thing, I just have been super skeptical of that. You know, and then the recent thing that came out a couple of days ago, the Atlas shot over. What was that recent one, Jordan? What was that? It was like in Venezuela or something like that.
The Colombian one?
Colombia. That was it.
Oh yeah, I like that one. Yeah.
I
mean, it does look cool. I'll give them that.
I don't think that shit is aliens. I think that's got to be our technology.
And maybe it is, but that's a very UFO-looking thing, right? They didn't. Yeah. They made it look like we want them to look like them.
Yeah, it's like a manta ray.
Well, I don't think that it's like a traditional balloon because I feel like it would move differently if a plane passes it like that.
Yeah. How fast is that plane going? Like 100 miles an hour?
I think so.
Something like that. How fast would something be? If you're driving on the highway and you pass the sign, how fast would it be going? Play that back again. It doesn't seem to be moving very fast.
Yeah, so I don't think it is moving very fast. It optically appears that way, but it's not. Right. But I think it is moving. Right.
Yeah.
It's just also super high up there. Like it's like, yeah, maybe it's not an alien spaceship, but I don't think it's a balloon that flew away from the Party City parking lot either. You know, and also it's super high up there. And it looks like a craft, like a thing that does something. So that to me is either like some advanced balloon or like technology.
The thing is, there's shit that we don't know what it looks like that we are currently developing. Just like the example I just showed you, that thing that there's a literal U.S. patent that no one has ever seen before, and these fighter pilots don't even know where these things existed.
So how do you kind of, I guess, rationalize why there is a UAP task force? Why does anybody in the government feel like it's an important thing to explore these unknown objects in the sky that have been ruled out pretty much everywhere else? Well, it just was total bullshit.
My theory evolves almost weekly on this, but right now I think it's a limited hangout.
Limited hangout?
Yeah. I think basically it's just, like a dumb CIA, the CIA jargon, or it's just a distraction. We're going to give you a little bit of truth here to distract everybody from what's really going on.
And what's really going on, you think?
I think it's secret projects that we have going on through stuff like DARPA or Skunkworks that we're developing and that we're testing that we don't want foreign entities to know about.
So is your feeling that none of them be something otherworldly?
I don't know, but the more shit that comes out, like all these crazy acronym task force, right? All these people talking about it and people making careers on this stuff, and the more shit that comes out about it, and the more headlines I see in the New York Times, the more I start to lean towards limited hangout, and that is just distracting.
Yeah, I mean, false flag. I just don't instinctually like to give the government too much credit. I don't think that they're that smart. I don't think they're smart enough to plot this whole deep campaign to make you look over here and do this. I think that they're not that smart. They've done it. They've attempted to do that before, but they also didn't succeed. So it's like when they come to Google stuff, sure, some people were probably affected by their misinformation campaigns and thinking that you were loony or you're crazy if you saw something in the sky that you thought was an alien spaceship. But people never stopped thinking that, really. Some people did, but it's what is at what point is it is something true? Even if it's 0.1%, the universe is so big it's like it wouldn't be impossible for it to have happened. Definitely. And so it's kind of so with that in mind, it's hard to kind of, I guess, break down the things that we see here on Earth, but it's something that's been talked about for literally centuries. Like as far as you go back in history, they're describing it like people still describe the sea and the sky. And so, like, you go back far enough, none of those things existed. Before you even flying planes yet. So there's no doubt that the government has some pretty cool, badass stuff up their sleeve.
I don't know if it's stuff that, I don't know if it's stuff that we've developed on our own, stuff that we've found, that we've sort of reverse engineered, or figured out how to use. It could be both. I don't know.
How do you feel about that whole theory of just kind of the low-key rumblings around, other two? There's this common knowledge or idea that the government has like alien spacecraft and they're reverse engineering it.
I think it's totally possible.
Yeah,
I think it's totally possible. And they're doing a damn good job of keeping it secret.
Yes, I think that for that to be such a big secret, I don't think that many people know about it. I don't think that they're sitting up there, Congress or whatever, lying through their teeth. I think that they just don't know. I think that there's a little private company that a few people know about.
There's a company called Patel.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah,
Is that in Vegas?
There's a company called Pattelle. If you look it up, they have most of these contracts.
Okay.
To work on these. It's actually just recently.
Are they rumored to be one of the ones that
I just learned about Patel recently through another podcast I did, but these guys have some of these crazy futurist anti-gravity contracts.
Oh, cool.
And even propulsion shit, stuff that you can wrap your mind around.
Yeah.
That they're doing. And it's all
That's badass.
based on national security and war.
And I hope they're doing that. It'd be pretty damn cool.
My friend, the guy who was on here, he recently went to the U.S. hearing a couple days ago, and he was talking to one of the congressmen about this. He had never even heard about Patel. He was talking to her about it, trying to explain it, teach her about it.
Oh, we gotta go there.
I never heard of this before. That's crazy. This is one of the longest standing.
You should have heard of this one. Yeah.
I'm on the fence about it. I don't know. What do you think about Bob Lazar?
So, to me, Bob Lazar is so frustrating for two reasons. One, if he's lying, why are we still talking about it today? That's annoying that he's still it feels like there's still some gray area there. And two, if it's true that we're considering the fact that he's lying, so that he's telling the truth, it's damn, that's all the information you ever wanted to know about, UFOs and Area 51 is right there. My biggest problem with Lazar, when you hear him talk, he seems not to believe him. But the whole college thing, I can't let it go. The fact that he lied about where he's from college. And it's if you're someone like me who's gone and, investigated a cold murder case, these would be red flags in someone's character. And if you lied about this, where do your lies stop? He has, to my knowledge, no one's ever asked him outright why he's lied about his background. And I would just love to know his response. Maybe you have a really good response, but I can't. Well, someone there would remember you, anybody, right? And the fact that there's nobody, I think that he just said a lie one time, a long time ago in the 90s, not really thinking about, what we'd be saying 30 years from now, right? And I think he just avoids it at all costs, and that makes me question everything else about his story.
Yeah, for me, the thing is Jeremy Corbell really kind of like ruined it for me. When I saw it, he ruined it for me specifically when he debated Stanton Friedman about it. And Stanton Friedman is a legendary physicist.
Okay.
I highly recommend watching that debate on YouTube. Fast.
You haven't seen it, yeah.
Stanton Friedman questions him on the degrees too. And he goes, why did you lie about this stuff? And I think Jeremy's response is, come on, man, haven't you ever lied to try to get a chick before?
Okay.
And he made the case like, look, he's made multiple offers to Bob. I don't know, I think that interview was close to 7 years ago, that debate I'm referring to. And Stanton said that, like, look, he reached out to him many times, offered to debate him on it, to talk to him about it. He won't talk to anyone that knows anything about physics. He only talks to lay people about this stuff. He'll only talk to George Knapp, Joe Rogan, people that aren't physics, don't have physics background, and don't understand physics language.
Right, so you're saying like the physics in what he's presenting don't necessarily make sense according to another physicist.
That's what Stanton was saying.
Which would still be an opinion versus an opinion. It's not like this guy's like, hey, I've built one of these things, and that's not how you do it.
Right. And that's what Eric Weinstein is saying, too. I mean, Eric Weinstein publicly reached out and offered to debate him, or they even have a conversation with him about this stuff. And I wish that would happen, and he's never done it. He's never talked. There's no documentation.
That bothers me.
I don't know. And the other weird thing for me, too, is he's always had a handler. He had John Lear, or Gene Huff, rather. John Lear's story is weird, too. Yeah, but the Gene Huff thing, and now Jeremy Corbell, like, anywhere he goes, he thinks on Larry King or Logan or whatever, he's always got this person right here to just fill in the gaps.
And I know Jeremy Corbell personally. I've never asked straight up about college thing, but now I want it. And yeah, I really would rather ask Lazar himself. Like, I want to know not what Jeremy says or this person says in response. I want to look someone in the eye and ask them a hard question and see what they say. Right. Because that's the linchpin to me in most of Bob Lazar's story. And I can't really reason with the idea that, well, maybe that he lied about, but the rest he didn't.
And then there's the fact that he got a job at Area 51, right? So he got a job at Area 51 right after his wife killed herself. And he married somebody else also like days before his wife committed suicide. He's a weird history. You're gonna work at the most top secret fucking base in the United States of America. You don't think that would be a red flag to hire you?
Yeah, it's hard for me to see why he was the best pick for those kinds of reasons. Like, wouldn't you try to avoid situations like that?
Absolutely. They would never fucking hire somebody whose wife committed suicide.
Unless there was some other motive.
And it was also the tie to the Hells Angels that his wife had, and she went to jail because of something happened with the Hells Angels.
Yeah, there's all kind of weird stuff, like his personal life.
And then the other thing is Jeremy Corbell's documentary. I don't know if this is right. This is what I've heard from multiple people in red, so take it how it's worth. But in the beginning of his film, where they're talking about the FBI rating him for having element 115. Yep. Apparently there was a FOIA done on that FBI rating, specifically because somebody just bought some sort of from United Nuclear and used it to murder somebody on their wife.
Yes, that is true.
And then basically, so Jeremy admitted that Restream made that up.
No, that is actually true. That there was a murder investigation, right? But I actually do still find this one a little bit odd. Maybe like, why are they going pulling out all this stuff? Like, I would love to know exactly how they pinpointed this specific element and tracked it all the way to Bob Lazar. That's a convenient, person to track it to. If anything he's saying is true, and I don't really know what happened with that. I mean, he didn't go to jail for that, right? But like, you could easily look at that as like a good excuse to go raid his place or just to fuck with him, ruffle his feathers. It's just still weird. Like, it's like, you guys still care about this guy or something? Or what are the chances that he gets wrapped up in some weird murder investigation? But no, everything's good though. But dude, I don't know one whose house has been raided for some element that they have. How do you even track that?
It was just a chemical somebody bought, like a common chemical somebody used to kill their wife, and then he bought it from his website. That's why.
Okay.
Allegedly.
Then why isn't he in prison for that?
Because it's not illegal to sell the chemical just because you sell bleach.
So what are they looking for?
I forget. I don't know what the name of the chemical was, but I guess they were looking for it. Maybe you can find it.
I don't think they even said what they were looking for, but the murder investigation is why they were there, so they said. But I'm like, what were they looking for?
Well, that's a good point. Like, if you bought bleach from Ace Hardware,
They got some more bleach?
why the FBI don't get Ace Hardware?
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe because maybe they just need to prove that he sold it or something. I don't know.
Maybe. So, like, what would they have needed? Like a physical printout of something?
And here's another question about him. If he is this whistleblower, right? If he's the whistleblower, one of the government's most top secret programs in history. Yes. Why is Jeremy on that interview or that debate with Sam Friedman bragging about how Bob still has all these federal government contracts? I don't know. Edward Snowden, does he have any government contracts? Do any of these other whistleblowers get government contracts? I don't think so.
No, they're ready to speak that guy up whatever they could.
Right, yeah. So if he is a whistleblower on the government program, why would the government still be doing these secret government contracts with him?
Yeah, what is he even doing? Or what is he even saying he's doing?
Jeremy, you have to interview, but Jeremy Corbell is basically flipped to Jeremy Corbell. He says it multiple times during the interview. He's doing all kinds of crazy, cutting-edge, science-based studies for the government.
Yeah, it's like it's one of those things where it can't be true. Like, it can't all be true. And so if you look at Bizarre through that lens, it's like the same thing. Like, it can't all be true.
Yeah. I don't remember where it is. Maybe go like quarter of the way through.
At one point, James literally said, I haven't spent the 20 bucks to watch my new documentary instead of just pulling up everything clip by clip because Joe didn't know the documentary was already out. Bro was just trying to get paid. And we've seen this with other grifters like ARE who are there to sell shit on their site or a cause or to create a controversy so people will go and watch their latest documentary on Netflix. Think back to when Billy Carson was on the podcast. That guy literally has a website called Forbidden Knowledge, where you can unlock the secrets of the universe, like the
I feel you. Let me tell you.
his chemical elixir of reality, or Bart Sibrel, the moon landing
He didn't have any other science
his
books.
website when he was
Then I
on
asked, was he valedictorian?
where he's got a bunch of
No.
self-published
He
books
left.
for sale on the
Some of those high school teachers.
And it's give you the background why I asked that question.
injustices in the
I
legal
was
system.
valedictorian in my high school class in Linden, New Jersey. And I was accepted at MIT, except I couldn't afford to go. Tuition was $900. What is it, 27,000? So I resented the kind of implications of this guy graduated from another company. And I'm like, was he in the top 10 in this class? No.
Or maybe they're not in my.
No. He was like 265 out of 366, which is the bottom third. Yeah, but can you cut to the chase here? What he's the point is that the notion that he went to MIT doesn't stand up. Nobody could find him in a yearbook. None of 5 people there were talking to him, put in the registrar, had any connections with him. And he was in the bottom third of his class. And MIT admissions office says you gotta be in the top 20%. They'll bend if it's more than 15. So, you know, he was lying about having gone to MIT. I called Caltech. They never heard of him. He was asked in Rachel, Nevada, home of the infamous Blue Alien, to name some of his professors. He said, let's see, Bill, I remember, made some Caltech physics. I looked at my director, there's Bill Duxer, I called him. He never taught at Caltech, only a Pierce Junior College, which is a long way intellectually, if not geologically, from Caltech. He checked Bill
Bob had taken a course on it. It's the very same time when he's supposed to be at MIT, 2,500 miles away. And if you go to MIT, you don't go to Restream.
Right.
So we've got some dissimulation.
To the East Coast, it's the kind of information provided by trusted authorities.
Yeah, sure. Something else for it, man. You know, you got to give me a second. Okay, so basically, that's the crux of it. The crux of it is none of this is really the point. I mean, really, the point is how did you know? Go ahead, Tom. That's a good one, Bob. That's for you. That is really the point. Okay, the point is this. You know, how did Bob know that on Wednesday, or possibly Friday,
I did say he
So anyway, I don't have to watch the whole thing, but it's really
ever really defend the Cubs thing, or no?
No, he earlier in this interview, when he's asking him about it again, his verbatim response was, "Haven't you ever lied to get a chick?"
Okay, so Jeremy seems like he knows that it's weird and it's not a good look for him. He just
doesn't want
looking
to
past it.
He's looking past it, right? He's
Okay.
kind of accepted, like maybe Bob lied, but I don't
Yeah.
care.
I have a hard time looking past that. Yeah, I do.
And then there was another college called Pacifica University that was convicted, and they got shut down because they were allegedly a degree mill. They were selling degrees and a degree mill. So there's so many crazy stories.
Yeah, so why does he have this convincing narrative and he's a believable, nice looking guy and all these weird parts of his past? You can't overlook that stuff if you're trying to figure out if someone's telling the truth or not.
Right. But, I mean, if I'm Jeremy Corbell, I'm willing to avoid the truth to tell a great story and the documentary because it is.
And it's a hell of a story. Yeah, you know, it's like a part of you wants it to be true.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, I mean, and then he left out John Lear and he left out Gene Puck, which was really interesting. I don't know why he left those guys out because those guys were really important parts of the story. And John Lear was literally like the beginning of this whole thing.
Yeah, I wish I could sit down with Bob Lazar and ask for these kind of questions and just see what the response is and really kind of have a conversation about everything and be able to make my own personal assessment. That probably won't ever happen, but hey, Bob, if you're listening, it's on the table. It'd be cool.
Yeah, well, listening to all of his interviews, man, I was sold. I was completely sold. Very believable. His body language, the way he talks about shit.
That's the annoying part. He's a guy who's just like, it seems like he's telling the truth. You want to believe the guy. You can't overlook obvious things. You can't. Or they need to be addressed head on. Right. Like if Bob Lazar told me that, look, dude, I lied because of X, Y, Z, I might buy that actually. But okay, I still think that it was weird. But if you're gonna like dodge it or seemingly dodge the question and not just come out and say, hey, like, all this shit is true, this part isn't, I'm sorry, but like, this part's still true. Like, I feel like you should do that if you're him.
Yeah, I feel like the next big documentary has to be like somebody that actually blows the Bob Lazar story out of the water. Because, you know, the story Bob Lazar has been told, right? It's been done. It's the biggest podcast that Joe Rogan ever did. It's an incredible documentary made. Somebody has to like look at it and really take it apart and convince people.
It's going to be hard to do. I think he's kind of elusive like that. It seems like he has a small circle.
There's people around him, I think, that could learn.
Yeah, I think so too. What you need though is Lazar's responses to the hard questions. Right. Like that. You know what I mean? Even for me, for every other listener or viewer, like
It'll be very telling if he never does that. If he never takes the opportunity to
absolutely. Then I can't like wholeheartedly believe anything until that's done.
Right. You know, that is the thing, like getting back to the beginning of this conversation, is like once you start to kind of gain this freedom of creating whatever you want and posting it online and being able to be like an independent, free creator, basically just reporting whatever's interesting to you, like you have to remember not to just lean into things because you get money or because you get the clicks on it. Like a lot of people do that, and it's extremely obvious when people start to lean in until they've completely forgotten who they were.
I mean, the news does that every damn day.
Yeah,
it's like every headline, every click, every YouTube thumbnail. It's like everyone is about the clicks. You can't do that. You can't operate with that mentality if you're truly objectively investigating anything. Right. You really can't. Doesn't mean you don't button it up and make it sexy and make it, something premium that you trust or enjoy, but you cannot fall for the bullshit because then you're putting out bullshit.
Right. You can't not just fall for the bullshit. You can't fall for your own bullshit.
For your own
bullshit. Just because you're seeing so much success in one thing or one area.
Oh, I can see it. I don't know if you follow sports at all, but like the greatest modern example is Skip Bayless. Yeah,
what he has become over the years, being a sports reporter, to just being this fucking clown talking head.
It's bizarre.
It's so obvious how fake his narratives are, and how he just does that because it's part of the show.
Yeah, like the hating. Like LeBron shit, like that blows my. I'm like, is this just like your what? It's so like it's really fucking good. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's so obviously just a fabricated narrative that he's created. He's created this giant labyrinth of people that love it, and he's seen so much success from it. He just leans into it, and he doesn't want to try it anymore. He's just gonna keep
saying that and saying that and doubling down on that, storing that even more, and going down that rabbit hole. Right. And it could have been something else.
Right. And I see a lot of that in the UFO topic. I like to see more. I like to see more of an open conversation about it. I like to see more people talking about it and making content on it, like you are and other people are, like I and am. But I think that's good. I think that people are
it needs that
building an economy around it. I think that's important. But at the same time, I hate to see drifters.
There's just been like most of the content over the years in the UFO space has been really geared and targeted towards believers of something. Fans of UFOs and aliens. I get it, right? It's like, it is fun, but at what point do we try to have a healthy, realistic conversation? You can't just target the people who are already going to talk about it. We need to expand the conversation. We need more people in this room. Yeah. And that was one of my goals with High Strange, was to try to expand or elevate the conversation, push it forward in any way at all. Where if you were someone who wasn't thinking very open-minded about really anything, that you maybe you're a little bit more open-minded about anything. Because the reality is, I don't know what's true and what's not true. I don't. But I also know that we don't know everything yet. We learn so much every day. Just look back in history, it's very obvious. I think that we forget that sometimes, that we're still learning, and there's something to all of this. I believe that, and someone else may not believe that. That's fine, but you should still be in the conversation.
Have you seen James Fox's documentary Moment of Contact?
No, it was good though.
That's fucking amazing.
Yeah, that's on the list.
It's one of the best documentaries on this topic I've seen in a long time. Pleasant phenomenon. His work is incredible.
Yeah, no, I'm pumped for that.
There's like hundreds of witnesses in this little town in Virginia, Brazil, that saw a live alien running around the town.
Yeah, I know the story. Yeah. So what do you make of that story, though?
I think that one's real.
Some of them you're like, well, what was it?
There's no way all of these people came out and talked about this. These military people, these cops, and those sisters or whatever, like girls that we had walking home.
What's their incentive to totally fabricate this thing?
All the people, he had to do so much work and convincing to get these people to go on camera and talk.
Isn't there allegedly like a video of it, like rumored to exist? But where is it though? I don't know.
Right. Well, what happened right after this is that apparently these quote-unquote men in black came and started knocking on people's door, offering them money, and basically saying, you know, you and your kids have a long and healthy life. Here's some money we're going to offer you, and let us know if you need it. Weird. So like weird sort of like intimidation tactics that were being done by people that seem to be American, according to these people in Brazil.
Yeah, I mean there was a military response to the whole thing.
You got Air Force landed there the next day. Yeah.
Also kind of odd, right? He's like, what are you doing with all this if it's absolutely nothing, right? You know,
And what is the lady's name? The New York Times reporter.
Leslie King?
Leslie King, yeah, she just was on video. And she said that she talked to some of her sources in the government, I guess the Pentagon. And they, her sources, according to her, said it's true.
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty big.
That's pretty fucking
And I know Leslie well.
Do you really?
I've interviewed her a few times for High Strange. And she's a straighter, really, like, and she's developing pretty strong relationships with. So, I mean, if you did hear that,
yeah. Find that Leslie King, it's like a 5-second video of her talking about that while she's sitting next to James while he's telling the story about this.
I want to see the video, man. If it exists, I hope we get to see it.
I mean, it seems like another thing, like the crashed flying saucer thing seems so bizarre to me. Like, how do they crash this? And if they're so advanced, how are they crashing it? And this fucking living entity, or of a biologically engineered creature is here. Like,
we crashed our planes and like it live.
Yeah, right.
Trevor Parker survived a plane crash. He's drumming his brains out. So,
right.
I think it's possible. I think it's like, I don't think that because you could be so technologically advanced or something that there isn't some element of error. I don't think they had to crash. If they've ever actually crashed here, I guarantee you they were like, oh shit, we fucked up.
Leslie King, James Fox. Just type that in, see if that comes up. Click on videos. I might have seen this on Twitter. There it is. That one. Yep. Turn it up with some more volume. James, 20 or like 12 or 15 years to make this documentary. Jesus, 15 years.
I mean, that's incredible.
With high clearances this issue for years and years and years. Some of the insiders that I saw with, and I mean, basically they verified that this happened. You know, if a movie like that comes out, you can see all kinds of people reacting and saying, "Oh, it's crazy, something dangerous." You know, no, it's the opposite. Insiders were confirming. So that was really exciting. Really exciting. And it's great for James. Yes.
Told you.
And the fact that there was U.S. involvement, and most likely, debris and even bodies from that case reside now in the United States. I'm not able to find out where never did that. And I also wanted to say about the medical. I was able to talk to a doctor who he was doctor of so he knew a lot about his death, and a lot of times the report was really interesting because of microorganisms that we found them, and have all kinds of suggested components coming from sometime. I saw more on that, very evidential.
That's the thing that I wish we had more information on, was the toxin that killed, I believe it was Martha Reed. I'm not sure about that one. I think that could have been basically they killed him because they didn't want him to talk.
Which one was that one?
He's the guy, he was the cop who actually handled the alien.
Oh yeah, he got messed up from it or something.
Yeah, he actually died like less than 24 hours later. Complete immune system shut down.
There are, I mean, dozens of stories kind of similar to that, where there's like, people claiming that if you get too close to something, or there's something unsafe for humans with certain types of interactions with either UAP or extraterrestrials. The military was even looking like into that, studying that, like as part of their.
Really?
Yeah, that was in their, I mean, their previous, the one that Lou Elizondo was a part of, so they want to call it now, I don't know. But yeah, they were researching UFOs, and part of their study was into like if they harmed us, or in instances where people have claimed that they experienced some sort of harm, or even like sexual encounters and stuff like that. Like they were legitimately exploring these kinds of claims. And I mean, I feel like that would just be a tremendous waste of time and money if there's zero chance that any of it's true. Unless they're just big sci-fi buffs. I don't know.
Yeah, crazy, man. There's so much to it. There's so much to it. And I wish I don't know. Like I said before, the more I see big publications talking about it that have ties to the gun and gun release stuff, and the more I get suspicious. And also, the more Annie Jacobson books I read, the more suspicious I get.
It's so easy just to like fall down into this mess, this web of like complete nonsense. I mean, it's also we just don't definitively know anything, right? Like you don't definitively know enough to stop racking your brain. And if you rack your brain hard on anything, you might enter the conspiracy hand, or the some nonsense might come spewing out of your mouth before you know it.
Right. Well, I love the quote that what's the difference between truth and conspiracy theory in 6 months.
It's so true though.
Dude, well, thank you for doing this. I had fun.
Dude, that was awesome, man. Thank you for having me out here.
I guess tell people where to find your podcast and follow you online and all that stuff.
Yeah, so I'm Payne Lindsay. My social media, Instagram, Twitter is just @Payne Lindsay. My new podcast that investigates the UFO phenomenon in American history is called High Strange. 8-part series. It's available now wherever you listen to your podcast.
Sounds fascinating, man. Thanks again.
Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Cheers. Good night, everybody.
Of spending so much time getting Jamie to pull up shit that he saw on Facebook and Twitter, and then in the next breath complaining about how toxic social media is. I can summon my car. That's crazy. Like if I'm in a parking lot and I want my car to come to the front, if I park back there, I summon it. It'll come to get me. That's nuts. And then I can press the address and I'll say, take me home. But it just takes me home. Full navigation stops at red lights, puts its blinker on when it changes lanes, recognizes where traffic is, goes around it.
How did you get into this whole world of esoteric stuff and religion and history of all of this? How did you get into this subject?
Well, I've been studying the occult and esoteric conspiratorial for about 15 years now. I'm 28 years old. I started researching stuff when I was about 13, 14. 13, 14. And but prior to that, my entire life was pretty much revolved around this stuff. I've had a lot of experiences all throughout my life that have led me on this path. Primarily being the fact that I grew up in a religious family, both Christian and Catholic. So as a kid, I never liked church. Still don't like the institution of it or anything, but I was always fascinated by the book itself and the stories and everything. So I always had that fascination for the legend and the mysticism behind religions. And that fascination led me down this path as a kid. So as a kid, I was always rebellious. I was the youngest of 4, so I was influenced by my older brothers, listening to a lot of classic rock, gangster rap, and stuff like that. And was just a rebellious kid, never liked authority. I was always an independent thinker. And then so when I started, smoking cannabis and doing psychedelics and all that kind of stuff around 13, 14.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a whole other thing too. And while I was doing that, I was listening to a lot of underground hip hop that spoke about a lot of stuff.
And so it just all came together at that moment, 13, 14, and started listening to the 70 experiences and already had previous experiences as a child. And so I really started digging into the stuff through books, through articles, through documentaries. And another experience actually was this that led me on this path as a young person was when my grandpa, who used to be a pastor, told me that he had seen a UFO. And I was about 8 years old. And he was always off in the corner, smoking cigarettes. To this day, still love smoking cigarettes off corner. And that was always like a running meme for us, like, oh, there's this grandpa, just smoking his. And I never understood why he was, always out to off with himself. And so one day when I was like 8 years old, I asked him, like, hey, grandpa, like, why are you always smoking cigarettes and looking at the sky? And he told me the reason was because he had seen a UFO. And he was always kind of wanting to see another one, and he was always questioning existence and everything because of that. And so I remember asking him, knowing that he used to be a pastor and grew up in a religious family, well, then what do you think about God? And he kind of just took a drag and looked up at the sky and said, I don't know. And so that kind of blew my mind as a kid, being in a religious family and all this and that. Now the possibility of aliens is real. So I've had a lot of weird experiences throughout my life, and again, just getting into it as a young person, researching, reading. I've been doing this ever since, pretty much all my life, but more specifically the past 15 years. And again, my name is Eddie, but I go by Esoteric Eddie online. I got incarnation as an artist is only about a year and a half old. I've only been doing this for about a year and a half under that name. My YouTube channel, my books, all that pretty much launched at the beginning of 2022. Prior to that, I had other incarnations as an artist, different names, different projects, and so I've always been trying to get this information out as an artist in different ways. It's just redefined, and now through Esoteric Eddie, through that name, through that brand, everything's kind of been finally, being received well, and I've gained some popularity and stuff like that, and it's been awesome. It's just with exploration, it's awesome.
Yeah, I watched your documentary about Lucifer this morning, which was wild. It's a great documentary, by the way. And it's crazy how, like, all this stuff from psychedelics to the different translations of all these religions, come to be, and there's so many different translations. It's like, it's easy to get so, like, lost in the sauce of what is what and all the different interpretations of it and how it relates to history. And it just, to me, it seems like there's just a variety of different cultures who interpret things that just happen in the world possibly a different way, such as like the floods and stuff like that.
Yeah, man, yeah. So what I'm here to talk about is pretty much my newest book, which is Unconsciousness. But before we get into that, I want to talk about my other two books, which is The Lucifer Mystery Revealed and The Anunnaki Theorem. And that's kind of like my expertise in the seeker community, if you will. A lot of my friends and people in the community come to me for information on like ancient religions and ancient cultures. So that's what I do. I kind of deconstruct and deprogram institutional narratives of religion and now consciousness. But I approach everything from a neutral, unbiased, perspective. Pretty much just like a historian.
Yeah, it's funny. How come the History Channel is like synonymous with hockey? I used to only hear about it from like my crazy stoner friends, but now it's just like mainstream conversation for people who watch cable TV.
Yeah, and it wasn't always like that. Like, the funny thing is too, like I remember being a kid and my grandpa was always watching Unsolved Mysteries. Like that was like Ancient Aliens before Ancient Aliens. Unsolved Mysteries. That's all they really had. It was always the same stories, like the Betty and Barney Hill story, the first UFO abduction. And I remember being a kid, like watching that stuff too. But to your point, I was talking about the Anunnaki and stuff like that way before Ancient Aliens, the TV show. I was like a freshman, or even in 8th grade, like talking about this stuff because I come across the work of Zechariah Sitchin, who made all this possible through his books in the 1970s. But I was talking about this stuff and trying to educate my friends, and they always thought I was crazy, like, man, you're fucking crazy, whatever. But I remember being in 9th grade, sitting on my friend's couch, smoking cannabis, just chilling, and then the first episode of Ancient Aliens airs. And I was just freaking out, like, what? Like, yo, I started calling everybody over to the living room, like, yo, this is the stuff I've been trying to tell you about, like. So I remember that moment, and I stopped watching after like the second season when I saw the agenda or whatever. And it's a money machine now, and they kind of play the same narrative. And so in my book, the Anunnaki Theorem, I kind of just look at everything through my own perspective, through a clear perspective.
What do you think it had more to do with your interest, your early interest in this stuff? Was it, like you said, psychedelics at a super young age, or was it your early indoctrination into religion and your religious family?
I think it was the indoctrination part. That's where it all started. Like one of my earliest memories, one of the earliest core memories that I have, I must have been like 4 or 5 or something. I remember my mom dropping me off at the kids section at Catholic school, Catholic church. I remember walking into this auditorium or whatever, and I was small, so I was in the bigger community. So I remember walking in there and being just like overwhelmed by how big the room was. And then there was this huge figure of Jesus just staring over us. And I remember just freaking out, like, who is this guy? And so like that image just like was in my mind. And then as I grew and learned the teachings and everything, so it all started with religion. And specifically with my, authorities, elders telling me that the devil is real and that demons are real. So as a young kid, I thought devils were real and that they were out to get me and stuff like that. And that played a huge part in how I viewed the world and played a huge part in my fear and in my trauma. But as I said, I was always rebellious too, so I never liked the authority. And so that rebellion is what saved me because I always thought for myself. Like I listened to Pink Floyd and Bob Marley and stuff like that when I was like, third grade, so I had that rebellious and independent spirit. And so when I came across these books and videos and stuff, like 8th grade, 9th grade, it just shattered everything and it all made sense in that moment. Like, oh wow, I could see like all the indoctrination and everything.
Something about religion that when you were young and you get it's on you. Like I was young, my parents dropped me and my brother off Sundays, have to go to church and stuff like that. And it was just like, you see like Black Sabbath and Iron Manson on TV, like this is really fucking cool. But like when you get older, people start generally, I feel like people start to accept it more or understand it more and embrace it more. But there's something that happens like as we age. So we understand it better. And when we're not so up to it or inclined to rebel against it, I feel like. Maybe if we get closer we're getting closer to death, maybe that has something to do with it. Like we're not, because we're getting closer to death, it's kind of like, it's not a closed loop, right? There's like, it's an open loop, so we're not sure what's going to happen, so it's easier to sort of like accept it.
Yeah, well, it's part of the human process. We've been worshiping things since the beginning, and it's all been developing, and that's kind of part of what I'm going to talk about today, is how this idea of worshiping God has developed over the millennia. It's just gotten more and more complex, and in some cases for the wrong reasons. So we've always had to cope with death and stuff like that. And I feel like way back in the day when we were more primitive, we had a much more healthy relationship with that. It was much more beautiful and more accepted. And it was like, we accepted it. It was beautiful. But like now, we have all this like weird religious stuff and weird like laws and morals and ethics that get in the way. But I think actually that we're starting to move away from the Abrahamic faith in a sense. Not that they're not good for us, but it's just that we're starting to see that there's so much more to life, and that's also probably what I'm going to talk about today. In my third book, which is about consciousness, is that we can do life through these Abrahamic religions, but they're just very specific set of perceptions and philosophies, and there's a whole other life outside of all of that.
Do you think that God and angels are aliens?
To a certain extent, I used to believe that a lot when I first got into this stuff, like 13, 14. And the reason being is because of Zechariah Sitchin. If you don't know, Zechariah Sitchin, he's the guy who brought all this Anunnaki stuff to the forefront in the 70s. He wrote the first book on the Anunnaki. And so, in other words, without Zechariah Sitchin, there would be no ancient aliens. There probably would be no Billy Carsons. None of that, at all. Without him or Eric Von Daniken. So I read his book, and he was a prolific biblical scholar too. He didn't try to disprove the Bible. He tried to bring even more veracity to it, but saying that we're looking at it in a skewed way. He's one who said that these angels and these beings are actually ancient astronauts and stuff like that. So, and his books are fascinating. They're very detailed. He goes hard or whatever. But I have my own critiques of that, and most people do that because they read his work many years. So I kind of just like put all his stuff to the side and kind of look at all this stuff myself and for what it is and come to my own conclusions. But to answer your question, are angels and demons just aliens? I mean, you can perceive them that way, but I go further than that, and I say that these archetypes never really existed. And that's what my first book is about, Lucifer Mystery Revealed.
You think they were just sort of stories that were told to keep society in line? Be like, here's the difference between good and bad. In order for us to operate society, don't kill, don't steal, don't rape people. Like, that's not a good way to live. Develop these stories that people can read and become fascinated by, and even whether you know it, whether you believe in it or not, it's still sort of a way for society to operate, sort of like boundaries.
Yeah, basically, but it's more complex, and I guess we can kind of get into it. Let me explain why it's more complex. And the reason it's complex is because the three Abrahamic faiths, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, they're all based on even more ancient mythologies. They kind of just borrow these mythologies for their own purposes. And monotheism, primarily through Judaism first, was created for the purpose of controlling the populace. And so that's a simple way to put it, but let me give you some deeper examples. And also, apart from that, a lot of this religious stuff has just come about through mistranslations, misinterpretations, and exaggerations. Charlatans as well. And for example, Lucifer, right? Lucifer plays a huge role in Christianity and just in Western pop culture, this and that, right? You know, the occult loves Lucifer, the Christians abhor Lucifer, but Lucifer never existed in the Bible. And the reason why we created that archetype was because we had misunderstood and mistranslated the Hebrew text. So the entire world learned about Lucifer through one verse in the Torah, which is Isaiah 14:12. And that's the famous verse that goes, "O Lucifer, how art thou fallen," etc., etc. And we translated the word Lucifer into the English as an uppercase noun, with a big L. But we got the English from the Latin, and the Latin is where the word Lucifer is first shown to us, because it's a Latin word comprised of two root words, lucis, light, and fere, which means to bring it to hold. And that's where the occult got the idea of Lucifer being the light bearer, the light bringer. But we got the Latin version from the Greek version. And in the Greek, where we would see Lucifer, we would see the word prosperous, which is equivalent to the Greek Latin, which is equivalent to the Latin Lucifer, which means light or fire or light. But we got all of those from the Hebrew, which is Hallel ben Shahar. And Hallel ben Shahar means Hallel, son of Shahar. And the word Hallel means bright or shining. So then we got Lucifer, son of the morning, Hallel ben Shahar. The Shahar also means morning. Right? But there's a reason used in the Torah. Isaiah was a royal prophet and a royal scribe, and he was writing during the time of the Babylonian exile, and the Babylonians were descending upon the kingdom of Judah and taking them all into captivity. And so he was writing a book about the downside of the Babylonians, saying that they are like Hallel ben Shahar. Hallel ben Shahar was actually a Canaanite deity belonging to an old mythology before Judaism. And in that mythology, Hallel was a younger god, tried to rise to the throne, but failed. But it gets even deeper. The word Hallel, the Greek word prosperous, and the Latin word Lucifer are all words that can be used to describe or denote Venus. And Venus is the brightest celestial object in the sky preceding the sun. And so Hallel was another version of an ancient Canaanite deity known as Ashtar. And Ashtar was a male rendition of the female Astarte. He was also Ishtar. He was also Inanna. And all of these goddesses were also represented by the star or the symbol of Venus. And so Isaiah was prophetically and poetically saying that the Babylonians are like Venus, they are like Hallel, they think they are something bright and shiny, but they will soon be overshadowed by God or the sun. So that's what he was really saying. But the early Christians kind of look at this and we're like, oh wow, like he's talking about some person named Lucifer. But he totally just took that and ran with it and exaggerated it. And just said there never was a Lucifer. And so we took that, ran with it. And primarily,
you said it never was a Lucifer. Well, they mentioned Lucifer, and the L wasn't capitalized, meaning it wasn't a person.
Yeah,
so what, it was a symbol?
Well, Lucifer is a Latin word, and it was a translation of Ben Shahar. So there never was a Lucifer character. And when I say that there never was a Lucifer character, what I mean is there was never this right-hand angel that was the leader of some choir who rebelled against God and then was down to earth. That's the whole Lucifer myth. That was put together over hundreds of years by Christians, but it all started with some mistranslation of what Isaiah was saying. Yeah, it's kind of like, okay, so what? The reason that's important because if you break down what Isaiah was doing, then it kind of opens up a whole other discussion. Because what he was doing was he was referencing even older Canaanite mythology. And this is what this whole Anunnaki thing is based off of. The whole Anunnaki thing is based off of the fact that Judaism, which is basically the first Abrahamic religion, is all based off of the Anunnaki. And I can give you an even crazier example. For example, in Genesis 1, right, when man made it, you can open up into this day, go to Genesis 1, and it'll read, and God said, let us make man in our image after our likeness. And there's plurality there. If you would ask any theologian or whatever, and be like, why is there plurality there? They'll give you some cute answer, like it's God talking to himself, or God talking to Jesus, or whatever. Not the truth. The reason there's plurality there is because the word that was used in the Hebrew text, the original, was not God. The word that was used was Elohim. And Elohim is a plural word, meaning the powerful one. So if you go back and read Genesis 1:26 with that in mind, now you're reading the powerful one said, let us man in our image to our likeness.
So who are the powerful ones?
Well, the powerful ones are the Anunnaki. And the reason that is so, and how we know that is because the people who wrote the Bible, they were from the Middle East. They lived in that area, they lived in time to the Babylonians, to Sumeria. So the Sumerians were their ancestors. They knew those things by heart. For example, the Sumerian Anuma Earth was reenacted every year in Babylon at the T2 New Year Festival. So these were their ancestors. They knew these tales. They implemented them into their new religion. The Anuma religion is the Sumerian cosmological tale to tell us how the universe was created. And so I get into that in my book, The Anunnaki Theorem. And also, real quick, if anybody's interested to learn more, I have 3 documentary versions of both my Lucifer book and the Anunnaki book on my YouTube channel and things like that. But yeah, so what I'm saying is the Bible, the Torah, whoever wrote it, and you still usually on as to who really wrote it, whoever wrote it was writing it with the Anunnaki stories in mind. And not just their stories in mind, but a lot of the other religions around them in mind. And when you look at the text, it's still fascinating. For example, the oldest piece of literature known to us right now is the Sumerian text known as the Kesh Temple Hymn. And it's a strange text. It's about, I don't know, somewhere around 4,000, 2,000 years old. But it's a strange text when you read it. It's basically just these gods, and they call them the Anunnaki in the text. These Anunnaki bring together some kind of ritual or ceremony. That's all it is. It's like they're like these like instruments and like these smoking devices like a ritual. And this is the oldest text known to humanity. It's like, what is that about? You know? And so in my book, I conclude that these people, these Anunnaki, weren't aliens, they weren't interdimensional travelers. I don't doubt that possibility, but the reason I think that is because if you read the text for what it is, they tell you what's going on. And so right alongside the text temple hymn, we have the Enki and the World Order text, which is just as old. One of them being World Order. Yeah, the Enki and World Order text. And what it is the God Enki constructing society. He's kind of like appointing all these other gods to their positions in society. Like, okay, you're going to take care of this farm, you're going to take care of agriculture, and this and that. And in the text, he also devises the calendar. And so if you're reading it, you would think that we're doing this for the first time. That these are the magical gods of creation, creating everything. But what tells me that this isn't them creating this for the first time is this simple passage in the text where it said that Enki that there was nomads on the outskirts, known as the Martu nomads. And notice that they were without research. And so that you look them up, the research like house and animals. And so if these are supposed to be the gods of creation, who are these Martu nomads on the outskirts? Right, so I'm reading this as if these are reconstructing society. We construct everything and build everything from the ground up. And on the outskirts, there are these disenfranchised people. So if we look at ecology, geography, all that stuff, we know that in cataclysms. And we should look into that. But so what I think is that these beings were just survivors. They were survivors of the cataclysms. And they were savvy and clever enough to rewrite themselves in history as the gods.
And the Sumerians when were the ancient Sumerians, when were they?
Approximately 4,500 BC.
4,500 BC, okay. So I believe that the most recent world-ending cataclysm was the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, which was 12,500 years ago, roughly.
Yeah, so it wasn't that long ago. It really wasn't. Our current time is like 7,000 years. The entire history of humanity on this globe, whatever you believe, it's only 7,000 years old. Like, that's huge, and to think that that's all we've ever known is arrogant. Because we already know that's not true. We have places like Göbekli Tepe that are like 9,000 to 14,000 years old. So there was obviously civilization before this current 7,000 years.
Right, and it's crazy that people don't take it seriously. Like it's still considered not mainstream. It's like underground, so it can be classed as like some people classify it as conspiracy. There's like this war right now between like people on YouTube researching it, and people like Randall Paulson, and then fucking colleges, like people at colleges who like, or people who throughout history have like written books and then published about this stuff and have, they don't like to have their ideas challenged.
Yeah, man, I'm kind of in the middle of all of it. I'm just kind of reporting it all as like a historian. I try to look at it all from an unbiased, neutral standpoint. And so, like, getting back to the Lucifer stuff, because this is just one part of what I want to talk about. This is the first book that I dropped. But I just wanted to lay the groundwork for what I'm really going to get into, which is consciousness and the simulation theory. But what we need to understand is that, for example, these religions, man, they're built off of fallacies, in some cases lies, but a lot of times they're just based off of error. For example, Lucifer never existed. Isaiah was referencing an old Canaanite myth, and he was using it poetically to talk about the downfall of the Babylonians. But it was the early Christians that Oregon Adamantium, specifically in the 2nd century AD or Common Era, took this and ran with it and exaggerated it and just been exaggerated ever since.
You think it's like the game of telephone over like history?
Yeah, man, it was definitely like it was mostly human error. Like we just went on. There's a bunch of Hellenistic Jews and Greeks.
Yeah.
Looking at.
But I wonder if it was error. It was intentional error.
I don't think so. Like Oregon Adamantium, he was one of the dudes who first looked at this and created this archetype of Lucifer. And he was a wild dude. He later deemed really wild. He thought about things. but this didn't go unnoticed. For example, Martin Luther, the famous reformist, he spoke he spoke about how there was never a Lucifer. He was smart enough to read this with the historical context in mind, as I'm explaining. Like Isaiah he's an ancient dude, he was closer to his ancestors, the Sumerians, but the early Christians were just so fanatical and reading it from their mind state of the New Testament. But this didn't go without. This didn't know. Martin Luther, he picked up on it like, oh, there's no Lucifer, this is an error, like reading this wrong. And then the occultists, the famous occultists like Rufus Leslie, or Helena Blavatsky, who were huge players in the occult, the modern occult too. But still, even though still played on the Lucifer archetype in philosophy and blew it up and just made things even worse. Because it is a beautiful philosophy, if you think about it, Lucifer being this bright angel who fell and he's trying to give us knowledge, upgrade our consciousness, that's the whole story. But we're just putting all these puzzle pieces initially were meant to be put together.
He was trying to upgrade our consciousness?
Yeah, so
you're telling us to do drugs?
Basically, yeah. Really? So basically, because you have Isaiah verse, Allah Ben Shahar, and then Christians like to cut Garden of Eden story. There's no similarity there at all. There's no connection. They're just always piecing these different things together. So they would like to take that and the Garden of Eden and then use it as evidence for their being as archetype. But in the Garden of Eden story, we find this being called the serpent. Right? And the word used, and it's always about the word. That's the thing Christians don't understand. It's like you have to look at the Hebrew, Near Eastern contextual history and the word and everything. The word that was used instead of serpent, originally was makash. And makash is a double meaning word. It can mean serpent, but it can also mean wise one. And whoever wrote the Bible, they did a lot of this on purpose. They used a lot of words that could be prayed for, and there was a surface level understanding and a more mystical, esoteric understanding. So the word Nakash again means serpent and wise. And that person, as I relate in my book, if there ever was a Lucifer, he was a fallen angel who tried to uplift us, it was that person. And in the Garden of Eden story, of course, the serpent tries to convince Eve to eat this apple or whatever it is, consume this drug, Eve will become like God. That's what the Bible says. Eat of this, you will become like God. And when we did eat it, again, in the Bible, there was a plurality. After we eat it, they have become like one of us. You go back, open your Bible, I don't know what verse that is, but it's in Genesis 1. God says they have become like one. And again, if you understand the historical context, who they were talking about is us, was Anunnaki. Because that was the first religion. The first religion on earth, according to the current 7,000-year timeline, the first religion, the first God, were the Anunnaki. Those who our ancestors worship.
Pardon this brief interruption.
So all of that got condensed into one God, as I can get into. But getting back to the Garden of Eden real quick, Enki, the Sumerian god, he has always been known as the wise serpent. His symbol is always that of a snake or a serpent, and he's always been known as the god of knowledge and wisdom. For example, Sir Henry Rawlinson, who is considered the father of Assyriology, the guy who started studying all this stuff and pulled it out of the ground in the 1800s, he concluded that it's clear to our ancestors that Enki was the god of wisdom and the god of the serpent and the snake. Whoever wrote Genesis was compacting all of this ancient mythology into the simplified version. And that's important. It's important because it's a maybe deliberate erasure of our history, of who we really are, where we really come from. Especially when we look at how monotheism is born. And I'll get into that a little bit right now. So monotheism came forth through Judaism, primarily. Some people will say it started with mountains and sun worship, but primarily started with Judaism. And it all started with Abraham, right? So all three of the religions, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, they all claim that Abraham is the patriarch, the father of all these religions. So without Abraham, we wouldn't have the seed or the bloodline or the lineage of any of these religions. It all starts with him, right? From the Bible and the Abraham story, we learn that Abraham and his father, family were from Ur Kasdim of the Chaldees. So there was a lot of debate as to where it is, where was he really born. You know, was it this Ur or was it this Ur? And what's interesting about that is Ur is the capital of Sumer, which is modern day Iraq. The Bible telling us possibly that Abraham was from Sumer. And the Bible tells us that prior to Abraham, his father Terah worshipped other gods. We are told this in the Bible. In Joshua 24 specifically, we're told that Abraham's father worshipped other gods. So this whole idea of this one God was mixed with Abraham. And who were these other gods? Well, if we look back in history and listen to our ancestors, they tell you who these other gods were. They were Anunnaki, by name, they say that.
And Inky, so was Inky Lucifer?
Yeah, basically, yes.
He was.
Yeah.
And Inky had a brother, right?
Yeah, and Lil.
And Lil and Inky. And what was the difference between those two?
So Enki means Lord of Earth, and then Enlil means Lord of the Command. And basically, Enki was this more whimsical god who was always kind of creeping behind the other god's back to impart knowledge on us, impart wisdom on us. He had an admiration for us. Whereas Enlil was very vindictive and he didn't like us. And he wanted to drown us in their flood story as well. But it was Enki in the Sumerian version who went against his brother's back and warned us about the flood. So there's always this like contention between the brothers having to do with us.
Okay, so back to Lucifer.
Yeah, so there was no Lucifer per se, you know, but again, if there ever was a Lucifer, it was Enki in the conceptual story of the Garden of Eden, you know, and so that's just important to know because it just shows how, as humans, we can take something and exaggerate it and create this whole thing out of it. I mean, there's a TV show now called Lucifer. Right. You know, there's all these things, man. And it all started with just a misunderstanding.
The crazy, you know, like I mentioned before we started the podcast, John Marco Allegro, who spent a life, he was a linguist, studying this stuff, studying the dead. He spent a few decades just studying the Dead Sea Scrolls. And if I'm not mistaken, the Dead Sea Scrolls were like the original source of everything, right?
Kind of, sort of. So the Dead Sea Scrolls, we found them in the 1940s. And what makes them interesting is that they have some of the oldest versions of some of the stories in the Bible.
Right, okay.
Some of the oldest remaining versions.
And where did the Dead Sea Scrolls come from?
I always get those mixed up with the Nag Hammadi library, but I think the Nag Hammadi were found at the same time, and they both have like very ancient and weird versions of the Bible. But I think the Nag Hammadi was found in Egypt, and then the Dead Sea Scrolls were found somewhere also in between the Middle East and Egypt. I don't know exactly.
Yeah, what John Marco Allegro came up with after all of those years of studying the Dead Sea Scrolls and deciphering them, you know, because it's such a sketchy thing when you're actually trying to decipher the words and figure out the meaning. And that's what this guy's specialty was. And basically what he concluded was that these religions were ancient fertility cults and that they were consuming loads of psychedelics.
Yeah, man, and there's a lot of that, you know, for sure. The Nag,
what is this? The Kurbet Qumran. Dead Sea Scrolls are ancient manuscripts that were discovered in 1947, 1956, and 11 Kurbet Qumran. Dyslexia a bit. On the northwestern shores of the Dead Sea. Okay, they are approximately 2,000 years old, dating from the 3rd century BC to the 1st century CE. BCE to the 1st century CE.
They along with like the Dead Sea Scrolls too, so the Nag Hammadi library, which is the Gnostic text. It's very psychedelic. But again, these were just people basing their versions off of other versions and just off of mythologies that go all the way back to the Anunnaki.
And what were those ancient tablets that Billy Carson was telling you about?
I did watch the video, but it's been a while.
You tell me he went to a library where he was able to
look at and read some ancient clay tablets.
what he's referring to, but we uncovered Sumer in the 1800s. So prior to the 1800s, we didn't know Sumer. Sumer was already forgotten. There were some references to it in like Assyrian and Babylonian texts, and it was known in the Bible as Shinar. But in the 1800s, we found it in Iraq, so digging up all these plates, and to this day, it's been reported that we found about like 500,000 if we're being conservative. But even out of that 500,000, only like maybe 10%, if that, have been circulated throughout the public. And so these plate tablets are the text, ancestors talking about these Anunnaki, these beings, and some other colorful and boring stuff too. But what I want to get into again and the shift is monotheism and how that came about and how it based off of the Anunnaki. So monotheism again, it all pretty much started with Judaism. Right? That's where this idea of Yahweh, the one single God, came from. But Judaism was formulated not that long ago. It all formulated around 500 BC, around there, 500 to 600 BC. And it came about after the Babylonian exile, which was a true occurrence in history. So what happened is the Babylonians descended upon all the neighboring kingdoms to be taking the elite captive. They didn't take them for common folk, just the elite. That was their practice. Take the elite captive and hold them or whatever. And during that Babylonian exile, the elite were mingling, they were being influenced by what was going on around them. And what happened was Cyrus the Persian, he created and he destroyed the Babylonians. And luckily, King Cyrus was tolerant towards other religions. So after he freed the Jews, he said, you can go back home if you want, and you can chill here. And some of the Jewish priests decided to stay, and that's when the Babylonian Jewish priesthood began in Babylon. So there's two different priesthoods, and then some of the other ones went back home. But prior to the Babylonian exile, the Jews were losing their way. They were losing their footing. They were reverting back to their polytheistic roots and the Anunnaki worship. And we're told in, I believe, Jeremiah. In Jeremiah, we are told he was a prophet. He was alive during that time. We are told that the Jews, the people, the Israelites, they're reverting back to the days of their fathers, and that they are worshiping as many gods as there are street names, as there are streets. They were reverting back to the Anunnaki worship. So because of that, they weren't fortified, they weren't unified. Everything was just a mess, and that's why they were easily controlled and taken over by the Babylonians. Yeah, and so during the Babylonian captivity, the priests, the elite, were like, man, we can't let this ever happen again. How are we going to, come together? And the Bible tells us how this comes about. The Bible tells us how the Torah was written. We're told that the prophet Israel was given command by Artaxerxes, one of the kings of Persia, to go back to his kingdom, go back to his people, and give them a new law to follow. And that new law was the Torah, the Old Testament. And the reason they did that was so that they can control them, put them together, be unified. So basically, monotheism, Judaism came about after the Babylonian exile as to do away with the Anunnaki worship, to do away with polytheism.
Yeah, that's incredible. So it was a way to basically have security against people taking over your town.
Yeah.
Keep everyone together, unified under one God, not divided.
Yeah.
That's wild, man.
Yeah, and it gets crazy. Real quick, so Judaism is all based off of the worship of Yahweh. That's his name, right? Yahweh. But what's interesting is that the worship of Yahweh historically goes further back than the Jews. The earliest inscription of Yahweh that we have is actually found in the Sinai Peninsula. And there was a band of these nomads known as the Shasu who were worshiping Yahweh in the Sinai Peninsula. And we know this because there's an Egyptian text that we found where Amenhotep III, he subjugated some of these Shasu, taking them as slaves. And he claims that these are the Shasu of Yahweh. And there are inscriptions in the Sinai that state, God, Yahweh, and his consort Asherah. So these Shasu were worshiping multiple gods. To them, Yahweh was just a part of the polytheistic pantheon. And that's interesting because in the Bible, the first time the name Yahweh is given to us is in Exodus to Moses in the Sinai desert. The Bible is also reflecting history. The Bible is telling us that the name Yahweh is one God is given to Moses in the Sinai desert, where these people were already worshiping Yahweh. So it's just more proof that all of this is just based off of the Anunnaki worship, the Anunnaki mythology. And it was just slowly fortified, slowly protected until after the Babylonian exile. And all those kingdoms were gone anyway. And they said, you know what, let's take all of this and let's do our own thing, our own kingdom, our own religion, let's go forward. Because at that time, Sumerian kingdom was already well, it was way down, the Akkadian kingdom was gone, the Babylonians had just fell, the Assyrians had gone, so all that was left really were the Jews and some of the neighboring kingdoms and the encroaching Greeks. And then slowly through time, after that all fell, it was the Christian Empire and the Jewish Empire. Everything else had already pretty much crumbled. Now, at that time, the Christians utilized the same blueprint. Because they were dealing with the pagan religions. All the pagan religions, this and that. So they said, you know what, let's get rid of all of that, and let's just all make it one thing, Christianity. And what they did is they created a power shift. They said instead of having to go to Jesus, to find God, you have to now go to the Catholic Church. They created a mediation, because before the original Christians, they go to these big churches they just worship together. They were hippies. But the church came through and stamped its boot and said, no, now you have to go through us. We are the mediators between heaven.
What do you think the first person to call the church was?
Yeah, well, technically they say it was
the first church.
It was, I believe, in Syria.
Really?
Yeah, but technically Paul was like the first one. Paul was the first one who created the Catholic Church or the church, and then after him the apostolic fathers followed after him in line. Kind of made up the Jews with the rabbis. There was like an original rabbi, and ever since then it's been like a succession.
Right.
But basically all of this stuff, man, all of this is just based off of the Anunnaki. It's just based off of the Anunnaki, and it's slowly just morphed and changed and condensed and become centralized. And here we are. I just saw a video the other day of Vladimir Putin, doing some kind of cold plunge baptism or something.
Cold plunge baptism? Really?
Yeah, something like that.
You have to find that.
Yeah.
What was that all about?
I don't know.
You think he knows about the Anunnaki?
Well, what I was going to say is that before he did it, he did a little Hail Mary cross. So I'm just saying, this is how pervasive this has become.
That's right.
Oh, wow, look at that. Oh, yeah. Look at that.
With a big cross right there.
Except you disable the comments on the episode without a burden. You can blame whoever you want to, but at the end of the day, the judge was right.
Is that how you who's that? Yeah, that's a big thing in Russia. Yeah, they wear the war hats and they do the cold plunge in the sauna. So
danger to society before this clown got him down. The comment section
is all for Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Yeah, so it just shows you how pervasive all of this is. I mean, religion is still a huge part of our world. I mean, he's one of the leaders of the so-free world, the finger on the nuclear, and he was still indoctrinated by this stuff.
Can you imagine seeing our president doing the cold plunge?
Oh man, he probably wouldn't get back up.
Yeah, man, but what do you think about the fact that the only one people that are talking about the Anunnaki are people like yourself or the History Channel?
I mean, it's weird, man. I think it'll eventually catch on.
Who would it catch on with? It's touching on making money.
Yeah.
That's the reason, and that's the reason a lot of people even start thinking about it or doing things that you're doing, get inspired by shit like these shows on the History Channel. So it's not a bad thing. they're making money. You know, people say, oh, History Channel, they're just fucking, you know, they're monopolizing this fuck shit and making it more fringe. But in reality, what they're doing is they're creating an economy around it. And they're creating more people like yourself who get fascinated by it and just dive into it and find out even more things about it.
Yeah, and that's their focus for the most part is the money, right? And they're not telling the whole truth because they're always leading into those cliffhangers of like, they were aliens and this and that. And it's like, you know, like, oh, that's fun, it's entertaining, but like, let's get to the real truth, like, what's really going on? And then that's what I try to do. And for me, I started doing this because I was indoctrinated. Like, I'm telling you, like, I used to really believe demons were real and the devil was out to get me, and I put these gold on things.
Demons are real?
No.
Really? Why not?
Not in the.
Are you sure they're not real?
Well, let me say this. I don't think they're real in the way that the Christians perceive them to be.
How do you think they could be real?
Well, that's what I wanted to get to with my new book. It says, I just want to make sure there's nothing else I wanted to say on that, the Anunnaki stuff, because we're going to get into like consciousness and the possibilities of things like this. The reason I say demons are not real is because, for example, again, the word demon comes from daemon, and daemon meant like an evil being. It was just a word that meant a demigod. Demons are, it could be good, it could be bad. And a lot of times in the youth,
Missed that translation.
a lot of these people,
And why?
they just want to,
Because we need a devil?
I mean, maybe, okay, a lot of this is just human error. That's what I'm trying to find, man. That's what I'm trying to find out. A lot of this is just human error. Like, even in the truther community, for example, whatever that means, a lot of stuff is still exaggerated. Like, I did a video recently on my channel about the famous Albert Pike letter, right? I don't know if you know who that is, but Albert Pike, he was a Confederate general from Arkansas. He's the only Confederate general, I think, that has a statue in Washington. And, but he was a Freemason, a very prolific Freemason. And he wrote, like, what's considered the Freemason Bible. It's called the Morals and Dogmas, right? But there's this rumor that's been circulating 200 years now, almost 200 years, there's a rumor that's been circulating about him having written a letter that predicted World War III. Well, not just World War III, but the two World Wars before that. And that's been a big thing. I just recently sat down, the researcher that I am, and dug into it. Is this real? It took me hours, looking through and researching and reading. And then you could find it was never real. There was never an Albert Pike predicting World War I, II, III. It was, again, a game of telephone. It all started with this dude by the name of Leo Tapsira back in like the 1800s who started this rumor. But it never had to do with war. It was never to do with him and Lucifer and slowly over time it progressed to this having to do with the three world wars. And in the true community, people aware by that. You know, this letter is real. But it's not. A lot of this stuff is not real. It's just us playing games with ourselves. And why I had to write about consciousness. And I didn't mean for these three books to follow each other, but they kind of just did. The first book was about Lucifer, how that never existed, and how we just kind of play these games with ourselves and create archetypes, and we base our lives off these archetypes. And the second book, the Anunnaki Theorem, is about how monotheism is formed out of the Anunnaki stories, and how it was used just to control us. It's all these like petty things, right? But then, outside of all of that, we still here. We're still here. There's still a beautiful life to be had. There's still an earth. And so, what's up with all of that? What's up with life outside of these institutions that we dictate our life through? And that's what my third book is about. It's just getting outside of the institutional narratives, not looking at things through a Christian mindset, a Judaic mindset, an Islamic mindset, but just as a human. Like, what is going on? What is this all about? And so when I say there are no demons, I mean that I don't believe in demons in the Christian state. If you believe in it in the way they believe, I mean, you're just falling back in line with all of these fallacies and these different philosophies. But I do believe that the paranormal does happen. I've had some paranormal. I've had experiences in the paranormal. I've seen some weird things. I've friends tell me some crazy stories. And yeah, well, let's get into it. I'll get into that.
What kind of experiences have you had paranormal?
So I've had a lot of experiences as a kid that I thought something was happening. But to this day, I look back and I'm like, I don't know, that's probably just my mind playing tricks on me. But I've also had experiences where even as an adult, I'm like, no, like that actually did happen.
Just before or after the 14-year-old motion?
After.
5 minutes after, 1 hour.
Yeah, and like for example, as a kid, like I, hearing noises or thought that I saw something, but I think that was just my mind playing tricks on me because I really believe demons were around me and shit like that. They mess with my mind. And before we get into that, let me tell you a quick story.
The mind does that shit. Like, before we die, the mind, like, the pineal gland opens up and you fucking hallucinate before we die. Because near-death experiences, studies on what near-death experiences are about.
Yeah, there was a funny moment in my life when I realized in full circle that I was just tripping like a kid. I was having a conversation with my nephew. He was like, I don't know, like 9 or something at the time. And he was telling me that he was seeing clowns at night. And he didn't grow up religious. You know, he didn't grow up like I did. He just didn't know the Bible or anything. He's not religious at all. So he told me, like, hey, uncle, like, I'm seeing clowns at night. I can hear them. They're in my closet. And, like, typical kid stuff. And I think at that time is when the whole clown thing was happening, where people were dressing up like clowns at 10-11 or something. Remember that?
Yes, I do remember that, yeah.
So I think that was messing with his head, and I was like, listen, oh yeah, what's going on? Tell me, what's his therapist? And I'm like, look, listen to me. And I told him, and I did my whole thing, like, there's no clowns in your closet, nothing's going on. And I gave him the same Bible verse that my mom gave me when I was a kid. And it was Psalm 27, it's like this empowering verse about, you know, having confidence and whatever. But when I was hearing him talk about this, I started laughing. Like, not at him, but like internally, like, wow. When I was his age, I thought I was seeing demons. But that was my trauma. That was the thing that I grew up being afraid of. So it made me realize like, how powerful the mind is, how powerful the imagination is. And we create these things. So to get into my third book, which is titled The Crystal Delusion, I'd like to start with the beginning. Right after that, I just want to also make this more into the reason I told it again is just to understand that our entire world, the entire institutional world that we live in, the corporate world that we live in, which runs off of religion, government, the entertainment business, all the types of industries are based off of illusions. Based off of illusions, narratives. And that's everything in the history, as I've recently pointed out. Right. To this particular unlocking non-fusion stuff. So starting this conversation, I'd like to start with the quote that I opened the book with, from Carl Jung, the famous psychoanalyst. And I don't know the exact quote off the top, but basically what he said was that archetypes are to consciousness what the crystal ladder is to the crystal. And what he's saying is that just as crystals are formulated off of these microcosmic structures, right? So is our entire reality constructed of these intricate inner symbolism. Basically what he's saying is our entire reality is constructed off of codes. But the codes to him were archetypes, major and minor. For example, in tarot, and when you pull a tarot card, you're pulling an archetype. It could be the archetype of the hermit. And when you pull that card, immediately that card comes packed with all kinds of philosophies and things and this and that. It's just a card, just an image. And it's the same thing about reality. He stated that when we are born, our mind is downloads the archetypes of our reality, so that when we're born into this world, we know what's true. We know what a sun is. And Plato talked about this too in his theory of form. Plato talked about the fact that everything in this life is facsimile from the source, the original. For example, there's a sun in the sky, and you can draw it, you can take a picture of it, whatever. But all those representations are facsimiles of what he called the essence, the sun. That's the only real sun there is. And he believed that art is like that. Everything is just a shadow bouncing off of what the mystics of old have always called spirit, heaven. Time and time again, the mystics have talked of being like a dream, a shadow coming from somewhere. And in my book, I talk about the mind. Now, the mind illusion is the fact that we believe, for the most part, that we're just one unit. We're just a body. I'm just a person. I'm just Eddie. But that's not true. Because the body itself is made up of billions of components. If you want to count all the moving cells and all the intricacies within it. Just the body alone is made up of billions of parts. But the body is just one part of who we are. The other part is the mind. And even the mind, like the body, has compartments. You know, this could be true in the conscious and subconscious. And with that spirit machine that we toggle through in this reality, we have central reality. Central reality is the narrative that is told to us through the central network, central institutions. And central reality, for example, would be told to us, we would be indoctrinated through, for it or to it through TV networks. The TV networks, the health industry, the entertainment industry, the education industry, the governmental industries, all of these centralized institutions that make up the globalist are what dictate the central reality.
So money.
That's one part of it. Yeah, that's one part of it. But what I'm saying is that there's a central reality that we all agree is true, right? And but we also have our individual reality, the way that we think about ourselves, the way that we think about life.
Well, how do we fit into that?
Well, it's a crude system, really, and it's actually a genius system, right? This world is pretty big, actually. I mean, it's small, but it's, you know, for one person to move around, right? So the rulers that be in order, as I just, they have to find clever ways to control us. And one of the earliest ways they found is religion, right? So the central reality of Judaism is the Torah, right? The central reality of our world is the government. No matter where you are in the world, the government is always going to be the core, right? And that's becoming more and more globalized. And
politics are becoming religion.
Yeah, exactly. And so you have that. No, yeah.
Even there's two religions in the US. Crazy. As in left and right.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Those are central realities. They're creating like these, but it's all just, again, narrative. They're just perceptions, and they're based off of fallacies, illusions.
Yeah, but at the same time, people we are social animals, and we like to be grouped into our group, right? That's how we get security. There's this pyramid this guy explained to me called the creation of state. And the way he explains to me, he says there's three main levels to the pyramid. The first layer, which is individualism, right? We're all out for ourselves. The second layer, tribalism, where like in group, and those people can be, we're working our own tribes. Maybe I'm a good farmer, I'm a good gardener, and maybe you're a good hunter. So I'll do the gardening, you'll do the hunting, you'll share the meat with me, and I'll share my vegetables with you. And we're a tribe. That way, if this guy tries to come in and club my wife over the head and steal her, he'll help me protect my wife, right? Above that, there's a creation of a state, where, you know, now these tribes become so big, you have to incorporate things like taxes, and everyone kind of throws into a pool to help each other, you know, to run all of the things that keep our state intact. And, you know, it's like, that's how society runs. And it's like we're at the point now where we're too big for our own good, right? This works up to a certain size, like a small tribe. It makes sense where you see everybody, you interact with people, you each have value to each other, right? There's trade-offs. But like right now, we're so fucking enormous, it's like we have to almost faction off into these smaller tribes. You know, like politically.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it should be. That's the way it used to be. We used to have our tribes, our little corner you know, and we were just friendly or whatever. But over time, specifically during the 20th century, they used to try to globalize everything and have that monopoly on everything. Right? To have that net over everything. And I have a documentary on my channel about the Committee of 300 that shows the timeline of the globalist philosophy and how that developed and how we got from, for example, Cecil Rhodes to Klaus Schwab, you know, how we got from there to this. And so these institutions, yeah, they're trying to turn us into something that we're not naturally. They're trying to turn us into this one centralized, autonomic, governmental one-world system. And as you said, it's not how we are naturally. How we act naturally. We have a family systems and this and that. Family morals, our reality. We're trying to make reality the one thing.
Well, it's also like, it's almost like religion is meant for a smaller group of people. It's not meant for billions and billions of people. You know, it's almost like we're too comfortable. It's too easy for us now with technology, the way technology has evolved. You know, communicating over social media through a computer, people are staying at home all day, doing meetings through the screen, not interacting with people. It's like it's breaking down society.
Yeah, and I don't think that the interconnectivity is like an evil thing. Like it could be a beautiful thing, you know. And that's the whole thing in the community is like.
No, the interconnectivity is the foundation of what are. That's what we need to thrive and live.
Yeah, we're like moving out of this Cali Yuga and back into a golden age, right? I guess it's like the Atlantic and aliens and everything was advanced and interconnected. Like we could live on a very beautiful place where everything was more efficient, but unfortunately the people that are running the world, they just don't have that in mind, you know? Like they just want to produce and they want to keep us as them versus us. You know, for example, like Jeff Bezos, you know, it's like this monopoly on the production system right now, and slowly it's going to become even bigger and bigger until there is just one giant company with all the production. You know,
so weird. Like I understand wanting to like have this to another thing. Like I understand like creating Amazon, you know, becoming a billionaire, but like. To get ambitious than that, for a billion and more money than anybody else, now you want to fucking monopolize the earth.
yeah.
How do you get there?
Yeah. I mean, in a sense, it's always been like that too. Like all Christian characters has always been Bezos and guys like Klaus Schwab, you know, like Nimrod, you know, Sargon of Akkad. Like we've always been like that. Even the Sumerians were a warring faction. You know, they were always warring against each other. We've always had that flaw in it. But I don't think we're destined to just be that. I think we're destined to be more than that. And that's kind of the part of what I need to talk about.
But there's something else you mentioned. Sorry to interrupt, but there's something else that you mentioned that I would probably mess up when I regurgitated to you, and you can expand on it. But there was after the gods created us in their likeness, they created us as like a worker species. Can you explain that?
Yeah, absolutely. So even in the Bible, you know, we're told that we were basically made to till the ground. You know, we were made to take care of the Garden of Eden. We were made to till the ground, to take care of God's creation. But you know, we messed up after partying with the serpent or whatever. But again, that's based on the Sumerian tale, because in the Sumerian tales, there's at least three texts that talk about us being created. And each of those virgins were always created through an admixture of their blood and what is called clay. Whatever it is.
Clay.
The Bible obviously reflects that, with Adam being formed out of the clay. And so the Sumerians tell us we were created out of an admixture of their blood and clay, but we were specifically, and the text tells us this, we were specifically designed to simply just be worshipers and workers of the God.
You want something?
Yeah, it just, I don't know the exact word, but I'm paraphrasing. One of the text says we were meant to basically be there to serve them, like, to serve them and worship them and appreciate them. That's pretty much it.
What do you think about that?
I think it's pretty wild, kind of weird, you know, and I think it's plausible. For example, It's possible because for whoever Anunnaki were, whoever they weren't human by definition. Because what a human is what we are. And even what we are, which scientists say we are Homo sapiens sapiens. Homo sapiens sapiens are a new creation. We're like at best like 150 to 200,000 years old in this current skeletal system and hominid form. But prior to that, we were a whole different thing.
And you think that whatever we were, the cataclysm wiped us out and we started over.
And what I think is, like if we were to go based off of our ancestors, what I think is that Homo sapiens sapiens was probably, at the very least, like a genetic experiment done through selective breeding. At the very least, I mean, Zechariah Sitchin, at the far end of the spectrum, you have Zechariah Sitchin and ancient aliens saying, yeah, you know, aliens designed us in a lab. But even our ancestral texts and the Sumerian texts tell us that we were created through an admixture of DNA of the gods and whatever clay was. And even in anthropology, we are told that the Homo sapiens sapiens is a fairly new creation. And we haven't been around that long. So if you take all that together, what I think is, yeah, we're pretty new. We're pretty new. And we're probably designed at the very least to breeding in the same way that we do with plants. The same way we do plants and even animals. Like certain dogs weren't around 100 years ago, 200 years ago.
Yeah, the lab, or the golden retriever, it was created by humans.
Yeah.
So it's like we are the slave species that are just here to be born, work, and die, and build and create. And that seems like what we're doing.
Yeah, man, that's pretty much all we do, right? But I don't think that's all we were meant to do.
Like if you think about AI and the evolution of AI, all we do is just compete against each other. Whether it's the companies or individuals, we compete to develop better things. Like, it's a great example, or consumer electronics. Great example. Samsung, Apple, they're competing to create more advanced technology to sell to consumers, right? And it's just underneath that is just this labyrinth of workers, whether it be legitimate slaves in China, mining lithium or whatever, and or the people that are sitting behind the desks creating the applications of the stuff. God, there's a famous quote I forget where I read it, but it's always stuck in my mind. It's that he was an AI person who said this, that we are the sex organs of the machine world.
Yeah, I heard that quote. Yeah, actually, I wrote an essay for Subtle Body Press, based out here in Florida.
Really?
Yeah, and it was titled Technology, and it was just about that.
Like we're just creating hyper-intelligence.
That's exactly the metaphor I use. We're like beavers, we're like bees, we're like butterflies. Like it's in our innate nature to just create technology, and we might not even know why. We might even don't know that
we're creating.
Yeah, and it could be for AI.
I think the majority of it too is we didn't think about, but if you really distill it down, it's all about sex and money, reproduction and money, which goes back to fucking sex. People want money, so women will like that and make it fuck.
Yeah, I was gonna get into that a little bit here, but yeah. Getting back to the consciousness thing, and this kind of goes with it. Right, we have the conscious and the subconscious, and as you're saying, there's this drive that's, pushing all of this, and it's subconscious. The subconscious is what drives most of it. And what's interesting is that the subconscious is where the program really begins. But just to close what I was saying about central reality, we have this central reality, right? This governmental, globalist institution that tells us what is what. That's just an illusion, it's just a program. Right? And then we have the subconscious program. And in the subconscious is where all individually or collectively begin. And we know this because it's difficult for us to change our lives. Whether that's, better or not doing drugs or whatever it is that you want to do that you feel bad about neglecting every day. The reason it's difficult to do those things is because you can't just do it consciously. You can't rely on the conscious mind. So it's that easy. would all be living in high self. If it was that easy to say, I want to do this, and I'm going to never do this again, then you would. It's not easy. Our subconscious mind is a program. It is.
And that's what Freud talked about subconscious mind. And then his Edward Bernays, I think it was his nephew, right? That was a fascinating documentary from the BBC documentary, Adam Curtis, all about Edward Bernays. And Edward Bernays, he worked for the advertising agency. He created advertising in America, right? And he was doing these focus groups for, I think it was Betty Crocker. I don't know, Betty Crocker maybe. And he was doing focus groups because these cake mixes weren't selling, right? They were selling these like box little instant cake mixes, and they did a study group with these housewives, and he was studying their mind and asking them things, and they were feeling inadequate at home because they didn't feel like they were contributing enough. They felt worthless when they were creating this cake because they didn't, like, it's not like they didn't create it, right? They felt like they didn't contribute enough to it. So his thought of for Betty Crocker was, we'll just say on the instructions you gotta add an egg. So now they feel like they're making this thing. They felt more fulfilled as housewives. Yeah, such a weird thing about the subconscious mind. Yeah, how it works and how it sells, and it all goes back to consumerism and money.
Yeah, that's how simple we are.
Yeah.
You know?
And even, have you ever seen the show Westworld?
I haven't, but I know about it.
There's a great quote in that movie too, where he's talking to the guy who creates Westworld. He's talking to one of the ladies that works for him, and he talks about human consciousness. And he says, look at the Eiffel Tower, look at the Mona Lisa, look at Mozart, and it's all it is peacock feathers. The human consciousness is just an elaborate movie. All these brilliant creations throughout humanity. That's all it is. Peacock feathers.
Yeah, I can see that. That's really amazing. Yeah, I get into that into the book too. It's like you have these different facets, and as the ancient texts tell us, like near the time, it can be simple or biological AI, or just real food, sleep, and fuck, you know. But I do believe that we can be more than that. And I'll get into that. I think that whatever created us, like the grand creator, had it in its mission for us to evolve and upgrade. And we weren't always meant to just do these little things. But it's the rulers of this world, the controllers of this world, that want us to stay in that role of simply just reincarnating through some sorrow, just to be these little, biological automatons. But we're meant to go to you. And the universe and nature tells us that. I'll give you an example. So we have the mind illusion part of our lives, right? Again, so we're not just the body, but obviously the mind as well. Both of those compartments have their own facets too. They're complex. But apart from that, we have this crystal lattice.
Yeah, what is crystal lattice?
So a crystal lattice in physics is basically just the most minute three-dimensional unit that makes up a crystal.
Okay.
So it's a cube or like a heat or something, but it's an actual like minute formation of particles, the most minute unit, right? And that's what Young was saying in that quote that I said earlier about reality, is that reality, the physical reality and the mental reality is made up of lattices as well. It's all simulation. And so the crystal part of this physical world is the fact that even nature is built off of these microcosmic structures that are static and geometric. For example, the Fibonacci sequence, right? And the Fibonacci sequence was founded or presented by Leonardo Fibonacci in his book Liber about. And he basically just came up with this like cool, fun equation, and through that fun equation, he founded the Fibonacci sequence, which is a sequence of numbers that are the sum of the two previous numbers. But what scientists found later is that when you input those numbers or that sequence into nature, we find that all of these natural growth patterns around us run off of this system. and they run off of codes, very specific codes. And so nature around us may look like it's flowy or it's random or it's chaotic, but when you really study nature and how it grows from seed to full form, so it's all growing off of a system of codes, a system of very set, rigid codes. And that's, evident in the Fibonacci sequence, but it's also evident in the golden ratio. And the golden ratio is 1.618, is the ratio that all of the Fibonacci sequence numbers harmonize to. And when we input the golden ratio again into like nature or whatever, we find again that equation, those numbers, that set of numbers and equations is all around us. It's in our face, it's in our body. So the human body, as weird and oblong as it may seem, for the most part, is actually carefully designed through these code systems. So the moment a woman gets pregnant, from conception to being birthed, a human baby is being formed through a system of codes and geometry. And examples of that is not just the Fibonacci sequence and those numbers, but also the fact that when you become an egg, you're like this little circular egg thing. And then the circular egg duplicates and duplicates, and that's geometry. Those are sacred geometric symbols. For example, the flow of light is actually a symbol of that, of the symbol of the egg duplicating into all these other little circles. And the fact that it takes a baby exactly 9 months, give or take, to be born is another example of how all of life is based off of systematic numerical codes and geometry. The codes are these equations and the numbers and the dates that it takes for things to form. The geometry is being the abstract final form of what these equations are. For example, again,
can you find like a diagram of this Fibonacci sequence? I feel like that'd be good to look at what you're talking about, because this is hard to wrap my head around.
Yeah, so originally we started off by talking about rabbits and movies. So that is the Fibonacci spiral. So if you input the Fibonacci number or sequence into nature, it's going to create that spiral growth pattern. So if you
First one on the left?
yeah. So if you input the numbers, the sequence into nature, it creates this growth pattern, this fractal growth pattern that we see in a human fetus. A human fetus starts off in that form, curled up in a fetus form. Galaxies, for example, galaxies follow this sequence. Wind patterns, everything, it's almost everywhere.
Right.
But he started to
That's what a hurricane looks like from above.
Yeah. Yeah, if you go a little bit down, see that pyramid right there? Yeah, so that's like a natural representation of the sequence. So every number is the summation of the two numbers before.
Okay, got it. Right. Wow.
Yeah, so that is
So who came up with this?
Leonardo Fibonacci.
Oh, Leonardo, you said that.
Yeah, in his book, Liber Abacus. Yeah, so this is the lattice that is in nature. Right? So you look at a tree and it looks like a flowing tree, it's all chaotic, it's got branches there, but it's actually beautifully designed that way to a code system. And it's built off of code systems, apparently in technology. We ourselves, we know how to do that ourselves. But a laptop, a computer, this microphone, it's all built up of smaller components. And the more and more you go into it, you just find that it's particles. Lattices are particles, creating this stuff. So that's in part the crystal lattice mind illusion, the fact that we are in a body, we are also a mind, and that all physical reality is comprised of these lattices, these codes that create it.
And we are also pieces of a bigger piece, right? We're also little particle lattices. Or what's the word again? We're lattice to something bigger than us.
Exactly.
And I wonder, what is that?
That's a good question, and we can get into that later. But before we do, I want to answer a little bit. So, there's new, not recently new about DNA. For the most part, people thought that DNA is what created genes. That DNA is what the cause of genes. But Rupert Sheldrake, I'm going to put him up. Rupert Sheldrake, he talked about what they learned as and morphogenetic theory is a new theory for how DNA and cells are formed. He simply stated
The suggestion popped up when you clicked on it. click on his name in the search, and you have like the suggest thing. Yeah, magnetic fields down there.
So he simply looked at a cell and said, DNA can't be the constructor of a cell because DNA comes as a part of the package of the cell. You see what I'm saying? It's like if the DNA is already a part of the cell, DNA simply decides what traits the cell is going to give off. He theorized that there's a whole other force or field that's creating cells, called like the morphogenetic field. There's an invisible field that actually resonates into existence. Kind of weird, but if you were to imagine looking like, go to the microscopic world, the world of cells more or less resonate into appearance. Comes from them. And that's it. And I want to start with that because it's not far-fetched, because even everything around us already operates in that way. In physics, we have what are known as the four fundamental forces. The electromagnetic force, which is invisible, but we know it exists. Right? You can get a magnet, you can swing it around.
Right.
That's one force. And then we have the strong nuclear force. The strong nuclear force is what holds things together. It holds atom parts. And about the weak nuclear force causes things to decay. So it causes emission. It's what causes combustion in the universe. And then we have the fourth, which is the gravitational force. This one is still theoretical. Einstein is the one that kind of like came up with this. But gravity, you can't measure gravity yet. You can only measure it through its effects on other things. We know it's there, but we can't see it even with the apparatus is there. And the gravity does, it sets everything into motion.
So about mass.
It's in the mass, but what it does, it sets everything into motion. It actually sets the clockwork into motion. So the forces were fabricated first, like the physicality was formed from whoever it was. And gravity was the last thing. It was like, all right, let's start it. I said, let's get it going. Let's press the start button. Right? It's the clockwork force. Right. It makes everything start moving.
Right. Gravity and time are very intertwined.
Yeah, exactly. But scientists have been looking for the fifth force for many, many decades. And so the fifth force is this theoretical force that scientists think interlinks all forces. And it expands all across the universe into everything, whether a particle or a planet. And some scientists just think that they have found it.
Gravitational time dilation occurs because objects with a lot of mass create a strong gravitational field. The gravitational field is really a curving of space and time. The stronger the gravity, the more space-time curves, and the slower time itself proceeds. So the stronger the gravity, the faster time moves. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and I am not a scientist, man.
That's why in the movie Interstellar, when they go to that other star, they go to that planet on that other star, there's like very little gravity there, and that's like time when he comes back, he's the same age, and his daughter's like 90 years old.
Yeah. But I'm no scientist, man. I just love researching and reading stuff. So I had many thick pieces of material. I just barely got my head around some of this stuff. But I started to see the full picture. Right? I started to understand what's really going on here. So this fifth force, scientists have been trying to find that. It's also known as the unified field. And some people think they found it. Like, for example, in 2022, we found a new particle called the X-17 particle. I think, well, that might be the fifth force that's actually interconnecting everything, but we're still yet to find it. So what's interesting is when you read all the ancient texts, you kind of get an idea how all of this began. Right? What we know for sure is that we're here, things are physical or whatever we're here, but how did we get here? Who created us? If you go and read all the ancient texts, you find three key similarities. Whether it's reading the English, the Egyptian creation text, or the Rig Veda by the Hindus, they all say that it all began in a watery darkness. There was some kind of watery darkness. And from the watery darkness forth the first mind, the first consciousness, and it was a selfish mind. And that mind then created the physical world, but it created the physical world through sound, through resonance. For example, in Torah, God said, "Let there be light." And in the Master Veda, we're told that this God basically spoke life into existence. In the Indian Ayurveda, we're told that nothing had been made. And in the Egyptian text, we're told that Atum, the first creative consciousness, spoke life into existence. So this idea of word bringing life into existence is important because all word is just vibration coupled with meaning. So we started off in this etheric field of watery darkness, a force field. And in the first mind, we created everything through the imagination and word. So whoever the creator is so powerful that it can create through just thinking and stating. And we have a microcosmic attribute of that. We have imaginations, we can think things, and we can create things with them. So we're a reflection of our own creator. We have the power to think and create.
What is the story about the Atlanteans?
So that one again is one of these telephone things.
Okay.
So Atlantis was told to us through Plato. So anybody's known as his Timaeus and Critias text. And we learned through Plato's text that his uncle or some Greek by the name of Solon heard of an Egyptian priest. But the moral of the story, people think that the story has to look like this big, like city or whatever that has cars and golden buildings or whatever. People think that Atlantis has this lost golden age. But the moral of the story, if you actually go and read Critias and Timaeus, is that this Egyptian priest was telling Solon that the Greeks are infants in history, that they don't even know the vastness of their own people. And this Egyptian priest tells Solon a story that they don't know. And the story is about this island nation, the Atlanteans, the benevolent moral that got too and snooty and kind of like destroyed it all and decided to venture out to the neighboring kingdoms to go subjugate them and kill them. But it was a band of ancient Greeks who actually drove them back to Atlantis and fought them out and saved all the neighboring countries. But those warrior Greeks unfortunately fell with Atlantis after its sent. And so what the Egyptian priest was saying, the moral of the story was, you Greeks are arrogant in thinking that you're some high civilization, you're an infant compared to my people. And you don't even know the history of your own warriors who fought back against Atlantis. That was the moral of the story. Basically, just don't be arrogant in thinking that you know everything and that your civilization is the greatest and you haven't even studied your own history, let alone the history of those around you.
Don't fly too close to the sun.
Yeah.
Have you seen the videos of people talking about where Atlantis is, like the Eye of Africa?
Yeah.
Like I think Corsetti talks about it a lot, and he like shows the evidence that was Atlantis.
Yeah, that's cool stuff. I mean, I did a little video on Lemuria, always coupled with Atlantis. And Lemuria, again, a telephone thing. Like, if you go into the spiritual truth of community, it's like, I'm a reincarnated Lemurian or whatever, But Lemuria was hypothesized by a zoologist in like the 1800s who realized that there was similar lunar bands off the coast of Madagascar and India. So we postulated it from a land bridge at some point in the ocean and called it lunar or Lemuria because of the lunar bands. So it's like, I just thought that was funny. Like, those people calling themselves Lemurians, but it was all just named after lunar.
Yeah.
So it's just fascinating stuff. People are like exaggerating, like weird and systematically, But
Yeah, it's so interesting to me how all these ancient story stuff tie back to cataclysm. It's so fascinating to me.
yeah, man, and that's the real, that really happened. This earth has shifted many times. If you want to believe in plate tectonics or whatever, like the formation of the countries right now is fairly new. There used to be the Pangea. There probably were several Pangeas. And there probably will be another one at some point.
What is this? Land break? That's wild. So this thing follows all the way. That picture, that little map they show, that's what they project what it will look like.
That's why, yeah, I see people, without me from now would be like, oh yeah,
You're gonna want to bottom right.
like I'm a ancient reincarnated Ethiopian or whatever.
What is the there's like a statistic of like the number of species that we still haven't discovered that are on the other you know, and then it's like back in the day, they, you know, they think in the times of antiquity, they thought that there were sea monsters. Now we have names for them. We're studying them more advanced.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I do too, man. So I just study these quote-unquote opposite things that we feel, you know, like musical and stuff like that. It's like the more you just really study things unbiasedly, the more you can mature as a whole people, you know?
Yeah.
That's my goal with this, man. It's just to like make the things mature. Like, what's really going on? What's the real history? What's the real definition? So that we can move forward. I want to bring up Alfred Wallace. So Alfred Wallace, a lot of know Darwin, for example, right? Everybody knows Darwinism, theory of evolution, but very rarely do you possibly know Alfred Wallace. And Alfred Wallace is actually a co-founder of the theory of natural selection and basically Darwinism. You know, he was friends with Darwin. He helped Darwin create this theory. But Alfred Wallace later denounced his belief on evolution when it comes to the mind. He realized that the evidence does not explain how the human mind came into existence. It's way too complex and it's way too abstract to have been a necessity for just some, like, you know, hominids. You know, like the fact that we can imagine things and create them and create languages and symbols and all this stuff, that's not useful for somebody to speak a hundred bucks. You know? So, and he was going to seance parties too. He was kind of a trip. He was going to like seance parties and was witnessing the most weird shit. It's a seance party. These were big in like the late 1800s. For people who come and basically try to summon spirits and shit, man. It's like a Ouija board stuff like that. He was going to these seance parties and he was seeing like tables levitate, like people talking in tongues and like actual phantoms.
So what made him decide that we're not part of evolution?
Well, after going to these seance parties and just kind of like, you know, analyzing the human mind a little more, he just concluded for himself that evolution doesn't explain the human mind and how it develops. Because evolution explains how like rudimentary, necessary things in nature evolve, adaptations. But the human mind is not necessary, you know? Like it's not necessary to just easily reproduce in the complexity that we have it today. And the thing is too, is even anthropologists today state that the current consciousness that we have is new. You know, according to how we analyze art and everything, like it's only about 50,000 years old. Prior to about 50,000, we didn't have consciousness in the way that we have today. So it's almost like something upgraded it. And that's kind of what I'm saying. It's like, yeah, we might have started off as like these slaves for the Anunnaki or whatever, these Neanderthals, but something has been upgraded. And Terence McKenna would say that the upgrade was mushrooms through the Stone Age theory.
Stone Age theory, yeah. Explain the Stone Age theory. People who don't know what it is.
So the Stone Age theory, you know, proposed by Terence McKenna, is that at some point in our caveman history, we started following around certain animals who were pooping and through their poop, mushrooms were growing. And as we followed them around, we started, you know, getting curious, we started eating the mushrooms. And after we had these like very potent psychedelic trips, we started to formulate language. You know, we started to speak and we started seeing things in a new way, and the mushrooms helped us create abstract thinking. And apart from the Stone Age theory, and also in that theory, Terence McKenna states that our brains doubled in size. Our brains doubled in size, which caused the consciousness upgrade. But even in anthropology, just mainstream anthropology, we are told that our pre-Homo sapiens sapien ancestors were non-linguistic hominids. What separates us from our ancestors, from our caveman ancestors, if you will, is that we are linguistic, symbological hominids. We create languages, we create symbols, we have abstract thinking. And we don't really know that there was no need for that, per se. There was, one of the things is that it actually helps us create a better memory system. Like the way we have consciousness today actually helps create a better memory. That's all the only reason why we develop that way. So we can remember things. Like, for example, like, don't go into that forest, there's cheetahs in there. So you create a symbol for that. Like, cheetahs, beware. You know, so like, just create it for survival. For survival. So there's that for you too. But all in all, Alfred Wallace, the co-founder of Darwinism and the theory of evolution, concluded for himself that evolution does not explain the human consciousness experience. It's too complex. Something else must have created it. And the mainstream theories for consciousness basically states that we're just a computer. There's 4 main theories. I don't have them in front of me right now, but the 4 main theories basically say that all of the working components in our brain work in conjunction to create the false illusion that we're conscious. The fact that we're constantly sensing things and that we're constantly experiencing things, that culmination of all of this doing. For example, I'm sitting in this chair, I'm smelling things, I'm hearing things, all of those come together and create this like 3 dimensions that I'm conscious. But it's just really me, just sensing all those things at once. That's the mainstream theory. We're just a computer. We're just computing things, and because we're computing at such a complex and fast level, it creates this simulation of conscious. Hey, I'm a person, I'm thinking, I'm doing things. But we know that's not true. Inherently, we know that's not true. Because we have abstract thinking, we have what's called the self, this individuation. Because that's all we have. We don't have a self. We can make reason for a self, or abstract artistic. We would just be like animals or birds. We have autonomous thinking. Not to say that they're not conscious. I think they are, but I think they have a different form of consciousness. There are different levels of consciousness. And this is taught to us through the mystics in like the theory of reincarnation or the belief of reincarnation, I should say. Right? I read a book, which is where I gained my knowledge on reincarnation. And it was written by A.C. Bhaktivedanta, a very prolific Swami. And he states that reincarnation isn't a thing. A lot of people reincarnation is like this, like, really, like, elusive thing, like, yes, I'm going to reincarnate one day. But if you listen to the actual yogis and gurus, it's not a good thing. You don't want to be stuck in samsara. It's a bad thing to continue to come back. But because the goal of the human being, the goal of the human soul is to elevate out of this, to go to the next step. If you can believe it or not, there's actually another level of conscious living. And so there's different kingdoms of consciousness. There's the plant consciousness, the animal consciousness, and the human consciousness. And you can be, isn't there evidence now that plants are? Oh yeah, they are. Actually, there was a study last year, I think, that came out that mushrooms, for example, certain mushrooms have a language. Right. They speak up to like 50 words. Yeah, so everything's fascinating, and it does have consciousness, but it's different levels of consciousness. And reincarnation teaches us that we have the privilege of having the highest form of consciousness on this kingdom of earth, but there is higher consciousness. And all that means is when you gain a higher consciousness, all that means is that your awareness expands. For example, if you were to feel heat coming from over here, right? Your consciousness now expands. You're like, oh, there's something over here. And right now, we can't perceive what happens to us after death. We can't perceive that. What happens? Because our consciousness isn't expanded to that point. And I can say that in negative. For example, there was a door right here, and we didn't know what was behind that door. We would just sit here wondering what's behind that door. And we would just run wild. Is it heaven? Is it samsara? Is it this? Is it that? But if we were to go past that door and see what's behind them, it's a nice chill couch and there's beautiful people here. It's all good. Suddenly our consciousness expands. Our conscious awareness expands. Now we know it's there. So by now we're in an illusion, in a game, in a program where we're limited to only know and understand what is here. But our creator's plan to expand our consciousness to a point where we will be able to see more than we can see now, hear more than we can hear now, feel more than we can feel now, and know more than we I think that's enough for us. And that's everything. All the evolution is example.
So what is that higher consciousness? What do you think happens after you die?
Well, as I was saying earlier, according to the ancient text, there were three main components. Cosmic instinct, that watery darkness, the creator consciousness, that first consciousness, that first mind.
Cosmic watery darkness. You know, is that like what you think? Is that like the idea that when you die, it's just black? Everything just goes away and it's just black.
Kind of, sort of. I'll get into that.
That's that.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of creepy, yeah. But it's also kind of peaceful, that's not really weird, you know? Like, the way I cope with that is like, I don't remember my life, so it's all weird, you know?
Isn't that sad? I think about just like, you evaporate, you know, I guess the scariest part is if your memory fades to nothing. If your memory of yourself fades to black, like if your body, if you die and your body dies, that's one thing. That's fucking frightening, right? Just to think that there's nothing after this. But like, at least we have our legacy and our memory that we know will outlive us.
Well, the good thing is I'm going to give you some scientific evidence that our memory might actually last.
Scientific evidence? What scientific evidence?
Yeah, so but getting back to the darkness, I think that darkness that you just spoke of, that spooky, that fearfulness, I think that's an illusion too. That I'll get into. I think this whole entrapped simulation of image is meant to keep us coming back and to just stop at that darkness. So return back to here. And I'll explain that, but real quick, again in the beginning, there was that watery darkness, which I call the cosmic ether. And I think that was the mother of all wave sound, right? Like the ocean is a representation of her. Radio wave is a representation of her. Air is a representation of her. Breath that we breathe is a representation of her. Whatever she is, however that looks like, our ancestors understood that in the beginning there was just this watery darkness and ether. But all started with the ether, which is what we also call the spirit. And then there became the consciousness, the creative consciousness, who we can call God, the moment, the one. And then after that, together, they created physical life through the spoken word. And the spoken word is just vibration. And science teaches us, quantum physics teaches us that all particles are vibrating, and that the vibration of particles is what makes physical reality. This table right here is comprises of a lattice of particles that are vibrating right now. So our ancestors understood that this is the series of how life is created, how everything is created. And it's all reenacted all around us. And in our birth, it's reenacted. We are inside the water, right? We're given a mind. We come out yelling, we come out bleeding, we come out with our voice. Right? It's all reenacted in all these different ways. These three elements is what I call the ancient matrix. Those three components make up everything, and they're just represented in fanciful expressions all around us. That watery darkness, mind, and physicality, and vibration. Yeah, and so as I was explaining with the four fundamental forces, and the four fundamental forces again are just the cosmic ether, three different expressions. Electromagnetic force, strong weak forces, gravitational force. Those are children of the cosmic ether, the grandmother, the person. Right? This consciousness is the children of that. We are just facts of both of them. And so scientists have been trying to find with this underlying force, this force, or even trying to find the gravitational force that interconnects everything. They've been trying to find that for decades. And two scientists, for example, Vernon Neck and Ed Petrie, over here, by the name of the Triadic Dimensional Vertical Paradigm Theory. This in 2011, and these guys are a bunch of publications, real science around many days. And in this theory, they realized that the current model of physics can't explain our world. It can't explain our world because when you start to look at quantum level, there are anomalies that the model, the current model can't explain. Get things at the microscopic level, at the particle level, start to break the laws of physics. So how can the things that make up the physical world break the laws of physics? It's an illusion, right? And so they come up with this theory and realize that we live in 9 dimensions. They think that we live in 9 dimensions, but those 9 dimensions are inside of an infinite dimension. So
This is what Billy Carson's song talking about, the 9 dimensions.
Yeah, so these guys are going to connect with it. Vernon Neff and Ed.
Okay.
Yeah, old dudes, been doing it for decades. And again, I'm not a scientist. Like, I had to reread like a few of their papers to like really begin to understand why this makes sense. But what they realize is that the modern model of physics can't explain quantum physics. It can't explain how things work at the particle level. Something else needs to a different model needs to be constructed to explain it. And what they realize is that there is at least, I think, like 48 anomalies that the current model cannot explain. And one of those, the only one that I could really wrap my head around was the Kadibo angle. I don't know if you want to look that up. So the Kadibo angle, from what I understand, is this weird anomaly having to do with particles. So when you look at particles, they bounce in a certain way. And when they bounce in this angle, they disappear for a second, like a fraction of a second. So they're like phasing in and out of reality, from what I understand. And so this is one of the anomalies that Vernon Neff and Ed are looking at. Like this angle can't be explained with modern physics. They looked at everything, they redid the entire model and came up with their super long model and realized that we lived in 9 dimensions. For whatever reason, that was the conclusion. But what's interesting about their theory is that they came up with the aspect of it, stating that in these 9 dimensions, there exists a field that they call the Gimel. And the Gimel, I don't know why they call it that, but the Gimel is this 5th force that interconnects all the dimensions and extend outward to the infinite dimensions in the plane. And it's how all things are interconnected. It's like the cosmic internet that allows everything to exist. It sustains everything. Right? And this goes back to Matrix with the body of darkness, the cosmic creation, and the vibration. There are 3 elements that exist inside everything, and they stretch across everything, and it's sustaining everything. And so these 2 scientists realize that there is an internet intersperses throughout all these dimensions that they call the Gimel. And that's important because it's taken against material science. Einsteinian science. Einsteinian science states that all this is just physical. This is just a table, I have just a body, I have a brain, my brain makes up my mind. But scientists like Graham are starting to realize that it's actually the other way around. That is creating all of this. So that 5th force, the underlying force that we're looking for is consciousness itself. That's what we're starting to realize. There's a vast internet of the etheric consciousness that we all tap into. Internet of consciousness that allows us to toggle into this reality. So basically what I'm saying, what I've been saying is this reality here, right here, is a simulation. This isn't really what we're simply experiencing this from wherever we actually are. And our brain isn't really either. Science tells us this. Because science tells us that all physical objects, the entire physical world is made up of lattices that are resonating and phasing in and out. So they're holographic. So if all physical objects are fading in and out and are holographic, then our brain, which is also a physical object, is also doing the same thing. So our brain is simply the physical representation in this simulation of what we are. It's what we designed to be the avatar, to represent the complexity of what we really are. That's what we're starting to do. And with that, again, we have conscious and subconscious mind. And again, in the subconscious mind is where the program lies. And there's a new theory about consciousness that was proposed last year, 2022, primarily by a guy named Andrew Budson, a scientist. And Andrew Budson realized that all of life is basically deja vu. That, for example, if I were to move my arm over here, my subconscious mind told myself to do that like a split second before. But when I actually do it, I'm simply experiencing the deja vu of it. So that's his theory on life, is that everything we do is being reenacted or enacted out like a split second after our subconscious mind actually tells us to do it.
Right.
So what that tells us is that our subconscious mind is the real driver of that. But where is it? Where does it reside? It doesn't reside in our brain. That's what Alpha is trying to tell us. Darwinism, our mind, the brain doesn't do mind. That's what he was saying. Evolution didn't create mind. Mind came into the body and comes. Right? We've been around for millions of years. For some reason, about 150,000 years ago, the Homo sapiens was created. About 50,000 years, the current style of consciousness that we have, the abstract that we have, was upgraded. So it was integrated.
You ever heard of Dr. Andrew Gallimore in Hong Kong? He's been studying the induced effects of DMT, long sustained effects of DMT. So probably heard of DMT, I haven't, but there's apparently there's a different dimension that you see when you're on DMT where like people have similar experiences, right? There's been a vast amount of people who've done DMT that recount seeing like little L creatures, like shapes, lots of different geometric shapes, and what they're trying to do scientifically is keep people, because DMT, when you do it, however you take it, whether you smoke it lasts for maybe like 10 to 20 minutes, right? It's very short. So what he's trying to do is keep people in that state for a period of time so they can study what's going on there.
Yeah.
Which is fucking fascinating.
Yeah, I mean,
what is that? What is that state? You know, it's all in your mind. It's doing something chemically to your mind, where you basically enter another dimension.
So if we understand, right, that body, right, that simply experiencing the simulation of your body, then it all starts to make sense.
Yeah, the body is our lens to whatever this is. It's inside of our brain.
Yeah.
And it's different for everybody. Like people like vision. Vision is very different for different people. Like, how do you know when you're looking at me that I'm just seeing the same thing? Like, we could be seeing completely different things, but how would we know? There's no way we would know. Like, we have the same words, like, we use our language to describe things. And people like, you reference that, like I see that mic arm, whatever. Yeah, it's this black plastic microphone arm that's holding my mic. But that's how my words describe what I'm seeing. But we have no way of knowing really what we're each experiencing individually.
Yeah, words create reality. Getting back to essential reality real quick, you brought up money before. You said money is like essential reality. It's what dictates everything.
It is,
yeah, and I back it up in my book because money is just, it's an institution, it's a concept. It doesn't actually exist. You created it.
Right.
You know, everything that we need to survive on this planet, it goes out of the ground. The food that we need goes out of the ground. It runs around, it's free. You know, we constructed the essential reality as a way to, whatever, just run around. You know, and we could run it off to so many other different systems. So, and money is just a language. Money is a language comprised of terminology like dollars, banks, transactions. It's a language with its own terms and its own symbols. Dollars, papers, it's just a symbol. It's a reality. It's a reality term, essential reality. And so we create reality through language. And that's what anthropologists say, or anthropologists say that our consciousness upgrade is when we started speaking in metaphor. Speaking in metaphor, having abstract thinking, that and all kind of like double things.
Yeah, but the concept of money is even evident in primates.
Yep.
We just have a proxy for money, like these dollars and different yen, different, monetary, different types of money. But the concept of it is clearly evident, and there's been studies where, like, they found prostitution is real in monkeys, right?
Let me ask you this, man. Do you want to be like monkeys?
Prostitution, evidence of prostitution of primates. Researchers observed chimpanzees in the Thai National Park, TAI National Park, I don't know how you say that, Thai, and concluded that a form of prostitution exists in chimpanzees, and the females offer sex to the males in exchange for meat, right?
Smart monkeys.
And it's the same way that human beings are, it's the exact same thing. Females are attracted to males not just for physical features, but for being able to provide security and create a family and to raise kids. Right.
Only bananas.
Yeah, only bananas, right.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Man, is like, we want to do like this, right?
No, we want to evolve. We want to get better.
Yeah, we want to get better. And so right now, we're starting to realize that we're more than this body. We're more than just Anunnaki slaves. Right? And that's evident in quantum physics. And it's evident all around us. And to sidetrack the consciousness real quick, let's just talk about the energy field around us that I think we are meant to tap into. Right? So right now, there's this whole craze going on with UFOs. And we're seeing them all over the news, which is wild. I never thought I'd see the day where UFOs were normal on national TV. Right? And we're being told that these tic-tac UFOs or whatever are defying the laws of gravity. And whatever they are, whether they're man-made or not, they're defying the laws of gravity. How are they doing it? Well, anti-gravity technology has been experimented on since the 50s.
This guy doesn't know what he's getting into, though. We just did a fucking 4-hour episode of physicist stuff there.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Blew my fucking mind.
Hell yeah, what's the saying? It's like, really? Like anti-gravity?
Yeah, it's been being studied for a long time. He has a lot of different theories, but it really took my fucking head for a whirlwind. He's talking about light propulsion too, so it's like he's really going deep on this stuff. There's like levels and levels of psyops and government cover-ups and dark research that's going on. But anyway, sorry to interrupt.
No, yeah, you do. Well, that's fucking dope. I can't wait to watch that. But yeah, man, as you already know, this studies on anti-gravity have been going on since the 50s. And primarily, they started with George S. Trinder, who was the head of the Research Institute for Advanced Study. And he put together a research team back in the 50s, some of the top scientists in the country to study this.
Talking about ARPA?
Oh, DARPA?
Yeah, what was first ARPA?
No, this is Riot.
Okay.
Riot. But anyway, so George S. Trimble with Riot, and he eventually became Lockheed Martin, which is people at the head of all this stuff right now. And one of the former heads of Skunkworks for Lockheed, Ben Rich, is the guy who said that we now have the technology to take ET back home. And he was asked, well, how does this technology work? How does anti-gravity technology work? And he kind of slyly said, well, you know how ESP works. And all points are universal connected. So exactly. Which is kind of what I've been trying to build up to. It's like everything in this physical world, this material world, is connected to lattices. Smaller lattices that flap into the larger lattice, and they are interconnected to an internet of force field. And if we tap into that force field, then maybe things can happen. It would be like driving a boat through the ocean that runs off water. It could just run forever. Because you tap into the water that's used. The same thing, if we found a way to tap into the four fundamental forces of the universe, four life, like this guy said, if we found a way to tap into the space-time metrics that are around us right now, existing as invisible fields, which are energy sources, we can create propulsion systems that can take us from here to the other side of the universe much more problem.
What do you think those TikTok outside of the child scene?
I'm going to just go with left flag and this. I don't actually know.
What do you think?
It's either China, or it's Bluebeam.
Yeah, I think so too. There's lots of different, top secret projects that are worked on by those companies and from DARPA. But even if that wasn't anti-gravity, saying it wasn't hologram, saying it is like some sort of anti-gravity technology, like that Bob Lazar claims to be real. If it was aliens, how did we get here? Even if you were moving that fast, it would take you hundreds of thousands of years to get to another star.
Yeah, well, see, that's the thing, like, I don't really follow the usual narrative with the aliens anymore. The gays, the little Moses guys, those type of guys. I used to think that the Greys were like real, right? Yeah. But I kind of view them differently now.
Why do you think they're real?
Well, okay, I think they're all real, but I think this is going to be conspiracy, some kind of have to it, but I kind of believe they're anything that's in the future. I don't think they're interplanetary or interdimensional. I think they might be some future. And the only reason I believe that is, if I'm being honest,
So they're time travelers?
per se, yeah. And I have no evidence to back it up. The only reason I believe that is because I follow in line with what Credo Mutwa told us. And Credo Mutwa was the last Sanusi of the Zuni tribe. So the last wisdom teacher of the Zuni tribe passed away like in 2020. 90-something years old. And it was through him that we all learned about like the reptilians. David Icke interviewed him back in like the early 2000s. This explosive 3-hour interview, and that's like the reptilian thing blew up.
You think that reptilians are real?
Not really. I used to.
Not really.
Not really. I mean, it was fascinating stuff to read. Like to read. Like it's fun to believe. But I don't really. I don't really think that they're real. It looks like one. It looks like one. But I kind of side with David Icke in the fact that, there's so much more light on the visible spectrum, in the light spectrum. What he was saying basically was like, if you were on psychedelics or if you were on higher states of consciousness and saw things with a different perception, people might actually look different. Some of these guys that show us to us on this playing field might look like a whole ugly dude. Have like a higher perception, and you can see like more energy or whatever. You might actually look really helping the mind. Because of the energy we carry with us. But as far as the UFOs and aliens, I think if anything, the Greys might be from our future, and that's what Credo taught. Credo taught that these beings are from our future, and they're coming back to punish us. And that's why a lot of times the abductions end with like this weird brainwashing of the world ending. A lot of people report that for whatever reason, these Greys are like show them like images of the world ending.
Right. That's what the Zimbabwe encounter was. There was an event where there were over 60 school children on the playground that all witnessed the same thing. They all came running to their teachers saying that they saw a ship or a craft that landed outside of the playground, and there was these little gray interested eyes that walked out and were projecting images into their minds, like these images of technology bad.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, so Credo was saying,
like, it seemed that one's always boggled my mind, because how hypocritical is it that you're coming down in a spaceship telling kids that technology is going to destroy the earth?
Yeah, so let me break this down, because it's deep, man. It's not vertical, right? It's like horizontal. It's not like one thing going on. It's like a lot of things going on, just in that one story alone. And actually, Carl Jung, has a book about UFOs. And he states that UFOs, strangely sighted for the most part, the modern times, by the world wars. And he thinks that they came through as hallucinations.
That's what Jung thinks.
Yeah, because we all have again, central reality which are collective conscious interfaces. But we all have a collective self. We don't realize that. We don't realize that all of our subconscious are interlinked as well. And sometimes if that subconscious hysteria is powerful enough, it can shoot out and project hallucination. So we thought that these UFOs were hallucinations coming out of the collective unconscious, because at that time our world was ending. We hadn't seen that ever. You know, I mean, everything, everybody was just dying. There's bombs, airplanes overhead. For everybody, the world was ending. And such an unrest and such an unease in the unconscious that for whatever reason it projected these UFOs. And we think that another reason for that is that our minds were expecting a Messiah. And we're always expecting to see the Messiah in the sky. He's not in the sky. And that might explain why these craft are like planes. They don't interact with us, they're just moving around. Yeah, that's a whole other thing. But and I'll get into that. But strangely, really, I try to make a compilation video of UFOs. Right? And we're going to go out and make a compilation of UFOs. If you go out and try to find any video of a mechanical craft that you can call legit, you won't be able to find probably more than 5, if that. What you will find is hundreds, if not thousands, of videos of these light orbs, these strange light orbs, and that's been going on for hundreds of years. There's reports in the medieval times of exactly that, of hundreds of people witnessing these like light orbs dancing in the sky and fighting each other, so we thought they were. So, those are these light orbs, they've been around for a long time. The mechanical crafts, I think, for the most part, are psyops, if not hallucination. But what are real and even more strange than the mechanical crafts are these light orbs. What are those? And so, getting back to the graves, if they are real, apparently they are, because lots of people have seen them and I think that they're probably from the future. And I only saw the photo on it because these old wise men had an actual experience themselves. And he said that they're from the future because, again, they come here and they warn us and they reprimand for what we did to ourselves. You know, because we look like this now, but you know, if we keep on the trend of like social media technology and becoming more transhuman, might shift and change into something, you know, a lot less human and might end up living like them.
Well, if we can genetically engineer ourselves to be able to travel across massive distances through space, we would want our eyes to be able to see more and see, you know, different types of light.
Yeah, I don't know, man, this is all just conjecture and speculation. Like, I've never had an experience, I've never met anybody that's had one. You know, and it's a strange thing, man. I mean, it's even weirder for me because I haven't heard anybody bring up this way. That was like a huge thing in like the 90s, the 80s, like, where are they at now? Where are the days? You know, that's just kind of like strange to me. But again, like, all of this is possible for us to make sense of and to realize that we're actually consciousness. You know, we're actually consciousness and experiencing as a simulation. But getting back to the propulsion system in the unified field, you know, NASA, for example, has a paper in 1970 titled Fluid Resonance Propulsion Concept. And in that paper, they talk about exactly this. Find a way to tap into the energy field to create a propulsion system that can choose to cross the universe this and that. And the Defense Intelligence Agency has a paper from 2011 on the same thing called the quantum tomography of negative energy states in the vacuum. So they've been studying this for decades and decades, as described by Restream. But how can we tap into the energy fields around us and utilize it as a vast ocean and sail through it like a boat in water, continuously running off the water it's moving? And so we're starting to realize that this is probably how these UFOs are doing that, if they are real to begin with. And again, there's so much there, right? Some of these could be mass hallucinations, some of these could be future travelers or just demons coming in and out of dimensions. And to get into the demon part of it real quick, there's a CIA paper titled Analyzation or Assessment of Access. Have you heard of it? No. It was declassified in the early 2000s. It was written, what was the paper called? the assessment of the gateway
Assessment of the gateway process. Okay.
for fascinating stuff. So it was written in the 80s, analysis and assessment.
Oh, look. CIA.gov, baby.
Yeah. So I recommend
Can you zoom into the top of it?
I think everybody should read it. It's only 30 something pages, 30 pages.
Okay.
I did a documentary on this too on my channel, and basically what this paper was written as an assessment of the work of Dr. Robert Monroe. Dr. Robert Monroe used to be a radio broadcaster who realized something significant in the brain. Oh yeah. This paper tells you that the entire universe is a hologram. That's what it says. It says the universe is a hologram. Our body is a spirit machine.
Okay, so I'm sorry. What was the premise of the study? What was the reason?
So they put this together as an assessment of the work of Dr. Robert Monroe. Dr. Robert Monroe was a radio broadcaster who realized something strange about our brain frequency. So our brains have 200 to the left and the right, but they both respond to different stimuli, different frequency, different. They're working individually. So they work individually. But we realize if we harmonize sound frequency techniques, if you get them to harmonize and work together, then the entire body starts to work in a unified way. And now you can tap into these energy fields around you. And you can induce lucid dreaming, you can induce astral projection, and you can actually leave your body and start to traverse these other dimensions that exist around it.
Oh, bro.
Make that bigger.
Like, there was a lot of outrage because people were saying that ABC
consciousness
somehow or another
energy
had
grid.
got
The
the subject
left
matter
hemisphere
problem,
consciousness
and then
energy
they agreed to
grid.
come
Wow,
up
easy for you to
with
say.
that
The
they
left
were not going to
hemisphere
ask her
consciousness
about
grid
her
acts like the mind's computer software to reduce input from the right hemisphere to global symbols and concepts. The right hemisphere reduces three-dimensional holographic images to two-dimensional. Go/no.
So what's the latest with that, Jay?
The positive is like, let me explain this. So this is about infinity here. So
Sorry, go back to that last one more time. Can you go to the right a little bit so that cut off the end of that? Oh, it's dropping paper. Okay. Reduces three-dimensional holographic images to two-dimensional.
Posting about the veracity of it.
So if you go back to so this is where I wanted to give you the evidence about our memory existing after death.
Okay.
And to help you with this idea that after you die it's nothing. So, okay, again, everything vibrates, right? Everything's vibrating, everything's resonating. How consciousness is resonating, that's just how this stuff works. Right? That started with the cosmic piece of the darkness and the own vibration that brought all this into existence. Right? But every waveform has two rest points, which is at the top and the bottom. And those rest points would constitute a death. Because when things are not resonating, and particles aren't moving, they recede from this reality. But they don't just disappear, they go back to the source. Infinity. Because in this reality, as we are contained, is where time and space exist. Time and space is a program. But the opposite of time and space is not death. The opposite of time and space is infinity. And infinity, if you were to look at infinity on an oscilloscope, it would look like a straight line. In this reality, everything vibrates. It's chaotic, it's movement, everything's shifting. But infinity is tranquil. Everything exists for all things, whatever that looks like. So, what Robert Monroe realized was that if you can get your brain waves, which do exist, to vibrate at such a high level that the rest point at the top converge to the point where if you look at it on an oscilloscope, So it just completely dissipated into a straight line because of how fast it's resonating. You could transcend this dimension and go into infinity. And this is what meditation comes into play. And this is the point of meditation, of sacred act of meditation.
The brainwave moving so fast that you don't have the ups and downs. You have a straight line. And that's when you go to infinity.
Yes, but
This sounds like some Scientology shit, right?
I mean, this is really how it works, man. This is reality, man.
Well, man, fucking CIA research.
Right? I mean, we have a brain, right? And for the past 100 years or whatever, Einsteinian science has been telling us that we're just a physical body with a brain, and our brain is a computer and it creates the illusion of consciousness. But that's not true. We now realize that's the opposite. Consciousness is who we really are, and we create reality. We interface with it. And this has actually been proven. It was proven last year, in 2022. October of 2022, 3 scientists won the Nobel Prize in Physics for proving this. And how they proved it was through proving that quantum entanglement is real.
So describe quantum entanglement.
Quantum entanglement is the phenomenon of when 2 particles become interconnected to the point where if you were to place on the opposite ends of the universe, they could send instantaneous information to one another. That's quantum entanglement. And according to the laws of physics, the Einsteinian laws of physics, that's impossible.
Right.
But this was just proven real last year. And these 2 scientists have been trying to prove it for decades, and have finally perfected their experiment to the point where it was infallible or whatever. And 100% correct.
Yeah, Michi Kaku has a new book about this called Quantum Supremacy.
Yeah. So we're realizing that the universe is not locally real. Logan tells us, and this is what we've done researching this. People say the article, the universe is not locally real, it's not real. I think everybody's saying, what, the universe isn't real? So we're on words, it's the whole telephone thing again. Because the headline is that the universe is not locally, and locality is a physics term, or quantum physics term. So locality is the Einsteinian science. It means that everything's physical, everything's brain. That's locality. Non-locality means that anything's possible. That consciousness is the driving force of reality. So, for example, 2 particles talking to each other on the other sides of the room non-local. So these scientists prove for the universe that 2 particles can send information instantly no matter how far apart they are. So this opens up a huge discussion as to what can you do with that. And if we're just consciousness, if all we are is consciousness, form of something, then how can we tap into that? How can we tap into that as an entity? What can we do with that? We can do so much with that. And for example, these UFOs, whatever they are, they've already figured out how to use them in the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. And also the consciousness as a controller for that. And getting into Nikola Tesla, he figured this out also. Nikola Tesla talked about us being a human machine. He realized that we were an engine. He called us a little engine. And he spoke of being a force. Again, all these scientists always realize the same force. Together, and he called that the luminiferous future. And he correlated that with Hindu Akasha, the Akashic record, which is basically the Hindu version of what I'm talking about. This underlying force of infinity exists, everything is interconnected. And in 1938, he gave a presentation 5 years before he died, where he stated he had just made 2 great discoveries. He didn't want to say exactly what they were in that moment. He was always like that, kind of like he was thinking that. So he said, I just made 2 great discoveries, and one of them had to do with gravity. He said that I just proved all the theories of gravity, no way is not. And the other theory, he said, has to do with all of reality, from the most minute particles to the biggest of structures. That's all we know. And then he died 5 years later, never claiming to what those discoveries were. So we can assume from what he was telling us in the story is that he probably came to this conclusion all around us these four fundamental forces of nature, there's also one interperson between all of them, that we are not physical consciousness, and that if we find a way to implement our consciousness into these other energetic fields, and we can toggle through this reality with immense power. So we can do anything we want. Anything. But I believe, for one, the powers that be don't want us to do that happen.
Who are they?
Well, in simple, the globalists, those I don't know, probably, Putin, Biden, I don't know, just all these guys that you see on TV, right? All the leaders of the free world, leaders of the corporate institutions. I have a documentary that actually get into the actual names of the globalists, but probably too much to get into right now. But the globalist philosophy is a fairly new philosophy, like I started in the 20th century. And there are very specific names who got to go into institutions of run their government. For example, the Tavistock Institute, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Club of Rome, all of the foundations were the guys who started getting all this done. And Klaus Schwab was a student of these people. Klaus Schwab was a student of Henry Kissinger, and when he started his World Economic Forum in the 70s, he had Aurelio Petti, the founder of the Club of Rome, come and share as a keynote speaker for the seminar of the World Economic Forum. So Klaus Schwab, although he looks like he just came out of nowhere, he even grew up to all these global entire life, wanting to do what they've been trying to do, which is interconnect all the government institutions into one so that we do us much easier. They don't want to expand our consciousness, realize that we're more than just a body. There's that. But I think it's higher purpose. I think it's doing a teeny little reptilian human thing. And I think that the Creator, God, has intended for us to get to that where we realize that we're consciousness, realize that the energy is around us that we can tap into. I think He wants us to get to that point. And all the things that UFOs and crop circles are a part of that. I think that when they come in and out of our reality, they're helping, they're broadening our conscious awareness and making us realize that it's possible. Us seeing it happen is almost like telling our subconscious we can do that. So I think that the process that our God or our Creator has intended for us to go through, it gets to the point where we can realize in full who we really are, what it really is, what artist really is. And there's a teaching in Kabbalah, the Jewish mysticism, that talks about this. It's called the Shavira, the breaking of vessels. In that tale, we were told that God created a universe before this world, and that it fragments of itself of its light into its creation. It gave its spirit into its creation. But its spirit was too strong, everything blew up. Everything blew up. So it had to create a universe. At this time, it created what is known it performed what is known as sim, self-limitation. So it only put a little bit of itself in everything. So its power is too potent for everything to blow up again. So in this theory, I believe that God is vague, God is like in the background or whatever, but it's God's intention for us to slowly evolve. If we would just come down now and be like, yo, I'm God, I created you, check this out. We blow up, our minds would explode. So I think it's all these little instances that slowly leading up to the point where we fully realize who we are, what this is, and what death is. I don't think death is real. The CIA paper tells us that this is a hologram. There are different things. And in the CIA paper, there's one sentence where they stated that the practitioner, the meditation practitioner who is ascending to different dimensions must be, ready prepared, because sometimes you will encounter lower vibrational entities. And so the question earlier that demons, not Christian sense. I think that there are lower vibrational entities. And
Like what? What's a lower vibrational entity?
Man, okay, so getting into well, first and foremost, we need to realize that this reality, this dimension, this universe isn't the only one. As crazy as it is to wrap your head around, it's just the truth. It's not. Even in the physical sense, there are colors we can't see, there are sounds we can't hear, there are different dimensions. And as we started to realize the DMT dimension, right, might be an actual place that we're going to. I think we're trying to map out. Our dreams are sometimes an actual place that we're going to, because we're not a body, we're a consciousness. But we get trapped here. We stuck here that we can't toggle it. We haven't built up that skill to toggle through these things yet. And so in these different realms, I think thoughts can become beings. It's a concept known as an egregore. An egregore or archetype, Lucifer, for example, I think can actually become self-aware if given enough energy. It's like AI. AI can have consciousness by mainstream definition. By mainstream definition states that any complex nexus of computated sensory, whatever, brain networks can form a consciousness, an illusion of consciousness, right? AI can one day be conscious by mainstream definition. It'll be an illusion of consciousness, but I think even in reality and in a real sense, I think in actuality, AI can actually have a consciousness one day. It can actually be given a spirit of consciousness and actually think for itself. And I think in that same sense, in these vague, weird, interdimensional places like the DMT realm, our dream realms, where our thoughts and fantasies and nightmares and stuff like that exist, I think it's given enough power or energy. Some of these thought forms, like the boogeyman or the clowns in my nephew's closet or whatever, these demons that I thought I was being visited by, if given enough energy and time, these things can develop self-awareness and can become lower vibration entities. Everything's vibrating. Each life is the spirit, the vibration, the physicality, and the mind. Right? It's the three fundamental forces of the intermatrix. So it's given those correct ingredients, I think these thought forms, these demons, these whatever they exist, can actually become self-aware. Just like AI might not have a lot of capability. The only capability they might have is just to knock over something in the house or visit you at night as a shadow. But over time, these things can become more and more self-aware and develop more and more into conscious beings.
So lower vibration, meaning that sound wave, and then higher vibration, meaning a straight line being turning into infinity. Is that kind of what you're referencing?
Well, lower vibration is kind of just a descriptive word. It's not like an actual vibration, but it's more like a description. Like lower means that it's just like demonic. It's ugly. It's lower. It's lower, but it exists in a more ugly, lower place. Because if you want to view it like a vertical plane. Yeah, man. So I've had experiences with my life. I've actually projected once, twice. I actually projected when I was like 16 years old. And when I actually projected, I went to my hallway, saw like this figure, like this dark shadow.
How did you actually project? What made you want to do that?
I didn't do it by will. So the first time I did it, I was about 13 years old. And at the time, I was reading the Emerald Tablets of Talk, Dave Carson talks about.
Yes.
And so I was reading that, and it was like really, freaky and weird and dark. And so I didn't finish it. I kind of put it away and went to sleep. And I had my first astral projection experience. I didn't know that's what it was. And looking back, that's what it was. So what happened is I woke up, had to go to the bathroom. Got up and thought, okay, I'm going to the bathroom. But as I got up to go to the bathroom, I kind of just floated to my floor like I was in water. I was like, okay, I must be dreaming. Gotta be. And I laid on the floor and I could see like the hallway. And then I woke up and my body, so I thought, I was like, all right, let's go to the bathroom. The same thing happened. Floated down as if I was in water. Okay, I'm dreaming again. The first time I finally woke up, everything kind of sped up and I was back in real life and didn't think much of it. And then 3 years later, when I was 16, I went back to the Emerald Tablets of Talk and tried to read it again. And in that night, I had another astral projection experience. This time I knew it was. I knew what was happening. So I got up out of my body, and regrettably didn't turn around and look at my body, but I moved through my room and right, and I was like, oh dude, I'm astral projecting. Everything just kind of slowed down. You feel as if you're in water, time doesn't exist. And I was just like unconscious. And so I remember going to my door and moving through my door, as I stood in the hallway, I saw this just dark energy. It was just like a shadow. It didn't have a face or anything. Shadow, lower vibrational entity, right? And in that moment, looking back, I think it was a test per se, because in the Emerald Tablet Talk, the author teaches you how to vanquish these entities. It teaches you how to vanquish them using your mind power. And so almost simultaneously when I saw it, it's like I felt like a laser being shooting the book to like whatever my heart center was at that time. And just like quickly downloaded it, and then I shot like a beam of light at this thing, and then it just disappeared. And then almost instantaneously I woke up in my body. And I didn't think that was real. I was like, man, there's no way that this happened. And I was like, that was crazy. Like, I went to sleep, and the next morning my mom took me out for breakfast. And she's like, hey, is everything all right? I'm like, yeah, everything's good. She's like, are you sure? Because last night I walked by your room and I felt like such a dark presence that I had to stop and pray for you. And in that moment I got the chills, and that's when I was like, okay, maybe that was real. Maybe that did happen. You know?
What the you think dark entities are?
Okay, at that time I was 16. I was in house arrest. And there was like some
At 16, why were you on house arrest at 16?
So then me and my friends stole the golf cart, took it to a joyride, took the golf cart to a joyride.
Dude, it's gonna sound really weird. I did the same thing when I was 16 and got arrested for that.
No way.
Same exact thing.
May help to explain why after taking 6
But I
years,
never was on house arrest.
I got on probation, and then I popped a daily drug test, and I got on house arrest.
there was a
Yeah, it's crazy. So I was on house arrest, and a story at the time, a fictional story, and I was researching out of grimoires, like demonic books. I was looking for like inspiration for character development and like names and stuff. It was a weird time, so I was like practicing like kind of like white magic and shit. And I remember it was just a really dark time. Like, I remember feeling like strong energy in my room. And I had some weird relics in my room and stuff. And so I was kind of calling it, and getting back to that idea of egregores and archetypes. I think for me, I think like 95%, if not more, of the paranormal that we have in life are our own conscious minds projections. And it's pretty powerful. The conscious mind is very powerful, and I think it's so powerful to the point that it can actually influence conscious reality.
Right.
In these psychedelics, in these spirits, certain things move me. I've seen things move as a kid. I can, verify it. I have no way to back it up, but I've seen things move. And I
What do you think all these people claiming they're being abducted by aliens? What do you think about it?
I think a large percent of it is probably hallucination, trauma, and it's probably a small percentage of it that is real. You're going through something real, whatever that is, I don't know. Again, whatever this really hard, it can be with these lower vibrations, breaking into our reality for a small period of time. It can be dimensional travel from our future. I don't know. I think a large percentage of experiences are our own mind, our own footprints.
Yeah, that's what that guy John McEnroe, psychiatrist, said. He was in Zimbabwe to interview all the kids on that playground, and like he set them all aside individually, and beat them all. They all drew pictures that were like very not the same, but very very similar. And that was like when he started talking to all these people and like seeing the colleagues in all the stories. He was like, he wrote a few books about it, but he was convinced that this was for them.
Yeah, man, yeah, so again, getting back to the central reality, like, the central reality is like the mundane narrative, that we're just a citizen in the country, we have to go to school and work, like, that's like the central reality, but life is way more spectacular than that, in many, many ways, and so we're being held in that illusion, that's all we are, we're just a person, because we're not, like, we're a consciousness calling through this program, and our creator, whoever or whatever it is, put us here for a reason to slowly bring us up through the point where you can finally accept and receive what this really is, who it really is. And while we're here, though, being taken the physical aspect. Because our brain has compartments just like the mind does. The brain has what is known as the reptilian brain, the R complex. And the R complex is where all the primal reside, as you were saying, sex, money. So the R complex is taken advantage of by all of the networks, TV networks, entertainment industry. They just try to they just market to our reptilian brain. Right. And that's why I call it reptilian brain network. And the reptilian brain evokes the fear. It's the easiest way to evoke the reptilian brain is through fear. And we're always constantly being told to fear something. In the past couple of years, the world is caught in fear. So when we're in fear, we're not operating on a conscious level, on a higher conscious level. We're operating on the reptilian brain level. So the funny thing is, when you actually get the reptilians are real, they're turning us into reptilians by keeping us in our reptilian brain complex. And so, by us staying there subtly, they keep us in a subtle, low vibration where we aren't operating on higher levels. And they do this in so many different ways. And depression is an effect of that. And the thing about depression that I talk about in my book, we're starting to realize that depression is not just an emotion. Depression is actually an altered consciousness. It's called the global state of consciousness. So being in a coma, being in a comatose is a global state of consciousness. It's a state of consciousness that takes over your entire body. And scientists are starting to realize that depression, again, is not an emotion. It's not like you watching a movie and you feel sad now. Depression is actually a state of an altered state of consciousness. So when somebody's depressed, their entire physical being and mind is altered, changed, and living on a conscious level. They're making decisions based on a lower thinking level. And so this world, this central reality is designed through fast food, through corruption, through the entertainment industry, through social media. It's designed to keep us depressed. It's designed to keep us in fear. It's designed to keep us in a low quality state.
I mean, getting back to what we talked about earlier, organized religion and groups in society. Look at during the lockdown how many suicides there were. Keeping people locked up in their homes, out of public places, not around other people. I think suicide shot up by an insane amount. It was I forget what the number was, but there were hundreds of thousands more suicides during the years during the pandemic lockdown than there were before.
Yeah, that was a massive thing. All of us to work on. But that's the reptilian brain network, man. It's operated through the central reality, and we don't wake up and realize that we're more in this body, and that our intention to be more in this body, eventually, then we're going to just, that's all we're ever going to be, just this body, and we're just going to become civilians and unhappy slaves or whatever. But the body isn't evil, though. The body is meant to be nice. The body is designed perfectly for what we need to do here in this current program. And so how we ascend it is through the body and mind. It's through the spirit machine. So the yogis who have been meditating have realized for many centuries now that our body can produce some very amazing things that can help us break us out of essential reality and help break us out of the reptilian brain program. For example, a lot of the poses that they do, the three bandas that they know, a lot of the poses, they're not the poses they're doing. They're specific poses that help activate blood flow and circulation to the body, which is important because, especially in Kundalini meditation, because we have what is called the cerebral spinal fluid. It's a fluid channel that you may know that runs through a sacrum all the way around our brain, inner brain, and back down. And the cerebral spinal fluid is responsible for dispersing bacteria, viruses, and also dispersing beneficial vitamins and things like that. But it can get clogged, it can get slowed down, stuff like that. And in some cases, sometimes people have blockages and cause aneurysms or just defects, mental defects, brain defects. And so when you put yourself in certain yogic poses, what you're doing is allowing the body to clear that channel. And when you breathe, you do certain yogic breathing techniques or breathing. we're allowing that channel to open up more. And more than that, we have what's called the vagus nervous system, the vagus nervous system. And it follows cerebral spinal fluid. It starts at our sacrum and goes all the way up to our brain. And the vagus nervous system touches all of our internal organs in our brain. And so it's an internet channel from our brain to all of our organs. When we meditate in certain poses and do breath work, we're opening up the cerebral spinal fluid, we're cleansing out our vagus nervous system and clearing out our brain. And we couple that with conscious eating and conscious thinking. Then what we're doing is changing our energy field. And that's not somatic or hippie stuff. We have an actual electromagnetic bias. That's real. And so we get back to harnessing our spirit machine and clearing and taking ownership of it and doing these practices that yogis and mystics have been doing for thousands of years. What we start to do is we start to clear our subconscious mind where the programming resides, right? We start to clear our subconscious mind, which is where the program starts. So when we start to clear our subconscious mind, we can start to regain independence in our consciousness, in our soul. And we can break the reptilian brain network and the sense of reality. And further than that, what we should be doing is spinning our consciousness. Sardini talked about this. He's the famous Jesuit mystic who said, you're not human beings having a spiritual experience, you're spiritual beings having a human experience. He talked about individuating our consciousness. The more we individuate our consciousness and the more we create that connection with our body and our mind, and the more we meditate and start to actually realize and expand our conscious awareness and realize that we are more than this, we start to see that, then when we die, we'll be ready for that. Our consciousness will actually transition to that easily in the same way that when we fall asleep into a dream, we forget who we are. Some people don't. If you practice lucid dreaming, you can fall into a dream consciously throughout the whole process. It's the same thing with death. If you prepare your body and your spirit machine for that, when it happens, you can hold on to your mind and go through that process and go through it and retain your mind and be ready for whatever that is inside. And this is evident in nature because, again, we're consciousness. In our body, when the body dies, we don't die. It's just that we don't practice the skill and techniques of realizing that we're the consciousness. So that when we meet death, or whatever that thing is, because we're operating on a low reptilian vibrational level, that high vibration that we are met with, which is infinity, simply sees us and pretty much evaporates or washes it down. It sees the low vibration and it rejects it. We're not so we come back, same sorrow, reincarnation, until we get that level where we are actually consciously aware and know that there's more. See it. In that perspective, when you meditate, you lucid dream, you actually can see it and know that there's more. It's like that door that I talked about earlier. You know that behind that door, I know there's a couch there and there are people. I'm going to walk through it.
How does knowing that change your day-to-day life perspective?
Man, it just makes things a lot funner. And for some people, it makes everything more grim and depressing. And I went through that when I was starting all of this years ago. I went through a depression stage where I thought I was going crazy. I thought I was hearing voices and stuff, having hallucinations. And I had to take a break. I stopped reading, I stopped listening to this stuff. I didn't want to talk about anything I was experiencing in the weather. Really, man, I've had 2 friends who have been diagnosed with this. One of them rest in peace, he passed away in college.
Yeah, weed, like marijuana and psychedelics aren't for everyone. Some people just want it for it.
Absolutely, man. But, yeah, I mean, a lot of people in the community, they learn this stuff and they get bitter about the world. Everybody needs to wake up the people.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that, man. Like, not everybody's meant to know this stuff either.
Unfortunately, though,
And
similar to
that's why I
other
post
scientists
this
who
stuff
regularly appear on
kind
Joe
of
Rogan
cuttingly
podcast,
and
he
as I
has
can,
faced
but
his fair share of criticisms
for the
over the
warriors that
years.
are ready,
Several
to
scientists have
take on the
publicly stated
truth
that he
about
promotes health
religion,
claims
to
that
take
aren't
on the
supported
truth
by
about our
scientific
government, to take on
evidence.
the truth
Some
about
even
rising
label his
consciousness,
content as pseudoscience.
this
And
would be
most
for
of this
them.
comes
But
from the
not
fact that
everybody
he is
needs to
sponsored
know
by a
this.
bunch of
I don't
supplement
need to get
companies,
into my
which are
mom's house
often
and start
poorly
telling her all
regulated,
this
leading
stuff,
him to extrapolate
she's
findings from
got
animal
a little
studies to
life and she loves
humans
it,
without sufficient
I
justification.
believe that
Even just on this episode,
we
he
love
gives the
our lives
perfect
and we let
example
people
of
around
how
us
he
and we
reaches
strive to
conclusions
be as
without
good as we
any
can.
scientific
That's
evidence.
good enough. But for me, for whatever reason, the Creator endowed me with this ambition. I couldn't run away from it if I wanted to, even when I tried to stop, because I was going crazy. Eventually, I had to come back.
How did you come back? How did you overcome that?
Oh man, I just took a break. I took a break, but everywhere I went, I just saw a little sign. And it's funny, actually, I went to a used bookstore, and I love going to bookstores just to take it and find stuff. And I was in the bookstore, and I found like a collection of Zechariah, like 8 or 9 of them, and they were all for like $1 or 50 cents. And that was like a gold mine. Zechariah sits in his, again, he's the guy who got all this Anunnaki stuff, and I love his work. So I was like, man, I can't just let this go, I have to buy these. And at the time, I was broke. Years ago, I started like making decent money. I spent pretty much all I had on that. And I took that as a sign, to get back into it. I'm like, there's got to be a sign. So I bought the books, went home, and meditated, just said, all right, I'm ready. I had enough time during the break. Went full force,
That's incredible, man. Okay, man, thanks for doing this. I really appreciate you sharing all this information. How people where they can find more of your work, more of your videos, all that stuff.
Absolutely. You can find me on Instagram at Esoteric Eddie. Tweet at Esoteric Eddie TV. And pretty much everything else, my books and some of my notes at esotericeddie.com.
All right, man. Thanks again.
Hey, thank you, man. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Because he loves the nicotine. But between what again and quit, I don't have a problem with people taking nicotine pouches, but it's a vasoconstrictor, it raises blood pressure, as long as you're healthy in other ways. I see people go from like one pouch to a canister a day. Oh yeah. It's just they ramp up the dosage. Yeah. I like 70 something.
What
Jesus. I can do like half a piece of it, right? And that the 12
against Bob Lazar's work that he has, for the most part, kept straight for the last 35, 40 years.
Useful but not accessible to me.
Yes. A lot of it is kept straight, I think.
Well, a lot of it's kept straight because it's like telling the story. He's told it so many times. It's kind of like reading a script. It's kind of like you just memorize the script and you're in the first listen and you're in the script. So I don't think that, it's not that hard to say that because he hasn't changed. It doesn't mean the story is true because he hasn't changed it. What makes the story true or not is whether there's supporting evidence. So we've investigated tests with secret facility at Pathway State for the timeline, the background. What was the background check training? We talked about this issue of background check and how we got the background check to even have to work with that. Have you looked into the guy's background? Did you do
Me personally, all I do is just listen to podcasts. I haven't done any real homework. I haven't looked at any like classified documents, so I haven't like subpoenaed the MIT or those labs. But his former associates, important figures in the case, right? And what are the biggest holes that you
while ever since Burke kept talking shit and making claims about his
Well,
physical strength that he
the
couldn't
biggest
back
hole,
up.
so
In fact, they
there's a couple
don't even
of
do
them.
Rogue
So
because
one
Rogan
is
was so
this
filled with Bert's
issue
shenanigans.
of how he
As
was
for
hired in
Huberman,
the first
he was
place.
referring to the time he
The
went on
background check is the biggest hole. It takes normally like 8 months or more to do a thorough background check.
at the time, Bert had
The
gone sober for
background
a few
checks
months
that
and dropped down to
investigators
200
and
pounds,
people have done
so
on
that
bodies,
he keep on drinking.
show
Yeah,
a history of
at the time, Huberman
this
seized the
guy would not
opportunity
have
to
after that then, he's drawing here, and the guy who's drawing up the whole UFO story about he's on board now on the record. A year before Bobby Barr talking about top secret case and saying that there was a subsection of the secret hangar complex that had 11 recovered alien discs in it. And that was John Muir saying there was 11. Yeah, he said there were 11. Bobby Barr said there were 9. And, later, he's basically confirming John Muir's story that John Muir had already told a year before. And there's just some of these elements of Bobby Barr's story that he has tracked down so that, he classified information on scientific level. That's the element of the trade stuff. So that's the real big scientific thing that he's supposed to turn out. And there's so many misconceptions about that. So one is that, element, element number is based on proton numbers. How many protons are in nucleus? So a hydrogen is number 1, it has 1 proton and 1 electron. The electron number balances the proton number, so that has a 0 charge. So the issue of the protons is just distribution. So you just like element 115, the periodic table goes up to a certain number, and then just predict that it's going to go to higher numbers that we haven't created yet. And this was figured out back in the 1960s by a guy named Von Siebold, who worked at UC Berkeley. He worked on a lot of the particle accelerators during that stuff. Built the entire, higher half nuclear reactor. And, well, it's interesting, we wrote an article actually in Scientific American in 1969, and published it, talking about the higher elements in this so-called element stability. So this element stability, which is known about by physicists working at Berkeley labs and other places. It's not just like a little bit of beer. It's a lot of beer. People misunderstand and misrepresent the physics constantly. And it's good to get, a guy like Eric Weinstein on your podcast. I don't know who's Eric Weinstein is, obviously accepted Joe Rogan's offer to have a debate or a challenge up there.
Decided to annoy shit out of everyone, even young Jake's been trolling his lately. Episode with Jill Tony Regulari Matty, he called him a fourth bird and shit on the screen while they were talking about how weird it is when guys wear speedos for no reason. Like if a dude wears speedos, he's a freak, right? A dude in speedos unless you're in your
It's interesting, Bob has always said that he would see a type of weirdo.
In speedos, I got a weirdo.
Japanese television set this up and invited him over, and he never showed up. Yeah, this is after that.
That's information that's
And, in that technically the greatest scientist is in fact, the first time Joe Rogan had him on the podcast, we had physicist Carol on like the next podcast and didn't ask him about Bob Lazar. And I was like, why would you ask physicists about Bob Lazar? What they say about the story? And I'll tell you, the key thing with Bob's story is one that has this theme, which he says is how the calculus and also the gravity,
especially after the most recent
which is when predicted it back in 1989. There's lots of other people who have predicted it back in the 60s. In the 1960s, Von Siebold was up that high, the island barrier. And there was actually an article that was published in Scientific American in May 1989, which is the exact month and year that Bob Lazar first came out with his story. And it's on page 68 of the May 1989 issue of Scientific American. It's called Super Heavy Elements. And it talks about the elements of the but nowhere in any of this is any mention of anti-gravity properties or energy production properties. So that's a big thing. We never know the core bells and everyone try to claim that means that
they confirmed Bob Lazar's story. Because he predicted it in 1989, and then they discovered it years later. So that confirmed the story. He pretended there was a stable isotope, and that it's gravity property. So now we never discovered it as stable isotope, and that's one of the main arguments that used to dismiss it. But it's also true that certain isotopes that have to include lanthanum, the lower these elements that actually jump back and forth a little bit. And Bob Lazar kind of describes that in his physics, semi-technical talks about the reaction of components. He talks about this jumping up to 116 and then back down, kind of, or 14. He's not sure if it was 14 or 16 or not, but it jumps around somewhere in there. The elements actually do that, and you can take these unstable elements and you can stabilize them within an electromagnetic field, electromagnetic bottles. You can kind of hold this nuclei together so that it doesn't decay in normal time. So it's possible that there may be some ways to isolate and stabilize and machines that we haven't discovered yet. And that, so I'm not saying that it's completely debunked. Almost, you can't ever disprove the negative. It's not up to you to debunk it. It's up for him and Danny Corbell and George Knapp to prove to come up with some supporting evidence for a story or documentation. And the kind of documentation I would be looking for hasn't come out. So Bob was some more records and background as he claims to have these degrees against degrees of his schools. There is evidence, right? So the evidence came out, right? It's interesting because we had a court case in 1991, and on his court documents, he stated that he had a bachelor's degree from Pacific University, which is a correspondence university. And what year did he finish? It was shut down. It was shut down in the early 90s as being a degree mill. So this was like 91. It's 2 years after he came out with the story. So this place called Pacifica was selling degrees. Yeah, selling. That's pretty. So the court case is interesting too, because apparently, become this whistleblower bunker program that he was hired senior staff physicists on, and that afterwards, after 2 years later, he's running a brothel. Literally running a brothel. That's what he just. Well, he wasn't running a brothel. There was a man who was running a brothel. It's called the Crystal Coast, and he actually got arrested for setting up a CCTV camera system in the apartment complex, and they were filming and blackmailing, customers at the brothel. It's briefly called the brothel. It's a court case. He's pleaded guilty to it. Yeah, you can look up in Nevada. Yeah, you can look it up in Nevada. So it's there, and there's a build it online, and there's even a George Knapp talking about the incident, how he just, brought this big sign board out, and there goes the whole story, because, apparently it wasn't enough to go away, and a lot of people still don't know about that, and that it happened, but the court documents from that case, he lists his degree, his bachelor's degree from Pacific University, not MIT or Caltech, and he says that his, he had some, I don't know, something about University of I gotta look at the documents from that court case. It's on there. You can look it up. There's a whole website on bombthedebunk.com where you can get a lot of these documents and other stuff. And other researchers have done stuff on this too, including compound criticized signals and stuff. And there's not a lot of traction on those people that are trying to pick apart and being successful. And how everything wears you that I really start to notice some of these details. People are looking for it. The Bob Lazar story is such a fantastic story. It's awesome. We've got military researching UFOs and black sailboats and picking the government house and stuff. That and really like Independence Day, 1997, where they had that scene where they're going to the underground camera. So how, from the time you first learned about that, how long before you started to question it? I think the question is, so I really started going on like forums, like about Top Secret and other forums where I was really arguing in favor of the case with a lot of more knowledgeable researchers about it, and they sent me to a lot of interesting links, which I can tell you about in the background check and probably his timeline. So he borrowed a lot of money from his past, but he had a lot of debts. He also was apparently, he claimed that his parents were revoked, right? For the purpose of because his wife was having an affair with an airline instructor, revoked his security clearance, and that's because they thought it would be like psychologically traumatizing for him. That is absolutely ridiculous to know the case because he was friends with John Lear. And he knew John Lear and was a friend of his. He'd gone there, if you read the story, so there's two people that are left out of the story in John Lear's story. I think that it's deceptive to not mention them or bring them into the story because they're two of the most central figures in the Bobby Jack story. And that's John Lear and Gene Huff. And Gene Huff co-wrote the series as a film perspective. He helped produce it. So the original Bobby Ray tapes, the tape that started all this, was produced by Gene Huff. Okay. And in a radio interview that I'll have saved when I put on the channel, Gene Huff says that he met Bob Lazar because Bob Lazar was running the photo processing business at the time in Las Vegas. And it was listed on court documents, it listed his occupation as photo processing. So you have to use to take that W-2 form and the ID badge. Those are the two documents that Bob produced in support of this case, the W-2 form and ID badge. Yeah, so the W-2 form has his first wife's social security number. That was the weirdest thing. So that was definitely fake. He didn't even put his own social security. He put his first wife's social security number, and then they changed it in other versions. But we have the original that was really has his first wife's social security number, which he was married to a woman named Carol Nadine Estlinger, or Carol Nadine Strong. She was 10 years old. They married in 78 or 79 to and he was still married with Freddie when he moved from California to Los Alamos. Sometime in the middle of that is when he met other younger girl, Jackie, her name is Tracy. They call her Jackie, but he married this, he started hanging out with this younger girl. Apparently married her, but he didn't get a real marriage certificate. He just had a wedding and married her. And he's still married to the other woman. And then the other woman found out and was so upset by it, she committed suicide. And then this is all documented. And then Carol Nadine Strong, we looked at her history. The woman he was married to at the time, he had heavy background checks and security clearances. So the government hired him to work on the most top secret project the U.S. has ever known, and they would have obviously worked on his part of his background, telling his story. And these were issues that he had. So it looks more like he was having an affair with his wife. You know, because he married two women at the same time, this younger girl, and then his older wife committed suicide, and then he ended up marrying the younger wife legally on paper a couple months later.
And his first wife allegedly committed suicide before he was hired to work at Site S4.
Yeah, this was 86. 1986. This was 2 years before. So 2 years prior, 2 or 3 years prior to him coming out with his story. In 1989, right? So 1986 is when, you know, he meets this younger girl, moves to Los Alamos, and then he breaks up with, breaks her heart, and she ends up committing suicide. Winds up tailpipe in the garage and found her in the car, or whatever. He's the one that found her, or what her story is there, but it's certainly very, peculiar and bizarre and strange. And definitely a guy wouldn't have gotten a background check because his former wife was involved with a Hell's Angel murder. According to some documents, some newspaper articles and stuff that we recently found from Las Vegas. So she was from Las Vegas and lived up there. Apparently she spent some of that work at Fairchild Industries, and that's how Bob worked there out in California before he moved to Los Alamos. And he and a bunch other guys like Jim Tagliani, who was at Tonopah Test Run. And Jim Tagliani, he was like S4. He was one of Bobby's friends. So he's a guy that was friends with Bobby and John Lear. He worked out at Tonopah Test Road at a real place called Site 4. There's a real Site 4 at Tonopah Test Road. That's Area 51. So Area 51 is in Nevada, Las Vegas. And if you go like west from Area 51, you'll fly right over Tonopah. And that was called Site 4. There was a section out there called Site 4, and it was the ECCM, which is Electronic Countermeasures radar stuff. So they would build Mach 10 radar systems, like Russian radar, and then they would figure out how to spoof and jam those radar systems. It's like latency frequencies or signals and stuff. And this was the origin of the stealth that they were working on. I mean, the stealth program was a little bit before that, but they were still doing a lot of stealth research and stuff out there at the time, which is also interesting because there was another Site 4 that we found, which was at Plant 42 in Palmdale, which is where they made the B-2 Spirit bomb. So there's two classified sites named S4, or Site 4, one at Tonopah, one at Palmdale, where they've been the B-2. And then Bob comes out with this fantastic story about this place called Site 4 where they reverse engineering saucers. And that's the same story that I guess John Lear told that a year before on George Now. So it's kind of interesting. You have this timeline where Bob and Jar moved the right thing to do this Los Alamos. He was getting married, and then he moved his something happens to Alamos. Apparently, only did work at Los Alamos. He worked at Los Alamos for like 8 months, but you can tell. Apparently, he was fired from Los Alamos. Using company equipment to work on his jack car, which he was already in. There was a monitor article from Los Alamos in 1982 on the jet car article. So he was in Los Alamos with his jet car in 1982 doing stuff. So you can really go for the time period. And if you really chased it down like the whole timeline, there's no room for him to have gotten the degrees. There's no evidence that he got the degrees. And then on the court documents that he didn't really have degrees, he had a specific university, which is like a mail-order base degree. And he had the cost of it. So I mean, you could, by some stretch of your imagination, just assume that government, just tried to put a bunch of dirt on this and made up all this stuff. It's all made up by the government, right? So then at the end of the day, if you just get rid of all that circumstantial evidence about it shows the fire. You're not really treasuring this. Then have been people like John Lear, who's selling the same story and George Knapp getting tons of views on it. So, his father's all working for the photo processing company for Gene Huff. Gene Huff says that the first time they met John Lear, that was already over there to do an appraisal on John. And they went to do an appraisal with Gene Huff in an appraisal business. And he worked with Bobby Hart to bring his photographs. So Bobby Hart would go to prison. So they take the pictures, process the photos, go and do the ads, and stuff. And that he would take and this was when, supposedly before, this is the guy they hired to do the senior staff physicist to work on, to figure out how this other thing that our top scientists couldn't figure out how this reactor works, so we had to bring this guy to figure this out. But does it make sense? Is it true though? This guy, Bob,
from what I understand, the first time you met with George Knapp, and they did those interviews, you had to do a lot of convincing to get him to do that. Yeah. And then he tells the story of how he actually interviewed him with this whole story, and before he published it, Bob called him and said, no, I don't want to do it. Like, he had a change of heart, he didn't want to publish it, he didn't want to rely on it. That he wrestled it and held the tapes or something, and he described some sort of like a physical altercation to grab it from Bob, fucking
public. So Bob, like, and so what is there to gain for him? He hasn't made any money off this. He hasn't? That's what he claims he's never made any money off it.
They showed the Bob Lazar case back in the back of UFO magazines and stuff for $30 a pop back in the 90s. And I know they sold quite a bit of it. So I know that he made some money off it. I've heard that Jeremy Corbell didn't make what he thought he would make some decent money off the film that he put out. And I've heard that he paid, Bob's wife or back for like so Bob actually did get paid for that. But I have no evidence to confirm that. But I would love to, do some more investigation into that and find out. It would be real easy for someone to just order, a whole bunch of stuff from Bob's business, United Nuclear, right? It would be real easy for Jeremy Corbell to order, $200 worth of scientific equipment from United Nuclear, and then United Nuclear is sitting out the order. There's other ways to wash that money. And Bob has the needs and knows how. I mean, he started United Nuclear because he ran a fireworks show called Desert Blast, where they basically invite a bunch of people and sell tickets to go watch massive fireworks and bomb shows out in the middle of the desert and just all kinds of stuff. And that was during the days when it's getting harder. You used to be able to order more nitrate and other stuff right in the mail, and they started putting it up to heavily registered companies to order those chemicals and get them. So that's where United States started out and started out the whole selling and that actually kicked out a lot of things because last year, and it was all these nut jobs all over Vegas, and they told Vegas to move the company to Michigan. So there's history behind how Bob got money, and there's also these companies where if he was doing it, you would never know that he got paid for it if he did. And I'm not sure I would do it either if I wasn't getting paid for it. He's done, but. Again, that's what could you be getting people besides selling it for $30 a pop and then helping Jeremy make a documentary and years on the United Nuclear website. I mean, it's not like a lot of trouble for that. It seems like you're trying to make a lot more money off such a low debt. I've never done any podcast with Joe Rogan, but it's interesting because it's almost like why would he hasn't done any documentaries either besides being a Jeremy Corbell. Why would he only work with Jeremy Corbell or only work with Joe Rogan? I would imagine because he doesn't want the attention. And he's got people like Joe who are fascinated by the topic, and people like Aaron who are also fascinated by the topic, who are pushing this guy to do it. Like, come on, do it. He's like, no, I don't want to do it. You can tell when you're going to his podcast, he's like very hesitant. He has a headache, whatever. And it's not like he was happy to be there. Hey, happy to be here, Joe. Let's talk about fucking aliens. He seemed like he didn't want to be there. It also seemed like Jeremy was his handler of the whole thing. Yeah, he didn't answer. When he got the migraine and a lot of questions he couldn't answer. And why let him do more press? It just seems like he knows the story's a lie and he doesn't want to do more press because he just knows that it's going to get found out. The more time he spends on there, all he needs to do is get on a show with a guy like me instead of someone who doesn't know anything about the case. As long as he's talking about don't know anything about the case, or there's people who want to believe in the case and support the case without question, and Jeremy Corbell, convinced that it's real, and that guys like me are part of this big organization to shut down the truth. And it's like, well, what's the truth, man? What does Steve have for? I've interviewed real senior staff physicists. I can show you what a real senior staff physicist looks like and compare that to Bob Lazar. And I can show you what real physics and real SATs and the sort of research and what it looks like. I've studied these things and I've interviewed the people who worked on them. We've had them on their podcast. But I tend to question guys like that as well. And especially that's
one of the main things is the education, the fact that we lie about being a physicist and having these credentials and not being able to back it up is the biggest thing. And I don't, you know,
When he's on these shows and on these, like, these tapes and interviews, is there any red flags in his language about physics?
yeah, well, I'm sure if any physicist who's listening to Bob, who's our talk, knows that this guy is like a real physicist. He's not, you know, not doing real things. Some of the most basic, you know, physics stuff, and then throw in a bunch of other stuff like this gravity A wave and B wave idea. I've had some people on the podcast that have tried to analyze that in different, you know, ways. But again, there's no core physics there. And when you talk about anti-gravity, right? First off, you can't have anti-gravity without negative mass. You need to have negative mass. If you're not producing negative mass, you're not producing anti-gravity. And what he has is the most massive element in life. So he's not producing negative mass, he's producing, you know, super mass. So it's the opposite direction, kind of like a misdirection in all fronts. I feel like it's essential disinformation that they put out. It's almost like, why was, you know, John Lear telling a story, and then Bob was all of a sudden, you know, meets John Lear, and then gets, you know, hired to go work out there. You know, despite that he knows John Lear. As soon as he gets working out there, what does he do? He goes and blabs to his friends and brings them up on the mountain, you know, to the peak. You know, that's what they did. Apparently, they brought him up to the peak, and that's when, you know, he got the calls and they woke his parents and stuff. But apparently, he up at the peak that they were filming either Janet flights, the incoming, you know, airline flights coming into base, or they were filming some, you know, some of the early Star Wars SDI program tests on plasma, fusion-induced plasma. And, you know, they had proton beams and other types of beams that they could generate balls of plasma in the sky.
Right. I want to get into that. I want to talk a little bit more about this first. One of the things that I noticed in one of the links you sent me was a Medium article about one of the guys who ran security clearance for Bob at was the Area 51 or SO. Apparently, what was the guy's name again?
Right, so Jeremy Corbell, this whole thing about this Mike Big Pen guy, he talked about him on the Joe Rogan podcast and touted him as this ultimate whistleblower truth that, you know, Bob Lazar really worked out at this place and got the security clearance. But honestly, when you do a security background check on Bob, he doesn't check out. None of that stuff mentioned in any of this. No proof is given. No, he didn't record the interview that he did with this guy. He didn't, you know, record audio. He didn't, you know, he records himself in his apartment, you know, sitting there with no shoes on for hours in the film, but he's George Knapp on the phone with all those. He couldn't record that one conversation. That's way more important than anything.
So who wrote this article? This is on Medium. The title is Bob Lazar, Mike Thickman, Clearance Investigation.
This guy is Signal Intelligence, and I'm not actually sure what his real name is. It almost sounds like this identity that I know, but I'm not sure if it's.
So I want to figure out that there's a clip in here. Go down. There's a excerpt from an interview with Mike Thickman. Who does it say conducted this interview with Mike Thickman? Is this the guy who wrote the article?
Yeah, the guy who wrote the article actually found a lot of so there's a lot of people that have been doing, you know, their own background investigations. Yeah, so they went out and actually found people who worked with him at Los Alamos and people that worked with him at, you know, for all these things and interviewing them and everything that they knew about the guy. And it's like a whole big thing.
So this guy, I'm going to read a little part of this article. It says he confirmed Corbell's account of their conversation. When I asked if he had any recollection of Mr. Lazar or conducting a background investigation into him, Mike Thickman said, "It's possible I don't remember him. No, I only got knowledge of him where I recall it, after he got into the news. I did stop and pause and listen when making my name into his story." The author asks, "You didn't remember Mr. Lazar? As far as you're aware,
did you not conduct a background or clearance investigation on him? Thigpen. As far as I recall, I did so many of them. If I did his background, I'm not saying I did it all, but if I did, I don't recall. The author says, did not tell Mr. Cordell that you remember Bob? Thigpen says, personally, no, I don't know Bob. I don't recall meeting him. If I told him I did, it was an error. I certainly didn't need to say or apply that to Mr. Cordell. It should be noted that Mr. Thigpen readily agreed to allow this publication of this interview. Now play that little YouTube clip real quick. They're talking about Mike Thigpen. This is the guy, to give people context, this is who, this is in, I think, Joe Rogan's interview with, the only one he did with.
So Mike Thigpen was the guy that did the security clearances to go to the place. One of the guys. He said he did. And George not, George didn't believe him. George put him through 4 polygraph tests. He tried to see, man, this is a big risk. It sounds interesting, but let's see if he's telling the truth. One of the things was, Bob said, like Thigpen, he did security clearances for the base, and that's a weird name. It's very specific. For 30 years, George found this guy in this weird department. He didn't even know it was him. The guy went talking to ghost him. Totally doesn't for 30 years. Used Facebook and Google image match. His children, I was able to find him after 30 years. I talked to him 3 times on the phone. Lives on the East Coast. He almost went on camera with him. Confirmed that he did security clearances for the base in 1989. Confirmed he remembers Bob Lazar.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that there's no evidence provided for that. There's other guys that talked to him and think that story. And again, I've done my own background investigation, and I just don't think he's the kind of guy that would work out at a place like this. So let's compare him with someone that did. Look up Dr. Bernard.
Okay, here's one more thing as well. One of the biggest things that I believe that have been confirmed was Bob described that hand scan, that to get into the base, he had to put his hand on this machine that measured like the length of the thing, the biometrics of the bones and things, and that turned out to be legit.
Well, we'll get into that in a second, but yes, the hand scanner said we found that apparently was done for the film, which is supposed to be the third time it came out a decade before Bobby's house. So, again, anything that was classified that was from Bobby's house story, every single thing that he says was classified, we found in sources, unclassified public sources for that. I can name every single piece of classified intel that he's ever spoken about. I can cite that in sources that predate his disclosure. So he's not a whistleblower of anything. All this stuff is in public domain. It's all unclassified out there for anyone to find and put these pieces together. I mean, the story about the science of cutting the reactor and supposedly died. There's a movie that came out that same year called Fat Little Boy. Go look it up. And in the movie, it tells the story of the Los Alamos scientist. The guy's name is Louis Slotin, Slotin, and he's the scientist that cut into a reactor during the Manhattan Project, where he cut in it. They had a beryllium half shell, and they had a demon core inside of it, a plutonium core that they used on the atomic bomb for exploding test. And they had a beryllium half shell. Now, beryllium is a neutron reflector. So what that does is all these neutrons that are given off reflects those. So when you put this half shell over it, it reflects all those neutrons around. And what neutrons are is a big, heavy particle that has no charge. So if you want to smash atoms apart, you don't use a proton. Proton is positively charged. But neutrons have no charge. So you get a bunch of these fast-moving neutrons running around inside this chamber, and suddenly they'll start smashing atoms up and releasing more neutrons. And it's a chain reaction. And when we created the first one, they were trying to measure the criticality with this half shell. And they killed neutrons. And that's a real story. That's the only, it's a story where, series of math
pretty closely with his descriptions of the reactor core. They look a lot like the steam core. In fact, the experiment they were using, he was using a screw, supercritical, discrete screwdrivers, holding that gap up, and the gap felt supercritical. And he quickly grabbed the thing, pulled it, burnt the crap out of his hand, and totally irradiated it. He saved the lives of the other 9 scientists. And but sacrificed himself. And for that, he's like getting all these awards and stuff. I had a couple of things over the pictures and stuff. But that's a real story about what's his guy's name? Lewis Slotin. S-L-O-T-I-N. Yeah, that's the dude. That's the right there. So they built a new reactor to run this experiment, and it has a mechanical holder for the half shell that on top, so it's lowered and raised mechanically, so they can do it separate from 6 distance away. You know, so they can run this experiment with precision. It's not that element or screwdriver. And the new reactor core design looks a lot like Bobby's always on reactor. It's almost just like it, actually. But you just modify a couple things on the new it would be called a beryllium half-shell criticality experiment.
That's a tongue twister.
Yeah, I know. Beryllium half-shell criticality. Yeah. There's the scientists that are in the room that we say, and they haven't drawn the distance from the ground. So is this supposed to be what you're describing the reactor inside of the flame sausage? Well, I think he took pieces of what he learned from, he said it was like a basketball. He says, this is on display at the Los Alamos History Museum. There's exhibits on all this stuff that we've seen at the time in Los Alamos. So he could have adapted this stuff to make up a story. That's what it sounds like to me, because there's no verifiable intel that's come out of anywhere in the past 30 years on, programs that were working on this kind of stuff, or even interested in this kind of stuff. The scientists that were working on it were, a couple of these German guys that were working on CERN, particle accelerators at CERN. Continuing Glenn Seaborg's work. Glenn Seaborg is the guy who predicted island stability, a huge number of the elements on the free table at Berkeley Labs. So he pioneered a lot of physical chemistry research in those early days.
He's the only one that makes sense to me. He's the only one
going back quickly to that. So that was in Close Encounters. It was in electronics magazines. We found numerous pre-1989 sources for that.
It's like conspiracy theories until I read his book.
So he said specifically that that's what he used to get into Area 51. He used the opening sequence of Close Encounters. The opening sequence of Close Encounters, when the guy goes into the top secret facility with the same hand scanner right there. And Jeremy Corbell said in interviews that his favorite movie is Close Encounters. But how could he miss it? How would Bob know that that was specifically in the Area 51? Because it's in Close Encounters.
They're filming in Area 51.
They're filming a top secret facility where the alien stuff's going on and they have to get into it. Right in the opening sequence of the movie.
That doesn't mean that's the exact machine.
It's the exact machine. It's that exact machine. I watched all of them and it is the exact machine. How would Bob know that that is in fact what they have at Area 51?
Just because it was in a movie,
Do they have it? It was one of the high-tech. Yeah, there was people with a photo tape. One of the security guards had a provided photo of one of the things at Area 51. Maybe you can find it. Maybe that's the photo there. Other sources that we could have learned about doesn't mean that you find like a photo, like proof of Area 51. Maybe you can find that. Yes. Another thing about the security Area 51, right? So Bob's security badge, they put it says MJ12 on it. Okay, that's his security badge. Now it should say Wackenhoff that was security.
I also think Trump raising his fist and saying flies off any shot is one of the most American fucking things of all time.
They don't look anything like Bob Lazar's ID badge. So we got that wrong. And then I mentioned this only other piece of documentation he's provided is the W2 which had his first wife, so it's just reading in my opinion. So I tried this one, so let's just say this hypothesis come up, right? Say that, Bob was John Lear, starts learning about all this UFO stuff, seeing the popularity that John Lear's getting, and they're watching. Obviously, they knew John Lear was the talking, but he's talking to Area 51 back, and then else, we have pictures of captured Russian waves, basically running tests on it. He had a picture of it on the tarmac that he went out there and took before they had the security at the base even set up. And he's one of the original guys. So Bob was like John Lear, and then maybe he was recruited. Maybe they said, we're going to put a deal and we're going to pretend to hire Bob Lazar, and we're going to bring him out to a hangar, and we're going to set up, and we're going to bring a bunch of 89 Avro cars, and these 89 Avro cars, and it's going to be old Alfred. Okay, so Alfred C. Lodi, look at Alfred C. Loeding. This guy designed tons of flying saucer for in the 1950s at Wright Patterson Air Force Base. He was an engineer that built and designed tons of flying saucer shape and other weird shaped aircraft. Loeding.
It's not fake, but he was referencing Trump saying he didn't say Jesus, he said stable genius.
That's what we do right there on the left, yeah. So you can look up the number of his patents and the number of his craft. Is that a particular craft that he designed right there on the far left? Yeah, there's one of them. I mean, there's tons of them. There's over 100 different models that I believe he designed. And those are the blueprints of those things. There's a whole secret chapter of classified aviation, airframe design experimentation that went on back in the 40s and 50s, and the U.S. Air Force is experimenting with that, nobody knows about. So some of these relics might still be around today, some of these craft. Imagine they got a bunch of these in a hangar, put locks on the doors, and then bring Bob in there and tell him that they're working on alien technology in the place, dress up a couple midgets for some kids with, some dummy suits and stuff, but then he says he actually worked on that sport model craft, and he was involved. So there's another couple things that we did. So from his descriptions of all that, right, and his descriptions, Michael Schratt is a researcher I work with, Michael S-C-H-R-A-T-T. What he does is he takes UFO case reports, and he works for an aerospace company, graphic designer. So he does 3D models of planes. So he'll take UFO reports and then he'll build a 3D model of the actual craft based on the sighting. And he has a whole archive of all these. That's chart of all the ones he's produced over the years. So he takes all these UFO reports and he does scale model diagrams, very precise, based on the description of all these crafts that he's described. So he takes the Lazar saucer and takes some of the Bob gave of how tall he was when he went under it, and he tries to match up those dimensions to see figure out how big this thing is. And when he did that with the Bob Lazar sport saucer, he found all kinds of problems with the dimensions that he wouldn't have been able to stand on in those places that he said he did. The interesting about that saucer, that sport model flying saucer that Bob Lazar talked about, is that it looks a lot like George Adamski's craft, or the good aircraft, or even before that, so Billy Meyer from Billy was like the 70s, and Billy Meyer UFO, he was taking all these UFO photos that caught. They look just like Bob's, sport models. But there's an early case out in the 50s called Otis Carr. If you look up XTC01, Otis Carr. And you'll find this guy, he was trying to, he was a UFO hoaxer trying to sell UFOs back in the 50s.
Just stop and appreciate that Joe has
See how it doesn't do like you will not find it, you will know what you're looking for.
Okay, there we go. Look at that diagram down there.
Yeah, that's that one right there. So look at the soft so that he built in the 1950s, and he's got a bunch of money to try to build an anti-gravity company based on inertial and we ended up building an amusement park, all this stuff. Click on that video. And there's a bunch of stuff on these UFOs. If you ever seen sausage hat, it's been passed around so often to talk about it. And it's this old,
It's just fun. To get past the food and shelter. It's fun. I think of
it's Billy Carson.
money is only fun between him and Jamie. One of them is going to end up being
It looks just like the sports model. That's from that, so like
Let's
this,
finish up with my theory on
all
Joe.
this UFO lore that you can trace back all this stuff to, and it kind of looks like Bob Lazar, a lot of this stuff, but it's possible that maybe, counterintelligence and put together, you got guys as rich as Doty, I don't know if you know that is. Doty's this guy who works for the Force, OSI, which is Special Investigations, and he was to feed this information to try to throw a case if they got too close to it. This guy named Paul Bennett is a called Mirage Men, and this guy Paul Bennett, he convinced Paul Bennett that he wasn't seeing top secret craft going in out of the air next to you. He mentioned that in the room. He even beamed fake messages to his audio, his receiver radio equipment to make him think that he was being contacted and seeing aliens. And the guy, none of this was real. I had to be, go try to tell him that it wasn't real. He didn't believe that he wanted. He just got so deep down the rabbit hole in it. Suicide. It's the Paul Bennett story. And but it goes to show you the lengths that the U.S. Air Force would go to just to keep classified programs a secret. And it's interesting that you mentioned the two site force that were classified programs that, other facilities, and they war and after it's later, we don't find evidence of influence. So we had a guy, this guy Gabe Zeisman, who actually flew over the base in Christmas time. They shut down that no-fly zone, so you can actually fly it like real close to that area. So we got real close to super telescopic lens and we got the highest detailed pictures of Papu's ever. And George Knapp took this interview out and showed it, and then he realized they just confirmed the story and didn't confirm it quietly, like pulled the story back. And it's like that was everything George. George, he'll report on all this stuff that debunks Bob, but then he'll hide it, pull it back, and he's just in the background. But later on, the bunker confronts him, and he says, "Oh, I already really covered that."
It's just amazing how much stuff is.
And it's kind of deceptive. I think that he's done some of the best debunkings on Bob Lazar because he's had to confront all this contrary evidence to his face, but all is buried. Have you ever debated anyone like you? No, they wouldn't. Corbell did one debate. Okay, he did a debate on Bob Lazar with Stanton Friedman. It's out there, and Stanton Friedman just mopped the floor. Stanton Friedman was a nuclear submarine guy who got really big into UFOs after seeing one. I believe that. I saw them, but he got super into UFOs and was one of the best science researchers out there, doing early scientific work and trying to understand flying saucers and stuff. But he wasn't really he says he's a nuclear physicist, but he was actually like a nuclear engineer or something else. He wasn't like super good at physics. He wasn't like as good as some of the other scientists I've met at times. So he's an interesting guy, but he got pretty far, but he didn't. It's unfortunate he wasn't alive for the last. He died very he died a couple years back in 2012.
So what part of that debate stood out to you?
The one thing that stood out the most was when Corbell's response, So when Stanton cornered him on the whole issue of him lying about his education, Court Bell's response was, "Oh, come on, you never get a girl." You lied. Basically, he lied to get the job, or lied to get the job, and he lied on his resume to get the job. So I don't know. It's kind of hard to lie on your resume to see, if you're a senior staff physicist, as I mentioned, why did you mention that? Let's bring up Bernard Page again, because I wanted to get into that. Bernard Page has what's called a CV, curriculum detail, and that's what any public scientist is going to have a bunch of work that they've worked on. Now, this guy was a senior staff physicist. He worked at Lockheed Martin Advanced Aerospace Concepts Department from 1979 to 1990. Yeah, so 19 to 1990. And he worked on a bunch of classified physics programs as a senior staff physicist. And this is what a real resume will look like for someone who look to hire to these types of programs. Bob Lazar does not have a CV. He claims to have a master's degree from MIT. He claims that his thesis was in MHD, or magnetohydrodynamics, which is a form of propulsion. They take the ionized air and make a plasma, and then use magnets to move that plasma. That's magnetohydrodynamics. So you can use it for propulsion, and why he claimed that's what his degree was in. That's why he didn't ability to actually demonstrate it, get the position out there. Even though N115 and this high-end nuclear physics is really a separate issue from magnetohydrodynamics. It's a completely different field. But I don't know. You look at guys like this, and you compare him to Bob Lazar, and I'm like, well, why would they hire Bob Lazar? Why would they need Bob Lazar when they have dudes like this? Now, what did Bob Lazar say specifically about his level of education? He said he had a master's. They said he graduated in 1982, right, which was the same year that, according to Los Alamos Law, he moved to Los Alamos in California. So if he was in Los Alamos, Los Alamos, and then Los Alamos sent him to my teacher. That's kind of like what he changed his story. Yeah. That's what he told him, like the timeline, saying that, Los Alamos sent him to this program to a speedy master's degree in MHD. There's no record of this thesis, but that's what he said from the scrub, right? They tried to scrub everything. That's why. How could you scrub that? Other scientists in that field read every paper. Like, if I'm in magnetohydrodynamics, when you paper comes on MHD, I'm reading it. Like, oh, who's Robert Lazar? So nobody's ever heard of him in the field. There's no record of his thesis here. He's a copy of it, and there's none of that. So there's lots of things like that that are hard to say. Like, he says the government reads all the records. How could they believe, every yearbook issue to every graduate issue? So there's no yearbook. That's absolutely zero. Yeah, it's all it takes is a yearbook picture, not one listing, and that's why Eric Weinstein recently, I think, started he challenged Bob Lazar to debate. He said, well, Joe Reagan asked me if I could debate Bob Lazar again, which is his historian at the time. But I guess now he's passed, and he wants to get into the MIT and physics. He's a physicist he was asked one time in 1993 in Rachel, Nevada, was the last Q&A session that Bob Lazar ever did publicly. He was asked at that Q&A session by Tom McVeigh, oh, you claim that the government deleted your educational records. Did you try to reconstruct some of that history from some of the professors from MIT? So that was sure, I guess, Dr. Duxler and Dr. Hossenfeld, Bob says. And he says that Duxler was from Caltech and Hossenfeld was from MIT. And couldn't find anyone in the whole registry with that name. So Stanton looked up, Duxler and the whole, APS, has all the types. Any of his physics teacher or student, gets into the American Physical Society. APS, you're listed under, I'm listed under, and he looked at Duxbury and found that there was one Professor Duxbury who worked at Pierce Junior College in North California, which is where Bob Lazar lived after high school, next to rocket engineering in Eugene Groover, who actually built those rockets that was on the bike, the jet fighter, and the guys in the rocket car. Those are Groover pressure jet engines, they're not actually rocket engines. They're extremely inefficient, extremely loud, and so that bike was built by his neighbor, he lived in Union Hills, California. That's where the article from it talks about him. There. Yeah, Eugene Groover, he was a helicopter, he worked for Sikorsky Helicopters as well, so he was an interesting guy. And Bob Lazar lived in Union Hills, California, was a Pierce Junior College, and then Stan Friedman went and looked it up and found records that he actually attended there and asked Dr. Duxbury to, look in his records and said, yeah, he did have a student, by the name of Bob Lazar, classes. So, yes, it's a fact that he did go to Pierce Junior College, and if you can go to MIT or go to Caltech, you don't go to Pierce Junior College. Right, he said, don't go to Junior College if you go to MIT or Caltech.
He claims that he was sent to MIT by parts of the government that he was working with to learn more about some of this technology. That's what I believe he claimed. I could be wrong.
That's possible, but then again, there'd be records of him being in Cambridge at some time interval, and he'd have personal knowledge of things that's around Cambridge. He'd have knowledge of people that he worked with in his area, and then something to say, I can't remember any of my teachers or any of my professors from college and this and that. You don't remember your academic advisor or a program like this. I can remember all my teachers from high school. I learned one yesterday.
The thing about him is he doesn't know how much stuff. He doesn't appear to be. He doesn't appear to be a liar. He doesn't.
If he's playing a part as a character, he's got it nailed. And he is a liar. If I was going to cast him as a role in the movie, he'd be a great character. He play a part, sure. He does a great job at that. And that movie for a number of years. I used to argue in favor of Bob Lazar until I got smartened up and educated by the real air and real purposes and real science. Got deep down the rabbit hole on all this stuff. If you think Bob Lazar is the epitome of where this technology and this stuff is all, you haven't even scratched.
So, what gives you the right to question some of this stuff with Bob Lazar? What do you know about it?
I know a little bit, but I've gone and interviewed. We run a site called one of the guys who got me into all this anti-gravity research is Tim Ventura, the American anti-gravity. And I teamed back up with him, and we started this conference because I thought he's perfect for the world. He's a moderator, and we wanted to bring people in, create an academic open community where we could discuss these kinds of ideas, UFO culture, and discuss UFOs and anything goes conference. And we got the idea because he attended the SP's Park Conference, which is an annual conference put on by James Woodward. He's famous for the Woodward effect and the Mach effect. And Woodward puts SP's Park Conference every year, and it's a number of really good scientists that really talk about their ideas for propulsion and physics and stuff. So, one of the best ones out was Nathan Turner and physics primer on gravity. That's a good one. For physics, so I went to Bridgewater State Uni, and I graduated in 2012 with a bachelor's degree in physics as a minor in math. And I also background in physics. I speak the language enough to get to it. I'm not really like super into all
all this crazy tensor and string theory stuff. Not no Ed Whitten, but I know enough where I can do it. I'm more of an experimentalist I bridge that gap, but I talk to a lot of those people, and I can mediate, and I understand enough of what they're saying, but I don't get all of it. I'm pretty up on it. So
Eric Weinstein was talking about that. He was talking about Gandalf. And
says now the cheeks.
I think what he was trying to say is that he just is not even striking distance of understanding or coming to any sort of conclusion on anti-gravity.
It's interesting because Ed Whitten went down the string theory rabbit hole in the late 60s and early 70s. And he was working, it was the father and son team that were working things out. He was and Ed Whitten, right? He was getting approached by Martin Marietta Corporation. He was like, oh, we want you to figure out anti-gravity for us and figure it out. And so they put him through, what year was this? This was like, I'd say 19, when did it start? Right, 1950s. He goes over and if you want to look it up, you can look up 70 plus years of anti-gravity history. There's an article on the drive.com where they actually have a video with Lewis Whitten giving the whole story. So if you want to look that up, they can find that whole thing, an article on it and a video with some more information on it. But yeah, 70 plus years of anti-gravity history for that. But the other thing is, are people still working on anti-gravity? I know at least 12 years. But right now, I'm going to try different groups of people that are trying to figure out doing different methods. Yeah, there's a lot of people still working on it. And there's been 70 plus years of projects. This is not just, there was all kinds of other projects. So they had a whole facility. The other team was the high school. That was right at Cecil deal at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. And at North Carolina, Chapel Hill, also in North Carolina, they had this guy, Andrew Bonson. So they had, Andrew Bonson. Bonson was the guy who was funded. He ran a big air conditioning company with a lot of money from smelling air conditioning units. And he wanted to do smelling air conditioning. He was selling. And he ended up, funding this lab called Bonson Labs. And they hired, Thomas Townsend Brown and one of those other guys to try to do experiments with gravity back then. That was 1954, 56 and stuff. So they have this whole facility down there. I know that Bryce went down there before. Yeah, this is a cool article. But yeah, there's more history to this in the physics. So what's interesting is that Bryce Dewitt was working a lot with John Archibald Wheeler, Richard Feynman's PhD advisor at Princeton. And Wheeler did a lot of classified work. He looked at H-bomb. He actually left H-bomb secrets on a train one time on accident. And he got so scared he refused to leave Princeton after that stuff. But John Wheeler was a genius. He took all these different concepts and stuff. And one of the interesting things that he was working on specifically with Bryce Dewitt during this period in the 1960s before things got corrupted by string theory sent off the cliff. They were working on resolutions to paradoxes between quantum mechanics and general relativity and special relativity. Like how do you merge relativity with quantum mechanics and make the two consistent? And they were struggling how to do that. And one of the solutions that they came up with was this issue of quantum non-locality. And that's this issue that the substructure of space is on some higher dimensional plane, that space and time are actually like a holographic illusion, and that everything exists all in one hyperplane all at once, and you just see different things and touch from different observer viewpoints and stuff. A lot of things are really related by all aspects, and John Bell and others, with some of their experiments, that core argument of quantum non-locality, that explains right there how UFOs are generated. You can create an Einstein-Rosen bridge between 2 points in the universe,
you can open a wormhole and then get through. But then how do you do that? How do you do that is another story. And that kind of got into stuff, with these, making the relativity of the light only go all her speed of light is the speed limit. So fast, and that speed of light would take, what do you think, it would take 100,000 years to get here from somewhere. But how long does it take for the photon? In fact, the photon makes the trip, goes backward, and then you to negotiate, and then goes backwards in time, and then figures out what its route is. According to P, which is quantum electrodynamics, the theory of light, as written out by Richard Feynman, which is interesting. It's this pilot wave theory. It's one interpretation. There's two different interpretations. One is this pilot wave interpretation that Bowman takes, and the other one was Kirkwood's interpretation. That's the Schrodinger's cat, which is both alive and dead at the same time in a state of superposition before the wave function collapses, rather than it takes the trip, mediates, and then figures out how it can go. It's kind of a different approach to the quantum action, principle of quantum action. But this whole idea is that for the photon and light, it seems has a lot to do with all this. As I mentioned, in order to create anti-gravity, you need negative. So how do you create negative? Right. Well, they've done it experimentally. There's an experiment that they did at the University of Rochester where they created negative mass gravity. They did it using something called polariton condensate. Polariton condensate. Well, it's liquid light. Is another word for it. It's light that's been trapped inside of a material. So when light goes into the material, it freezes these quasi-particles inside the material by the interaction of the electromagnetic field from the material. They're called excitons. And when the excitons are large enough to polarize the actual physics inside the vacuum, you can actually take these polaritons. Those polarons and bipolarons. These are all quasi-particles that you can basically generate in material. And through these generation of these quasi-particles, you can create a system where negative mass can be produced. Polariton condensate, which is liquid light, it's trapped light. So it's fascinating because you see these, UFOs that appear like glowing balls of light, and they do this warp and how are they doing that? And it's really, interesting, very physics behind it. Well, light can produce propulsion, and there's a number of, I mentioned the radiometer, radiometer, it's a meter which measures radiation, and this was what you showed me in like using power plant. No, that was the Crypt 2. That's an electron. So yeah, that was, remember Joe Rogan had Tom DeLonge on the podcast. He was talking about this, nanomaterial that they have that they use to warp space-time. And they fire an electron at it, and it slower, one way or the other. And Joe Rogan's like, how do you fire an electron at it? And Tom DeLonge's like, I don't know, I'm not a physicist. And the answer is that's an electron. That's an electron. Yeah, so that's what you can use to fire electrons. But this is a little different. So electrons, these are photons. These are light particles. And light particles actually, from mass, or they contain momentum because you can get this thing spinning just by shining light on it. And it's just black squares on one side and white on the other. So what happens on the white side is it's reflecting the light, and the black side is absorbing the light. Right. So there's an imbalance in forces in the light, affecting the light switch. So it's that's what causes the spin and rotate. You don't have to get the black on one side and the white on the other. So that's the principal concept behind this. So light has momentum, so you can use light to push things. So if you get enough light, you can push heavy things. This is really light, perfectly balanced thing, and you're using a small amount of light to push it. But what happens when you get a ton of light and you bounce it around inside this resonant cavity? This metamaterial that we created that is made to capture and trap light. It's essentially a piece of glass or dielectric between two mirrors. So it's a bounce the light back and forth between the glass. You know, so the light goes in, and they're one-way mirrors, so you can, the light goes in, and then it gets trapped. And you can bounce it around in that way. You can squeeze it, and then you can set up other, Xenic surface waves and other types of waves in the structure. Produce these different types of condensates. So, condensates are condensed matter physics, so it's not like condensed milk where I'm evaporating all the water out. It's when I'm pulling all the quantum particles, so the statistics that govern them all fall to the same level, so they start behaving, the quantum mechanical behavior start behaving more emergent. So you're creating, macroscopic objects that exhibit quantum mechanical behavior. That's how, you can, there might be a window into how to, change physics altogether. If they're not working on this, then they should be. And I don't think they would have figured this out in the 1950s. I don't think they had the math or the material science back in the 50s. Assuming that we captured actual pieces of UFOs or cross-sector technology, we might have had some of this and maybe back engineered and learned something from studying those pieces. But as far as us being able to build them and manufacture them, I don't think we're at that level yet. I think that's where the problem is in the whole industry. So that's why I'm not worried about talking about this kind of stuff. I don't think, Russian, a very large state apparatus to be able to fund a program and research like that. These modern day UFOs are. Do you think they are somewhere else, or do you think they are found? I'd like to evaluate every UFO case on an individual basis. It's all different things. There's so many technologies that we have no idea about. And I'm like, oh God, I watched this one video. It's transmedia coming out of the water and it's flying right back into the water. And I'm like, dude, that's a blurred down version of MPUAV camera. Look it up. They decommissioned a bunch of nuclear subs, and Lockheed Martin did this, and they started, figuring out what they could do with the launch systems for the nukes and the subs. And they built this craft called the formula. It shot out of the freaking water and fly, and then returned to the water and reconnect with the submarine. And that's what they showed the video of. And it's like, we didn't know anything. We think it was a UFO or something. But then there's other cases where you have that are more intrusive, where there's actually debris, contact, and other things. Let's start with Roswell. Yeah, Roswell's a perfect example. All these rural farmers, you have Matt Krause, the farmer, finds this material, brings it into the bar, brings it to town, shows a bunch of people. Apparently drives down to Roswell on the air base, and some other people found it. They're showing a bunch of pieces to the fire station. So lots of people handled this material and described it as this memory foil, which is you could crumple it up in a ball and then let it go, and it would go back to its original shape. And memory metals are super interesting. Shape tension alloys. So nitinol is the first one that we created. It was not created until 1954 at University's research lab. It's called nitinol? Yeah, nitinol stands for nickel, titanium, NiTi-NOL, research lab. So it was reported in these research labs back in the 50s that there's evidence that they were working on this and looking into titanium alloys at Patel and Patterson during 1949. Because Patterson, 1947, Roswell happens, all the people that Patterson have to do, right? That's where the ship goes, that's where the U.S. Air Force Aerospace Intelligence Center is, that's where the U.S. Air Force Institute of Technology, this is the hub. This is a real, 3-4 times the size of Area 51. And they have way more intelligence people and way more test. If you want to own it, it's just a test ground. There's any kind of real nuts and bolts physics and science research is going on there at Wright Patterson and Patel. Patel would have been a perfect choice if you had the alien technology and had to come up with a contract and look at it. They were doing transformer metals research. Had all the experts in metallurgy that they needed and at the time, and they were also a private institution, so they're not actually a government organization, they're a private institution, so they don't have to follow the
Hotel
AT&T it's Patel Memorial Institute, and it set up in the early 20s, like the early 20s, and it's been around almost 100 years now. They currently manage all of our national monuments. Yeah, Los Alamos Labs, Oak Ridge, everywhere is managed by Patel and the contractor. And that's kind of scary for science because if you want to control technology and you want to have a UFO cover up of this kind of scale, you need that.
What do you think happened about that? What do you think that was?
It's interesting. I think that a number of people were brought out there, scientists, to look at this, that testified to it, talked about it. Robert Sarbacher, he was a part of it. Interesting guy, did a lot of work on baritons and psychons. And also a guy named John Von Neumann, who's one of the smartest guys at the Manhattan Project. He came up with the idea of Von Neumann just 4 months after that. So, maybe he heard about the idea that it was a trash can, and he just came up with that idea. Maybe this was a Von Neumann program. I don't know. It's a self-replicated space program. It's like a high-speed robot that can go out, make copies of itself, and colonize it and share information. It's like a drill that comes here and sets itself up like a monolith or something, and it builds information. Probably go on soon, plug into our internet once we create one, stuff like that. I have a bunch of theories on another one called race codes.
Von Neumann is responsible for the first computer, right? First computer, like a computer or something.
No, it's Turing. Yeah, I think one was this was Von Neumann was the Turing computer. He was called the Turing computer because he could do like very complex, large calculations with Turing. And did a lot of the work for the project on that. But I'm told he did direct work on computers. He was more of a theoretical computation of those elements. But yeah, that he was Turing and Babbage were some of the first two guys that supercomputer was gray
Maniac was in the computer. Army-funded electronic. It was an army-funded electronic numerical integrator. The first computer in the world, and was the first computer 100 feet long, 10 feet high, and it had a 17,000 vacuum cube, and it weighed 60,000 pounds. Look up the Maniac.
Oh, okay, yeah, so he did some of this computer work too. I didn't know about his computer.
Yeah, Amy Ferguson talks all about this in her book, The Pentagon.
Yeah.
And, this is kind of like this. So research, right? And this was all like this computer was used to calculate the exact amount of feet in the air they needed to detonate the bombs around the planet to create the most civilian casualties. Yeah, like they literally figured out the exact altitude to detonate the bombs. Yeah, probably selling like integrals and so on from that intersection. They had to do it with computers. This is dark shit. Some of the stuff that Von Neumann and Virgil were working on. It was called ARPA at the beginning.
Yeah, ARPA net was the original issue. Yeah, that's cool. I didn't know about this. So it just shows that they knew it was computers, and they knew they needed to figure out computers and integrated circuits and stuff. That's the thing. Like guys like the day after Roswell, of course, says that all that integrated computer chips and all this stuff came up from Roswell stuff. And it shows that they were working on this stuff existed before Roswell. I mean, they were working the transistor. Even though it was invented after Roswell, I just think it came from Roswell because the guys who were working on it had all the solid state theory behind it. All the physics was there. It didn't come to nowhere. You can all be traced to human scientists and human sources. That's another thing I don't like because a lot of times aliens get the credit for all these discoveries and stuff. It's like, you're missing all the history and the real science and people who worked on this. There's people that spent their lives to get the science of this bank. You're going to credit the alien for everything. It's like the same.
So did you tell me? I don't know if you actually said. What do you think was it? What do you think it was that crashed at Roswell?
Oh, I don't know what it crashed at Roswell, but I don't think it was Project Nova. I don't think it was Project Nova. Train.
Right. Right. That was a cover up, right? Where they had the guy take the photo posing with that piece of like foil.
There was both the guys in that photo, so Jesse Marcel and Colonel DeBow, both testified to the material switch and said that was not the material. You know, they faked that photograph and they did the material switch. So both the top intelligence officers right there testified to that. Numerous people who handled the material described it in the great detail. Yes, it's a radar target and everything, and whether being radar target. So that's, you can see the look of disappointment on Marcel's face. That's almost like he's being forced to do this. And he knows something there. And even Jesse Marcel's son said he stopped at the house on the way home and showed his son some of the material. Right. So he saw it too. It looked like this crystallized stuff and daylight material or something. So the materials that were described by all these witnesses who saw it is not a weather balloon. It's just hard to believe that it was mistaken by Air Force intelligence for a weather balloon. That they make this mistake and then have to fly it out to Fort Worth. Could you imagine, like, the Air Force intelligence getting to Fort Worth and being like, "Oh, it's a weather balloon." You thought it was a spaceship. So there's certain things that don't make sense. I believe that if it wasn't on a spaceship, the government completely had the ability to cover it up. They still do to this day. It's what I've seen, their ability to cover other things up. I just cannot possibly believe that they could cover something like that up if it did. There's so many people from Wright Patterson that reported, handling this material and working on it. And we have the Patel study that was done in 1949, looking into nickel titanium alloys. They developed a whole system of, dissolve these alloys of unknown origin using chlorine tetrachloride. They dissolve it in chlorine and then measure the off gases as they burn it in chlorine, and dissolve it in chlorine and burn it. And they measure the off gases to tell what the thing was made out of. So why was this a Patel document? It was written for Wright Patterson Air Force Base in 1949, and the scientist who wrote it, Elroy John Center, testified that he was given materials and working with Patel. He was given metals that he thought was the it's super interesting. And the director of Patel is this guy Howard Cross, who turns out was connected with some interesting research into all this. And NASA doing research into these shape retention and how old as well. The fact that they're looking into specifically nickel titanium alloys and trying to figure out this stuff. That early just shows me that there might be something to this. We based on this technology, we're going to be on it right after this. And all these witnesses are describing this foil, which sound a lot like a sophisticated memory. Now, I've heard that it's like a nitinol wire, a fine thread of nitinol wire that's woven in fabric. That's how some type of made. And that's why it has the materials and it's woven on the atomic level. And they looked at it under an SEM and realized, how the hell are we going to make this? If you do like a microwave or something. Right. So you just imagine that the complexity of these nanomaterials, when I looked at them, and we're like, how can we build this stuff? And what's even going on here as far as the physics goes? Because, you dive into all this proton and exciton stuff, where you're trapping light inside these cavities, and you can do things with the light. Once you have a trap, you can build integrated electronic circuits. You can build entire circuit boards with electronics that function on protons instead of electrons. Much more efficient. You deal with electrons, you use radiation heat, you're burning most of your energy that you're using to do your calculations and computer and theory. Most of that energy is getting wasted. If you had it all in light instead of electrons and electronics, if you had it in spintronics, of just these microscopic and nanotechnology engineered materials, can trap and redirect light through all these channels the same way that your computer does it with voltage and current and inside these circuit boards. You could build, very advanced computers that are, storage capabilities that you have, like 5D, it would just be, this is the world going towards, and you can't get taller than building atom by atom. If you're talking about technology, that's the crux. I mean, that's where you're eventually going to get to, is that you can manufacture things atom by atom, and what we're going to be able to do with technology once we get to that, level. So this light propulsion technology, you're saying that in order for another civilization to get here, that's what they're going to use, the anti-gravity itself. Anti-gravity is kind of relevant because, it's not, you're not just calling it anti-gravity, right? You have to be able to go interstellar. So you have to be able to open up these massive distances of time and create an Einstein relativity between them. So, I'm sorry, I gotta. This is dumb. So I don't know what Einstein relativity is. Yes, this Einstein Rosen bridge. So they kind of came up with this idea of solutions to Einstein's field equations, and a bunch of these. A bunch of people come up with different metrics and different solutions. So one of the most popular is the Schwarzschild metric, which is what black holes do. It's how the topology and physics of black holes is the Schwarzschild solution. Now these other, so the Einstein-Rosen solutions are wormhole solutions. So they're solutions to the field equations where you can open up 2 points and connect 2 points of space or it's all about how you folding the paper and then how you poke the hole. So the opening and the shape of the hole that you poke and all that is super important. To doing that, and this bending and folding space-time, how do you do that? So the way we can see it being done in physics is that the photons themselves are actually generating and building and producing the space-time. So rather than being relativity as this absolute theory, look at it as a emergent theory that's generated and comes out of quantum mechanics. And one of the guys I like does a lot of key research into this is Lewis Kaufman, a mathematician who does a lot of numbers and shows how, he has his whole paper on how relativity can emerge simply from, quantum mechanics and these simple functions. If you just do this expansion and you separate the audience even terms, you get relativity from these 2 parts. And, it's an interesting take on the whole physics of it, because it's saying that if you, when you shine light, that light is building the space-time. The light itself is building the space-time. It's creating these Einstein-Rosen bridges between everything, and these interactions happen. So if you were able to connect these, how do you connect 2 distant points in space-time? You have to have a lot of light flying between those 2 points that are, going back and forth with our focus. And that, is it light in our dimension or is it light in another dimension? And that gets into these real hyperdimensional, the hot vibration stuff and the stuff that Eric Weinstein's getting into. I think that's really the door opening, into our pathway into this hyperdimensional physics. It starts with the material science. How do you actually build it and do experiments with it? And I think that has a lot to do with these craft from concepts, and also these with Jack Body work and others are talking about and some of these Frohlich, for instance, Frohlich. This guy was another physicist who came up with this theory, and it's basically these condensates where they can create a supercomputer, conscious AI, conscious AI and a supercomputer on the surface of this silicon condensate with this crap light. This idea, and that it would almost be unconscious, and then that's like a whole other just weirdness, because I don't understand that quite fully or where that's going, but I think that's cool as hell that there's physics involved in it, and we have a whole team working on like small scale applications, like how do we do this, how do we build it, and then we have another couple guys who are working with that. They're trying to use AI supercomputers to do material science and design. So we want a 2D material that does this, that's like graphene or orthene. So can you make or you have a material that you want to do a certain thing, so you have to use supercomputers and AI to engineer and design these things. And then first, so that will have to go through a lot of the work. The AI can do a lot of the calculations and computations and thinking stuff for you. And I thought that was super interesting. I also have one of the largest databases on all this anti-gravity stuff anyway. Massive, I think 30 terabytes, 30 gigabytes. Yeah, 30 gigabytes. We have a couple terabytes, so it's immensely down. Books, texts, papers, everything that's been published related to relativity, gravity, any of these sort of terms, like condensates, exciton, clariton, pairs, gravity, entanglement, quantum entanglement, anything related to that. We were thinking about doing is training our AI to go through that database, they get a chat GPT-4 bot and train it, and then start asking it questions about gravity, physics, come further along. So, and I think that there's other people probably already working on this and doing this. But yeah, that's what we're working on. We have that. We also have propulsion.com, the APEC conference that, I mentioned SD. So SD's Parks in October, they had SD Park conference, which is this conference that James Rivers puts on, and they had it online on Zoom because, during COVID, no one could do that in person, so we did the first thing on Zoom, and that gave us the idea, we could be building conferences on Zoom. This is the technology where it's coming. It's great that we can do this now, They didn't have this back in 2011 when I went to MIT and did the full fusion study, but we can do this now. And so we set up our own conference with the APEC conference, and we started inviting all these guys. One of the first guests we had on was Mark McCandless, who's the ARV, the Alien Reproduction Vehicle guy. Talking about that flux liner and stuff. He's one of our first guests. We had all kinds of people. We had Ronald Evans and Project Hugo on there. We had a whole episode with a bunch of scholars from India. So they came on and talked about all the research into Vimana and all the history of these Vimana, ancient Indian flying saucers. And we just had a whole bunch of names. Some of these names you've probably heard of. Glenn Robinson, Tony, he's from NASA. He worked with me on those replication experiments. Mike McCulloch's over the UK. He's got a DARPA contract right now working on his quantized inertia drive idea. There's Ronald Evans is from the Green World. We had him on about a month before the BBC had him on to do a report on the same topic.
Of course, we asked them much more detailed and deep technical physics questions. We had an hour presentation and an hour Q&A. We just have like DARPA, NASA, MIT, all kinds of super smart guys on there asking all the best questions. Like
Current, you guys are currently working at DARPA, underneath for NDA, everything.
Not, I mean, it might be for some of the stuff that they're doing. Can't specific about, right? They can't share information with us, but they can sit there and get information from my guests or ask questions. They love what we're doing, man.
Like, we never hear about this. It's amazing that this type of physics, this type of science is so hard to find. I never heard anyone talk about this light, photon propulsion.
Yeah, well, NASA did a lot of started researching all of some of the SBI, the Star Wars program, directed energy, and they would go to sea and laser light propulsion. And they actually started out of, it's interesting when you see how they create who they recruit and it's often from graduate students or graduate programs or sometimes professors. It's usually like these universities, like the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, you know. For example, and the other one I mentioned is they recruit out of Rensselaer Polytech. So Rensselaer Polytech is students to go to design the Star Wars light craft propulsion. So they hired a bunch of guys out of Rensselaer Polytech to do that. And we show a picture of this thing, guy named Lake Mary. It's Leik, first name Leikbo. And he wrote this book called Laser Light Craft. I think it was published in Canada. And somebody, definitely not the DOD or anything, went and bought out every single copy of this book that was in existence. Light Craft. Yeah, Light Craft. John S. Lewis. When did it publish? No, it was probably sometime around 2010 or something, but yeah, this was the idea. They started with these craft that they started with a laser on the ground, these Navy lasers that they were using to see how far they could shoot stuff up in space. But they realized that the divergence of the beam, that's how far it splits and widens out as it gets further away from the shore. As the beam diverged, they lost the ability to kind of pinpoint, so they extended about 400 feet or so up in the air before they. Who was they? Who was leading? They were doing nearly doing this out of U.S. Navy research labs. I forget where exactly. It might have been New Mexico.
Okay, so they're shooting these lasers into the sky.
What they do is they have to coordinate to make sure that there's no satellites or anything above where they're playing the lasers when they're doing the tests. So they can shoot out a satellite.
Something's lasers.
Or the beam might diverge so much by So
that picture kind of shows us like a saucer flying. How Bob was on?
Yeah, sideways and goes crazy, huh?
It is really crazy.
So that it's interesting that this is they were working on this kind of stuff back in the 80s. Star Wars SDI program at some of these facilities. So you may have heard or learned some information about this and you've been in this story too.
So if you had it's impossible to get a copy of one of these books, right?
Not free, probably. Look it up on Amazon. Look up that book on Amazon. See if you can find Light Craft, Light Handbook. Yeah. Someone went and bought all the copies. You only could find one for like $3,000.
$349 for the paperback? How much was the Prime?
It's still mad expensive, though.
That is expensive for a book.
It's like more than even the thickest, heaviest college textbook I've ever bought. Even the most expensive college textbook.
That's my card. Check that for later.
Yeah, you can check it out. It was before. I mean, it's been a while since I checked it. When I checked it a while ago, it was at like 2,000, and there was no copies of it available. So maybe I don't.
People are definitely reading them. That must be a resale.
Maybe a reprint or reissue or something. But I don't know if it seems like those kind of things go out of print and they don't want it. Just like that's probably classified. It turns out in book form, and they'll go out and buy up every copy of it.
Why would who do you think that the DoD would be trying to hide that? Why would they do that? Like war technology, secret technology.
It's just another way of suppressing it. It's security by obscuration. That's the best security strategy.
What do you think they're concerned with that kind of information being
They are concerned that more people will know about it, and therefore their ability to use it effectively in deceptive warfare will be lessened. You know what I mean? So it's like they're trying to make you think that alien UFOs are swarming your craft. You know, say we have a bunch of these countermeasures, which we can create these illusions of UFOs and fleets and things. And you have some drones with maybe some of this light craft technology on them. They can do some of these crazy maneuvers, hypersonics. You know? So this hypersonic technology that was developed, you know that?
No.
So hypersonic started with this supercavitated torpedoes that would supercavitate water in such a way that, you know what the pistol shrimp is? The pistol shrimp will actually supercavitate. It creates this like flick, really hypersonic flick, and it creates a supersonic bubble, which supercavitates really quickly and actually knocks out the prey. It will knock out a fish and like stun them. The mantis shrimp or the pistol shrimp, or mantis shrimp do it too. So, yeah. It's got this one claw that supercavitates right in water, and what happens is for a brief moment, the water vaporizes and turns to gas, and also like evacuates the area. So it blows out, so it creates like a vacuum at a time to allow it to like. No, it doesn't run towards that. Because a fish comes near, and it creates this shock wave that stuns the fish and knocks it out. It creates a strong, powerful shock wave that just knocks the fish right out, knocks it out. So mantis shrimp punch, you know?
And you're saying that this is like what's being used as rockets?
They're using it in ICBMs, some of the advanced intercontinental ballistic missiles. So they use this. It is the direct energy. They shine a laser point. There's a laser tip in the nose cone that blasts energy a certain distance. And again, you use the computers to calculate that distance that they need to do that detonation for the atomic bomb. It's similar to that. There's detonation in front nose of the rocket or the needle or whatever to decapitate the air or whatever, and so that the rocket or torpedoes actually fly into a vacuum, so that they can eliminate greatly reduce the air drag by production of these directed energy-induced plasmas. And so they're able to get craft up above Mach 10 using this supercavitation technology, this is developed from, this is a brainchild of that narrowly light craft technology. They start out with the lasers and they're like, oh, it's so in the sky. And we can, the problem is we need to move the laser off the ground and actually put it on the craft. That's the first step. Then once they do that, they can figure out how to use. They figure out how to turn the first light to create the supercavitated effect.
How do you know that this has been published, that being acted in, if they're being tested on ICBMs or?
There's no video tests of it anywhere. There's one video I could find of a torpedo test, like in South Korea doing some tests with these supercavitated torpedoes. But there's no like videos or anything on it. You can find the patents. You look up Kevin Bernay, AREMEUYES. And he's got a bunch of patents on this, including one where they actually shine the laser down on the surface of a plane's wing, and they can control the airflow. That's
what that is, right?
Yeah. So they can basically they could take control over your plane and fly you from remotely by creating these plasmas on your wing. They could flip your plane, ground you, they could put you in a stall. You could do lots of things to your flight control by inducing these plasma on the surface of your airflow. Yeah, there's all kinds of variations of science that almost have no idea about what can be done with these technologies. And I think a lot of this UFO stuff is almost like a Pentagon psyop theory. None of the technologies are ever talked about. It's always just like it's aliens. And it's almost like the Pentagon is like pushing this narrative super hard. To get people, but it also gets people to report these things, which is good because if the Chinese and Russia have these things, and they're flying them over our country, so we want them to be reported. We want to know about it, right? So, but this gives a layer of safety to the DVDs. Now people are like reporting it, but they're not getting scared. They're just like, oh, I'm like, it's a little less scary than I'm seeing high-tech hypersonic spy drones from China and Russia.
Well, now we can talk about the Navy pilots. The Navy pilots in 2004 off the Nimitz saw the Tic Tac UFO thing that basically was like mimicking or mirroring his movements in his FAQ. And the thing like collided with his cap point before exactly where he didn't know where his cap point was. He got there and the thing was already there. He explained that Tic Tac thing hovering above the water, floating from the water. How do you explain that?
Well, there's a couple different there's a lot of different missiles that can travel like it looks like a Tic Tac and can cause those disturbances in water and can travel at that fast. So I'm not absolutely saying that. Again, I think pilot definitely is pretty credible. These guys are trained, they've seen a lot of different stuff, so it's Kevin Day, we've had Kevin Day on that. These guys have seen these Kevin Day pilots, so and I've Graves and really drilling on it. Again, I'm only interested in what kind of technical intelligence data I can extract from those testimonies and where that can get me. That's where I'm at in this game. If they're not telling me, I know there's stuff that flies around like that does crazy stuff. I know that there's all kinds of stuff out there. But what specifically are they saying? It sounds a lot like, again, with the cube inside of the sphere, sounds like this Project Radiant technology.
So Graves said that he never actually saw this thing with his own eyes. Graves said he saw these things on his radar with the upgraded radar that they seen. Some of the guys that were flying with claimed that they saw one guy flew directly past this thing that looked like a cube inside of the sphere, right by his windows.
Yes, and those are actually Project Radiant had these balloons that they put a radar reflector. It was actually the shape of an octahedron, which easily mistake into a cube.
Some kind of diagram of octahedron.
It looks very similar to a cube, but so if you saw that inside of a balloon, you think the cube inside a sphere, right? That's an octahedron. So, that's actually an octahedron, and that's what's in the patents for these balloon type devices. And what is the purpose of these things? So these are early repeater technologies. They're signal reflectors, and some of them would be a little bit more sophisticated, where they could do radar repeat spoofing signals. So a lot of them were used as like spoofing. They would create these balloons. They could inflate one out of a buoy. They have these buoys set up that could spontaneously inflate these balloons, and then they could inflate or detonate off them on command. So what they could do is have one buoy here, put up a balloon, then pop that balloon and have another buoy, put up another one. So on the radar, it looked like this balloon teleported or did a jump maneuver from one place to another. And that was
some early experiments that they did with that stuff. But then other
and the purpose of this is to use on radar.
yeah, that was to use enemy radar and also to use, planes, like planes coming in with radar. A lot of planes report seeing these types of things. And the fact that it mimics this technology, that sounds a lot like that. Like the VRFM technology, like the visual radio frequency memory, where you take a signal and then repeat it back. But it's almost like something that's looking at it and recreating that, like why would you make maneuvers. Also is interesting because one of the ideas we had is projectors, projectors, and then pointed out, well, someone's in a circle and they follow the line of the circle, so you would have to project through them at some point. For him to go in a circle. So what about the SDI programs with these things in satellites? So they might have these types of lasers in satellites. They could potentially project these types of things from above and do that. That's the Star Wars defense underway. So they have there's a number of these things where they actually practically these lasers to take out ICBMs. So Russia's sends over nukes to and a lot of these technologies and stuff are basically, the ground force people that's a lot of that stuff that started so that's not the only thing. There's a lot of other projects that have been made. 1958, it's when the CIA set up Project Rainbow on it. Their cell phone programs to try and figure out frequency response. And so EMF response is important to invisibility because it's how you minimize the radar frequency. To make sure that one equation that they have, it's actually on the very early days of staff versus taking like exploit that equation to figure out how to minimize that radar cross-section
smacking my leg.
exploiting that formula. That's the reason that the F-117 has those flat surfaces, those flat surfaces minimize that conflict.
If Trump did come on his podcast, but still like that because they had to lose at this point. Imagine if we're going to Trump to have his first drink ever in the studio with him, just joined with him years ago, that would be
a lot of radar counter radio called ECC. Right, so radar would be ECC countermeasure. These countermeasure against incoming airplanes by turning the radar to be able to see them all the time. And they're using their ECCMs against the countermeasures, starting the countermeasures using shapes or flares or other radar speakers.
So much exclusive stuff coming your way in the next few weeks, so check that out if you're interested. Otherwise, if you want to rate this channel, hit the subscribe button. And don't forget to give me a like if you did not like this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next episode. We're taking off. You uneducated to really understand what they're saying.
So I talked to Ryan. You saw the clip. I talked to Ryan. I asked him about possibly, these war games that are or testing these dark technologies, radar fusion technologies on off the coast of North Carolina or off the coast of San Diego. And his argument was that they would have specific ranges that are going to test this stuff. And number two is they wouldn't be testing it for a span of 10 years from 2004 to 2015 off the busiest,
just like heavily militarized sections of airspace.
Right, there's more air traffic going through that area off the coast of North Carolina where he was flying than anywhere in the United States. So he's like, why would he be testing it there, and why would they be testing it over here?
Yeah, it's interesting. Catalina Island always looked like a good place to do testing, to move from off the coast and stuff. And you see a training base there, a lot of stuff. It's very similar to a lot of stuff that they have in the where they build like these mock cities, towns that are covered and stuff. And they do like farming exercises on these facilities. You can see those
the whole compound is sealed black set up with one team versus the other to do a and do training and these type of things. So a lot of that gathered in the islands, and also a lot of like interesting microwave and radar set up there. That as well as his experience as a chairman. Definitely infrastructure there to do this kind of stuff. Again, why do we do it for a period of 10 years and why do we do it there? There's another question. And then, yes, we definitely do not military contractors for this technology, the military itself, right? Doing this type of, using this technology in active training or warfare preparation of scenario. And maybe that's, maybe it's just new technology, we've been training with it all along, and it just happens that other people see it sometimes, and it has to be, other explanations of what that is. Maybe that's a possibility. I still completely dismiss that yet. I haven't dismissed the possibility that it's aliens, even if it is aliens flying out there. But again, the technology to get your wire freeze and invisibility cloaks for materials and visibility cloaking and carbon nanotubes, all those types of technology you can produce invisibility with. We've done it. Was a mirage effect. Mirage effect CMTs. CMT is carbon nanotubes. You find all this stuff right on Google. Yeah, if you know what to look for. If you know what to look for. Right, you have to know the key words, and you'll never ever stumble across it in random research. Right. But if you know what you're looking for, I know that. So you have a sheet of cartridge, and they run a voltage to it, and creates a mirage effect, which bends the light around. So, that's way easier with a warp drive, yeah? So if you got warp drive, you can invisible. You got invisible.
This is underwater.
Yeah, it's underwater, actually. So explain to me how this is happening. So what happens, right? You run the voltage through those carbon nanotubes, which are like,
It's a carbon nanotube.
so like, think of like graphene, almost like a superconductor, but not quite a superconductor. So it's real high, really low electrical resistance. So when there's a high voltage to it, it produces a massive amount of heat, very quickly. So it's heating up to like the I don't know, like 4,000 degrees or a very small point on the surface of that. And that temperature inversion creates a warp in space. And this happens actually. You ever heard of Fata Morgana?
No.
It's like an FATA Morgana. So a Fata Morgana is another type of mirage. It's called the Flying Dutchman. It's where like ships will appear to be floating slightly above the surface of the water. Okay, yeah. Caused by, you see that graphic, the reddish thing. That's it. You gotta get bigger version of that. There has to be a bed of really hot air on top of a bed of cold air. And that see the super hot air and that light hot air and the cold air, where that refractive index is key. And the refractive index is key because when that refractive index changes rapidly, there's a reflection up there. So you're actually getting a reflection off of that temperature gradient. Same way that you're getting that reflection of the mirage of the temperature gradient in those carbon nanotubes. So it's that's how visibility works. That's how visibility works, man.
All right, Smoker, I gotta get this let's don't pause, just keep running it. I'm gonna grab some ice. I'm gonna need to wet my whistle if we're gonna get through this mess.
Right. So it's the same idea. You have a surface of hot air, or the temperature gradient creates you have a refractive index. And that's the same effect that you look at the hot road on the hot sun, you get mirage effect.
Right, exactly. If in the desert, you see that when you look like a telephoto shot of the desert, you see it.
walking
It's
down the road.
the surface of the sand of the road is hotter than the surrounding land.
Right.
Right there, and that temperature gradient or layering effect creates a.
So, is there any proof that this is actually being used in defense research or any kind of like technology bigger than something visual?
Yeah, well, so they started the again, I mentioned the Project Rainbow was the U.S. Invisibility project started by the military project
And research project Rainbow.
and they created a number of interesting technologies. One of them was this is the metamaterials first that were background. So yeah, I'm really not good at that. But look up wallpaper. Project Rainbow wallpaper, for example, right? They have a stuff called the wallpaper. So they created a grid and they printed on it like a grid with on the wallpaper, and the grid was like a metamaterial that was tuned to that same frequency as the Russian radar, the radar systems they were trying to see invisible. And by coating the U2s with fuselage or the U2s with wallpaper stuff, they were able to make it invisible. And this was like a very early version, but of course it was very thick and heavy and created too much drag and other problems for the craft to really be usable and effective. But that was like the big thing because, they started, the Russians were tracking our U-2 flights. This is, as early as the 50s. And we were trying to figure out how we can get these programs to go and that was Lockheed that made this. Yeah. Developed by the Hanson Labs and Lockheed. Yeah, exactly. So then they had some of these other ideas for how to do it, including the tracking reflectors and stuff. But eventually this stuff developed into a study on materials themselves. So it's actually the paint, the black paint they use on the SR-71 replaced the U2 and also the paint that's on the F-117 is this black, very dull black paint, right?
Yeah, Brett was talking about this when you guys were on the show.
Yeah, briefly. Yeah, so they actually figured out it's made out of beryllium titanate, and which is a ferroelectric, has an interesting radar response. So they use this paint with metamaterial built into the paint to make a radar. And they burned a bunch of this stuff out of replaced it, just scrape off and replace the paint for that. Very susceptible to you can't come anymore. To keep it fresh, but it costs a ton of money to repaint these things and do it. And also the toxicity of explosion and stuff. They were burning open burn pits out of Area 51. And a bunch of dogs got sick. To look up a case that the guy's name is Fred Dunham. And he's one of the guys that got super sick from these open burn pits. So they were actually, burning this stuff and being sick out there as a way to dispose of the technology. But yeah, there's some evidence that them using this
And is there any has there ever been any footage of what we saw on those little tubes inside the water of basically the thing becoming invisible?
Oh, like
working technology.
So if you look up EAE stealth tanks, so they have these polychromatic. This is the earlier version of this. This is a different version. They use these polychromatic hexagons. BAE is what? BAE is British Aerospace. It used to be Marconi.
That tank. Look at all the guys standing next to it.
Holy shit. Look at that tank, dude. Like a Tesla tank. Yeah, so those hexagon panels on the side of it can change the color, and they can also change color to make it like visual camouflage, but they can also change heat signature with infrared. So look at that image with where the tank is. in the middle, on the bottom.
Oh, right there, yeah.
The tank, and then it activates the panels and looks like an SUV out there. The heat stage. It just changes the other panels and heats the other ones up. Yeah, so I don't know what BAE actually stands for. I thought it stood for like British, like the British version of Lockheed. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, by the way, you know where Britain's Area 51?
No.
Porton Down. Porton Down is where the Area 51. Where they do all their classified aerospace and physics research.
What country do you think has the most sophisticated U.S.?
Yeah, we definitely have the other countries.
What makes you think that? What makes you sure about that?
I'm not so sure. China, the thing is, China has a lot of the academic literature on some of this stuff. They are, a decade ahead of us. A lot of stuff, and also our electronics. I mean, they produce all of our cutting edge electronics and stuff. The Pentagon put out reports about, up to China soon, you're going to have real problems because even with the computer issue with all the computers. The Pentagon's computers, if you can't buy a computer anywhere that doesn't have a chip in it, right? So they're finding all these hardware problems with these little tiny chips that are these call home functions or other things. They built into these circuit boards that are contacting the Chinese servers and sharing information. So that they have all these problems and holes, and it's like a crisis. To try to get our own manufacturing infrastructure to integrate electronics and computer chips and stuff going here, so that we don't have to be so reliant on China and for this kind of stuff. But also, as far as like, some of these, flare condensates and all that, entanglement, those types of technologies with way more papers that I find in the academic literature from Chinese universities and from American universities, which is disturbing because it's like, we're not spending enough time, we're not taking this seriously enough. And China is. Attention soon, they're going to reject both people in a short period of time. But as far as the actual development of it and application of it, the U.S. has done well as far as the stuff that I know about with the U.S. is going on. I don't know what China is doing with it, but there's obviously a lot of espionage going on, so the Chinese are that's a whole other issue. So I want to tie this back into these. So you have all these spoofing technology, you have all these technologies that you use to fake UFOs. So yeah, I mean, use for UFOs, right? Then you have the issue that there might be real UFOs out there. I like to think of the prime directive interpretation of why the solution of the Fermi paradox. So that's all the statistics and stuff say that aliens should be out there, why right. And I like the zoo hypothesis. That's my favorite. It's called the zoo hypothesis. We're like a zoo. They're just observers, but they're hidden from us, so you can't see them. Yeah, but they watch.
Yeah, it's like almost they're mocking us or messing with us to the point where, like, when you think of UFOs, they show themselves enough to convince the person willing to believe. Right.
Star Wars
is no actual, there's no real solid evidence, right? It's just that really good.
Right. Well, so the Star Trek had this thing called the Prime Directive. It's one of my favorite episodes of Star Trek. It's called Who's Watching the Watchers. And it's about them watching this Bronze Age civilization and really malfunctions and fails. And someone from the Bronze Age civilization discovers their outpost and sees them. And then, so he goes back and starts telling us all the stories about what happened. So they want to kind of correct them and show them that they're up on the spaceship and try to show them a couple things and explain stuff to them and then send them back. And you can see like the Sheldon kind of villagers, it just morphs into a religion and all these other things. From his experience and his interaction with these higher beings. And it just, and then they set up this thing, well, it's a prime directive, you shouldn't have any contact with non-warp civilizations. So once you discover warp drive, you can open up the cosmos and then you have contact with pre-warp civilizations. I like that. I like that idea very much. There's no proof or evidence for it. I just that's the one that resonates with me the best. Obviously resonated well with G-Rod as well.
Anything that we can't understand, something that's way too advanced for us, we can believe this to be God. Like there's all those paintings from like the Renaissance era where there's paintings depicting a UFO. There's a famous, what is it, Ezekiel in the Bible? Ezekiel's wheel.
Yep. The wheel and the ring of fire and stuff. Again, if you were seeing the light craft that was being propelled by trapped in light energy, how would you describe it? Sounds right. Fire or something like that. Yeah, a lot of the angel stories sound like too. One thing I want to say about aliens and species and stuff.
Yes.
I made like a video of that as well.
How am I paying the bills? How am I eating? I felt like a physical weight lifted over my shoulder. I remember.
This idea that just imagine that we had gene editing technology where we could go and change anything we want, and we wanted to create a perfect spacefaring race because we're not really built for outer space. Astronauts who go into space for a long time have lots of problems. Mm-hmm. So we're built for Earth,
not even outer space, just like outer orbit.
Yeah, outer orbit. The stuff that happens. So imagine we're going to re-engineer our bodies and make some adaptations. So let's add some chlorophyll to our skin so that we don't have to eat. We can just use sunlight. And let's make our eyes way better at seeing. We can add some more spectrum. We can expand that actual color spectrum of what we see. Did you know that there's pit vipers that can see infrared? Mm-hmm. And there's also butterflies can see like high ultraviolet, like a whole number of range of frequencies that we can't. Birds can too. Flowers and other stuff like different insects and birds and stuff. Mm-hmm. Different colors show up in different ways and whatnot. So imagine we could incorporate all that into our eyes. So we make our eyes really big, so they can see really well in the dark and in space, and also see really good. We can edit our voice box so that we can make any animal sound or any noise or any, stuff like that. You could edit and gene code, and eventually you'd end up with something that looks like an alien gray, with red eyes and green skin, and all these things. So
suction cups on the ends of the fingers is another interesting thing to describe. You know, if you're in space, you want to be able to do it with one finger, and all you need is an optical suction cup on the end of your finger. Real easy to pick stuff up and move it around. So that's another interesting thing.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with the Wheels and Bob West UFO.
Yeah, Zimbabwe,
Where there was, I think, 60 school children.
the aerial schools.
Aerial school in Zimbabwe, yeah, there were 60 school children all reported very similar incidents of these crafts that landed outside the playground. And these beings that came out and like communicated with them telepathically. And they all had the Harvard psychiatrist John Mack. He went there and he interviewed all of the kids separately, and they didn't have like perfect. Their stories weren't like perfectly similar, but they varied a little bit, right? Like they each had a different experience, but it was all generally the same. They all said that when they looked into these things' eyes, they had this feeling or thought of technology is bad. And they said that they never talked and they never made a sound, but they were all standing there talking, like looking at them, and when they looked into their eyes, they had this sort of like telepathic communication experience with these things about like future technology, and all of them were 60 of them. And it's one of the most mind-blowing like close encounters in the history of the world. Yeah, there's so many witnesses, and the kids even to this day, they still recall it. They still like vividly can recall what happened.
I remember that it was a super interesting case, and I've seen like a lot of the skeptics, takes on it. They're like, oh, we could fake this, like let's see how many school children think this real. We could fake this, and then you can see how many school children would actually do what happened and other stuff too. There are some technologies out there that can actually do voices in your head. There's a God technology,
right? Heard of it.
It's called microwave auditory effect, and it's discovered in like 1960s. There's a certain frequency of microwaves that can sound in your ear, different noises in your ear, and then they can actually take multiple clicks and then modulate the clicking frequency of the noise to actually modulate voices and other signals. They can actually gain voices inside your ear, but that's not telepathical. You'd actually physically hear it. You would be like hearing that. Right. That's another level of technology. Right. Something different. If you're like, getting the message in your brain directly to you, that's different than deep technology. Yeah. That's different than crazy God.
These were like these kids described them as feelings or like images in their mind, not any kind of like audio. There's no audio.
It's interesting there's so many of them that show up and kind of like, the kids that say that they were taken on board and shown this like rapid collage of images of this, human race and like all the bad things and stuff that technology brought and stuff. And there's other ones that said, the aliens have warned us that they're us from the future and that we're going to screw up our genetic code and we're going to like them and not be able to get back. And doing stuff like that. And I think that's kind of scary considering what we're doing now with some of these experimental technologies in biology in general. mRNA. mRNA can edit genes like CRISPR, and we can edit your genes, and now we can do it through your food. They can put stuff in your food, and you can do it through your digestive system. Actually change your we're talking about this in an article about, saying that people that really get the vaccine or be able to exposed to food.
About this?
No, I didn't, but I heard about this until afterwards. Yeah, I thought that was like kind of crazy. Man, that would be good.
Do you think there's any possibility that these things, these gray aliens, it seems like that these seem to be the common depiction. I always wonder who was the first person to come up with this idea of this. And I always wonder, especially when you think about alien civilizations and
But those also the tall grays, the little mini ones, the 3 ones. They have also the reptilian.
do you think there's any possibility that this could be us from the past? And it's just a super advanced version of us that got off the planet.
Yeah, that's another theory too. It's like the breakaway civilization theory. It's something else that got away and then light years in the future in a different timeline. Something could be. Again, I don't think we know enough about the physics at this point to really tell one way or another. I mean, these guys were saying, well, what probably a time travel? Time travel. Time travel, like, well, I can just go back and predict any event that ever happened in virtual reality. Let's just go back and, right. So then you get into a whole existential, once again, time travel. And I don't believe in time travel in that sense. I think that, it's allowable within the realm of physics, but you have to understand that the universe is what's called a discrete event system. And in control theory, a discrete event system is a system where discrete events happen independently of one another and sort of and then cross-influence one another. That's the universe works, and that's how everyone works in this universe. I do is that it's a discrete event system, and that in order to reverse time globally, you have to reverse the time in all of those discrete events. And you only do time reversals on individual discrete events. I don't think it's possible to do complete time reversal on all these discrete events because I just don't see it as being possible. And I wish I was more good with. I wish I was better with the mathematics to be able to do that, like some kind of theory or something. But I'm not. So, someone else might be able to do that. But I issue with time travelers if they're beings from the future and stuff. I don't necessarily believe that. Although, like. Because you can go further into the future, like Buzz Lightyear, every time he goes further into the future, you can't go back. You can go far into the future, you can stay young and go into the future if you stay traveling at light speed forever.
Right, but you can't go forward. Time travel was created. Right, like we can go from whenever we figure out time travel, we can go from then on, we can travel forward and backwards, but we can't go before we figured out time travel.
Yeah, and that's related to that whole event, the system of events and causality and if you get into the time columns and on the star charts and star atoms and all that. So that's some interesting physics, interesting takes on physics. But as far as explaining all the UFOs, I don't think that our scientists are there yet as far as our classified programs, because they're working on the classified programs. And half these things they wouldn't be if they had figured in the 50s and they had realized anti-gravity, they wouldn't be wasting time getting a couple $1 million in power to listen to quantized inertia. They would be interested, and they would be doing the other research. Maybe they would for people. I don't know. It's a hard game to play, but you're looking at a real scientist, and you have to go work with what's out there. Because if you remember, I mentioned on Brett, who the government goes to for answers on the phone? They're asking
right.
So even if there's an authority on this, and it's authority, at the end of the day, they're talking to scientists, and maybe there's some, scientists out there that are more frequent access to the information, have more a data set their own available to the public, and that's what I'm concerned with, and whether those data sets can be made available to people or not, or ridiculous, and it's kind of gone through that stuff and deep on this path looking for those answers, and I'm reporting on everything
So who or what do you think is responsible for these minutes and East Coast UFOs?
We're so close to our military areas or our military centers of these technologies and, SoCal test rooms and Camp Pendleton right there, Catalina Island on the west coast, and then Norfolk, Virginia, there's, military base right there, BAE systems, a bunch of stuff.
Things that are flying with modern UFOs that we've seen in the past 20 years, I think that those are, how are they being put out? What is the news?
If there's actual craft, and not just like the movies, flashes, and holograms and stuff like that, if there's actual craft, then they're probably drone. It's interesting. I did a lot of research into craft. I found a lot of drone research connected to this. In fact, you read Lewis Whitman's he did an interview on American Institute of Physics with I read it. It talks about this work that he was Martin Marietta Corporation. It says that in 1947, the first job that he was hired to work on at Martin Marietta Corporation was pilotless aircraft. Not just that, but like controlling guidance and stuff. It's super interesting that back in the 40s, you had this guy working on this in a classified program, and then he's also the guy that takes a look into anti-gravity. I thought that should be a big overlap. A lot of this, pilotless UAV and drone technology. And there's so much of this. Like, for instance, a company that merged with Dan Later was called Teledyne Ryan. Teledyne Ryan did a number of these triangular UFOs. A lot of triangular UFO sightings are now believed were Teledyne Ryan's craft, and they developed this craft called the TR-3A Black Manta, and it was a flying triangle with black triangles. We're seeing these things all around. These drone technology, I haven't seen anything in video. And again, I point out, and Brett asked me a great question. I just want to use it. Is there any video evidence that you do find like super convincing? And I'm not interested in video evidence because the skeptics aren't convinced by it. And I pointed out that in 1993 you had that one video that with the crop circles and the UFO that made the crop circles, but 1993 wasn't really good, that video. There's a video that apparently this guy had a camera set up and watching the field and caught a UFO near the crop circle and stuff. It's
like skin off the ranch.
No, I pointed out that 1993 is when Jurassic Park came out. So they did real dinosaurs in movies.
Yeah, I don't trust anything. I don't think it could be so easy for CGI.
I'll say anything before 1993, which is the quality of film and every UFO video that's played. Probably the best UFO footage that I would say exists if I really had to think about it, go back is actually Rihanna UFO footage in the 1950s. From the 1950s. And it's just an interesting case of it. That's the Mariana, M-A-R-I-A-N-I-K. Well, that's interesting because Dennis Mariani, or it's Mariana. Sorry, I'm doing spelling wrong. I'm putting two things at once. Bob Lazar his boss, Dennis Mariani. They've never been able to find Dennis Mariani. They apparently got Mike Bigton and Jack Tyndall and searching the evidence for that. But apparently it was this guy. This is Nick Mariana. Okay. So this is Mariana, one of the oldest and most famous UFO cases we in the 1950s.
in Montana. We reported this early UFO case. And this is, you know, one of by the time video started getting good, that's when also when CGI started getting good. And it's like, how do you rely on a trust thing?
Eric finally realized what was really going on. And for some weird reason, it reminded me of a Stanley Kubrick quote that says, anyone who has ever been privileged to direct a film also knows that although it can be like trying to write War and Peace in a bumper car in an amusement park, when you finally get it right, there are not many joys in life that can equal the feeling. Eric Weinstein was trying to help Terrence write War and Peace, but Joe and Terrence weren't interested in doing the groundwork.
Terrence says you have a desire to go immediately towards what this means. Right. Before you get to what it means, you just don't know what films when a large heart and refer to session.
It's again, it's early UFO footage, right? It's probably taken on a 8mm.
Yeah, some of the early stuff really boggles my mind because there's a lot of pilots that have record, you know, that have reports and accounts of these pilots seeing these things. Like there was a case in the 50s, the one of UFOs that was close to the White House. Yeah. In fact, the White House scrambled planes and jets to go like track them down. There's even a guy who shot at one of them. There's lots of Lonnie Zamora. The police officer who saw the thing, they came and they saw like they actually found these marks in the ground where they saw that thing, where they saw that what he saw, like saucer had landed. You know, there's so many old cases that just scramble my brain when I'm trying to think of this new stuff. Like, why don't we see that old stuff anymore? We don't see any of those traditional flying saucers.
Is Michael Stratt has like a whole archive of all those cases and stuff, and talks about the cases and stuff, and talks about the cases. It's kind of curious how the stories, the technology kind of coincides with it, the literature works. The UFOs in the 1950s and 60s was more like Buck Rogers, you know, and UFOs today and stuff with, you know, more like Star Trek, you know, something more modern. So like these things have developed, you know, on their own too, which also kind of leads me to the conclusion that these are our replications of these technologies and really flying some, you know, different principles or something really experimenting with some new technology during the time. We had a space program. I went to up to, they have that whole Man on the Moon exhibit up in Boston. And I went to it. When I went to that Man on the Moon exhibit, they had all the stuff from the space program. I was like going over more stuff than they had on the class and telling more history about everything than they were telling them all the class and stuff. And I just was like astonished that there's this whole period there from like 1945 to 1958 that they just completely left out. You know, they said like, oh, 1958, we started NASA and we had a space program. No, we had a secret space program for like a decade and a half before that became NASA. We had NASA and a bunch of other organizations that, you know, were running around these, you know, programs, like Ames Research Lab and NASA. And that's fascinating because when you look at the Bicol Brown case, right, guy discovered this effect in 1928. He was trying to like get it out there and talk about it. Finally met with some people from the military, did a whole presentation on it in the 1940s. They told him he was crazy. Go home, and then they went and hired a bunch of Ames scientists to do the research instead. And, you know, so that's kind of what they do in the public domain. They research it, they're spreading it in the public domain, they inside of the curve. So it's ridiculous, this doesn't work, and there's nothing to it. And then they went and funded a research study with some of their own scientists. So this seems to be a theme in a lot of these, you know, topics like, you know, cold fusion came up in the 80s, and they, you know, debunked it very thoroughly in the mainstream press, and with some experiments, and then it kind of disappeared. And but they've been, you know, the Stay War in the US Navy still researching cold fusion to this day, so they're still looking into it.
even though they covered it up and suppressed it, you wanted to get out. But then there's also egos involved, and other people that jump on board from both sides as well. So the cold fusion is a whole other interesting phenomenon in itself. The cold fusion is now, I guess a lot of scientists like to call it LANL, or lattice, lattice assisted nuclear reaction, or low energy nuclear reaction. And it's this idea that, normal fusion you have is the coolant barrier. The coolant barrier is the force between, two nuclei. And if you try to move the nuclei together, the positive charges repel and they push each other apart. So the harder you try to push them together, the more they push apart. There's this barrier where you can push them together with enough force and energy, you can get them together and get a little bit extra energy out of it. The mass drops, and you see that mass just releases energy. Right. So you get a little bit of that mass out of the energy in the fusion process. But pushing these things to the cooling barrier is very difficult. You use these magnetic bottles like the ITAR or the Tokamak and you have to use in the sun a lot of gravity, a lot of heat. So the heat gets these molecules going really fast, and the gravity pushes them really close together. So their quantum mechanical behavior when moving really fast, plus being in close proximity, allows for the tunneling through that cooling barrier and allows for fusion. Although we're not exactly quite sure how that process takes place, even in the sun, in this debate about that. So, but in these low energy nuclear reactions that you have in the first experience of contemplation is they pack a ton of deuterium. So deuterium is hydrogen without extra neutrons. It's heavy. It doesn't change the atomic number, it just changes the variable. So it's like hydrogen, but it's extra heavy. And then they pump that into a lattice of palladium using electricity. So they have the deuterium in heavy water in solution, and then they charge the water, and then charge the cathode, and so like the deuterium and all those molecules get absorbed into the cathode and they're packed into this lattice structure of metal. And as they get packed into the lattice structure of metal, they become really, really close to one another. And something about that in physics of that lattice structure, once they get to about 94% loading, they start to see these fusions in the cathode. And this has been confirmed by a number of labs and a number of scientists who have replicated and done this research, and they're trying to figure out ways to extract usable energy from it. And so far, no one's done that. But there's a big debate and controversy over it, and there's been for 30 years now since the 1980s and contemplation first got forward with that strategy. It was highly criticized because they thought that it would get shut down, so they wanted to create a press conference to get this information out there. And so they were criticized heavily for doing science by press conference and doing science by the academic and peer review methods. But as science has shown in the 30 years past, that method and that approach has failed tremendously. In science, it failed science tremendously. In fact, before we created these journals and all this sort of stuff, it was much more free and open science, and people were more free to experiment and create new ideas. But we sort of, these processes, this method, we've stifled a lot of new thinking and new ideas. And forced a lot of evolution. We've seen that happen through science and history with folks like Connors, with the Piltdown and other scientific studies and evolution and controversies. So it's interesting what's happening in science right now. I don't necessarily agree that peer review is all bad. It's good to have people who are on your level and being able to reviewing your work. But I also see how it could be used manipulatively in certain situations. So I like what we're doing. We kind of have this open source disclosure approach where we're trying to just put the information out there, just to get it out there. And then
you have the experimental side where you try to verify the results with it. That's also open source so that get the information out there a little bit easier. Because again, this massive secrecy and wall of information, you're trying to get data and trying to sort that out from the crap. Where's the noise and where's the signal? Some of the stuff is real, and we use the real things, and some of it isn't. What are the limitations of that? How good is it? How well does it explain where to that? Yeah, this is an open field now. I look at what's going on in the mainstream media, and to bring technology and not include technology in these conversations is a sin.
Entertainment is a huge driver of this topic, right? There's so much money in the documentaries and the History Channel TV shows that just attract the layman to just be. You gotta add in drama to get normal people interested in this stuff, right? You can't just talk about particle physics and photons and neutrons.
No, lose everyone. You probably lost half your audience.
But for the layman, for the average,
I hope they're looking it up and trying to learn more about because I am too.
For the average working class person that's sitting at their, in their living room in bumfuck Montana that are watching the History Channel about Skinwalker Ranch or about, Babazar Area 51. It's like info, right? So it's information, but it's dramatized and it's turned into a TV, a piece of art movie to make people, to draw people in. But what's good about that is it brings more money into the topic. It creates an economy. No matter who's getting it, doesn't matter who's getting it. Even if the TV company is getting the money, it's creating an economy around this topic, which I think is only going to draw in more people to this topic, right? That will essentially drive more interest, more people like you, more people even younger than you who are just going to see a podcast like this one day and decide to dedicate the rest of their lives to studying physics and just figuring out how this shit works. I mean,
that's what I dreamed of. And what's awesome is that I started my channel in 2008, and I've gotten to see the people that started watching early on and go through undergraduates, and they're some of them have gone through grad school, and seeing people that got inspired by me talking about this kind of stuff to go and study physics on their own, and come back to me thank you, or years later, grad students and PhDs and stuff like that. Dude, thank you for this or that. People that wrote their PhD thesis based on stuff that they learned about on my channel. That's awesome. That is where we need it to be, and that gives me so much hope for the future, because if you don't have people thinking about these things critically and really understanding our universe and science and the technology that's out there, you're not going to ever be able to figure this stuff out. And if you just dive into this world where we're mixing it with the paranormal and werewolves and dinosaurs and all this other stuff, I think we lose a lot of that because some stuff. And that stuff's cool. I see how some people just are drawn to those topics because there is so much mystery and intrigue.
What do you think about Robert? Speaking of ghosts.
Bob Woodruff is an interesting guy. He's super interested in the UFO topic, and he's got a ton of money. So that's kind of how he got into it. He's always been fascinated by.
Did you watch his interview with Joe Rogan?
Yeah, I watched it on YouTube. And I watched it on YouTube.
He's talking about this remote viewing technology, talking about poltergeists in house.
He got sucked into a lot of really crazy, weird stuff. I think unfortunately, a lot of that stuff is tied up in these programs too. Is I believe counterintelligence, sort of confused and muddy the waters, confuse the issues, and also mix up the air and stuff with just nonsense. So that scientists and take the other stuff out of the equation. Yeah, the cattle mutilations is another thing. I brought that up on that podcast. I talked about the Mirage and everything, and I had a bunch of people talking about
different ideas and why would the military just pay for the cattle? Why would they just buy it or something? Well, obviously they can't directly be buying the cattle. I don't know if people know. So they set up a truck company or something else. Easily they do it all the time to buy cattle.
So let's kind of like lay some context to this.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I jumped into that. So this is a movie called Mirage Men, and in Mirage Men they kind of do some investigation into this cattle mutilation thing, and they talk about this operation Project Cloudshare. It was a series of nuclear tests that they did underground. And so they were burying these nuclear ground with broken arrows. Huge mining tunnel, send a nuke down there and blow it off. And then they were trying to monitor the spread of the radioactivity to see if they were contaminating groundwater. So apparently they were the ones abducting these cattle and taking these cattle and cutting the thyroid glands out in order to test the thyroid. Your thyroid has iodine, sacred iodine. So if there's radioactive iodine that's produced from nuclear fallout, if these blasts end up in the environment, it's going to get picked up immediately by the thyroid gland. That's why a lot of people develop thyroid cancer from radioactive iodine. So one way to test how this contamination is getting out to the environment is to take local animals and cut up their thyroid glands and test for the iodine levels. And so if you're going to do this and you don't want to know about it, you might, cut out other things like your tongues and eyeballs and quivers, and you might drop them in helicopters and other things apparently. This is what they alleged in the Mirage Man movie the military was doing to cover up for the fact that they were just, testing these underground nukes and people to know about the radiation and what's going on. That's all a good cover story for nuclear tests and medical examinations of farmers it seems kind of crazy and elaborate. A lot of people pointed that out and stuff. And Linda Moulton Howe was the researcher that researched a lot of this. Bob Bigelow knew Linda Moulton Howe. I heard that they dated for a while, but so that was never confirmed, and his wife was, about that. I don't know what she did, but Rocco Fleetwood was married and stuff, so I don't know what the whole relationship with him and Linda Moulton Howe was. But for some reason, Bigelow decided to pay Linda Moulton Howe's rent for 5 years so that she could investigate these cattle mutilations and get to the bottom of that. And of course, she concluded that it was aliens doing it. And that would have been perfect if it was that far from now. Other people pointed out some interesting things. Yeah, maybe I agree. It would have been easier for them to create something and buy the cattle. That seems like a much more
you see these farmers found their cows with all the blood drained out of it.
Yeah,
stacked on top of each other.
It's interesting. I've talked to a couple one of the guys I met out in Colorado and with the license plate UFO in Colorado. He's a police officer. He's a law enforcement. He's a member of these cattle mutilations. He's got some interesting views on that stuff too. Again, it seems plausible that if I was an alien visiting here, that I would take genetic samples and look at eating. Oh, these things? Let's see what they're made of. Yeah, it makes sense that if aliens came here, they would collect those kind of things that they harvest hormones and harvest, look at these cows. What are they made of? What's going on with these people? It just seems like something that aliens would do. So, again, it's one of those things that kind of confuses and baffles me as well. You can come up with these skeptical, plausible, alternative explanations for things, but then, those kind of seem like a little bit outlandish and of themselves to sometimes. The other things that they've done to cover up stuff, it's quite easy to create a stuff company and buy it. elaborate scheme. But then again, when you have someone like Linda out there creating it for you, so again, I feel like that's the easiest way to do disinformation is to find someone else who's already confused or misinformed and just prop them up and let them promulgate. And you find very often that, organic misinformation the best. This is what people already believe. And that's one of the reasons I think Skinwalker is chosen as an inspiration for some of this stuff. Because of all the legends that there was this place that's haunted and, habitat like spirits, the exploration of Native Americans and place. But it's interesting because a lot of the stuff that seems to be going on out there sounds like some of this electronic warfare technology, like the spoofing technology, the laser holograms, or voicing video. Some of the stuff that these people are seeing out there sounds a lot like some of these technologies. To me, my skeptical, rational explanations for this stuff. And it reminds me of this place called, I don't know if you've ever heard of Camp Hero before.
Yes, I have heard that.
So Camp Hero was this facility out on one of Montauk Island. Montauk is Long Island. So right in the tip of Long Island is Camp Hero. It's a radar station and controlled military facility that was out there. And you remember Stranger Things?
Yes.
So episode 1, remember like what, the first season of first season of Stranger Things, they had that facility out at the end of the island. It's up and the government runs it. It's whole setup out.
Yeah, when they have like that pole that can be upside down.
Yeah, and they're doing all this research out there and this crazy weird stuff. That's not Russia. That's based on Montauk. That's based on the real story. It's based on a real story. The research that went on the Long Island. And the rumors that were going on about people living there. You take a ride at night and stuff and go on the island and realize, oh, it's a military base and that's down there. What the heck are they doing out there? And there's weird stuff going on. They have this really large, high-powered radar tower that's set up out there. And it's interesting thing. And this is right around the time they were researching Project Rainbow and doing a lot of the EMF response technology. So that was a whole other subsection of that, I believe, that expanded on the Ultra, where they were specifically looking for EMF responses and biological systems. So they're looking for signals that can affect biology. So, and if you look this up, you can actually, if you go to ICNIRP.org, okay, there's a whole organization, ICNIRP.org. And there's a whole organization that does research into radiation and harmful effects. Okay? And these are the RF EMF guidelines. So there's a whole report that they publish every year. This report is very interesting because you can get this, it's a couple hundred pages. The bibliography of this report is key if you want to research this kind of stuff, because in that bibliography of that report, you're going to find every single study that's ever been done on frequencies that interact with biological systems and have frequencies that affect biology. And there's a lot of it. Right. You get the right frequency, the right amplitude, you can do things in your body. You're different for different people because we all have different biogeometric and stuff. The resonant frequency might be a little bit different for your pituitary gland than it is for mine. They have to tune these things specifically. I believe that, if they did an EMF project with Project Rainbow to study all the EMF responses and the materials and ancient materials, and they had to have done one with biological systems. And MK Ultra, again, there's a lot of sub-projects. There's over 100 something, 100 something sub-projects in MK Ultra. And you'll find one of them where they're looking at some of the stuff they do, these frequencies that are interact with biological organisms. And I think that's the research that they started out on Camp Hero in Montauk, Virginia. And then they need a place to move this research. There's rumors were going around and other things were, it was just causing some problems where it was. So they need to look for a new home for that. And if I were, doing electronics warfare and that kind of research, and I needed a new home for something, you know why?
Why?
Because everything to be blamed on all the legends and all the paranormal stuff was the issue with it. So I think, what year are we talking about?
What year are we talking when all this was going down? Project Rainbow and Camp Hero?
That was like Project Rainbow started in 58.
Right.
So throughout the 60s, maybe the 70s is when they shut down Camp Hero. There's maybe a little bit of gap period of time when Skinwalker Ranch was first, Bigelow bought it first and started doing some of the stuff and he brought in mids and some other people and doing these investigations. And I think that, Bigelow, working with these aerospace defense contracts, working close to, with Bigelow Aerospace, trying to get into this stuff, may have been involved in some of this research or contracts and stuff. That's my theory on Skinwalker Ranch, is that it is Camp Hero 2.0, but they chose it as a place because of the paranormal history to run these experiments so that they, if anything got uncovered or got loose, they could just be like, oh, it's ghosts and dinosaurs and poltergeists and stuff. And they could also use that to mix in a lot of the, I don't know, it just seems like a lot of counterintelligence because to me, I can't make sense of it any other way.
What's the number one show on History Channel now? So you can start doing that?
I don't, the number one show on the History Channel, probably. I'm surprised, nothing surprises me anymore, but again, I have not watched a single episode, and
I've watched a couple, and I could barely get through one.
Yeah.
So cringe. It's so hard to get through. So,
I watched a couple of the technical explanations of, Travis Taylor's the lead scientist, and again, this is a guy who's got a history of research with all this laser technology and laser-induced plasma technologies. He's got papers written on this. He did a lot of research on this stuff, so he's connected. He's one of the guys that is connected to this stuff. So that makes me suspicious of the whole thing.
I don't know how. I talked about this before when I had James Fox on here. I've told him that I think shows like that do the subject with discredit.
I do too. I do agree with you. Absolutely. I wouldn't have started my podcast for shows like I watched. One of the ones that I watched was Michelle Cochran back in the early 2000s. He did this one that was like the year. Would the government recover a saucer? What would the technologies be that would be on it? And he talked about metamaterial. He talked about invisibility quotes. We never mentioned metamaterial. And I was like, come on, man, like how can you be a scientist, like a physicist and scientist talking about these things, but not know what's out there in the world, what's already out there. Like, why are you not talking about this and this and this?
He's got a new book coming out about quantum.
Yeah. I'll have to check that out. Falcon's interesting. He's done a 180 on the UFO topic, but I really didn't like his stance and what he said about the UFO topic. He'd be like, now the burden of proof is shifted. He said like, oh, it used to be on us to prove that these things, now we have to prove that these aren't real. Like, no, it's nothing to do with what's going on. I just felt like, I don't know,
Supremacy, how the quantum computer revolution will change everything.
Oh, that sounds good. Kaku would be super. I would love to have a sit-down conversation where we could just get into it, on some of this stuff. Because that would get super deep. But we could put a panel together with like Kaku, Weinstein, I guarantee it, and I'll bet you anything, he will not be on Joe Rogan anymore. You can mark my words, and I'll bet you. I'll make a bet with you. He will not debate Weinstein. He will not go on Joe Rogan again. I don't think he's going. I think he's going to fade out of the public. He just needs
moved United Nuclear from Michigan to Oregon. He's got a new setup out there. He's got an 11-acre horse farm he lives on with his wife out there now. And I think he's just going to retire and get all of this. I guarantee you. I just don't see it. As much as I would love to see that, it would be awesome. My prediction right now is that he's going to fade out. And he's just going to drop out altogether. That's my prediction.
What is the biggest pushback that you get on the show? Obviously, you have a lot of critics. You have a lot of people attacking you for your positions on all this stuff. I mean, some people consider you a quote-unquote skeptic. But what is the most prevalent pushback that you get?
Well, I mean, I'm on Twitter a lot. So UFO Twitter is full of these defenders at TPSA. And I spoke out about TPSA and some of my criticisms of them early on when they TPSA. So TPSA was To the Stars Academy. And that was Tom DeLong and Chris Mellon, Lou Alexander, and
CIA guy.
Jim Summerman, Hal Pitoff, and then these other guys that all came forward and said that they were going to build a spaceship for us if we funded it, and they were going to release free energy and anti-gravity technology. That was all in their first press conference thing. And, I've been researching anti-gravity for 10 years at that point, and I was like, there is no fucking way, and I was super, vocal about that. I even started my own company to try to, compete with them for, who's going to make the real anti-gravity technology. And who's going to release more, real information about it. And I was just criticizing everything that they put out. They weren't talking about any physics, any real technology. They were just making promises. They didn't even have a science division. They ended up shutting down the science division after they started and just focusing purely on the entertainment division. And I was just like, I predicted it all right from the start, and I called it out, and I had tons of people just giving me all this backlash, and then the questions about, these guys and their credibility and what they're doing in ufology, and do you need them, and they're helping. Yeah, they got a New York Times article, they got a bunch of attention to the subject. But what if the purpose was all to throw a bunch of smoke and mirrors and then have it all get a ton of attention and then debunk it? That would be like what I would do if I was just kind of running around and I was fly off and get rid of all this stuff. I would, hire a bunch of guys, pump it up, hype up a whole bunch of fake crap for as long as I could, and then just until everyone got tired and burnt out and debunked it all. I really feel like when they pulled the plug fully was Super Bowl weekend with those UFOs that were shot down in the same weekend, and they were just like Chinese spy balloons. And I was just like, Roswell, 1997 U.S. Air Force all over again. What's interesting about the U.S. Air Force, in 1997, they had the whole, they released a new report on Roswell, and they did a public press conference. And the opening line of that press conference, the first thing that the DoD says is, wow, look at all the people here. If only we could get this many people to, pay attention to aerospace defense. We'd be doing something, productive. So it's like, that right there was like, they must have realized, wow, there's way too much. We're not going to fight this. We can't beat them. We have to join them. You know what I mean? At that point, they must have realized, you can't, your denials are just creating more conflict. When they came out with that report, and then a year later, after that report, also published this book the day after Roswell, I almost felt like that was disinformation as well, put out by the Air Force. The timing of it was just too close, and the technologies that Corso mentioned were none of the real technologies. It's all technologies that are traceable sources to human inventors and human scientists. Some of the other stuff is I trace it to humans too, like the invisibility stuff in the military, and it goes back to 5 years ago and all that classified stuff they were working on, different responses that they were observing. So
created a lot of this. That's just, you think it's aliens because it seems like it came from us. But it really could be, classified programs of these scientists who worked on it for their entire life. And even it wasn't classified as just obscurity. So it's the scientists that worked on it and just nobody knows about it.
Yeah, one of the most impactful things when I was having a personal conversation with Eric was we were talking about this global and things too, like New York Times and looking into like the biggest irony in this whole explosion is that we deeply distrust authority while simultaneously looking at authority for clarification of all this stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a good point. That just brings it all full circle. Because who do you trust at the end of the day? And the only thing I trust is what I can verify, with my own, research, which is experiment or evidence or something. Some of the stuff you just have to accept it as a mystery, and maybe you never go and get to the bottom of it. And some of it you have to, think about outside the box. Other researchers before you haven't approached this topic or this problem in some way, and you haven't come up with a solution. Sometimes you do. Just like you're looking at a UFO video, you look at a UFO video, you finally track it down to where the location is taken, and you notice that there's mountains in the background, there's all these, motocross. So they're actually filming you on dirt bikes going down the mountain and motocross trails. And it looks like UFOs. All kinds of cases like that, and you just have to step outside and go different way of thinking about things and perspective, and instantly things make sense.
What do you know about Malcolm Bendel, who was working with Randall Carlson for the past years on this plasma technology?
I haven't seen any of his actual technology or his lab. I heard he's got a lab in Malaysia somewhere and doing tests and experiments and stuff. I contacted him on Twitter and tried to get more with him and see. But he didn't seem to go for it. I don't know if that's a bad thing or a good thing. Sometimes, if you got something to hide, you definitely don't want to talk to theoretical physicists and scientists. If you're trying to pull a thrust and legally that's the same thing I tell people who criticize Gary Nolan. You work for the CIA, recruited to study these brain, injury victims to understand Havana syndrome, and that's how he got into all this. So you can't trust him because he works for the CIA, but he's a scientist, and I would think that more scientists in this field, we need more scientists studying this. I think the more scientists, the better. And if there is disinformation, he's trying to spread, misinfo to the scientific community.
It's just another example of people like yourself, people like, you're very similar in your field of physics to Ben Zantolis, to this guy who has a YouTube channel and he studies all this ancient high technology evidence and he has find all this evidence of these precision core drills and precision saw cuttings for salt stone. And he had iron. And during the time when the pyramids were built, they had literally stone tools and iron chisels, right? I mean, there's no way to copper, right? And there's no way they could have created these perfectly symmetrical, perfectly square, 80-ton bricks of stone, it's like basalt rock. It's like on the Moseville hardness, like some of the hardest rocks that exist.
It's another thing. So if you were an ancient civilization and say you did create a blast furnace and develop iron smelting and forging technology ahead of anyone else, would you keep it classified? Wouldn't that be like a highly classified military secret? That would be like to ancient Egypt, figuring
iron smelting technology, the equivalent of, our hypersonic missiles, you use shit of that. Anyway, citizen stuff. It's easy to see how technologies like that could have gotten lost. That could have been discovered and then lost. Yes.
Yeah, there's been
Greek fire.
cataclysms of massive floods, of comet impacts that created global cataclysms that wiped out civilizations and the extinction level events. And what modern academia says is that the Egyptians 2,500 years ago, they built the pyramids and they created everything that you see there today. But with all the evidence of the technology they had, it's not possible. They were the ones that were carving those hieroglyphs with copper chisels into the sides of those giant salt obelisks. They weren't the ones that were actually moving those massive 20, 30
It's like you found them and you just did stuff to them. They died.
They were like the equivalent of toddlers drawing crayons on the side of a model. To say that these giant pyramids were created with
I think that a lot of that stuff super interesting. There's a lot of cool, Egypt research and a lot of unsolved mysteries there. But back to like specifically the Malcolm Brendel guy. I know that he did some stuff on Twitter with this periodic table that he created where he arranged it in a circle. He said that there's some, significance to that. And I made a video where I showed all the different periodic tables, including the real full periodic table, which is the chart of isomers. And that includes like all the isotopes and all the different isotopes and isomers. So it's like the full chart, and that's like the full periodic table. That's very nice. Like, regular periodic table, we're working with like 100 elements, but in between those, we have all these isotopes of each element. So they're working with like 250 in their building blocks. So then, really, why they need those might be, this is another issue with debate, stuff I can get into. For example, they took a different isotope of lithium and replaced it with like regular lithium, and they found that because of that isotope, there's basic functions in the brain that weird things happen because of the isotope. So there's functions in the brain that are clearly, affected by these things, the allocation times, because the other thing that isotopes so there's quantum mechanical processes that occur inside the brain. This has been proven with lithium study in mice, and there's an isotope of lithium in mice, and they behave much differently than the ones that don't normally. So there's obviously something going on here in the physics and science of these isotopes that create something, some of these effects. And again, I think it's definitely really spinning relaxation time. Exactly. But I think that Malcolm's got some interesting ideas, and I'd like to talk to him more and get him on the show and really have, if you've got real science, I'm the place to do it. I'm on my podcast, like, you can talk to a whole bunch of people, ask me really good questions and really, delve out into your ideas and get to the nuts and bolts. If you got something legit, you need to be proven. I'll make sure, we're not just going to stage debunk you and ridicule you and send you off. We're going to give everyone a fair shot and keep an open mind to stuff. And if you're wrong about certain things, you're going to point out. Like the periodic table, there's not the full periodic table, and there's other things in some of the stuff that you put out. And it's just like, it's not the real story. It's like I don't know. Some of the stuff I pointed out already with this stuff. But again, I haven't gotten a chance to speak to him directly or really look into his experimental work and research fully enough to get to that. But just what I've seen is a theoretical basis stuff, like the periodic table elements, like the surface stuff.
what is he claiming? He's claiming that what he's discovered is a plausible explanation of how sound is able to manipulate massive objects and move some of these massive objects from Egypt and like build the pyramids essentially.
So they have sonic levitation. The sonic levitation is that, they'll levitate a ball, like a styrofoam ball or something really lightweight. I've yet to see anyone levitate, a silicone block, a sandstone block, piece of pyramid stone. I'm not yet to see that experiment. The Santana and none of these other guys talk about how they cracked the ancient Egyptian technology, but just show me how to lift the stone. Show me how to lift the rock. And how to do that. Right? And I've heard lots of different stories and ideas on how it's done and how to do it. Laws set to different Egyptians had that took a tuning fork on one end that is supposedly resonated at a certain frequency enough to get the stone vibrating and causing it to levitate. Well, someone's got to figure it. The ancient Egyptians figured it out with their primitive technology. I mean, why can't we do it in some of the labs we have and figure this out? Why don't we get like teams of, PhDs, other kinds of people working on this stuff and have it figured out? So I'm skeptical.
Well, that's what then James Photo points out, because it wasn't ancient. It was civilization on much before that.
Yeah.
Much higher advanced technology. And the ancient Egyptians simply carried that stuff. Right. The technology was gone.
Or Lucy or India, ancient civilization structure and then collapse and everyone moves to
And then people like Randall and people like Grant Hancock that point all this stuff out, they just get like discredited and called, racist. Like Grant Hancock is called a racist for some of the theories that he pointed out about ancient Egypt and how the pyramids were constructed. There's these attempts to write it down by labeling them on social media and portraying them as bad guys. Really all they're doing is paying more attention to anything else, and it goes against what modern academia and all the people that have been
sympathized with how could brown people build the pyramids, that's racist, just think that. They're in Africa. The other thing I think is the same thing I see with scientists do all the time. It's like, I get pissed off because the scientists are not getting the credit and not getting a real education and not knowing the real knowledge, and just giving aliens all the credit for this stuff and not getting a good understanding of the science or anything that's going on. Because real scientists are working with this stuff that pertains history. You know who Walter Schottky was? If you don't, then you should look up what he did and his research and how it's developed a solid state theory and group theory that led to what became the transition of predation and citizenship and stuff like that. And the science that went into it. You don't get an appreciation for that. It's the same thing I look at with the pyramids, man. It's like, you're taking all this credit away from humans. Humans have done some amazing and just some miraculous, awesome things. And you're giving all that credit for something else, for aliens or some advanced technology and civilization. Maybe we're not thinking hard enough. Maybe we're not. I've yet to also see on the other side is anyone who's been able to show how you can lift stones and do all this some of this technology and do it. I like the idea of the Grand Gallery doing this cog mechanism where they walk the stones up the Grand Gallery, the ramp going up to, drag the stones up to find out instruction site. There's lots of cool theories on how they built the pyramid. I love that guy. You ever seen that guy that does all the concrete buckets? He moves all these super heavy objects, like finding the center of mass and then balancing the object on that center of mass and then just rotating it or spinning the different ways. Just rocking back and forth and lifting a little bit up. You lift this side, first stick under, stick it back this way, first stick under, lift it back this way, first stick under. You can jack up a huge megalith.
No, I haven't seen that. Was it fun?
Man shows how the pyramids were built. A man moves heavy, enormous objects by himself.
there's some guy that was fascinated by how they built the pyramids and stuff.
Is the guy from Florida? I think.
No, that was Edward B. Stallion down in Homestead, Florida.
Yeah, Homestead. Coral.
The Coral Castle.
Coral Castle.
Yeah, this dude moves 20-ton blocks by hand. Yeah, the got machinery that shows how to do it. A couple of these things he builds and shows. I thought that was, super interesting because if you deal with just the physics of it, like some of the stuff's not that crazy. You could build one of these ramp systems with all these systems just enormous stone by himself. Like you get no, what is he using? What is that? He balances it on a pebble and he's put a good concrete block with leverage on it. So
it's such a fun story. Got so many powers to the world.
my first dog named Arden. I told him to put place.
What are we doing here, baby? But seriously, why is Sean on PEDs? Why aren't any of these guys on TRT and HGH and everything else they've given doctors to prescribe them? Is it so they can perform better on stage or in the podcast studio? Maybe it's so they can perform better in bed.
Yeah, it's all about that center of mass and the balance. Wow.
So he's switching this with weight. He's raising up again 6 inches at a time by placing a wedge underneath each end. So each time he does the teeter totter, he places another wedge underneath. That's pretty wild. It's still, even with this kind of technology, I imagine how long it would take to build a fucking pyramid. I think there's like a mathematical equation that was done based on like modern technology and how much it would blocks and pyramids weigh. Like 2 million blocks that weigh 5-10 tons each. Yeah. It would take like, how long would it take?
It takes like one stone every, you have to place, I think like 2,000 stones. Let's do some math.
Google it. How long would it take to build how many blocks would you have to move per day to build the pyramid?
So 2 million blocks.
2 million, yeah.
But come on, guys.
2 million.
Bubba starts doing 4.8
We've
kilometer
got
runs
about
every day, right after Tom and
7,000
Bert announced a 5K
That means
bear
we
run.
have to
Yeah,
stack
Armageddon by hours.
274
But hey, we
blocks.
should acknowledge just before we move on, that Brad is a
274
funny
blocks.
joke.
That's
It's actually
how
pretty
many
funny.
years?
20.
Okay,
20
maybe
years.
tough crowd. And speaking of tough crowds, Brian Callen just couldn't
That's
get
not
anything to
using
land
the
with
deck
Rogan.
That's not using the deck way. A lot of people.
20,000. I don't know. It would be cool to do some more experience with it, but like as Rob pointed out, you can hire a contractor to manage the good
To cut. Google a picture of one of those giant obelisks that type in Uncharted X
the one that they started at today in the crack
and stop. Yep, obelisk. OBYL. Yeah, it's insane.
Is the head of the Chechen Republic getting a
But it's like
Prize? And
it's
as always, it got worse.
and they get
Guests
inside
dropping
the
Rogan
pyramid
has
too.
to be one of my favorite
Yeah, look at that one. Look at that one on the very top.
Callen is one of the best at doing it
That one right there,
because
yeah.
he's been going at it for so many years. I love the threat Smith took on him. I love they dropped Tyson
You're not
Fury
doing that with
to
Papa.
the Joshua fight. That was sad.
No,
Watching him get
in
KO'd
fact,
like
you
that
like
against
some
Anthony
kind
Joshua, I was
of
like,
rigged
it's like you're just fighting one of the
people
best
that
boxers
you have to
that's
have
ever
things
competed at
on like a
heavyweight. He's a
line
knockout
going
puncher
back and
who
forth.
really knows how to box. He's an Olympic gold medalist, and you've won
Even
boxing,
set up
right?
like automated,
He also might have had
cutting
it set up to
systems,
keep that
like
fight going
every
for a long
down
time.
the thing
I'm
that
not saying
had
anything,
that
but
for a calcium, like you have this tower
Tyson
with
Fury, shut the fuck up.
you like to get signals here for sure. Like, yeah, all this stuff on the walls is really pointing out the bigger. Actually, there's the electromagnetic something inside of it. You can have like a whole like a saw system on automated, like running by power that just cut blocks. And the way he cuts the blocks, it's saying coral. So it's a big coral bread. Coral is really soft stuff. So it's really easy to cut. So the way he would do it, he took like a big heavy steel drill and just rubbed it back and forth, and that would cut through it all the time. So that's kind of the method they use. But they said they set up those steel drills on these actuators, and that's what makes that fly wheel like the electromagnetic generator. And that actually current inside we built up a whole so we have a core calcium mystery solved. It's kind of a whole bunch of experience and showed we built this core cutting automation system using these actuators that are very similar to that stuff. And so they can use assisting with cranes and chain hoists and other lifting techniques to lift the stand and position and put it better. Something that ultimately is there's no anti-gravity technology involved.
It wasn't selling well at his concert. That's why I got arrested for drink driving. Conspiracy theory. This was not community that Tyson Fury carried Francis Ngannou actually do.
You got a lot of people with potential coupling between one and
Yeah, you can tell Rogan was coping hard. It reminded me of Callan's all-time best fatal troll on Rogan from way back in the old JRE days, where he played the tough guy saying he could beat up anyone that tried to bully him.
I got bullied for a full year. It turned me into if somebody tried to bully me, I'll show up here. That's why I was back in so angry.
what is gravity?
Bullying me. You know, they try to bully me right
I don't even know how to end the podcast like this, but you already mentioned flight. We're like almost 4 hours, maybe 2.5 hours. Is there anything we missed that we should cover? Is there anything we covered?
We've covered a ton of stuff. Anything important that we missed? I think we emailed enough stuff that we can busy for the next, couple weeks. All I know is that we have a lab down which we're trying to do these experiments and replicate these experiments, and we're going to try to do have information and prototypes, everything that we've tested and verified, and we're trying to encourage and foster this community to do that. The pioneers and leaders in this field to try to put this technology does exist. If all these guys did work out there, then there's got to be other people. There's got to be other guys who are doing this program. So and if there are, we want to talk to them. We want to talk to them and thousands of the fodder and canned short Callan advertised that they were going to have the people on the show to help make sure that people and if we can extract it, then I'm trying to, show people where they can get real technical intelligence and provide information with certain sources of what
What do you do with money for humanity if our government just came clean and say, yes, it's true, all the stars aren't true, it's flying saucers are real? You found them in archaeological dig, and you found them in the Virgin Kingdom, we don't know what it is, on another planet, and like all this stuff is just made transparent. Like, what do you think that would mean for science, humanity, and like the evolution of our species?
I think the truth will honestly be like the best thing for us. It's almost like, although I don't know because it could, I don't know what that technology contains or what that file might contain. It might contain something
create that. And the reason that they're keeping it, public domain, there may be a reason for that. But at the same time, it's like, where is humanity going? Where are we going? Are we going to either get off this planet, or we're going to, if we don't get off this planet, then we're eventually going to die. We're going to nuke ourselves, kill ourselves, and colonize the moon, colonize Mars, and do these other things that Elon should be invested in. Mission. How do we reach Mars? How do we colonize Mars? Get Mars colonized and all this. That should be our ultimate goal, and become a space-faring civilization and to get off this Earth. So it's either we go that direction, or we go back to free technology. We're just going to shut all technology down. We're going to go back to neural systems and that's not it. So where do we go from here? There's how many options do we have? Either leave the planet, become spacefaring, and become a post-warp civilization, or we die. I don't think there's any other way.
It seems mind-boggling that we're still flying around on the same fucking airplanes we were back in, what, 50? How long ago did we figure out commercial airplane travel?
Well, commercial planes travel as much 1930s, 1940s.
How is it we're still flying on the same thing we were flying in the 1930s or 40s? It seems like just modern technology has not evolved. We worked on anti-gravity in the 50s. I mean, you can make an argument like electric cars, like we got computers on wheels powered by batteries, but like Eric said, if you look past screens, really nothing else has really changed.
Yeah, as far as energy production, and we're still using turbines powered by steam. Steam is either generated by nuclear heat or burning coal. Burning fossil fuels, burning coal dinosaurs. Yeah, I don't know. We need to get off the further addiction of fossil fuels and find better energy sources. What those are going to be in the future is, as desperate for an issue for us to debate and stuff. But as far as this UFO issue is concerned, I still think it's created this state of ultimate secrecy surrounding this topic and a lot of other topics that didn't necessarily create the state. It's almost like that emerged from the Manhattan Project, which was created, out of this whole thing. It seems like it started with this whole top secret research called the Manhattan Project, right? Because it's like, where did it go from there? They only started showing up after the dude was meats off. Right. The atomic energy commission and everything has been, deeply tied to this Men in Black and this conspiracy to keep stuff covered up and whatnot for years. I think that there's definitely more to it. But as far as where we're going to go with it, it's got to be through the technology. I don't think I don't see that ever happening. The government's going to come forward and do that. Right. They're going to admit to anything. Whenever that ever happens, and then if they do, it's like it's automatically caused to not believe whatever they said. It's like, so I don't think that's how it's going to go. That's why we started the APEC conference and the propulsion and Falcon Space Labs. We want to create this environment where, we're going to force this through technology. So, this technology exists. All we have to do is show people how to do it and experiment. We got these awesome YouTube channels out there that will take this and do an experiment with it and show people how to do it. Once we put a video out there with an experiment and all the details and the recipes for how to recreate it, then other scientists, other labs, and other people can go out and produce it for themselves. And I think that would be the best. If you create like a free energy or anti-gravity and then just show people how you build it, how you do it.
I think that's still important. And also the physics too, because you go over the physics and you get into physics and you get these arguments of a physicist about what's the way to do it, how do you do it, and well, this will work, this won't, and coming up with those better ideas, is the way we're going to get through this, and we're going to eliminate the noise.
So this is Terrence Howard attempting to reinvent mathematics and physics.
So now Tyson and Terrence are officially
Big signal, and there's lots of noise and lots of mud in the water.
has well over 3 million views.
Well, I hope I can find everything I can to amplify that signal. How can people get in touch with you, watch more of your videos? What kind of interviews are you doing? Where are you, what kind of people are you talking to on your
I love to talk to them. I want to talk to anyone that wants to talk science. I get real deep on science and technical, so I want to talk to people that want to talk science and want to talk to people on a more intellectual level. Sometimes when you break it down to I like to come on podcasts like this and try to explain this real complex technology at a layman level so that more people can learn about it and know about it. But at the same time, I want to work with the scientists at that next level to try to produce it and know how to share that information and whatnot with everyone. So, yeah, I think it's only the start, and I think that what we're going to be doing in the next 10 to 20 years as far as this technology and in this field, I think we're going to see some pretty amazing stuff. I know we've seen some serious shit on it.
Right. One thing I forgot to ask you about actually, how put off. We didn't talk about him.
Yeah.
We talked about him briefly off the podcast. He kind of blew my mind a little bit.
How interesting is that? I don't know where he started this on this, but I know he was in SRI International at the Stanford Research Institute, and not really affiliated with Stanford, but he was like a CIA-run organization or something. That did a lot of research and using paranormal stuff and really, investigating really jello at one point. Then he was also in the Jim Marrs book Sci-Spies about the whole men who stare at ghosts, was based on that whole story, and it's on the psychological warfare operations center that they had set up, and they were running experiments with mind control, all the remote viewing stuff.
If you're a fan of a subject, let's say,
I don't think there's any evidence for remote
it's
viewing.
possible to know enough about that subject to think you're right, but not enough about
I
that
think it
subject.
was put out a study that was done by the CIA
And so
into
there's
the
this
possibility of whether this worked or not. I think it failed, and
this has
when
been
they
studied by
some
others
other
and
documents leaked or someone found out about it, they put out some other studies that that project started that to suggest that it's real, and CIA confirmed that it did exist and they use it, it was real and all this stuff. And I laugh at that, and people were like, "Oh, how can CIA confirm that we have remote viewing and people still paying attention?" When all those CIA directors and stuff confirm that the Hunter Biden laptop is Russian disinformation. Like, they're full of shit, like no one believes in of course the CIA is going to tell people you can read their fucking minds. We want everyone to think that you can read their fucking minds. We don't have to worry about thought control. They'll do it themselves if they think you can read their fucking minds. You know what I mean? So, of course the CIA is going to tell people, we have remote viewing, we have super soldiers with superpowers that can see inside, your every detail of everything. Of course they want the Russian military to think that we have these kind of capabilities, but do we actually have them? Is there any evidence that we've changed our, the way we train CIA agents? Are we still training them in intelligence detection methods the typical way, or are we just abandoning that and now only training remote viewers? Because if it works that well and it's that great and that's accurate, then that's all we can do. We wouldn't worry about,
hiring espionage and hack sources and prostitutes that burn secret for secrets and stuff like that. We don't have to do any of that. These secret powers, super soldiers, see what they do with knowledge. That's my whole take on that. Justice. I think that they do a lot of research and just to see if it was real or not. And then afterwards, of course, they're going to say that.
And how you could be a Scientologist too.
Yeah, he's big into Scientology too. He's an interesting guy, but he also like some of the stuff in the 80s and 90s is interesting. He talks about a major breakthrough that happened in 1984, 85. And in one of these interviews, he was talking about the polarizer vacuum in the early 1990s. Talking about the first step in that polarizer vacuum theory of general relativity. So it's a really saying, well, relativity only works at, the speed of light is only the speed of light because of the permittivity and permeability of American and electric that are constants that govern space. And if you can mostly affect things, then you might be able to change the speed of light and therefore change the relativity. And these locally and otherwise. That's this whole idea that we can polarize the vacuum one way that has a beam. And that's why I'm talking about these polarized condensates that polarize the vacuum. And you take these polarized vacuum approach to change the local refractive index of space-time, and much like the warping the mirage effect works that the photons and light energy around objects, we could potentially work gravity around objects. By using a similar methodology, and that's put off greatest work that I've seen in the field. That's stuff you put out, and I'm not sure if that was entirely what Forrest was saying, him and his idea. It seems like a lot of that stuff, Bernard, he published a lot with these other authors like Bernard Hayes, the Caltech stuff, and this is from Lockheed Martin, who I mentioned. He wrote a lot of research with Alpha, and I think that they share a lot of research on ideas on inertia, and this is what kind of energy field and how gravity and mass and inertia can be in vacuum. And I think that some of his research in that is super deep and fascinating, but I also think that, why isn't he talking more about that? He's mentioning metamaterial and some of the aspects about that, but that's about as far as, he went with TPSA and the science division as far as able to classify this. It's like he doesn't even talk about it. He's never interviewed or really gotten deep into it. Even the, electrical ones he did with Eric Weinstein and Jesse Michaels, and stuff. And even now, I'm like, man, like, we could get so much deeper on it.
Eric has been very polite in the interview. We asked him about, like, is there an operation designed to be a stigma?
Yeah, that was a great interview, man. That's those are the conversations I really like. And I've been a part of it. Asking my own questions and stuff. Yeah, it was not put up with talk to more people like you and do that more publicly and stuff. That would be cool. Because that light experiment we were talking about with these, that breakthrough, squeeze light. They squeeze light. They're using LIGO to detect gravity waves. And one of the theories in physics is that you could build a detector and build a transmitter. So that maybe the transmission of signals might have something to do with these squeeze lights and squeeze I pointed out that there's a squeeze state, so it's you take Heisenberg's uncertainty tensor and then you squeeze one of the parameters. So you can only know the position or the momentum of an object. What actuality is. So if you were to squeeze one of those parameters, like say the position and the momentum, the other one would jump instantaneously to a certain uncertainty relation. So you could potentially create instantaneous, spikes in momentum if you squeeze that position state, or changes in position if you squeeze the momentum state in the right way. And so there might be some deeper quantum mechanics involved in that is related to these flares on these again, these light, these trap systems of light, and how we can squeeze those systems of light to get them to, deduce and twist that in way. And I think that's a lot of interesting physics there, and I'm hoping that the next breakthrough happens in my lifetime, that I get to see it, and maybe someone who is part of it got into the research because they heard about it, through this, because it's out there, it's being done. I'll put up work on this stuff, and I just wish that he talked about it more and it was explored more. And I think, maybe the reason why is because they're afraid that, we don't get this technology that helps with the advances and development. But I'm afraid that it might happen if it doesn't develop quickly enough. Also, we were talking about this. It's a playing ground for levels. This technology is going to make us all blind. So you're going to have to, humanity's going to have to go through this process of growing up. It's kind of like humanity is living through the adult. We have to deal with our child like this, whereas we're part of it must be.
I understand the matter because of music and it's taken away to feel what you're saying. Like, stop trying to uncover it. All these little micro. Like I said, I'm an idiot. I'm trying to regurgitate what I heard. Cautious.
That's a great
As
fucking
far
idea.
as all the elements in
So much for
between.
doing this.
Dude, thanks for having me.
Why are they there? They're just.
Missed my flight.
You gotta know what you're explain
We'll
this
take
here.
2 weeks, right? You guys have someone on here
Remember what I'm trying to say when you know.
I'm 100% going to have you back on. There's no questions about that. You completely blew my mind. I'm going to have to watch this back like 3 or 4 times to really grasp it. So again, tell people where they can find more of your work, your video, your talks.
So I'm Alien Scientist on YouTube, and my email is alienscientist1word@gmail.com. And if you want links or sources for anything I discussed, or more information, or want to share something or anything, drop me an email, send me a line. I'm Alien_Scientist on Twitter, and subscribe to me on there. I'm working on a Rumble and an Odyssey account.
Thank you again, man. I'll link all your stuff there so you can look at it, check it out.
Thanks, man. Yeah, feel free to contact me, and I got sources and papers for days if you want to go into this. We'll be busy for the next 4 years. Cool.
All right, dude. Thanks again, and good night, world.
Sleep tight.
Like, stop trying to uncover all these little micro. What do you mean? Like I said, I'm an idiot. I'm trying to regurgitate what I heard.
See, that's so interesting, right? That kind of thinking on a mass scale is pretty scary. Remember what I was saying earlier about how trust in the scientific community and governments around the world is at a low point? Well, it's not a stretch of the imagination to see that if enough people catch on to that same way of thinking, which is basically just
I watched a bunch of your videos last night. You linked to on your Substack that you do every day on the Sputnik.
Oh, right.
Right. Yeah, and you mentioned something about how you met Andy Warhol.
Yeah. I was like, what? Did I hang out with Warhol? No, I wish I could say I was. I was in college. I was a senior in college, and I was since I was a little kid, I just loved Andy Warhol's work. And he was from Pittsburgh, and I was from the town just north of Pittsburgh, so he was a local hero on top of it. And then I happened to find myself with 4 days in New York and nothing to do, so I thought, I'm going to find Andy Warhol. I mean, now everybody knows where Andy Warhol's house was. It's got a historical marker on it, right? But I didn't know then. I knew where the factory was. What was he like? Just like you might think. Very, very quiet, very neat. Yeah, but firmly enough, I got his autograph. Yeah.
That documentary they made about him was huge. AI voiceover.
And Father can very manufacture this. So he's like narrating his own documentary 35 years after his death.
This is what it looks like.
It's weird.
That is so hard for me to wrap my head around. Like, even the mail behind that.
You know, it was kind of interesting when this technology first appeared, because then you can have like Tupac Shakur being a hologram and you know, making an appearance at a concert. That's kind of kooky. But this is just not right. Where you're presenting it as, you know, a legitimate you're presenting the person as a legitimate participant in a documentary or a show, and it's just not right. It's not true.
And especially after somebody's been dead for so long. Like, yeah, the fact that you could die and they can basically rewrite your legacy however they see fit. That's terrible.
It really is. It's awesome.
I'm very uncomfortable with it. So we just got done watching that clip of Matt Taibbi get killed by that guy on MSNBC. What can you explain? When did you first hear about these Twitter files coming out, and how did your relationship with Matt evolve? How did you guys communicate throughout his work on the Twitter files?
Right. Matt and I have been friends for, I'm going to say, 7 or 8 years now. When he was at Rolling Stone, if he was working on a story that involved the intelligence community and he needed clarification on a point, he would send me an email and say, does this sound right to you? Does this sound crazy to you? You know, and I'd say, oh yeah, you know, sounds right, or no, that's not the way it's done, or no, that sounds like the FBI, or whatever. And then with the advent of Twitter back in whatever it was, 2009 or 2010, we both got on Twitter. He was working for Rolling Stone at the time, and I'll tell you, when I was in prison, people used to like anticipate the arrival of Rolling Stone just to see what Taibbi was working on that night. Yeah, that's how popular he was. You know, because this isn't new. What we saw on MSNBC is not a new component of Matt's personality. He's extraordinarily bright. He's a crazy hard worker. And when he finally publishes something, he's confident that he got it right. If he didn't get it right, he'll say, I didn't get it right, or I missed one of these details. But if you're going to take him on, you know, he's not going to suffer fools. He's not going to consider rhetoric as a defense. So anyway, we stayed in contact usually through Twitter. He would DM me, I would DM him. And then he called me one day to say, listen, Elon Musk wants me to do this, to go through all the files. Now, I mentioned to you when we were watching the clip that Matthew Hassan got something wrong, like wrong. Yeah, what that was it's a very complicated and inefficient way in which Elon Musk has given the 3 journalists that he chose, Mike Schellenberg, Matt, and I forget the woman's name, access to the so-called Twitter files. What they did is they took a snapshot of everything that had ever been exchanged in emails in the corporate headquarters from the day that the company was founded until the day that Elon Musk bought it. And they made this database, it's standalone, they made it circular, and then that was it. So it's not like, oh my gosh, these emails that I'm pouring through reveal X. What it is like he has to say, I wonder what Twitter said about Hunter Biden. And he has to go in and type in Hunter Biden, and then 1,000 emails will pop up, and then he goes through them one by one. And then Schellenberger has to say, I wonder what they did about, let's say, the FBI. And so he's like, you almost have to have a premonition that there's something in that database that is unusual. So when I last talked to him, and I'm going to say this is about 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago, he said that they had only gone through 10% of the documents that were in the series. He said there's so much more that we don't know about. He said there's so much more that I don't know about, because
you can't just like open up the files and start going through them. It's too much.
Cautious.
So it's almost like you have to go in there with some sort of idea of what you're looking for.
Exactly.
Hope most likely you're going to find what you're looking for.
Exactly. But you have to have an idea first.
It seemed like the overarching thing that this guy was missing, that was just really mad on there, was that he was trying to nitpick the details, but he was avoiding the overarching theme that like intelligence is deeply embedded in social media.
Everywhere. See, this is the thing. I like Matthew Housen. He's a nice guy. I've been on his show half a dozen times. Nice guy. Matthew Housen from MSNBC. Nice guy. But, you know, there's a reason why people call that network MSDNC. Right? Because they're like the official mouthpiece of the Democratic Party. Should it matter, for example, if Jim Jordan is the chairman of that committee? It shouldn't matter. Why is he... For example, you know, I spent 2.5 years on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Why should it be okay if John Kerry is chairing it, but not okay if the Ruby is chairing it? That doesn't make any sense. Either you have respect for the institution, or you don't have respect for the institution. You can't just have respect for the institution when the party that you happen to like is chairing it. And then the committee is crazy when the party that you don't like is not.
Don't you think it's kind of a problem though when Elon is handing him all the stuff? Like Elon was literally like saying, "Hey, I'm just going to going on Twitter and do all the documents." It's going like again, like I kind of had a hard time watching when he was showing, you know, Matt being quoted on Joe Rogan's show saying, "When they start handing you stuff, you've lost." And then he basically made the point that Elon's handing you everything.
Right. But I think that in the Joe Rogan interview, what he meant was when it's the CIA the information.
It's kind of the same thing.
It could be construed as the same thing. Yeah. Now, the difference is that Elon isn't handing him a file and saying, "Here's the story." He's giving him access to literally everything and is not editorializing. He's not saying, "This is where I want this story to go," or "I want you to focus on Hunter Biden," or "I want you to focus on, you know, X, Y, Z." He's not doing any of that. The Joe Rogan interview was done just after the news was made public that Ken Delaney from NBC and MSNBC, the chief intelligence correspondent, was caught thanks to a Freedom of Information Act request by Jason Leopold, then of BuzzFeed, now of Bloomberg. He was caught sending his articles to the CIA for clearance before sending them to his own editor, saying, "Does this look okay to you guys? Is this okay to publish?" It's like, dude, do you work for the CIA or do you work for NBC? Which one? Because it can't be both. And if you're going to be a CIA mouthpiece, then be honest about it. You know, we saw in that same tranche of Freedom of Information Act documents, emails from the CIA to reporters saying, "You better not publish that story. If you do, we'll never cooperate with you again, and you won't be invited to the future." I mean, what is that? That's censorship.
I had a guy on here, a friend of mine, Jack Murphy, did a podcast called the Teen House Podcast. He was working on this really big article. He spent, I think, over a year on it. Wow, which he was reporting. He has a lot of former CIA sources that he works with and a lot of Army intelligence people that he works with. And the gist of the story was he had evidence that CIA was working through a NATO partner to conduct sabotage inside Russia.
I remember that story.
Remember that? Yeah, there was munitions, warehouses that were catching on fire, right, explosions, all kinds of things. And when he was looking at the story, I guess he was looking through one of the top 2 or 3 publications in the U.S. And he was going to the editor, they were getting ready to press the button to publish it, and they go, "Hold on, we have to have a conference call with the deputy director of CIA."
That's exactly how it works. And if they were really serious about it, the phone call would be with the National Security.
That like makes my heart beat.
So I'm good to do that half a dozen
And once they had that phone call, the deputy director basically said, "This is absolutely 100%
incorrect, he goes, in fact, these are rodent training and stuff.
Okay, then put a disclaimer in the article.
But it's, he has an off-the-record agreement or something with his publication. So the editor refused to do that. And then the editor went ahead and said, okay, we have to make this article jive with everything this AW said. So he told him, no, I'm not doing that. They publicly self-publish.
See, and that's exactly why Cyber can't get the in the United States. He only publishes in the London Review.
I understand, like I said before, I understand the necessity for the CIA to keep covert ops off the front page of the newspaper. Right? That makes sense. I understand that. But when you're literally like destroying the integrity of journalism in the country, and at the same time, where does that go? Like that seems like a big problem that a lot of people don't know about. And then when it comes, and then when that extends to the social media platform, it gets really fucking scary.
Yeah, I'll tell you the truth. When we were gearing up for war against the Iraqis, this was in late 2002, very early 2002, we were trying to put together whatever they called it, the coalition of the willing, or whatever stupid moniker they came up with. And the Israelis came to us and they said, we want in on this war. And we said, absolutely not. If you jump in, we lose the Jordanians, we lose the Egyptians, we lose the Saudis, we even lose overflight clearance from the Syria. Absolutely not. And then like a week later, all of these communications towers in the western Iraqi desert just started tipping over. Right? They're all on three legs. They were, between 500 feet and 1,000 feet. These are major towers, like broadcast towers. Three legs, and then somebody was putting explosives on one of the legs. On all of that. So all over the western Iraqi desert, these towers just started tipping over. Well, somebody told the New York Times it's an Israeli sabotage team. Israeli doing it. And the New York Times came to us and said, what's going on? You're working with Israelis on this? And we said, we're not working with Israelis, and we don't have any idea. It's probably the Iraqis blowing up their own towers so that they can blame. But what do you say?
When you were with the CIA, did you have any kind of communication with these major publications?
Never. In fact, one time, in 2002, I got a call at home, late, like 10, and a guy said he was in his name, and he said that he was a friend of my wife's, and that he was with the Boston Globe. And I hung up on him. And the next day, there's a database to report contacts with the media. So I went in to the database. I said, this is the guy's name. He said that he was a friend of my wife's, and my wife said she'd never heard of the name before. And he said he was a reporter from the Boston Globe. So the Office of Public Affairs called this guy and said, cut it out. And he's like, sorry, I had to give it a try. But I was undercover at the time. I don't have any idea how he knew who I was.
So who was he?
He was some junior young reporter from the Globe, the Boston Globe. Yeah. He's like, hey, were you in Afghanistan? I'm like, who is this? I think you met in Jalalabad. And I hung up on him.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's not good. Because was it a guy from the Boston Globe? Was it some Al-Qaeda guy? I mean, I didn't know. I mean, no matter who it was, I wasn't supposed to talk to him anyway. But you have to be careful with stuff like that.
Do you think obviously, I know the answer to this, but how do you think your life in the CIA, and then not even counting what happens to you after that, but like everything that you've been through, everything that you've seen, all the experiences, the crazy, I can't even begin to how has that sort of like affected your outlook on the world? And like, are you always just like looking over your shoulder and paranoid?
Oh man, that is such a good question. Nobody's ever asked me that question.
Really?
Funny. That is a really good question. It's kind of a complicated answer. Listen, there's a psychiatrist in Bethesda, Maryland, whose entire practice is just to treat fucked up former CIA people who lost their minds overseas. That's her entire practice. And when I got home from Pakistan, you know, every time you come home from a combat tour, you have to go through psychological testing at the agency. And they're like, yeah, you're good. I said, yeah, that's fun.
This is after the Abu Zubaydah.
After Abu Zubaydah, after the massacre in the church next door to the embassy, 7 Americans were killed. 14 people were killed. 7 were Americans. 2 were colleagues of mine. And I'll show you later some pictures on my phone, you know, of a human head laying on the ground when we first arrived for rescue. But I didn't have any PTSD at all. With that said, even after all these years, I left the CIA 20 years ago. I'm still very paranoid about surveillance. And I've actually spotted surveillance a number of times, and I've reported it to my attorneys, and it always turns out to be the FBI. They're just curious to see what you're up to. I'm like, fuck them. I'm a private citizen who would respond. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, a number of times. How do they surveillance? They're good. The style of surveillance is called what's the first word? Discrete collusion. Discrete collusion means they're so far back that they risk losing, but they're so far back because they don't want to spot them. But I'm constantly looking in my rearview mirror inside the mirrors. And if I see a car, or in the case of the FBI, they were so smart, pickup truck with a snowplow on the front. Like, who's not going to notice that? Right? Then I jump myself a little note. And then if I see that same car an hour later, 15 miles away, I'm pretty confident I'm under surveillance. If I see him a third time, I'm calling my attorney. And that's what I would do. You know, one time in Pakistan, I don't know if I told you this last time I was here, but I was very, very good about surveillance. I actually became surveillance detection instructor at the CIA after Pakistan. And when I first arrived in Pakistan, a colleague picked me up at the airport and said, oh, we took you to the Marriott. And I said, the Marriott? Are you out of your minds? If they're going to blow up one place, what's it going to be? It's going to be the Marriott. I said, I'm not staying in the Marriott. So I stayed there the first night, and then they moved me into this little 16-room guest house owned by a Pakistani family. 6 weeks later, they blew up the Marriott and killed 156 people. So I was in this little, with the truck bomb made a crater so deep that water was seeping in from the water tube. That's how big this bomb was. I'm like, you see? What did I tell you? So anyway, every day I would leave at a different time and take a different route to work. And every night when I was done, and the days were very, very long, it wasn't unusual to work an 18-hour day. I would leave and take a different route back to the guest house. So as not to set a pattern. As soon as you set a pattern, that's when they kill you. Because they know that at 6:05, he's going to cross right through this intersection, and that's when we fire the grenade at him. Right? That's how people get killed. So I left one day, and I noticed a guy on a motorcycle with a red helmet trying really hard to stay in my lines. Now, the only reason I even noticed it at first was because he had a helmet, and I had never seen anybody with a motorcycle helmet in Pakistan. I don't even know where you would buy a motorcycle helmet. Right? But I noticed it, and it was red. And I thought, okay, noted. So I got to this neighborhood called the Diplomatic Quarter, where most of the embassies were, and he broke off. So I wrote myself a note when I got to my desk. I left that night. I worked 14, 15 hours, whatever it was. It was dark. It was dark when I arrived, and it was dark when I left. And as soon as I pulled out of the DQ, the Diplomatic Quarter, there he is. As soon as I pulled out of the Diplomatic Quarter, there he was.
And I thought, oh, that's not good. Right? There's a definition of surveillance. It's multiple sightings at time and distance. So you see them at multiple times at different places and at different points in your trip. So I took this weird, circuitous, nonsensical route back to the guest house and several blocks away he dropped off. I was really nervous. And that night, I got everything ready in advance for the next day, and I got up at 5 o'clock in the morning. And I went to the front door of the guest house. I opened it just crack and looked up and down the street, and I didn't see anything. Went out to my car, and they give us these retractable sticks with cameras on the bottom. I'm sorry, with mirrors on the bottom. You know, so I look underneath the car. We all have them. I didn't see any like bomb or surveillance device or tracker or anything. So I got in the car and started driving. And some of them. So I got to the embassy. And I was waiting for the security officer. He finally showed up right at 7. And I said, listen, I'm under surveillance. I'm positive that I'm under surveillance. And he was like, well, how are you so sure? So I said, 3 sightings over 2 days. And I told him, he's like, ooh, yeah, that's surveillance. We have to wait for the chief to come in. She came in around 8:15, went to his office, and I told him, I'm under surveillance, I'm positive, and I told him the story, and he said, you know what you have to do? And I said, and I said, don't worry, we're going to have a team out there, we'll have guys all around you, and then he said, you never have to do that. And I said, no, never. He said, yeah, it's going to be okay. We're going to have a whole group of guys out there. So I worked in this branch. I was the head of this branch that was staffed mostly with contractors. They were very, very senior CIA officers. One was former deputy director of the CIA, who after 9/11 had volunteered to come back as contractors. So it was me and like these 7 old men in their 70s, and one was in his 80s. He was in the chief in his 80s. He was the chief for the Bay of Pigs operation, if you can imagine. He's long dead now. Okay, I'm not going to say that. Okay. I'm saying that Felix Rodriguez. No. Felix Rodriguez worked for him. Oh, okay. Yeah, he was an old man back in 2002. So, all day long, they're like slapping me on the back, like, don't worry, buddy, we're all going to be out there, don't worry, everybody goes through this. I said, I'm very worried, to tell you the truth. I'm very worried about this. Well, around 2 o'clock, I had a meeting at a safe house that we shared with we used to interrogate people. And so I went, we had this fresh prisoner, so I went to test him, and I finished, and on the way out, my normal contact was this one Scout General, who was General. So I'm walking out, and he goes, are you okay? Because I was distracted, to say the least. I don't know what possessed me to say it, but I said, General, are you following me? And he said, no, why? And I said, because I'm under surveillance. I'm 100% sure that I'm under surveillance. And when I see the guys run this afternoon, I'm going to tell you. And he said, no, it's not us. And I never saw him. I never saw the surveillance. We learned later that they were all sitting around them. And one of them said, that John Kiriaki from the American Embassy, he is such a nice guy. And then another one said, you know what? Nobody's that nice. He's pretending to be nice so that we'll drop our guard. He's probably working against us, which I wasn't. So they chose the worst possible surveillance guy to just check me out and see what I was doing when I wasn't with them. And I spotted him immediately, and I was going to kill him. And if I hadn't told the general that afternoon that I had spotted the surveillance and that I was going to kill the guy, he'd be in the ground. That kind of experience
become so burned into your brain, even after you return to the United States. Like, Al Qaeda's not going to surveil you in the United States. The FBI might. They're not going to try to do a hit. But what about a hijack? You know? Or a nut, or an armed robber, or who knows? So you just, they train you so hard over the course of so many years. It's just not something that you can forget.
It's wild that even in his own group of people, covert CIA officers overseas, and you constantly are thinking your own people can double agents or against you. That is an extreme level of paranoia, which is justified.
Well, let me interrupt you. And I don't mean to jump to a totally different topic. We can talk about Julian Assange later, but on the Julian Assange, do you remember at the tail end of the Trump administration, when WikiLeaks released the Vault 7 documents, and Mike Pompeo said that WikiLeaks was a hostile, non-state intelligence act. Those were very carefully chosen words, because anytime there's a covert action program being considered, like murdering Julian Assange, you have to brief the Congressional Oversight Committee. If it's a counterintelligence operation, you don't have to brief the committee. Why? Because if it's counterintelligence, maybe it's the committee members that are the spies, that are the moles, that are working for the Chinese, the Russians, the Iranians, or the Cubans. And so just by calling WikiLeaks a hostile, non-state intelligence actor, the assumption is maybe Senator so-and-so supports WikiLeaks. That would make him an enemy. So you need to brief him, and then you can go do your hit, and murder Julian Assange, and deny it in the media, and if a member of the Oversight Committee is interviewed by the New York Times or by CNN, he can say, I don't think it was the CIA, because they would brief us.
And that was basically true. There was an article about this on Yahoo News. Yahoo News of all places. I had another CIA officer in here. I asked him about that. He said this was bullshit. I think he did it bullshit. He said he discredited it because of Yahoo.
Well, because the author is a two-time Pulitzer Prize winning, investigative journalist, formerly with the New York Times, and they say in the article that they interviewed 36 current and former intelligence officers. Yep. Yeah.
How many current officers have you got there? Are you upset?
Sure. Current. I'm going to say two. Yeah. Former. Wow. Is there such thing as,
I don't know, your case is different, but once you leave the CIA, aren't you always in the CIA?
No. Once you leave the CIA, you're in the CIA for another year. So what happens is you submit your resignation. Your resignation is never accepted. They process you in a leave without pay status, so that if there is an operation that you are uniquely qualified for, or if there's an asset that you recruited that will only talk to you, that gives them the right to call you back in that year, and you have to do the operation. If there is no callback in the year, then they accept your resignation and they
The reason I have that question is going back to the Twitter file. There was that Hamilton 68.
Yeah,
that was basically sounded by they were all former intelligence.
Oh yeah. Oh, and there are several of those kinds of organizations.
For people that can you explain what that Hamilton 68 was?
Yeah, Hamilton 68 is a company. Do we have other than this article?
Oh, kidnapping, assassination, and in London shootout. This is not the article. This was an article about basically a CIA plot to, I think, kill Julian Assange.
Oh, Mike Isikoff. That is the. Oh, this is the.
Yeah, I think it changed the headline.
They must have. They must have. Yeah, Mike Isikoff is a very serious investigative journalist. Yeah.
Okay, so what was Hamilton 68?
Hamilton 68. So Hamilton 68 is like so many of these other companies. How do you describe a company like this? They're staffed. They're founded by former CIA, FBI, NSA, DNI people to go through the news and to decide what is real and what is fake. And so they'll do things like issue warnings, for example, on alternative news sites, consortium news, for example. They'll say, "Oh, this is unreliable. It's they publish Russian propaganda." Well, you know what? They actually don't ever publish Russian propaganda. They were founded by a guy who started with the Los Angeles Times and then spent almost his entire career with the Associated Press. He's the guy that wrote the Iran-Contra story. You don't like their position on Ukraine and Russia. That's why you say it's Russian propaganda. Or you don't like their position on Syria, because now the CIA is arming Al Qaeda. We had them change their name from Al Qaeda in the Levant to the Nusra Front. It's still Al Qaeda, but it's slightly less radical than ISIS. Like, it's like WWE in that sometimes there's just no difference. So why do we have to pick itself when every side's has the same tone as Carlin? So Hamilton 68 is one of these. It's got like Mike Eaton on it, and the former Director General of NATO, and some former DNI, and it's just, so these are like very top level. Very, very top level. Mike Morrell. And then what they do is the way they make money, and I think this is scandalous, is they contract out to the government, mostly to the Pentagon and different elements of the Pentagon. And they say, what we'll do is we'll aggregate all the news on the internet, and then we'll put a green check mark or a red check mark next to the URL. So when people at the Pentagon Google an article, what's being said about Ukraine today? Oh, these red check marks pop up. So don't go to Overt Action Magazine.
You're saying like on Twitter when you do that, like didn't they get consortium to use a red check saying that it was a Russian state?
Yeah, Twitter wouldn't accept a red check.
Oh, okay.
But Hamilton 68 issued it, and it's on the Hamilton 68 site. And if you're on a government computer, the red check pops up.
Oh,
yeah, government on a government computer. That's how they make their money. Yeah, it's crazy. So then, listen, if you're an analyst, if you're an intelligence analyst, analysts are always proud to say that they are all source analysts. So you're not just taking CIA source material, taking just NSA intercepts. You're taking everything. Those plus State Department cables, plus they're called DODIRs, their military reporting and press. Now, I knew as an analyst that I was less likely to find something original and true in a Sri Lankan tabloid than I was in the Wall Street Journal. But now, the likes of Hamilton 68 are telling me, no, don't even read that one. That one's no good. We gave it a red check. You won't like that. It's propaganda.
But even though these guys are so far into how high they are still.
See, that's the thing. Oh my gosh. I went to an event at the National Press Club 3 or 4 weeks ago, and Michael Keaton was the host. He and I never got along. I never respected him as a torture apologist. We were both supposed to be on the Bill Maher show. And we were in the green room, and I called him Mike. And he insisted that I call him General Heath. And I said, I'm not in the military, Mike. Sorry.
I'm not calling it.
Okay, all right. So what he's saying
And
here
that's
is that
all.
you can use this harmonic wavelength sequencing to repair malformations in our DNA.
And he had a major stroke about a year ago. So the press club the other night, he got up and he was literally drooling out of his mouth, and he had 2 canes, and this woman wiped his mouth, and he's like, "Thank you for being here, everybody. I just want to say," and there's this long pregnant pause, "Thank you for being here, everybody." And then he sat down. It's like, seriously, you're still rolling him out for these events? And then they're like, "We want to tell you about the alternative media. It's dangerous for our democracy and freedom." It's like bashing alternative media. Yeah, that's funny. That's a funny thing. That's another thing that I learned from the Twitter files is how they're able to label these, I don't know what you call them, what are they, like NGOs, like this, pretty much this election integrity organization. Yes, what is it? According to who decides what has integrity and what doesn't? And if you have any experience in this stuff with like how the government labels, like, for example, the Patriot Act, right? Look at something like the Election Integrity Project. It's almost like you know what it is. Yes. Yeah, right. Getting back to Consortium News and Hamilton 68. Hamilton 68 sent a letter to Consortium News saying, "We don't like you. We're doing a review of you, and we think we're going to give you a red check mark because you're a Kremlin apologist. So you can appeal if you like." So I'm on the board of Consortium News, as are a lot of very serious journalists. I mean, these are Chris Hedges, another 2-time Pulitzer winner from the New York Times. It's a bunch of us on the Andrew Coburn, who we just looked at this article from the Independent. He's on the board. So I said, "Well, who signed this letter?" He said, "It's some guy I never heard of." So he Googled it, and it turned out it's this guy in his 20s, works for Hamilton 68, and he had worked briefly for a science-related news wire that went bankrupt and shut down a few years ago. He had 3 published articles. And anyway, so this kid, he knows nothing about anything. He's going to decide that Consortium News gets a red check. And not only did they give Consortium News a red check mark, but as soon as they did, our PayPal account was permanently suspended. And not only was it permanently suspended, they confiscated the $9,500 that we had in there, and we couldn't meet payroll. So we joined a class action suit in federal court in the 9th District in California with a couple of other publications who also got the red check mark and had their PayPal accounts suspended. And PayPal said, "Oh no, we don't want the cost of litigation to give us all our money back. But we can't use PayPal anymore. And we have this red check mark because the likes of Mike Dayton and this 20-something-year-old kid decided they didn't let you do it."
Where do you think all of this goes with social media and Hamilton 68 and this office in the Pentagon giving people checks on certain websites and all this stuff? And then when you throw Elon into the whole mix, it just gets even more confusing. Like, what is the future of? Do you ever think about like what it will look like in 10 years on social media?
Oh, I'm very
How are we going? Do you think there will be a reckoning? Do you think the pendulum is swinging more towards openness, like with open algorithms that provide more transparency, or do you think it's going more totalitarian and censored and more like propaganda?
There are efforts to push back, but they're very difficult.
Are you, I guess my question, are you optimistic?
I'm pessimistic. But there are some elements of hope. There's a group called Cancer that's sort of an open source. It's supposed to be a social media platform akin to Twitter, but completely open source, completely transparent, non-profit, that kind of thing. And so they asked me if I would be interested in talking, being sort of a brand ambassador. I said, let me check it out. So I did. I checked it out, and I sent the information to a couple of very tech-savvy friends of mine. One, Tom Drake from NSA.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Tom's a great friend. And they said, yeah, looks legit. And it's based in Iceland, and it's powered by, a geyser, so there's no effect on the environment, it's carbon neutral. I mean, they thought of everything. So things are going really, really well. We incorporated lawyers in Luxembourg and Iceland, and the corporation is housed in Tonga, because then we're not, under the auspices of the FBI or the CIA. And then we get suspension. With no explanation, permanently suspended. Never got an explanation. So we're like, okay, well, they threw us off, and a bunch of us tweeted it at, this is before he tweeted at Twitter, like, why would you suspend these people? They haven't done anything. There's no violation of the terms of service.